The virtual character I personally raised wants to marry me. Chapter 63 to Chapter 89. Recently, many unfamiliar faces had come to the town. This was known to many residents of the central town. There were even some witnesses who swore that these people were brave warriors from the summoning circle. These so-called brave warriors did not seem to be very strong. Many of them might be even weaker than newborn children. However, they were very warm and kind. This was what the residents of the town knew about these brave warriors so far. In the past few days, almost all the families who only had the elderly and children left at home had accepted their help. They would help the elderly with mobility problems, cook and clean. They would also send 3 meals to the hungry children, bathe them, mend their clothes, and even tell them stories to coax them to sleep. They were warm and full of vitality that the residents of the town did not have. They were so kind that when they met each resident, they would take the initiative to ask if they needed help. In the end, they would smile and say that they would come again tomorrow. These trivial things were so small, but they warmed the families who had long lost hope and whose lives had fallen into endless darkness. Because of the blocked roads, the 4 main cities outside the imperial city had actually become isolated cities. In particular, the defensive circle of Orchid City was not strong. There were often holes that appeared, and a large number of troops were needed to guard the front line and resist the galactic beasts that attacked from time to time. There were not many elementalists in Orchid City, so more ordinary people were needed. For this reason, the governor guarding the city had to recruit troops year after year and shift the focus of development to the border. This was also the reason why the central town of Orchid City declined. Except for the old, weak, women, and children who stayed behind, almost all the young adults left for the border. Of course, Beck was an exception. Baker and his lackeys weren't originally from this town. They only came here after the beast tide 3 years ago. At that time, the governor and the army had already gone to the border. There were only a few militias left in the central town. After bribing the mayor, they became the tyrants here. In the face of 6 tall and strong men, the remaining old, weak, women, and children were no match at all. They could only swallow their anger in the face of oppression. Therefore, when the battle broke out, all the residents present, except for being shocked, clapped and cheered. No one came forward to stop it. As for the surrounding residents, they had also witnessed a unique battle today. When these brave warriors fought, it was truly too horrible to look at. The people of the Roland Empire were valiant. Even though many of the old and weak had participated in wars before, they had never seen a fight that was so insidious. Dozens of people were fighting one person, yet they still had to resort to such underhanded means. Looking at Beck, whose face was covered in flour and whose face was covered in blood without even seeing the enemy clearly, the onlookers felt a sense of satisfaction. At the same time, they also felt a trace of fear towards these brave warriors. Other than being treacherous, the brave ones were also ferocious. The other party's intestines were already flowing out, but these people were still excited. Their faces were covered in blood, and they laughed loudly as they chopped more and more fiercely. It was a stark contrast to his usual gentle and polite image. There was only a fine line between a devil and an angel. The besieged Beck suddenly roared angrily. He no longer cared about the 2 who were attacking him the most. Instead, he turned around and charged at one of them. Then, the brave hearts surrounding him seemed to have received some sort of signal, and uniformly scattered in all directions. If someone entered their team channel at this moment, they would hear the commander shouting excitedly, "The boss went berserk at red blood." Who does the hatred belong to? Watermelon Skin, right? Don't panic, just keep running along the street. Don't run too fast, the boss won't be able to outrun you. Everyone else, don't stop attacking. The boss only has a little bit of HP left. We'll get 200x coins soon. Brothers, let's work harder. In the end, Baker's dying counterattack failed to work. No matter who he pounced on, the other party immediately ran away without any intention to fight. At the same time, there were people who kept throwing stones at him. These damned bastards, do they not have any shame? Dozens of people besieging him, yet they still used such underhanded tricks. Were they being unreasonable? Reality had proven that when players were pushing monsters, there was no such thing as shameless. There were only those who were even more shameless. Apart from the stones, there was also someone who grabbed a handful of lime powder and threw it at Beck's face. Ah! So painful, so sullen. Beck had never felt so sullen before. Even until his death, he was unable to free himself from this sullen feeling. Finally, a stone hit Beck's temple. This bully boss who had done all kinds of bad things and oppressed the townsfolk until they could not raise their heads finally lost all of his HP and fell to the ground. Ding. Assisted in killing, Bully Beck, gained 500 EXP, ha ha ha, I leveled up. Wow, we won, we won. Oh my god, this feels so good. Fighting in groups is indeed the best. I'll give the commander a thumbs up. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes. The boss and the 5 monsters were all taken down without any damage. The players surrounded Beck's corpse and cheered for the result of the battle. No matter how one looked at this scene, it made one's heart turn cold. Some people even heard them say, "Hurry up and pick up the corpse. Don't let the system respawn it. It's a small boss after all. Let's see if it dropped any equipment or materials." Then, some people really started to strip Beck's clothes. Even the other 5 minions were not spared. The townsfolk watching were even more horrified. In fact, from the player's point of view, Beck's corpse was glowing. The light covered the hideous wounds, and the blood that flowed out was also a glittering golden liquid. This scene was not only not gory, it could even be said to be beautiful. So, fear? That didn't exist. After taking all the items from Beck and his 5 minions, Su Yuheng and the others got a few tattered clothes, a few decent weapons, and around 5,000 Exel coins. Su Yuheng didn't have much of a need for these items. He let the system split the Exel coins he got, then spent another 5,000 Exel coins to buy a piece of junk, which was enough to make up for the money he promised the players. As for the weapons that Beck and the others didn't get to use, he let the players bid for it themselves. Then, he simply left the team. Bai Feng smiled and said a few polite words to the other 50 players, then handed the group leader over to the commander just now and left with Su Yuheng. After the two of them left, some people added them as friends. Su Yuheng rejected all of them, but Bai Feng didn't reject any of them. They cooperated well today, and perhaps they would have a chance to work together in the future. Because of this battle, the two of them became famous. To be able to withstand more than 300 damage per hit from a boss, they were definitely in the top 3 among the current players. Not to mention, they also exchanged for bronze quality weapons. To be able to tank and deal damage, wasn't that awesome? Various teams threw them olive branches one after another, but they were all rejected. On the other hand, it also aroused the enthusiasm of the players to do their daily reputation. Because, that invisible armor could be exchanged in the faction storage, there were even silver quality armor and weapons, but the reputation requirement was too high. Currently, the players could only dream of it but not obtain it. The sudden increase in the demand for reputation made the players no longer satisfied with the 6th circle daily. Instead, they continued to harass the NPCs to do normal quests after completing the daily quests. Reality proved that this was feasible. For the Roland Empire's ordinary people who had low productivity and were burdened by the beast tide, there was nothing more satisfying than free helpers. Although these helpers were strange, they were very smart and could always come up with all kinds of strange ideas to help them solve their problems. Other than the lifestyle players who aimed for daily quests, of course, there were also some warmongers. They were inspired by this battle and began to set their sights on the local bullies, robbers, and hooligans. These people could be found in almost every main city. After all, not everyone was willing to fight for the Empire and sacrifice their lives to protect the city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be traitors who swore loyalty to the Bavad Empire. The Empire didn't have a good solution for these people at the moment. At most, they could only manage the Imperial City. The other 4 main cities couldn't help. But now, when Su Sili received the information gathered by Xiao Wu, he was overjoyed. He was happy to see these malignant tumors being eradicated, not to mention that he didn't have to do anything. However, there was a hidden danger in this matter. How could they be sure that the NPCs that the players were plotting to kill were the real malignant tumors? Once this loophole was opened, after the villains were all killed, would the players turn their butcher's knife to the good people? The players who were called the fourth disaster were a double-edged sword. If they didn't use them well, they could be swallowed back. Su Silly was a little troubled. He also understood the nature of the players. A group of energetic people who couldn't stay idle. It was unrealistic to expect them to just live life and not fight. Currently, he could only carefully filter the information sent by Xiao Wu. If they matched the requirements, he would send a mission to the players. If they didn't, he would give a warning through Xiao Wu. For example, when the players were about to commit murder, a warning would pop up, reminding them that they were committing a crime and what kind of punishment they might receive. After a few times, the players concluded that only NPCs who received the mission could kill them. If they killed the others, not only would their faction reputation be reset to zero, but they would also be wanted by the entire country. Slowly, the number of people who found trouble with the NPCs decreased. It was worth mentioning that Su Silly wasn't as generous as the first mission reward. He directly cut it to a quarter. It was up to them whether they wanted to do it or not. This might also be the reason why the players' enthusiasm decreased. After all, there were only 200 players in each main city. It was already good enough to gather 10 people to fight the NPCs. Not only was the casualty rate high, but the rewards were also much less. It was really faster to do the daily quests. Of course, this was all in the future. On the second day after the battle, after settling Jane and the other two children and leaving them enough money, Su Yuhing was ready to leave. His goal was very clear. He wanted to go to the border and find a chance to join the army that escorted the elementalists back to the imperial city. If there was no other way, he could rely on the 10 times a day of resurrection and die in the imperial city over and over again. The only thing he was worried about was that he might get lost in the wild because he didn't have a map. However, this could be done slowly. He would think of a way when he reached the border. Bai Feng, on the other hand, was very reluctant. The 3 children were well-behaved and sensible. Most importantly, they were very cute after they were cleaned up. However, Su Yuhing couldn't persuade her. He could only ask the players who continued to stay in the town center to help take care of them. Killing Beck didn't have any effect on them. When the town residents heard about this, they all clapped and cheered. As for the mayor and the militia, they also turned a blind eye and didn't care at all. The only difference was that the town residents' attitude towards the players was much more warm and respectful than before. This also made it easier for the players to move around the town center. On this day, they were ready to go. However, the announcement in the town successfully stopped them. The imperial city was about to send elementalists over to build elementalist branches in all the main cities. Moreover, the locations of the branches were announced. This caused an uproar among the NPCs. It also caused a huge commotion in the players' forum. The new setting, like a game update, ignited the enthusiasm of all the closed beta players. This was because on the 5th day of the game's launch, there were already many players who had reached level 5. However, they were all stuck at this level. More importantly, they wanted to change their profession and learn skills. The video of the elementalists in the mercenary town controlling Earth and Wood had already spread. This made everyone yearn to learn elemental skills. After sorting out the information, they found that all the branches were set up near the spawn points in the main cities. This indirectly pointed to the players, and also made those who were eager to explore the new map temporarily stop their footsteps. Bai Feng was very happy, but Su Yuhing was full of helplessness. Setting up branches in all the main cities meant that the army would no longer send people to escort the children to the imperial city. His original plan of sneaking into the army was directly announced as a failure. Therefore, now there was only Plan B left, which was to repeatedly kill the imperial city. Bai Feng, you stay and wait for the branches to be set up. After some consideration, Su Yuhing proposed to part ways with Bai Feng. This made Bai Feng puzzled and sad. He had always been inseparable from Su Yuhing. He never thought that he would play the game separately from him. Brother Yu, why do you have to go to the border? Is the border more fun? He asked the question that had been puzzling him since the launch of the game. Su Yuhing looked at him and finally said the truth, I don't want to go to the border. I want to go to the imperial city. Why? Bai Feng asked. Su Yuhing pursed his lips and said hesitantly, I want to see Snow Roland. He did not say his brother's name. That was a wound that he never wanted to touch. Bai Feng was stunned for a moment, then he said in realization, You mean Her Majesty the Emperor? Brother you also received the elite mission to meet Her Majesty? Su Yuhing did not answer, which was a tacit admission. Brother you should have said so earlier. Bai Feng was happy, I didn't complete this mission. We can go together, but, isn't the road to the Imperial City blocked? That's why I'm going to use an unconventional method. Su Yuhing said his plan that sounded a little crazy. Wow, that's a good idea. Bai Feng said happily, why didn't I think of that before? Brother you're so smart. Then let's go quickly. Seeing that Bai Feng was so supportive of him, Su Yuhing thought about it and said, You should stay here and wait for the branches to be set up. It's more beneficial for your development in the game. I don't want to. Bai Feng said without thinking, it's more fun to go to the new map. I'm tired of this town. Su Yuhing rolled his eyes. Who was the one who wanted to stay behind all this while, but soon after, he laughed along with him. The two continued to prepare to go to the border. On the other side, Su Silly, who was sorting out the development direction of the other 4 main cities, received a message from Xiao Wu again. He thought it was another player who was preparing to kill an NPC, but when he saw the content of the message, he was stunned. Brother, I've detected a conversation that is very similar to the mission target. Do you want to listen to it? Mission target, isn't it? Second brother, Su Silly's heart beat wildly. He took a deep breath, nodded, and asked Xiao Wu to send the conversation over. Brother why do you have to go to the border? Is it more fun there? I'm not going to the border. I want to go to the Imperial City. Why? I want to meet Snow Roland. You're talking about Her Majesty the Emperor. Brother you also received the elite mission to meet Her Majesty? This conversation was clearly transmitted to Su Silly's ears through the communication device. When he heard the 2 words brother his heart almost stopped beating. The latter part of the conversation made his heart beat even faster. When he checked the interface and found out that this jade tree facing the wind didn't receive the elite mission to meet Her Majesty the Emperor, he was finally completely sure. In fact, there was no need to check at all because the way brother you spoke already gave him a sense of familiarity. It was just that he couldn't be sure because of the interference of the voice. Xiao Wu, can you take a picture of them? Su Silly asked. Brother, wait a moment. After a while, a screenshot of a video was sent over. The video was of Su Yuhing leading the other players to fight back. It was obviously filmed by a resident of the town, and Xiao Wu intercepted it. The picture wasn't very clear. However, Su Silly recognized his second brother at a glance. He didn't change his appearance and entered the game with his original appearance. Su Silly looked at the picture and slowly exhaled. He blinked and pursed his dry lips. Although he always believed that his second brother would come to him, sometimes he couldn't help but doubt. After all, almost 10 years had passed in the real world. Who knew if anyone still remembered him? However, he didn't expect his second brother to really come, and they already knew each other. Jade Tree Facing the Wind was actually his second brother, he should have known. This name was very suitable for his second brother's narcissistic personality. Su Silly sniffed. However, when he thought about how his second brother was going to use the method of dying to come to the Imperial City to see him, he frowned. No, he couldn't let his second brother do that. He had seen the posts on the Future Forum and knew how tragic this method was. After the players died, their bodies wouldn't disappear. Even if they went offline, they would stay there for 10 minutes. Therefore, this led to players who died in the wild were very likely to be eaten by interstellar beasts. Actually, it was better for players who were eaten because if their bodies were gone, they could revive at the spawn point the next time they went online. However, players who were directly swallowed and didn't have time to be digested were miserable. They couldn't revive in the stomach of interstellar beasts. They could only passively wait for their bodies to be completely digested before they could choose to revive at the spawn point. Just looking at the description made him feel miserable. Su Silly couldn't bear to let his second brother go through this. Actually, he could also ask Xixing to bring his second brother over, but under what name? Xixing was so smart. Would he be able to guess something after seeing his second brother? Previously, he even suspected that he wasn't the original. Su Silly shook his head and dispelled this thought. Because other than this, when he thought about letting his second brother see Xing, he didn't know why, but he felt strange in his heart. It was indescribably awkward. In any case, now that he had confirmed that he was in Lanyu City, this greatly reduced his time. As long as he set up a teleportation circle between the Imperial City and Lanyu City, or wait for Cha Mo to wake up, everything would be fine. At that time, he could give his second brother a surprise. Xing walked into the bedroom and saw the young man sitting on the sofa with a silly look on his face. This was an expression that almost never appeared on his face. Xing blinked and walked over. The crisp sound of his military boots hitting the floor successfully attracted the young man's attention. However, when the young man looked over, the smile on his face didn't fade. His entire body was like a rose that had just been moistened by the rain, and even his face was flushed red. Xing frowned and faintly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Just now. Did someone else come? His mental strength quietly swept across the bedroom, but he didn't find any unfamiliar auras. It seemed that only when Jishan and Li Jiu had come. He pursed his lips and stood beside the young man. Your Majesty. You're here. Su Silly sat cross-legged on the sofa and greeted him with a smile. His entire body was in an incomparably relaxed state. Xing looked down at his smile, paused for a moment, and then sat down next to him in a grand manner. The young man didn't chase him away and picked up a book to read. Xing was silent for a while before he finally couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, you seem very happy? Yes. Su Silly nodded and leaned back, continuing to use him as a human pillow. He was reading a book in his hand, but in fact, he was thinking about how to secretly keep his second brother in Lanyu City and secretly give him some benefits. Sensing his absent-mindedness, Xing pursed his lips into a straight line again. In the past, as long as he stayed by Lord God's side, as long as he could be close to him, he would feel satisfied, but now he found that he wanted more and more. He looked sideways at the back of the young man's head and carefully reached out his hand. He gently lifted his silver-white hair and twirled it around his fingertips. Su Silly noticed his movements and found that he was playing with his hair. He casually pulled back his hair and muttered, Stop fooling around. After a while, the person behind him secretly reached out and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. When Su Silly was thinking, he hated it when others touched him. He grabbed the restless hand and pulled it forward. Under Xing's stunned gaze, he directly hugged the arm. Be a good boy. The young man said in a low voice and pressed his arm into his chest. But in fact, this position. It was more like Xing's arm was over his shoulder and hugging him from behind. Su Silly frowned as he pondered. He didn't realize that his current position with Xing was very intimate. After being reprimanded twice, Xing didn't dare to move anymore. But at this moment, he was already satisfied, and he obediently maintained his current sitting posture with his eyes slightly closed, enjoying this moment of tranquility. After a while, he realized that the young man was still frowning. He leaned in and whispered, What's troubling you, Your Majesty? His voice was warm and gentle, like a gentle breeze. Su Silly loosened his grip and adjusted his sitting posture. His back was nestled in the man's embrace. His unfocused eyes didn't show that he was still absent-minded. He just said perfunctorily, Nothing. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh right, why are you looking for me? Xing glanced at him. Seeing that he really didn't want to say, he didn't force him. He lowered his head and said, The army is almost done with the escorting of the elementalists to the other main cities. We can set off once the elementalists reach the front line. Su Silly nodded. The efficiency of the army was quite high. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Actually, second brother could also come back with the army. The escorting team would definitely be elites. In addition to escorting, they would also need to report back on some reconnaissance missions. In short, these veterans who were familiar with the route couldn't stay in the other main cities. They needed to return to the Imperial City to provide information and experience for clearing the way. Second brother's safety would definitely be greatly improved if he followed them. No, actually, the players could also participate in this matter, Although the players from the other 4 main cities couldn't change their class, the 200 players from the Imperial City could. These guys had low HP and low combat power. However, their greatest advantage was that they wouldn't die. More importantly, they could directly exchange for items from the faction storage, since the entire Snow Star was the territory of the Roland Empire. As long as they were on a Snow Star, they would be in the Roland Empire's camp. They could exchange for items even if they were in the wild. This way, the soldiers wouldn't have to worry about supplies. Su Silly's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He quickly asked Xixing, "Tell me in detail about the operation plan for this escort mission." Although Xixing didn't understand why he was suddenly so excited, seeing that he was listening to him, Xixing smiled and explained the escort mission to him. Because the road to the south was progressing faster, 2 teams would be sent out first. They would head to Orchid Moon City in the southwest and Glacie City in the southeast. As for Twilight Frost and Star Clasp, because the journey was longer and more dangerous, they would be slightly delayed to make more ample preparations. Both teams are escorting 10 elementalists each. Among these 10 elementalists, there is a 1-star professor and 9 graduates who have yet to reach the 1-star level sent by the Elementalist Academy. Although they are all elementalists, they have never experienced battle before. So, I don't expect them to be of much help when we encounter an astral beast. Su Silly nodded. These elementalists were going to build a school. It was fine as long as they could teach the students. They didn't need to be good at fighting. Every team is equipped with 100 elites and 1 field-level leader. The strength of these 2 leaders is close to 2-star, and they have at least 3 experience in following a team. The roads between the main cities were blocked after the Astral Beast wave 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, the army would go back and forth at least once a year to escort the talented children of the main cities to the Imperial City. However, they had to pay a heavy price each time. These 2 leaders had 3 complete experience with the team and survived each time. It had to be said that they were very lucky. Su Silly nodded. He had a general understanding of the situation. After considering the situation for a while, he quickly came up with an idea. "Okay, tell Qiao and the others to wait. I might need to change the plan." "Okay." Immediately, Su Silly sent a message to Dean Justin and began to edit a new mission. Ding. You have reached level 5. Please head to the Elementalist College to take the talent test to determine your future career path. Accumulated experience points, 45. Can be used to level up after determining your career path. Suemo looked at the notification that suddenly popped up. He pursed his lips and turned it off. He then continued with his daily routine. The construction of Doha town was in full swing. As the chief engineer, Ikeda was very busy every day. Unfortunately, Suemo couldn't help much. Rome wasn't built in a day. Although he was working very hard, he couldn't expect him to become a master architect in just a few days, right? The big bosses of SimCity were very interested in the game after hearing about it. Unfortunately, they were still in the first closed beta period and there weren't any extra slots for them. However, they would give Suemo lessons and explain the professional knowledge in the game language. This helped Suemo a lot. At least for now, he had some common language with Ikeda. Suemo was also impressed by the game's planning. Ikeda was just an NPC in the game, but every time he heard his ideas, even if he was still a layman, he could hear his professionalism. He could only say, "Star Age was awesome." After completing the last round and obtaining the right to stay for the next 7 days, Suemo planned to prepare dinner for Ikeda. Ikeda really liked the food he made. Where did he come from? Suemo was usually very lazy. He would only cook when he felt like it. However, the food in the game was really bad, so he had no choice but to cook for himself. Who knew that Ikeda would like it so much after eating it? It was an unexpected surprise. Suemo carried the ingredients back to his residence and prepared to cook in the kitchen. Suddenly, a new notification popped up in front of him. Ding successfully triggered Epic Quest, Elementalist Branch Academy. Description: The Empire will soon send Elementalist instructors to Lanyu, Glass Ocean, Star Caesar, and Dusk Frost to set up Elementalist branch academies in the main cities. This is a historical moment. The road to the 4 main cities is filled with powerful galactic beasts. The road is dangerous, so the elementalist instructors need the help of Sir Hero. The Empire will now send 2 teams to Lanyu and Glass Ocean respectively. Sir Hero, who has already become an elementalist, please go to the Elementalist College to look for Dean Justin to register within 24 hours. Overdue registration will not be accepted. Even Suemo, who didn't care much about the game and only wanted to do Ikeda, was stunned when he saw this notification. Epic Quest, just looking at these 2 words was enough to make one's blood boil. Suemo didn't expect the first epic quest to appear in the game in less than a week. Damn, should he accept it? When Ikeda came back from outside, he saw that Suemo hadn't cooked yet. He put down the things and wanted to help him wash the vegetables, but he noticed that something was wrong with his expression. Ikeda was quite satisfied with Suemo as a roommate. Although he didn't know anything about architecture, he could see that he was serious about learning and wasn't just doing it on a whim, so Ikeda thought highly of him. When building the empire, it was better to have as many people as possible. He had to admit that Sumo's cooking was really good, even better than his mother's. Seeing that his expression wasn't right, Ikeda couldn't help but ask him what happened. However, after a series of inquiries, Sumo's words also stunned him. Ikeda knew that Suemo was a hero from another world. He would disappear for a while during the day and then appear again. After the initial curiosity, he found that other than a few strange actions, Suemo didn't have anything special, so Ikeda treated him as a normal friend. But now, you can become an elementalist? Ikeda looked at Suemo and asked hesitantly. Suemo noticed his strange expression, but nodded in the end. It should be possible. Ikeda thought for a while, then turned around and left the kitchen. Ikeda, where are you going? Seeing that he suddenly ran away, Suemo quickly chased after him. Could it be that he violated some taboo for Ikeda to become an elementalist? He couldn't help but feel nervous. I'm going to borrow a hover car and send you to Elementalist College. Wait for me at home, I'll be back soon. Ikeda had already put on his coat and rushed out the door. Suemo stood at the door and smiled. Home, looking around, Suemo sized up this small house that could even be said to be simple, but he felt that it was 100 times better than the manor he lived in reality. Right, Ikeda wanted to drive him to Elementalist College? Elementalist College was in the inner city, right? Does this count as a date? Suemo became nervous and quickly ran into his room to pick himself up. Although, he didn't have many clothes in his closet. Unlike Suemo, who still had the mood to think about a date, the forum was already in an uproar because of this sudden epic quest. F***ck. An epic quest? How many days has it been since the server opened? I haven't done any daily quests, and I'm only at level 3. Me too. Is there a quick leveling guide? Mercenary Town, go to Elementalist College and report to the Central Square. Sister Qingyan borrowed a bus from an NPC, so we can go there. 7 p.m, we won't wait for you if you're late. Why do we have to go to Elementalist College to register? Elementalist College is in the Imperial City, damn it. Does this game discriminate by region? So those born in the Imperial City are the princes and the rest of us are nothing? Protest, protest, protest. What's there to protest about? Calm down, this is just a closed beta, and the gaming cabins are provided for free. We're treating you to the game for free, so why are you spouting so much nonsense? If you don't want to play, then give up your spot. Players who weren't from the Imperial City were naturally enraged. However, there were a large number of netizens who followed the game but couldn't play due to the limited number of spots. When they saw the heated discussion, they immediately started arguing. All in all, the Starry Sky Forum was bustling with activity. Among the closed beta players, there were actually 2 members of the game development team, but they were also very confused at the moment. This was because according to the plan, the NPCs going to the main cities to set up branches shouldn't have happened at this time, and there shouldn't have been any players involved. After all, this was a closed beta without deleting files, so the strength of the closed beta players had to be suppressed and not be too far away from the open beta players. Moreover, in less than a week after the server opened, there were already so many players who reached level 5. This was something that the game development team didn't expect. This was all because of the daily quests and weekly quests. The staff who discovered this situation had already reported the problem, but after the mainframe's investigation, it didn't find the existence of a bug. Everything was developing according to the deduction. Although the game development team was very surprised to get this result, once the game world started, it couldn't be stopped or forcefully changed. Therefore, they could only be bystanders. As for the game progressing too fast, it might affect the experience of the open beta players. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Therefore, the game continued without any interference. Susili didn't have it that easy. When he decided on the level of the quest, he gritted his teeth and chose the epic quest. This meant that every player who successfully accepted the quest would consume 100 points of his mana. Originally, it could have been set as an elite quest, but building an elementalist branch was indeed historic. This would definitely effectively motivate the players and increase their sense of belonging to the Empire, and this might consume 20,000 points of his mana. Of course, with 200 players, not all of them could sign up. Currently, there were only about half of the players who had reached level 5. The rest of the players had to reach the Elementalist College within 24 hours and level up to level 5. This was not a small challenge. This was considered a screening. What right did he have to waste his precious mana on those players who were lazy and didn't work hard on their daily leveling to improve their strength? Escort quests were not a joke. Without strength, they would be a burden to their teammates. For this epic quest, he wanted to complete it without any damage, whether it was the escorted elementalists, the 200 elite soldiers, or the 2 field officers. He didn't want anything to happen to them. Therefore, it was time to let the players shine and show their enthusiasm. However, even if there were only half of the players, for Susili who only had 3,700 points of mana, it was still a big burden. Therefore, after giving out the quest, he sent Xixing away and walked out of the bedroom to look for Asheng. Now that he was meditating, he could recover 10 points of mana in a minute, which was 600 points of mana in an hour. If he was with Little Ash, who had a humanoid mana gathering circle, his recovery rate could be doubled, which was about 1,200 points of mana in an hour. Even so, it was still difficult. This made Susili think of the mana potion again. Speaking of which, he hadn't looked at the future form for 2 days. He didn't know how the fan post was going. In fact, after thinking about it, the post was a little stupid. He didn't know why he posted it on impulse. He would delete it when he went back at night. It wouldn't go viral anyway. After all, it was just the silhouette of the 2 hugging on the clock tower. It wasn't something that could attract attention. Susili thought about it as he walked toward Xiaoqiang's residence. However, on the way, he met an unexpected figure, Qiuzheng. Susili had a good impression of this gentle, shy, and capable adjutant Qiuzheng. However, he didn't expect that after the other party bowed, he would, "Your Majesty, have you finally come to me to learn how to deal with government affairs?" Looking at the starry eyes behind his glasses, Susili remembered that he had asked Qiuzheng to move to the palace to make it easier for him to work. It seemed like he lived nearby. Qiuzheng looked at His Majesty with a face full of joy, but his smile soon froze. He saw the young emperor blink and then look at him with surprise and disbelief, as if saying, "I'm just a pitiful person who has been on the throne for 2 months. I have no real power or status. You want me to deal with government affairs?" Qiuzheng stared blankly at Susili and hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, although, Adjutant Qiu, I still have important matters to attend to." Susili said indifferently, "If you have something you can't decide, you can look for the marshal. His decision is my decree." Then, regardless of how devastated Adjutant Qiu's expression was, he left very happily. Deal with government affairs, that's not as fun as meditating. Behind him, Qiuzheng looked at the back of the emperor's departing figure and sighed deeply. Then, he slowly straightened his back and continued to deal with the government affairs that had piled up again. He would definitely get off work on time today. Definitely, because it was a quest for all players. It was equivalent to a server announcement. Su Yuhing, who was far away in Orchid City, also saw this quest. At this moment, he was on the road to the border with Baifeng. If they were lucky, they would arrive in 10 days. Although it wasn't fast, Su Yuhing treated it as a hike. Not to mention, this was a game, so he didn't feel tired. Moreover, because Orchid City wasn't developed, the scenery along the way was very good. Even in this kind of wilderness map, the details were very natural and there were no flaws. Brother Yu, look, it's so beautiful. Bai Feng pointed at the sky. It was evening and the sun was setting in the west. It hung above the mountains in the sky and dyed the clouds orange. It was very beautiful. Su Yuhing nodded. Looking at the vast plains in front of him and the beautiful sunset, he felt a sense of peace that he hadn't felt in a long time. But very soon, he looked away and continued on his way. He wanted to see his little brother. This was a goal that would not be stopped by anything. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the elite quest, Disaster Relief. After a few steps, a notification popped up in front of him. Su Yuhing looked back at Bai Feng. Seeing that he was confused, he knew that he was the only one who received this quest. He didn't hide it and posted the quest description in the team chat. Disaster Relief, Elite, Description. Because of the drought, Orchid City's Goluo village has no harvest this year. The villagers are suffering from famine and they need your help. Quest content, please provide enough food for the villagers of Goluo village. Quest reward, hovering SUV X1, 20,000 X coins. Although it was an elite quest, Su Yuhing didn't pay much attention to it at first. Until he saw the quest reward. A hovering SUV, he saw this thing in the faction storage before. It cost tens of thousands of reputation points to exchange. Wow, Brother Yu is rich. Bai Feng looked at the quest he sent and jumped in excitement. With a hovering car, we can reach the border faster. And with a car, it's convenient to do anything. Brother Yu, we must do this quest. Su Yuhing also felt that this was a rare opportunity. A hovering car could save him at least half of the time. But he still calmly checked the map with his communicator. With the communicator, he could check the real-time digital map. Although there was still no navigation, it was undoubtedly more reliable than a paper map. The Goluo village mentioned in the quest was only 1,000 meters away from them. They must have accidentally triggered this quest when they entered the area. 1,000 meters wasn't far, this quest was doable. But, where are we going to get enough food for them? Su Yuhing frowned. This was in the middle of nowhere. How were they going to get food? Even if there was food, it should have been taken by the villagers. The faction storage. Bai Feng said with a smile as if he could already see the hovering car in his hands. You mean the Dark Valley and the faction storage? But that requires reputation points, Su Yuhing said. Our reputation points aren't high enough. I don't think it's enough. Hehe, I just saw the update. Bai Feng said, now we can exchange 1 AFI coin for 1 kilogram of Dark Valley. We still have almost 20,000 AFI coins. That's enough for 20 kilograms. He got 10,000 AFI when he opened the novice gift pack and earned another 15,000 from the quest against Beck. He spent some of it and had 20,000 left. Actually, 10,000 kilograms should be enough. There were only a few hundred people in a small village. If each person got a few dozen kilograms, they could probably survive for a while. Besides, Dark Valley was also a seed. Maybe they could use it to cultivate. After the two found a solution, they quickly rushed towards Goluo village. They wanted to finish the disaster relief as soon as possible and get the reward after completing the quest. On the other hand, Su Sili had just finished a round of meditation and was about to rest when he received Xiaowu's report. This elite quest was naturally issued by him. With the positioning system, he could see the two's movements in real time. When he accidentally saw Goluo village, he remembered that Qiaoxing seemed to have mentioned it before. After careful consideration, he created this quest. As long as players stepped into the vicinity of Goluo village, this quest would be triggered. As for the quest reward, he believed that no one at this stage could resist the temptation. Not to mention his second brother. He liked cars so much and even treated them as his wife. He didn't buy his own cars before. They were all given to him by his second brother. This was a gift in return. He also prepared a lot of gifts. He would slowly give them to his second brother through quests later. He only hoped that his second brother could stay in Orchid City and wait for him to find him. Otherwise, he would follow the escort team. He hoped that his second brother wouldn't take things too hard and choose to die. After watching the two little red dots go to Goluo village, Su Silly turned off the communication device. He didn't use the communication device to contact Su Yuheng, because there was a risk of being monitored. Although Xiaowu was there, the problem was Xiaowu was also an NPC. Besides, it was always a little boring if he couldn't see her. Su Silly closed his eyes again and meditated, replenishing the magic power that was consumed by the players. Finally, 24 hours later, a total of 162 players found Dean Justin to complete the Elementalist class change and successfully received the epic quest. More details of the quest were posted on the forum and caused a lot of discussion. It was worth mentioning that at the last moment, Hua Sui, who was left in the recruit camp and tortured for almost a week, finally made it in time to register. After the registration time was over, all the players who successfully received the quest were gathered and then followed the instructors sent by the Elementalist College to the border. The military shuttle carrying 162 players and 20 Elementalist instructors took off from the inner city, racing against time as it flew toward the border of the Imperial City. If the journey went smoothly, they would arrive in the evening. At this moment, the inside of the shuttle was noisy. Even though some of the 162 players used the team channel to talk, it was as noisy as a market. They were not worried about the future at all, only joy and excitement on their faces. It was as if this trip was not a suicide mission, but a treasure waiting for them to unearth. At this moment, Gentle Yen began to speak in the team channel. According to the mission, we will arrive at the front line this afternoon. Then, we will follow the commander's arrangement and split into two teams to head to the two main cities, Orchid Moon and Glass Ocean. Gentle Yan's voice became a little serious. This epic mission is not simple. According to the mission description, I think that we may need to build elementalist branches in all four main cities before our mission is considered complete. Some players were stunned. Wasn't it enough to escort their targets to build elementalist branches in the target main cities? They quickly pulled up the Epic Mission interface. Elementalist Branch, Epic, Description. The Empire will soon send Elementalist instructors to Orchid Moon, Glass Ocean, Star Catcher, and Twilight Frost to build Elementalist branches in the main cities. This is a historical moment. The road to the four main cities is filled with powerful interstellar beasts. The journey is dangerous. The Elementalist instructors need the help of Lord Hero. Mission details: please help the Elementalist instructors to build Elementalist branches in the main cities. F*CK. It seems to be true, according to the mission description, it does seem like they have to complete the construction of the branches in the four main cities before their mission is considered complete. Also, please take a look at the following points. Gentle Yan's voice sounded again. The players who did not read the mission details immediately scrolled down and saw the last line of small words. Note: if NPCs die during the escort process, the mission completion rate will be affected. Was there a problem with this line of words? They were escorting NPCs. Indeed, they could not let anything happen to them. Some people were puzzled and asked questions. Gentle Yen sighed and said, "This time, the NPCs are not the only ones going together." Many people finally reacted. Sister Gentle Yen, are you saying that the deaths of those soldiers will affect our mission completion rate? That's right. Qing Yan nodded. I think that only this difficulty is worthy of the title of epic rank. The two professional gods, Lin Mu and Wang Yang, agreed. We think so too. That's why everyone needs to be alert. If we want to complete this mission beautifully, we still need to work together. Everyone agreed with these words. To be able to reach level 5 in less than a week, none of them were rookies, so they paid attention to increasing their strength. This was an epic-ranked quest. Not to mention how generous the rewards would be, he would be able to brag about it in the future. Just take the players from the other main cities for example. Without them escorting the elementalists to the branch academies, they would not be able to change their class. Moreover, when they obtained the rewards of this quest, their strength would be greatly increased compared to the players of other main cities. This was an innate advantage. After personally experiencing the charm of the game, no one doubted that it would not become popular in the future. Now was the best time for them to seize resources. This was also the reason why the team had sent them into the game in advance. As for the other veteran players, as long as it felt good, it would be over. Since we still have time now, let's divide the teams in advance. Lin Mu said, both sides are equally important, so we can't be careless. I hope everyone won't slack off during the quest. Our information is limited. For now, we'll divide the teams according to Qin Yan and me. Does anyone have any objections? Both of them were gods, so none of the players had any objections. The remaining 160 people were evenly divided into the teams formed by the two gods according to their abilities and specialties. Of course, everyone was currently at level 5, so the difference in attributes was relatively small. It mainly depended on their HP and attack and defense, so that both sides could achieve a balance. Brother Hua, we haven't seen each other for almost a week. You didn't reply to my previous messages. Did you mute them? After dividing the teams, Qin Yan moved closer to Hua Sui and said with a smile. She looked at the young man in front of her and felt that he had changed a little since the first time they met, but she could not put her finger on it. Actually, the reason why she came over to strike up a conversation was because she was very curious. Where did Li Jiu take Hua Sui to? Did he trigger any special quests? Unfortunately, the young man did not give her a chance to get information. Scram. Faint red veins could be seen in Hua Sui's eyes. He no longer had the cheeky smile he had when he was with Li Jiu. At this moment, he seemed to be a little irritable and gloomy, but overall, he seemed to be more mature. Qin Yan was very thick-skinned. She was completely unmoved and continued to tease him with a smile. Su Mo, who was sitting in the last row by the window, stood up and walked to the washroom. After locking the door, he used his communication device to contact Ikeda. A small screen appeared, and the red-haired young man appeared on it. He looked at Suemo and frowned. Suemo looked at him and smiled. Ikeda, I'm on the shuttle. I should be able to reach the border in the afternoon. The young man in the video pursed his lips. His beautiful eyes were slightly red. Suemo, I'm sorry. I didn't know. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were filled with worry and uneasiness. Suemo blinked. What's wrong with you? Why are you apologizing? Was Ikeda crying? What had happened? I didn't know that you would be sent to the border for such a dangerous mission. Ikeda bit his lips and said with a trembling voice, if I didn't send you to the Elementalist College. After Sumo's talent test, Ikeda even brought him home for a night to celebrate. However, he was recruited by the Empire the next day. That was when he found out that all the brave people who tested their talent as elementalists had to carry out escort missions. Ikeda didn't understand. Although Suemo tested his talent as an elementalist, he didn't go through any training. He was still a normal person, and a very weak one at that. Why would the Empire send him to escort an elementalist instructor? The wilderness was so dangerous. Wasn't this sending him to his death? Ikeda was focused on building the Empire. He hoped that the Empire would become better. If there was a need, he could go to the front lines and fight. However, Suemo was different. He was an outsider and so weak. Wasn't it too much to send him to his death and make such a meaningless sacrifice? For a moment, Ikeda's faith in the Empire and His Majesty was shaken. Could the brave people be treated this way because they weren't from the Empire? This was hard for him to accept. Suemo was stunned at first. When he saw that Ikeda's eyes were red because of him, he was overjoyed. The throbbing feeling made him want to fly in front of his sweetheart. Unfortunately, he could only look at her through the holographic screen. I thought it was because of something. Suemo shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back safely. When I come back, I'll be a powerful elementalist. If anyone dares to disobey you, I'll beat them up for you. Although Ikeda was appointed as the chief engineer, he was still too young. The engineering team under him was also made up of elementalists. It was inevitable that there would be some who disobeyed him. Suemo saw this, but his strength didn't allow him to do so. He could only remember each and every one of these NPCs and get back at them in the future. Ikeda forced a smile. He felt that Suemo was just comforting him, so he didn't take it to heart. After all, he had never seen such a powerful elementalist at such a young age. He looked at Suemo, his clear, red eyes glowing faintly. He said softly and seriously, let's make an agreement. Then it's a promise. You must be safe. I'll wait for your return in Doha town. Sumo's ears melted when he heard this. He nodded repeatedly, okay, I'll make you something good to eat when I get back. Don't worry, I'll definitely be fine. Seeing him make such a solemn vow without the slightest bit of worry for his future, Ikeda was finally influenced by him and his expression improved a little. Suemo wanted to continue chatting, but someone knocked on the door. Ikeda also noticed it. He knew that Suemo was on a military shuttle, which meant that he had entered the military. He was worried that he would be punished, so he quickly bid farewell to him and hung up the phone. Suemo was reluctant to leave, but since the call was already over, he had no choice but to open the door and leave. However, he didn't see anyone else. He saw Jianyu Xingchen standing in the corridor. When he opened the door, Jianyu Xingchen was still knocking on the door. Sumo's eyes suddenly became fierce. What are you doing? He said coldly. Jianyu Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine. He had already set his senses to zero, so why did he still feel this way? Boss, what are you doing in there? He asked curiously. Players didn't have such needs. When he saw Suemo come out, he followed him and wanted to chat with him. However, he didn't hear anything from inside. In the end, Jianyu Xingchen couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door. What does it have to do with you? Suemo was very irritated. He had finally made some progress with Ikeda, but this guy dared to interrupt him. Was this how a human should act? Ha ha ha, don't be angry. Jianyu Xingchen was still laughing. He knew Suemo well. His boss was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He would protect him at critical moments. Even if he said a few words, he wouldn't lose anything. Look at what I brought you. He took out a dagger from his backpack. I got this when I was fighting an NPC bandit. Boss, you don't seem to have a weapon yet? Here, this is for you. Suemo indeed didn't have a weapon. After all, he didn't need one. However, these people were with Ikeda, and he was in contact with elementalists every day. He had actually completed many high-quality missions. Especially in terms of reputation, it increased very quickly. Keep it for yourself, Suemo said calmly. Suemo said faintly. He could feel Jianyu Xingchen's goodwill, so he looked better. But boss, Jianyu Xingchen still wanted to say something, but he saw a flash of light appear between him and Suemo. He knew that this was something that would appear when exchanging items in the faction storage. Then, his jaw dropped. It was a bronze-quality invisible armor. It cost 1,000 reputation. Suemo didn't look at his shocked expression and equipped the armor. But this wasn't the end. After he put on the armor, the teleportation light appeared again. As the light faded, a copper-quality heavy sword appeared between the two of them. The heavy sword was more than a meter long. It stood on the ground, and its height was just above Sumo's abdomen. He reached out and grabbed the hilt, feeling the strength of the heavy sword. He nodded in satisfaction. When he first entered the game, Suemo chose to be a martial artist. Although the spirit class sounded cooler, he liked the feeling of punching flesh. Although he was tall and thin, his initial strength attribute was already at 10 points. After leveling up to LV5, it was now at 15 points. To him, the weight of the heavy sword was just right. It was just that carrying such a big sword with such a small body was a bit too shocking. Jianyu Xingchen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Boss, are you the son of the game designer? He stuttered. Damn, he gave out 2,000 reputation at once. He had been doing missions day and night, but he only had 300 reputation. It was so frustrating to compare himself to others. Suemo rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, his Ikeda was the best. His reputation was from helping him build the house, even though he didn't help much. Let's go back. He put the heavy sword on his back and chose the invisible mode of the armor. Not only could the armor itself become invisible, but it could also hide the weapons connected to it. It was quite powerful. This way, he wouldn't look so flashy. Jianyu Xingchen was full of admiration for Suemo. He decided that in the next mission, he would hold on to Sumo's leg tightly. If he followed boss, there would definitely be benefits. At this time, the cabin was still noisy. Two one-star elementalists sat in the corner and looked at each other. They could see the helplessness and worry in each other's eyes. They couldn't sympathize with the brave people around them. "Endies, we might not be able to meet again in this life." A slightly bald middle-aged man sighed and said to the lady beside him, "Professor Balin, don't be so pessimistic. Even if we are separated by two places, we can still communicate through the communicator." Endies comforted him softly. She was much younger than Balin. Strictly speaking, they were teacher and student, but now they were just colleagues. "I'm afraid, we won't even have this chance," Professor Balin said dejectedly. Endies was silent for a while before asking, "Then why did you sign up to go to Glaze City, Professor Balin?" Professor Balin shook his head. "The most experienced people are already old, and the less experienced ones can't handle the situation. Who else can I do such a big thing?" He looked at the lady again and said hesitantly, "But you are still so young and have a bright future ahead of you. Why do you want to take this risk?" Endies smiled. "How can I let the teachers take the lead for everything? Besides, if I reach Orchid City safely, I will be the dean of the branch and be on the same level as you." Professor Balin was angry and amused, but after being interrupted like this, his mood improved a lot. He looked at the group of reckless brave people. There were men and women among the brave people, and there was a huge difference in size. None of them were ugly, but they all gave off an unreliable feeling. He couldn't understand why His Majesty valued these brave people so much. They looked so weak. So what if they were found to be elementalists? Did he expect them to become true elementalists in such a short time? They didn't even know how to feel the presence of elements. "Professor, you don't have to worry. Besides the brave people, there are also experienced elite soldiers. They are a force that can be trusted. It is because of their existence that the Empire can survive until today." Endies was also worried, but she was more optimistic than Balin. "Let's hope so." Professor Balin sighed. The players who were whispered by the two teachers didn't know how unreliable they were in the eyes of the NPCs. At this time, a player came over with a licking face. "Professor Balin, Professor Endies, sorry to disturb you." He carefully bowed to the two of them. His movements were clumsy and funny, but at least compared to some of his companions, his words and actions were much more polite. Endies and Professor Balin looked at each other, then looked at the player and asked, "Brave one, what can I do for you?" Although she didn't think highly of the strength of the brave people, Endies still showed the humility and kindness of a teacher. She could even be said to be gentle. The player suddenly grinned and rubbed his hands. "Professor Endies, look, we are all elementalists now, and we are going to escort you to the other main cities soon. But we don't know any elementalist skills now. Can you and Professor Balin teach us?" As soon as this player finished his sentence, 159 pairs of eyes in the cabin looked over in unison. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire for knowledge. Even Endies and Professor Balin felt a little pressured by them. Elemental cultivation isn't something that can be done overnight. Professor Balin coughed softly and said sternly, "You haven't even started, and you want to learn skills? Be careful of the backlash." His cold face didn't scare the player away, and he continued to coax. "Then, Professor, please teach us the basics. We are going to escort you to fight against the powerful interstellar beasts soon, and we need to improve our strength, don't you think so?" Professor Balin glanced at him and frowned deeply. He looked at the player's eyes, obviously thinking that he was dreaming. "You want to improve your strength in such a short time? If it was so easy to become an elementalist, there wouldn't be so few one-star elementalists." Sue Silly, who was sitting in the palace and watching through the monitor of the shuttle, couldn't help but laugh. These players were exactly the same as he had imagined. He just didn't know, did these two professors know how to teach? He actually wanted to see if the players had a stronger talent than the NPCs when it came to learning elementalists. Otherwise, the difference in strength between the players and the NPCs was too big. The tenfold difference in HP wasn't something that could be offset by the resurrection talent. Professor Balin remained silent, and the other players followed suit. That's right, they wanted to learn skills. Weren't these two professors going there to be teachers? Then, they could teach them. Professor Balin and Endies looked at each other and nodded at her. Endies understood and stood up gently. "Since you want to learn, I'll use the time now to teach you the basic cultivation techniques." The first step of the so-called basic cultivation techniques was to feel the elements, and the second step was to absorb the elements using techniques. The techniques of the mental element and the warrior element were slightly different. The mental element used meditation techniques, while the warrior element used body tempering techniques. When Suemo and Stellar Blade returned to the cabin and heard Endiz's words, a system notification appeared in front of them. Endiz is teaching you the basic cultivation technique, body tempering techniques. Do you want to learn them? Sumo's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed to learn. Then, he found that he had entered a mysterious state. Endiz's words were full of abstract concepts, but he could understand them. Following the method she had taught him, he closed his eyes and sensed the colorful specks of light around him. Most of them were golden specks of light. The element he had chosen was the metal element. He waved his hand, and the golden specks of light surged toward him. Then, they scrambled to enter his body. It was a magical feeling. Suemo was so immersed in it that he forgot to move forward. At this moment, the cabin fell into an eerie silence. The players either closed their eyes or looked out of focus. Obviously, they had all entered a special state. Professor Balin, Endiz looked at this scene and looked at Professor Balin in disbelief. Professor Balin's eyes were wide open, and his lips were trembling. He was speechless. They were all one-star elementalists and had been teaching for many years. It was easy for them to see that these warriors had all entered the basic level. Endiz had only explained it once, and they all understood it. What an amazing talent! Professor Balin was confused. Did these warriors really not have any experience in elemental cultivation? At this moment, no one answered him. Because the players were immersed in the cultivation of the foundational spells, they did not notice the shock of the two professors at all. When someone came out of that state, the two professors' faces had returned to normal. Only Susili knew that they were faking it. Professor Balin tried to maintain his composure and said, "Congratulations, you've all entered the basic level." Seeing his calm expression, the players did not think it was a big deal. They hurriedly urged him, "Professor, hurry up and teach us the skills." Professor Balin's mouth twitched. He restrained his urge to scold them and looked at the dozens of graduates who came with him. They would follow him and Endiz to Orchid City and Glaze City to set up branches. Since the warriors want to learn, you can teach them. The instructors recovered from their shock and nodded in agreement. They looked at the players as if they were looking at monsters. How long did it take them to enter the basic level? It seemed to be almost a year, and these warriors actually understood it after listening to it once. And the point was, it was not just one or two, but all of them. They were muddle-headed, but they were not sloppy when it came to teaching. As for the skills, the players still learned them in one go. When they saw the flying skills in the cabin and almost affected the flight, all the elementalist instructors, including the two professors, fell into silence. Then, Professor Balin stood up and walked out of the cabin. Susili, who was watching the show through the surveillance video, suddenly received a letter from Dean Justin, saying that someone wanted to talk to him no matter what. Susili guessed something and nodded in agreement. Then, he saw the bald Professor Balin appear on the screen of the communication device. His expression was very strange, but his excitement and determination could be seen. "Your Majesty, I beg you to cancel the escort mission of the warriors. They need to go to the Elementalist College to further their studies. Please let them go back to study. Maybe one day, the warriors can really save the Empire. Please don't let them die too early." Listening to Professor Balin's impassioned speech, Susili was stunned for a moment. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Let the players come back. Why don't you ask them if they want to? If you really say that, they'll treat you as a monster and push you away." He shook his head and said mysteriously, "Professor Balin, it seems that you already understand the uniqueness of the heroes, but, compared to their elementalist talent, their racial characteristics are more magical. If you can observe this, maybe you can understand why I made this arrangement." Professor Balin was stunned. Magical racial characteristics. He hesitated for a moment and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please enlighten me." Susili thought about it and felt that there was nothing to hide. Moreover, letting the commander of the escort team know about this would make the players more useful. Otherwise, with their current strength, it would be difficult for the players to be valued by the commander. So, he explained to Professor Balin that the players could be resurrected. As for how he knew? Didn't a player die when the server was first opened? He could use him as an example. Listening to His Majesty's explanation, Professor Balin felt like he was in a dream. Resurrection? Is this a joke? Is there really such a racial characteristic? After a long time, he found his voice again and couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, isn't this conclusion too hasty? Maybe. Maybe the previous hero did die, and the one who appeared again was his brother? Susili glanced at him. He knew this would happen, so he didn't tell the NPCs before. Because if he did, he would have to explain a lot, and the key was that the NPCs might not believe him. He didn't want to waste any more words, so he waved his hand and said, When we reach the border, tell this to the commander. As for whether it's true or not, you can find out for yourself. After that, Susili didn't continue to argue with him and hung up the communication. He looked at the surveillance screen and didn't care anymore. He got up and left the secret room. Just as he was about to go out for a walk, his communication device rang. It was Xiao Wu. The little robot floated on the communication device and shouted happily, Brother, good morning, good morning. Susili smiled. He was in a good mood. Xiao Wu didn't come out for no reason. It looked at Susili and asked, Brother, there's new news on the Star Web. It's about that blockhead from before. Do you want to take a look? The current Xiao Wu didn't sound like a robot at all. She was just like a cute and dedicated little cutie. Would? Susili blinked. Oh, I remember now. It was the researcher who wanted to invite me to sing for his sister. He didn't give up even after I rejected him. He even said that he would consider coming to Xianxia Star. Okay, I'll take a look. Susili nodded. Okay, big brother, please wait a moment. Soon, a few lines of text appeared on the screen. Susili glanced at it and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This researcher is really going to come. Furthermore, he had done a lot of research on this matter and knew that Xianxia Star was indeed not safe. He even requested help from the Star Alliance. Now, he needed the permission of the planet's owner, His Majesty the Emperor. Only then would he be allowed to enter through the safe passage. Otherwise, if he came rashly, not to mention the Bavad Empire, the siblings might not even be able to safely escape the attack of the Sky Interstellar Beast. Susili couldn't help but touch his chin. It seemed that this researcher was quite capable. He was actually able to find the Galactic Alliance directly and actually received help from them. He didn't mind forming a good relationship. With that in mind, he asked Xiao Wu to reply to the other party and agree to authorize him and his sister to come in. Then, he turned off the communication device and walked into the singing room. The only two skills he mastered could be upgraded today. He didn't know what kind of changes there would be, but he was looking forward to it. In the singing room, sunlight shone through the tempered glass and illuminated the whole room. It made people feel bright and comfortable. A young man wearing a loose robe stepped barefoot on the soft carpet. He took a guitar and sat on a chair by the window. Dang, as his fingertips brushed lightly, the strings produced a gentle and quiet melody. The soundproofing of the singing room was very good. Even if he shouted inside, no sound could be heard outside. What's more, he could now perfectly control his voice within the range that he wanted. A low singing voice echoed in the room. The sound elements became active and jumped around like children. However, before they could spread out through the wall, there was an invisible barrier between the walls. Outside the wall, the sound elements wandered calmly and were not affected at all. They were not like the sound elements in the singing room that were jumping around wildly. Susili sang in a low voice and infused his magic into the sound elements. Although it was just a normal guitar, he could clearly feel that his control of the sound elements had increased by a lot with the accompaniment of other instruments. Ding! Successfully activated the area of effect skill, Germinal. Proficiency +1, ding. Germinal, S proficiency has reached 100. Level increased to level 2, Susili blinked and saw that, Germinal, had increased by 1 level. He couldn't help but feel relieved. After singing it 100 times, it finally leveled up. He quickly opened the skill panel and looked at the attributes of the upgraded song. Germinal, genre, Eshtar folk song attribute, sound level, level 2 effect, area of effect skill. Allows the listener to be immersed in the vitality of a spring breeze and achieve a state of youthful vigor, stimulating growth. Battle effect 1. Recovers 20 health points per second until the end of the song. 2. After listening to a certain number of times, the listener's elemental affinity will be slightly increased. Mana consumption, 100 current proficiency, 100/500 from recovering 10 HP per second, it was now recovering 20 HP per second. This meant that he could recover 1,200 health points per minute. It would take 5 minutes to sing a complete song, which meant that he could recover 6,000 health points per song. At the current stage, this was a very good healing skill. Susili smiled slightly. As for the second attribute, it had also changed from extremely small increase to very small increase. He just didn't know how big the difference was. Also, it required 500 proficiency to level up 3 times, which meant that he would have to sing it another 400 times. Susili shook his head and closed the skill panel. Although he liked music, he had always been a talent cheat. In his previous life, other than national tours, he rarely sang the same song so many times in such a short period of time. 100 times was already difficult enough, let alone 400 times. Susili decided to take it slow and not be in a hurry. He smacked his lips and felt a little thirsty. Just as he took off his guitar, he heard a knock on the door. There was only one person who could knock on the door of his room. "Come in," he said lazily. His volume was not too loud and should not have been heard, but the doorknob turned gently, and then a familiar tall figure appeared in front of him. "Your Majesty." The man looked at him and smiled slightly. His beautiful gray-blue eyes were like the Milky Way in the sky, shining with a light that even Susili couldn't help but be mesmerized. While Susili was in a daze, the man had already arrived in front of him with a tray in his hands. He said considerately, "Your Majesty, do you need to rest for a while?" Looking at the tea set and pastries on the tray, Susili pursed his lips. He stood up and took the tray, then put it on the table beside him. "Don't do these things in the future." He put the guitar in its original position and said to Xixing. Hearing this, Xixing blinked and looked at him in confusion. The young man didn't look at him. Instead, he lowered his head and picked up a biscuit on the plate. He took a bite and threw it away. The biscuit hit the porcelain plate and made a crisp sound. Then, he picked up the teacup and put his red lips on the edge of the cup. He took a sip and said, "You are the marshal. You don't have to do these things for me." He was now doing all the maid's work. Recently, Janice had been so bored that she was about to grow mushrooms. Xixing clenched his fists slightly. After a long time, he suddenly said softly, "Then I won't be the marshal." This time, it was Susili's turn to be stunned. He turned to look at Xixing. The light in the man's eyes dimmed. His handsome face was still cold and indifferent, but now there was a pitiful look. He blinked, put down the teacup, and walked over to him. The young man came in front of Xixing and gently touched his cheek. He asked curiously, "Xixing, what's wrong?" Xixing didn't say anything. He lowered his eyes and stared deeply at the young man. In the end, Susili was defeated. "Okay." He pursed his lips and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you find it annoying?" He felt that it was a waste of his talent to let the powerful Xixing do such trivial things. He also didn't want to see him suffer so much to please him. Xixing looked at the young man. Just as he was about to retract his hand, he raised his hand and held it. The young man's hand was delicate and smooth, completely different from his rough hand. It emitted a warmth that made him reluctant to part with it. How could it be annoying? To be able to take care of him and be close to him like this was something that he yearned for day and night. However, this admiration could only be buried in the bottom of his heart. He said softly, "Your Majesty's matters are important to me." Susili didn't seem to realize that he was being taken advantage of as he was being held by him. However, Xixing's deep and charming eyes made him feel a little embarrassed. Damn, why is this guy so good at talking? When the game team transferred his data, did they add a sweet-talking attribute to him? Susili silently looked away, then couldn't help but retract his hand. Looking at the musical instruments in the room, he tried to find a topic to talk about. "Oh, I wonder how the weapon shop in Mercenary Town is doing," this change of topic was very stiff. Towards the end, Su Silly felt a little embarrassed. Xixing played along and said, "Your Majesty, do you want to go and take a look?" Su Silly paused. It was true that he hadn't been out for a long time. When he went to Doha town for an inspection, he only took a spin in the sky before being delayed by other matters. Sure. He nodded cheerfully. It was so convenient with Xixing around. After changing his clothes, Su Silly and Xixing rode the shadow leopard out of the palace. As soon as they exited the inner city gates, he looked down and saw groups of people walking on the main road. They were so densely packed that they looked like ants. Su Silly looked at the starting point of the flow of people. It was the slum he had seen before. Old and shabby bungalows were connected together. Many of them didn't even have a roof over their heads. They could only live in tents. Where were they going now? Slow down, Jiao Yu. Let's go ahead and take a look, Su Silly said. The shadow leopard was used to Su Silly's orders. It let out a low growl and carried the two of them forward. Finally, they came to a fork in the road. The main road that led to Mercenary Town had split into two after the completion of the Elementalists' construction. It was now heading in the direction of Doha Town. Looking at the direction of the flow of people, Su Silly seemed to understand something. He brought up the interface of Doha Town and saw that the population was increasing rapidly. Perhaps the residential buildings in Doha Town had already been built, so when Jishan had organized these slum dwellers to move to Doha Town. In the flow of people, he did see the silhouettes of soldiers. Looking at the gradually emptying slums, then looking down at the people rushing to Doha Town, Su Silly's lips curled up. In the past, every time he passed by here and saw the slums, he would feel depressed. But now, everything was getting better. Maybe when the construction of Doha Town was completed, the next area to be upgraded could be the slums. It was close to the inner city, so the geographical location was not bad. Maybe it could be developed into a special area. For example, as a players' guild territory, large mercenary groups all had their own private territories, which were usually funded by the financial backer. There were too few players at the moment to establish a mercenary group, but that did not mean that it would not be possible in the future. Players would definitely be included in the mercenary system. He was preparing to expand the mercenary system to the entire country. Currently, it was limited by communication devices, but as the country developed, it would definitely be possible for everyone to have a communication device in the future. When that time came, the mercenary platform would be very convenient. A guild territory would also be a way to motivate players to work hard. A piece of territory would definitely allow players to work hard day and night. Anyway, he had a lot of wastelands now, so it was not a big deal to give some to the players. They would be able to build on their own accord, and he would just have to lie down and collect taxes. Su Silly planned in his mind. How about this epic quest? Just reward a piece of land, but these 162 players were definitely not from the same guild. Would they fight? Then why not change the original Colosseum into an arena? Let the players fight there, and he could even charge some entrance fees? He could even continue with the TV broadcast. After all, the mercenary town was now flourishing, and it was no longer suitable to operate the Colosseum. This was because if he did not control it well, it would very likely be like the riot of the frozen beast last time, which would cause a huge loss. The young man's lips curled up in delight, and his little abacus rang loudly in his heart. Xixing, who was hugging him, once again felt his absent-minded mind. He was a little helpless, but his mouth curved into a doting smile. Under his control, 9 moons fluttered his shadow wings and continued to fly in the direction of the mercenary town. Mercenary Town. Su Lin's residence. After successfully cultivating the Snow Valley and producing a few thousand pounds in one go, Su Lin did not go farming anymore. Now, the new wood elementalists were taking care of the farms. He did not keep it a secret and made the Dark Valley's cultivation method public. This allowed the wood elementalists to quickly earn points, and also allowed the mercenary town's granaries to be built one after another. As for himself, he immersed himself in the Elementalist College's library, flipping through various ancient books and materials, trying to find clues to develop the blood potion. He once boasted in front of His Majesty that he would develop the blood potion as soon as possible, so that the soldiers on the front lines would not die because they could not be treated in time. This was not just empty talk. Su Lin had always kept this in mind, so he desperately cultivated the Snow Valley. Even if he suffered a lot, he did not give up. In the end, it took him a month to cultivate it. The results were delightful, but Su Lin did not let the victory go to his head. He had only taken the first step in his journey of thousands of miles, and there were still many problems to be solved. It was worth mentioning that, as Su Lin used his magic power day and night to accelerate the ripening of the rice, and squeezed himself to the limit every day, he successfully stepped into the threshold of a one-star elementalist. He was the first spirit elementalist to correct the path of cultivation. In just a month, he rushed from the bottom of the class to the one-star ranks. It had to be said that this shocked countless people, and at the same time, it also excited his classmates. Su Lin occasionally heard these words of worship and admiration, but he knew that compared to His Majesty, he was nothing. His Majesty was the real genius. Unfortunately, not many people knew this. In many people's eyes, His Majesty was still the young monarch who had just ascended the throne. He was too young, and even if he had grown, he could not completely convince the people. Su Lin felt that these people were bullshit. Without His Majesty, where would he be? Where would there be the current mercenary town? He always remembered that day when the young emperor gently patted him on the shoulder and said those words to him. He would not let His Majesty down. However, immersing himself in the library for days could not provide him with any clues. Just as he was feeling very depressed, Dean Justin gave him a potion formula. The dean said that it was given to him by His Majesty. When he saw the name of the material in the Snow Valley, Su Lin understood. This was the formula for the blood potion. Su Lin did not know where His Majesty got it from, but he knew that as long as it was given by His Majesty, it could not be wrong. This was the formula for the blood potion. However, just having the formula was not enough. He still needed to refine the finished product, especially the last step of elemental refinement. This was something that only the long-lost elemental pharmacists could do. Su Lin was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was very excited. Having the correct formula could already save him a lot of detours. Now, what he needed to do was to refine the actual product. Su Lin, who was full of research spirit, once again immersed himself in the experiment. He shut himself in his little wooden house every day, only coming out when the materials were used up. One day, Su Yi, who could not stand it anymore, knocked on his younger brother's door. Su Lin, who opened the door, had 2 large dark circles under his eyes and a haggard face. He was somewhat puzzled when he saw his younger brother standing outside. "Brother, why are you here?" Su Yi's usually gentle expression was somewhat dark at this moment. He looked at his younger brother worriedly and said, "Lin, you can't go on like this." "Brother, what are you talking about?" Su Lin was at a loss. He scratched his head and remembered why he had just come out. He quickly said, "I'm going to find someone. I won't talk to you anymore." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Su Yi grabbed him and said, "Who are you looking for? I'll help you, but you have to promise me that you'll take a good bath and rest." He stuffed the food box in his hand into his brother's hands. "Also, eat the food." Su Lin opened his mouth, but Su Yi flicked his forehead. "Remember, you're still underage. I still have the right to control you." Su Yi held the food box, rubbed his forehead, and pursed his lips. "All right then. Brother, help me find a fire elementalist. It'd be best if he's at least half a star." "Okay." Not long after, when Su Yi pulled Gulai over, he found that Su Lin had fallen asleep on the table halfway through his meal. He sighed and did not wake him up. He took a blanket and put it on him, then pulled Gulai to sit beside him and watch over him. Gulai cooperated. In the past month, he and Su Yi had been managing the team together, and they had learned a lot from each other. Now, he was no longer like before, where he had to compete with Su Yi. But, why did Su Yi pull him here, at the border of the imperial city? Tents were set up on the west side of the military camp. On the square on the east side, the soldiers were practicing. They let out uniform and loud roars, and the sound spread far and wide. The players heard the commotion on the shuttle. At this moment, their teaching activities had been suspended for a while. After all, the flight time was quite long, and not everyone could stay in the game all the time. Many people went offline during the flight and only logged back in when it was about time. Professor Balin, who was reminded by Sue Silly, secretly observed the players and noticed that they disappeared and reappeared out of thin air. He made a mental note of this and planned to explain this matter to the commander when he saw him. When the destination was in sight, the players rushed to the window, trying to see the military camp below. Professor Balin felt that the comical scene was unreliable. The people in the military also felt that it was unreliable. General Joyce was the current leader of the border army. After receiving the order from the marshal to investigate the Braves, he was deeply puzzled. It was fine if the little king did not understand, but why did the marshal, who had been through hundreds of battles, follow suit? Escort missions had always been extremely difficult, and the casualty rate was very high. It was a test of the soldier's ability and tacit understanding. He did not think that adding more than 100 people at the last minute would make the escort mission more successful. On the contrary, it would bring endless trouble. He did not want the elites that he had painstakingly trained to die in the mouth of the interstellar beasts because of such a stupid order, and such puzzlement turned into deep dissatisfaction and anger when he saw the players in person. Of course, these heroes had elemental waves on them. They were all elementalists, but they were really too weak. Perhaps he could crush them with one finger. Counting on such people to complete the escort mission? General Joyce seemed to have seen the elites that he had painstakingly trained to be completely annihilated. He definitely could not allow such people to join the team, otherwise, the 202 soldiers wouldn't be escorting 20 people, but 182 people instead. General Joyce's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He pursed his lips and decided that no matter what, he would stop such a ridiculous decision. Li Lai was a wind elementalist with strength close to 2 stars. He had recently been promoted to lieutenant colonel and was tasked with escorting 10 elementalist instructors to Orchid City. He had followed the escort team to and from Orchid City 3 times, so he understood the dangers of this journey. When he saw that among the people assigned to him, apart from the 10 barely passable elementalists, there were close to 100 bravehearts who couldn't even compare to a 3-year-old child, one could only imagine his expression. He went to report to General Joyce, but the order he received was that he had to bring these bravehearts with him. The only good news was that he didn't need to care about the life or death of these bravehearts. He only needed to escort the 10 instructors to Orchid City and return the same way. General Joyce was a man of his word, so Li Lai had no choice but to angrily leave with the other lieutenant colonel who had come with him. That lieutenant colonel also received the mission to lead the escort team to Glaze City. Looking at the backs of the 2 lieutenant colonels, General Joyce's face darkened as he looked at the controller sitting in front of the monitor. Activate the surveillance. Understood. Following General Joyce's order, 2 B-shaped flying monitors took off from the base and headed in the direction of Orchid City and Glaze City respectively. These 2 flying monitors were sent from the Imperial City a few days ago. They were high-tech extraterrestrial technology. The B-shaped design was only the size of an adult's fingernail. It was extremely stealthy and could fly tens of thousands of kilometers in the wild. It carried a powerful signal transmission equipment that wouldn't be affected by distance and could steadily transmit images back. It could also absorb sunlight as a source of energy, so there was no need to worry about a lack of energy. After the initial adjustment and adaptation, it had been flexibly used in military operations. With these 2 flying monitors, the frontline troops would have an extra pair of eyes. They would be able to know the situation ahead of time and better formulate a plan of action. This would undoubtedly increase the efficiency of the operation and greatly reduce unnecessary casualties. The 2 B-shaped monitors would also participate in this escort mission. They would transmit real-time information back and the command center would process the information and transmit it to the 2 leaders. Seeing the group of bravehearts appear on the screen, General Joyce's face darkened even more. His entire body was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. His request was rejected mercilessly by the marshal. If he continued to insist on keeping the brave warrior in the base, the position of commander would be replaced by someone else. He did not doubt that if he really said another word, the marshal would not dismiss him. Although Cixing was young, he was the guardian of the Roland Empire and the soul of the entire army. He was not someone General Joyce could disobey. Therefore, General Joyce had no choice but to endure. He couldn't watch his subordinates die. The only thing he could do was to ignore the safety of those brave warriors. When necessary, he could even give it up. General Joyce's eyes flashed with disgust as he looked at the warriors who were still smiling in the surveillance video. He would let that little majesty know that a weakling would always be a weakling. He should stay in his position and not interfere at will and cause trouble for others. The players didn't know that they were being monitored. After meeting their leaders and elite soldiers in the square, they followed their respective teams and boarded the military shuttles again. The shuttles slowly took off and passed through the city walls. The moment they passed through the city gates, a hole opened in the barrier of the protection circle. After they passed through, it quickly closed. Then, the shuttles began to descend, almost touching the ground as they flew forward. After 3 years of hard work, the frontline army had cleared the interstellar beasts at the southern border and pushed the border a few kilometers forward. However, the protection circle couldn't expand outwards. Although the ground was safe, the sky was still not safe. Therefore, the shuttles could only fly close to the ground to avoid provoking the overlords in the sky. The modeling of this game is really amazing. A few female players gathered together and whispered to each other. Their eyes fell on the 100 elite soldiers opposite them. Several pairs of starry eyes were fixed on Kapika. They were all ready to go. Although not all of them looked majestic, the fierce aura they exuded, as well as the discipline they displayed, was inexplicably shocking. Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai is so handsome. I didn't expect him to be a lieutenant colonel in the starry sky. Woo-woo, I didn't understand him before. Now that I see him in person, I'm really amazed. Is Li Lai also a card of God? Why don't I have any impression of him? Yeah, he's a white card. He's a military officer who likes to cook. There's a bonus for running a restaurant. Li Lai, who was standing at the front of the line, was expressionless. However, if one looked closely, they could see his tightly clenched teeth and the faint bulging veins on his forehead. Although he was mentally prepared, the discipline of this group of brave warriors was still so bad that he wanted to beat them up. What did they think they were going to do? A field trip? Therefore, the chattering players soon received a notification that their favorability had dropped. Ding. Li Lai's favorability towards you has dropped by 1,000. He is now in the disgust range and may attack you at any time. Please be careful. F*CK, his favorability dropped by 1,000 in one go? Qingyan's expression was also ugly. She clearly didn't do anything this time. She was just discussing the next strategy with a few professional gods. How did his favorability drop to her? After asking, she found that everyone's favorability had dropped by 1,000. She was probably implicated. It seemed like her Li Jiu was still the best. Whoever provoked him would have their favorable impression of him reduced. He wouldn't implicate others. Qingyan cursed in her mind and finally remembered to restrain the players in the team channel. She said in a low voice, "This is an epic quest. Everyone, be alert. No one wants to fail the quest, right? Just treat it as role-playing. We are now soldiers. Look at those NPC soldiers next door. We will do what they do. Don't be distracted from now on. Follow orders." Qingyan still had a lot of prestige. The 80 players immediately quieted down and put away their sloppiness. Their attitude became much more serious. Li Lai glanced at everyone. He didn't know why these brave warriors suddenly became serious, but it didn't affect his impression of them. Seeing that they had finally settled down, he didn't waste any more time and started to talk about this mission. This time, we will escort 10 elementalist teachers to Orchid City and build an elementalist branch in Orchid City. This way, we don't need to escort the children to the royal capital this year. This was actually good news for them. Of course, if these brave warriors didn't interfere. When we reach the front line, the shuttle will no longer be able to be used. At that time, we will need to walk to Orchid City. The estimated time is 7 days. Within 7 days, we must reach Orchid City. Because the rations and supplies we brought can only last for 7 days. If we can't reach Orchid City in 7 days, we will be in a huge predicament. Hearing this, the players suddenly realized a very serious problem. This mission actually had to last for a week. If the NPC team left while they were offline, they would be left in the same place. Then, the mission would fail, but they were not NPCs. Although the game cabin had nutrient fluids, it was not enough to support them for so long. Other than professional players, who could play games day and night every day? This mission was too unreasonable. They didn't even think of letting the players complete it, right, in the royal palace. Susili looked at the content sent back by the flight monitoring device. This device was newly bought by him and sent to the front line. There was also a monitoring point in the secret room. After hearing Li Lai's words, he finally realized that something was wrong. This was a very big loophole, and it had a lot of restrictions on the players, but, if the players failed the mission, then so be it. As long as Li Lai and the others could successfully reach Orchid City and Glaze City, it would not make a difference to him. But he still had to increase the stakes and make the players work harder to complete the mission. He opened the mission editor and organized his words. Just as the players were a little afraid, a notification suddenly appeared in front of them. Ding! Successfully triggered the elite mission, Elementalist Branch, Orchid City. Description: this is a side mission of the epic mission, Elementalist Branch. Please escort 10 Elementalist teachers to Orchid City and establish the Elementalist Branch, 0/10. Mission reward, large amount of EXP, reputation, land building order, shard, *1 at this moment. Not only the Imperial City players, but also the LV5 players in Orchid City and Glaze City had received the elite mission corresponding to the main city. When they saw the description of the land building order, everyone was excited. Land building order, shard: collect 50 shards to exchange for a piece of land in the faction storage for mercenary group territory construction. F***CK, mercenary group territory? Is this the meaning of a guild base? Although there was no sign of a guild since it was still in the beta, this did not stop the players from being excited and passionate. This was a treasure. As long as one had played the game, they would understand the value of this thing. Even if they did not join a guild, this shard could be sold for a good price. After all, with the potential shown by the Star Age, this shard could definitely be sold. The Orchid City players who were complaining all shut up at this moment. After all, they did not need to do anything to get the mission reward. Of course, except for the players who had not reached LV5. And the Twilight Frost City players who had not received the mission started to rejoice. Maybe they could get a share of the reward later? Now they had to do the daily missions to level up. The influence of the base token was huge. The player spirit suddenly increased to a whole new level. Originally, most of these 162 players were professional players. Although they had to immerse themselves in the game for 7 days and 7 nights, and the difficulty was not normal, but it was the base token shard. Just now, they had received the message from their respective clubs. No matter what, they had to complete the mission and get the base token shard. A few of them even waved their hands and very decisively gave out very generous rewards. It was no wonder that the club suddenly paid so much attention to it. Because in the first week of the beta, Star Age dominated all the major game review sites, video sites, and the biggest social media search list. Holographic games had been on people's minds for many years. In these few years, there were a few that came out, but the quality was generally poor and did not cause much of a stir. But Star Age was different. Its technology was definitely the best in the world. It was even hard for people to believe that the video of the starry sky was not fake. Until more and more players started to live stream the game, and more high-quality videos appeared. The netizens had to believe that this holographic game was for real. Just this point alone was enough to ignite the enthusiasm of the game enthusiasts. Of course, the only downside of Star Age was that the gaming cabin was too expensive. And the one-person one-cabin limit was also a great deterrent. But if during the open beta, the cheaper gaming helmet could be released, this problem would be solved very well. And now, those clubs with foresight had already started to fight for the game resources. The guild encampment was a must. The players rubbed their hands together excitedly. Wasn't it just 7 days? They were going to work hard. Anyway, the body was in a dormant state in the gaming cabin, so there was no risk of sudden death. And according to the settings of NPCs, they would definitely need to rest and eat in the middle of the game, so they could just go offline during that time. The station token fragment. They must get it. Looking at the players' bright eyes and excited expressions, Li Lai felt that this group of brave players might be sick in the head. He sighed in his heart, suppressed his worries about the future journey, and continued to explain. Between the Imperial City and Lanua City, the most dangerous places are the Asmo Mountains and the Naria River. Cross these two natural barriers, and our mission will be 80% complete. Li Lai said seriously, the Asmo Mountains are densely covered with forests, and there are countless aggressive plants and 1- and 2-star beasts. A screen appeared beside him, and the screen kept showing various galactic beasts that had been detected so far. In fact, we even found traces of 3-star beasts recently. On the picture, a huge figure appeared. According to Li Lai's explanation, this was a 3-star beast called the Rock Beast. It could disguise itself as a huge mountain rock, and it was difficult to see with naked eyes. This was discovered by the flight monitor. The soldiers listened very seriously, even though this information was something they had memorized by heart. And the players also restrained themselves. This information could greatly increase the mission completion rate, so they naturally valued it. Some even started to record, and Areiko had already started the live broadcast. Now, most of the people in the forum were watching her live broadcast, and then crazily discussing this mission. Even players from other main cities joined in, helping to come up with ideas. This time, the most miserable were probably the beta players from the two main cities, Twilight Frost and Starcatcher. There were already people on the forum who mocked that the Imperial City players were the producer's sons, Lanua and Ocean of Glass were picked up, and Twilight Frost and Starcatcher were probably the sons of Old One next door. However, after the new elite mission came out, everyone had a higher awareness. The one who seriously did the daily leveling up was the real son. The benefits might be late, but they would never be absent. This further led to the enthusiasm of the new players during the open beta, but it was still too early to talk about this. Soon, in the forum, there was a guru who sorted out all the interstellar beasts mentioned by Li Lai. After Gentle Yen saw it, she directly gave each of her teammates a copy. This was the advantage of having a forum embedded in the game. The information in the forum could be used directly in the game. Previously, someone had experimented with it. Because of the difference in level, they could not detect the information of NPCs. However, if the players downloaded the information compiled by the forum, the system could automatically detect and display the information of the NPCs with the highest matching score in the database. This setting was very interesting, and it greatly satisfied the hobby of the textual research players. What could be more encouraging than the information compiled by oneself being used by everyone? Li Lai was still explaining, not only for the heroes, but also for the 10 instructors. As elementalists, although their combat power was not strong, if they understood this information in advance, they might be able to provide some help at critical moments. The Naria River is the second obstacle. The entire river is over 1,000 meters wide, and there are countless river beasts in the water. The largest one observed so far is about 400 meters long. On the screen, the image of the river beasts appeared. They looked very similar to fish, but their bodies were countless times larger. Of course, we don't need to go into the water. Li Lai said, above the Naria River, there is a giant bridge that was left over 100 years ago. Now, there are only 2 iron chains left. We can use these 2 iron chains to cross the river. When crossing the Naria River, we need to pay attention to these silver flying fish. A picture appeared. These flying fish are about the size of an arm. They are not strong, but they will jump out of the river and knock their prey into the water. Apart from these 2 dangerous places, there are other difficult environments. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Li Lai's expression was calm, and he spoke at a steady pace, giving people a feeling that he was trustworthy. When we are attacked by the interstellar beasts, do not engage in battle unless you have no other choice. This is because once we are delayed, we may be surrounded by countless interstellar beasts. When that time comes, no one can save us. Remember, our goal is to move forward as fast as possible. Move forward, move forward. No matter how strong or weak the interstellar beasts are, do not be disturbed. When you are in the wild, you are no longer yourself. You are a whole. Before you do anything, think of your teammates. At this time, the flying shuttle slowly landed. They had reached the real border, and it was no longer suitable to use aircraft to go further. Li Lai let the soldiers and elementalist instructors disembark first, but he asked the players to stay. After the others left, his gaze fell on the players. At this time, the players had already restrained their attitude, afraid that this leader would be unhappy and kick them out of the team. The intelligence of the NPCs in space was too high. You could not use ordinary NPCs to guess. However, they gave Li Lai a bad impression. He glanced at everyone one by one, and his voice became stern. For the brave ones, I have no other request. I only hope that you will not cause trouble. I don't understand why His Majesty wants you to participate in such a dangerous mission, and I don't know why the Marshal and the General agreed. But in my opinion, you are not strong enough. Li Lai said bluntly, you are as weak as a 3-year-old child, and even a 3-year-old child is stronger than you. Your participation makes me feel deeply uneasy. His words made all the players hold their breaths. Even a peaceful player like Sumo could not help but frown. They were looked down upon by an NPC, however, Li Lai did not seem to notice. He continued, I know you may not be convinced, but this is the truth. I don't know what special abilities you have that allow you to be so cheerful in the face of such a dangerous mission, without any sense of crisis. I hope that you can at least be obedient. I will try my best to keep you alive so that you will not die in vain and become nutrients for the interstellar beasts. But in times of crisis, I cannot guarantee that I will not make the decision to abandon you. It is not too late to withdraw now. If you take the initiative, I believe that His Majesty and the Marshal will not make things difficult for you. Li Lai's words could be said to be sincere, but the players had strange expressions when they heard it. Of course, being looked down upon was not good, but this leader did not seem to have a bad heart. But, withdrawing was impossible. Even if they had to be shameless, they had to follow the team. Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai, you don't have to worry about this. If there is any danger, just run. Don't worry about us. That's right. Don't do anything stupid like sacrificing your comrades to save us. Yes, yes, yes. Your lives are the most important. Of course, if any of us die, I hope you can bring our corpses with you, although they could be revived on the spot. If the team left, they would be left behind. It could be said that every player that died was one less player. Unless they brought their corpses with them, they would be back in 30 minutes. Li Lai looked at these brave players and once again felt that there was something wrong with their heads. He had already said all the good and bad things, but they did not listen. He could not do anything about it. There was no point in saying more. Li Lai did not waste any more time. Instead, he ordered people to bring the equipment over and then distributed it. Every player was given the same armor as the soldiers and a laser gun. When they touched the guns, all the players were as excited as children. But soon, Li Lai realized the problem. Did these brave players know how to shoot? There was a training room at the border base. The estimated time of departure was the next morning. Therefore, he led the players to do a test. Very soon, the results were out. Only half of these brave players could barely hit the mark. The rest could not hit the mark. This was still shooting at the target. If they were to shoot while moving, the results would be even worse. Li Lai's face could not be any darker. He did not say much. He confiscated the laser guns from the other half of the players and replaced them with cold weapons. He was very worried that these guys would hit his teammates. Players in the same team would not be hit. But it was hard to say if it was an NPC. After all, even now, Li Lai was a target. Therefore, although the players did not want to give up the laser guns, they obediently changed to cold weapons. Anyway, the armor and weapons were already a pleasant surprise. Many people could not help but feel that an epic mission was indeed different. The cloud players who were watching the live broadcast could not help but feel jealous. The armor and weapons added up to 2,000 reputation points. They were so jealous. Xianxia put on the armor and showed the laser gun to the players who changed to cold weapons. He was very proud of himself. He was an expert in counter-strike. Shooting at targets was a piece of cake. He then looked at Sumo, who put away the laser gun and lamented, "Boss, you changed your armor too early. What a pity. 1,000 reputation points. That could be exchanged for 2,000 dollars. Just thinking about it made his heart ache." Sumo rolled his eyes. "Pity my ass." The armor exchanged was bound to the player, but the one given by the army was not. He could take it back and give it to Ikeda. It would be great if he could get an invisible helmet. Ikeda was running around the construction site all day, so it needed a helmet. That night, the players settled down at the temporary base built at the border. The next morning, they would depart for Lanyu City. Gentle Yen, Lin Mook, and a few other big shots created a temporary channel to exchange information and discuss their next move. Meanwhile, a portion of the players logged off to deal with matters in the real world. At the same time, they were also preparing to stay online for the next 7 days. 7 days and 7 nights, it was quite unbearable. Hua Sui did not fit in with the people around him. He found a corner and was about to go offline when he heard a familiar voice. "You're Hua Sui?" He turned his head and found that it was Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai. The youth looked at him coldly. This week was a life worse than death for him. No one knew how he managed to survive in the recruit camp. Even if he died, he could not lower his realism. Even if he went offline, his training time would not be reduced. He had to undergo 15 days of training in the recruit camp to complete this elite mission. Li Zhiqing was truly ruthless. Other than Han, he was the second most hated NPC in the world. When he became stronger, he would teach Li Zhiyu a lesson sooner or later. As for abandoning the game, that was impossible. He wanted to defeat him with such a small setback? Humph, no way. Hua Sui looked at Li Lai with a cold expression. He still did not have a good impression of NPCs, but he had to admit that this period of time in the military camp made him feel a little attached to the army. Devil Han was very annoying, but because he was young, his NPC comrades took good care of him. They even made him feel a warmth and sincerity that he had never felt in real life. However, it was only limited to a small group of NPCs. Li Lai walked in front of Hua Sui and looked him up and down. This thin and weak youth did not look special. It was hard to imagine that he could complete the most difficult recruit training and persevere for almost a week. Han just contacted me. He said that you are very special. Li Lai said, I hope you don't disappoint me. This mission. Live well. After saying that, he passed a laser gun to him. Hua Sui frowned and did not take it. Take it. Li Lai said, Han gave this to me before. It is now yours. He asked you to give it to me? Hua Sui finally spoke. Li Lai shook his head. He didn't say that, but I understand what he meant. You are a good seedling. I hope you can grow up and serve the Empire together. He gave the gun to Hua Sui, patted his shoulder, and turned to leave. Radiant 3000, description, 9th generation laser gun, produced in the Flanda Interstellar Federation, standard equipment quality, silver effect, each hit will cause 1500 to 2000 physical damage, 500-1000 light damage, with a 5% critical hit bonus. Durability, 90 energy, 100% owner, Han. This was a silver equipment, a grade higher than the bronze equipment of other players. The highest damage was a full 1000, and it also had a critical hit bonus. At the current stage, it could be considered a godly equipment. Hua Sui pursed his lips, his eyes slightly red. F***ck, why did I do such unnecessary things? Serve the Empire together? Don't be king joke. He curled his lips, but when he looked at the gun, he could not help but pause, and then carefully hid it in his arms. After a while, his body slowly disappeared. The next day quickly arrived, and the escort team was ready to leave. The instructor leader heading to Orchid City was Endes. Before they left, Professor Balin told her a shocking piece of information and asked her to pass it on to Li Lai. But until they left, she did not find a chance to tell him. Of course, she was skeptical, and the commander probably would not believe it either. After leaving the frontline base, the team officially entered the wilderness without any protection and began their rapid march. Li Lai was a level 19 wind elementalist, and in this team, he was the strongest in all aspects. Before entering the forest, he buffed everyone with Lighten. Lighten was one of the more difficult basic wind elemental spells to master, and he did not think that the half-star wind elementalist instructor could master Lighten. Buffing 200 people with Lighten in one go was a bit stressful for him. But there was no other way. Wind elementalists were one of the 5 rare elements, and there were not many wind elementalists in the army, and very few spirit elementalists. This time, there was only one other one-star wind elementalist in the team, and he could not buff his teammates with lighten. However, when he was about to give the order to leave, the players who had been obedient all this time could not help but speak up. It was a girl who looked weak, and when he asked if there was another question, she hesitantly raised her hand. "Speak." Li Lai had a fierce look on his face. The female player could not help but tremble. This game was too realistic, and it was not friendly to introverted people. However, with Qingyan's encouragement, she still asked that. "Sir Lieutenant Colonel, can you teach us lighten?" Li Lai twitched his mouth, and even General Joy shook his head when he saw this scene in the command center. He just knew that these brave warriors would cause trouble. Why did His Majesty send them here? Did he want to use this opportunity to eliminate the dissidents? "Are you a spirit elementalist, wind elementalist?" Li Lai asked coldly. Did they think that everyone could learn lighten? He felt that it was necessary to teach these warriors a lesson. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the girl nod. "Yes, I am a spirit elementalist." Then, without waiting for him to speak, about 10 of her companions beside her stood up. "Yes, us too." Li Lai blinked. 11, all of them? The elementalist instructor looked at Li Lai strangely, and they wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, it was Endis who said, "Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai, why don't you teach them? These warriors are very talented." Li Lai felt that this one-star elementalist instructor was not very smart. No matter how talented they were, how could they learn lighten in one day? He did not have the time to waste. However, under Endis's repeated assurances, he agreed to teach them once, even though he did not think that it would be useful. Then, the girl who spoke at the beginning slowly lifted her feet off the ground, and then she jumped lightly and directly jumped to the top of a tree more than 10 meters away. Li Lai could not believe his eyes. She learned it? It was so easy? Was her talent really that strong? Then, the 10 people who just stood up also learned it. Looking at the warriors who jumped around excitedly after learning lighten, Li Lai's eyes widened, and he was momentarily speechless. Was he hallucinating? Was the scene in front of him real? Inside the dark room, Su Silly turned on the monitor and saw the players jumping up and down. Looking at Li Lai's blank expression, he guessed what was going on. He smiled and made a cup of tea in a good mood. Then, he began to watch the show. Today was the first day of the escort mission. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse to have this group of idiots. Selfishly, Su Silly still hoped that they could complete the mission beautifully. If fewer warriors could die, he would give more rewards to the players. On the wild flatland, light body spell wasn't flight spell. It could only make the body float 1 centimeter above the ground. The principle was to cover the body with a layer of wind element, making the caster as light as a swallow. The caster could move faster and reduce the effect of gravity. Although the players had mastered light body spell, they could use it well and learn how to use it well. Fortunately, these 11 players had good body coordination. After practicing a few times, they quickly mastered the technique. The other players were drooling. Damn. Is this light body spell? Can wind elementalists fly in the sky in the future? Ah. I should have chosen the wind element. It looks so good. It's so cool. I want to learn it. Areiko chose the water element. She regretted pointing the camera at the wind elementalists dancing in the air and crying to the cloud elementalists in the livestream channel. Although the cloud elementalists comforted her and sent her many gifts, many of them were secretly preparing to choose the wind element in the open beta. They could fly in the sky. Who didn't dream of flying in the sky when they were young? Now, they could finally do it in the game. After a long time, when the players who had mastered light body spell began to muster up the courage to enter the forest, the shocked Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai finally found his voice. He quickly shouted, "Come back and gather." The flatland was safe, but it was different in the forest. They would die if they entered recklessly. Before they set off, everyone had put on their headphones. Hearing Li Lai's low shout, the players' curiosity was extinguished. This leader was not to be trifled with. If they were kicked out of the team and couldn't complete the mission, they would lose the station token fragment. They jumped back obediently. Li Lai looked at the 11 spirit-type wind elementalists with mixed feelings. The 10 wind elementalist instructors also felt the same way. It was such a difficult skill that they had to spend so much time to learn, but these guys were able to learn it in one go. Is there any justice in this world? After Li Lai's complicated feelings, he quickly adjusted himself and became excited. 11 wind elementalists who had mastered Lighten, he clenched his fists and looked at the 11 gifted warriors. At this moment, he had the same thought as Professor Balin. They should go back to school to study, they shouldn't be sacrificed in the wild and become food for interstellar beasts. In front of the monitor, General Joyce was also dumbfounded. Only when the controller next to him reminded him did he hurriedly close his mouth. Looking at the Bravehearts jumping in midair on the monitor screen, he could not help but ask the adjutant beside him, how many wind elementalists are there at the front line right now? The adjutant swallowed his saliva and said, around 80, how many are of the spirit element? No more than 5. General Joyce took a deep breath again. In the entire front line, there were only about 5 spirit element wind elementalists. Now, in front of him, among the 81 Bravehearts that he looked down on, there were 11 of them. Moreover, they had all learned Lighten, under his watch. They had learned it so easily. General Joyce once again had the idea of letting the Bravehearts stay, but this time, it was not because he was worried that they would be a burden to the team, but because he cherished talent. Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai, shouldn't we be setting off? The Bravehearts' eager voices came from the monitor. General Joyce's gaze swept across the spirit element wind elementalists standing at the front of the team. Their eyes were burning, and their faces were full of excitement. It was as if whatever danger was ahead was not worth mentioning to them. They could not wait to set off. Such spirit was moving, but General Joyce felt even more stupid. This was an extremely stupid decision. His face was full of pain. After hesitating for a moment, he finally dialed the marshal's number again. Even if he would be relieved of his position, he would stop them. However, General Joyce, the person who appeared on the other end of the communication device, was actually the marshal's adjutant, Xianxia. Xishing directly through the communication device to Adjutant Qiu. Adjutant Qiu wiped the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. Facing the general's dark expression, he felt a lot of pressure. You know how loyal Sir Xishing is to the Empire. He must have his reasons for making such a decision. Xiaoxing carefully persuaded him. General Joyce, you will definitely not go wrong if you act according to the order. General Joyce felt a lump in his throat. However, when it came to Xishing, a young man who was abnormally strong and had a very cold personality, he really did not have any good ideas. Sigh, in these 3 years, his hair had turned white. In the end, he could only sigh and end the call. As for Li Lai, looking at the players, the lieutenant colonel could not understand. He also felt that he could not bear the consequences. Was such a talented elementalist going to die in his hands before he even matured? He really had no way to guarantee that no one would die. In fact, it was already good enough to guarantee that half of the players would survive. All the soldiers who carried out the mission were already prepared to sacrifice themselves. You. Li Lai opened his mouth. Lieutenant Colonel, let's go. The girl who raised her hand first said excitedly. She looked weak, but she did not seem to be afraid at all. This made Li Lai feel crazy. This was a group of unreasonable lunatics. No matter how much he lamented, Li Lai did not ask them to go back. He was a soldier. Following orders was a rule engraved in his bones. It was fine if they left before the mission, but the mission had already started. If they were asked to go back now, they would be considered deserters. It would be a stain that could not be washed away for the rest of their lives. Li Lai took a deep breath and regained his composure as a commander. At least with them around, the probability of completing the mission increased. If they could buff their teammates with Lighten, it would greatly reduce his burden. Thinking of this, Li Lai immediately began to teach them how to buff others with Lighten. The players had just reached level 5, and their maximum mana was 75 points. Fortunately, Lighten consumed very little mana, only 2 points of mana per hour. In other words, including themselves, if there were 10 people at a time, 20 mana per hour, they would be able to last for about 3 hours. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Lai decided to let the 11 wind elementalists be in charge of more than 100 soldiers and instructors. Including the wind elementalists, he would be in charge of the 81 heroes. Although the instructors did not understand, they could not say anything as they were the ones being carried by the soldiers. After the players were successfully buffed with lighten, they were so excited that they wanted to jump into the sky. They only knew to restrain themselves under Li Lai's death stare. However, this also exposed some of the players who had uncoordinated limbs and found it difficult to balance after their bodies became lighter. However, before Li Lai could say anything, these players each found a partner who was willing to carry them, showing extremely high self-awareness and cooperation. In fact, it was because Qin Yan was giving instructions in the team channel. Li Lai did not know this. Although he still despised the players with uncoordinated limbs, at least his impression of the heroes was much better. After the assignment was completed, the escort team set off again. The B surveillance device had already flown into the forest, and it immediately sent the captured images back to the base camp. The commander also began to give instructions based on these images. Su Silly, who was sitting in front of the surveillance device, also had a serious expression. After entering the forest, the first challenge the escort team faced was various kinds of aggressive plants. These plants were almost everywhere, and their skin was hard, so they were not afraid of fire. Some of them even grew more luxuriantly in the fire, and it was extremely troublesome for the Empire's army to clear the path. The players followed Li Lai and moved quickly in the forest. Less than a minute after entering the forest, they encountered danger. A few thick vines attacked them without warning. Li Lai was very experienced. Before the vines attacked, he had already given the order. Under his leadership, everyone avoided the attacks of the vines cleanly. Don't stop. Keep running forward. This is the territory of the Devil's Vines. It has a range of about 5,000 meters. We can't stop, don't get caught. Under his command, everyone, including the players, ran forward with all their might. They protected the warriors who were carrying the elementalist instructor in the middle, opening a path for them to prevent the elementalist instructor from being affected. At this moment, the effect of Li Lai's arrangement just now showed. The players were not warriors and had not undergone professional training. Their dodging abilities were much weaker, but every time they were about to be hit by the vines, the wind element on their bodies would help them dodge. It was Li Lai, this wind elementalist who was close to being a 2-star wind elementalist, displayed extremely strong crowd control ability, greatly reducing the players' chances of making mistakes. The NPC warriors were very experienced, and they could easily deal with the Devil's Vines. They could move quickly in the forest and were rarely disturbed by the sudden appearance of the vines. Even if they could not dodge in time, they could still cut the Devil's Vines in half with one slash. Noticing this, the players who were nervous immediately relaxed. It felt so good to be carried by a god. They had momentarily forgotten that this was a dangerous mission, and they felt like they were being escorted by NPCs when playing online games. They even diverted some of their attention to take photos and videos, posing smugly. Until, the screams traveled far in the silent forest, and they could vaguely hear the echoes. It came from a warrior who was at the end of the line. He was surrounded by a few Devil's Vines and was hit. He fell from mid-air. Li Lai heard the screams and could not help but grit his teeth. He protected the brave ones, but he could not protect the warriors. Keep running, don't stop. He roared in a low voice in the instant communication device. This lieutenant colonel displayed a very cold and ruthless side. This area was very dangerous, and they could not drag down the whole team because of one person. Of course, the players would not do that. This was an epic mission, and they had to complete it without any losses. If an NPC died, the mission's completion level would be reduced. Under Gentle Yan's command, the two professional players closest to the warrior rushed over. You. Li Lai, who noticed this, only shouted briefly and did not spend any more energy to pay attention to them. His mission was to lead the majority of the people to survive, and he did not consider people who were deliberately seeking death. Fortunately, the two professional players were fast enough. They picked up the fallen warrior and returned to the team before they left the effective range of Li Lai's mental power. Li Lai's face was gloomy, but he did not say anything. The mission had only started for less than half an hour, and they had already encountered such a dangerous situation. Finally, the players did not dare to be careless. There were still 7 days of travel left. Could they really complete this mission? Everyone had no confidence in their hearts. They ran for a distance of 5 kilometers in a straight line for 2 hours, and this was with the support of light body technique. Without light body technique and the warning from the command center, they might not have been able to hold on in the first minute after entering the forest. Finally, a gap appeared in the forest that covered the sky. The light that was not very bright became everyone's hope. As long as they could get out, they would be safe. With this belief, everyone used all their strength and finally rushed out of the Devil's Vines territory. Even Su Silly, who was sitting in front of the monitor, breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had been staring at the screen for 2 hours. Even he, who was sitting and watching, felt tired mentally, not to mention the warriors and players. The players were a little better. They had the reality regulator, so other than the inevitable mental fatigue, their bodies did not have too strong of a reaction. The NPC warriors were miserable. After landing, they were all panting and sweating profusely. However, they did not relax, because rushing out of the Devil's Vines territory did not mean that they were safe. In front of them, there was a tall mountain. This was the main peak of the Asmo Mountains. The highest peak was more than 7,000 meters above sea level. It stood between the Imperial City and Lanyu City, towering into the clouds. Of course, they did not plan to go through the main peak. Next, they would take a detour and go through the lower mountains. The danger at the foot of the mountain was not high, but Li Lai did not let his guard down. He floated in the air until the command center gave the order that it was safe. Only then did he order everyone to rest and reorganize. The moment they heard the order, many of the players went limp on the ground. Their bodies did not feel much, but the mental stimulation was fatal. They did not know how they survived these 2 hours. In the end, the number of Devil's Vines increased, and someone accidentally got hit and was left with only a little bit of HP. This player was lucky. Although he was left with only a little bit of HP, he did not die until now. At this moment, he lay on the ground and patted his chest, feeling that his heart could not take it anymore. However, they were quickly pulled up. Don't lie down, sit up. Why are you all lying on the ground? Can you run away when the interstellar beasts come? Wind elementalists, hurry up and meditate to recover your mana. Do you think you are here for an outing? The vice captain was a strong man with a fierce appearance. At this moment, he did not look tired at all. He only grabbed the players lying on the ground and told them to stay alert. The players had no choice but to cooperate and sit up, recovering their stamina. The wind elementalists also obediently meditated. They were busy, but Li Lai, Qing Yan, and the others were huddled together, looking at the warrior who had been hit by the Devil's Vines. His injuries were not light, and he only had a third of his HP left. This was because the Devil's Vines thorns secreted poison, causing blood loss. At this rate, he estimated that he could only live for another hour. This result was actually quite good for Li Lai. In his original estimation, he would lose at least 5 warriors in the Devil's Vines. Now, perhaps because the number of people had doubled, the Devil's Vines' attention was diverted, causing the frequency of the attacks to decrease. This allowed more warriors to survive. Of course, there were some who were more or less injured. Captain, I have embarrassed you, the warrior lying on the ground, covered in blood, said with great difficulty. The Devil's Vines had hit his abdomen, causing him serious internal injuries. At this moment, every word he said was accompanied by blood, although in the eyes of the players, the blood that flowed out was golden, which was more or less beautiful. A few female players looked at him with pity. Anyone could see that this warrior did not have long to live. Li Lai's expression was very ugly, and there was some sadness in his eyes, but he suppressed it. He did not want to abandon his teammates, but he had to be responsible for the remaining 180 people. That warrior seemed to have expected his ending. He smiled bitterly, but his expression was calm. Captain, please leave me with some dignity. He did not want to be left in the wild, bleeding to death, and then be eaten by the galactic beasts. Li Lai's hands trembled as he said in a low voice, "Do you have any last words?" That warrior opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a small voice. A dozen pairs of eyes looked over, making Ereko, who was already socially phobic, cower. However, with the support and encouragement of the bullet screen, she still faced everyone's stern gaze, especially Li Lai's, and said in a small voice, I know healing stream." The sadness in Li Lai's eyes froze, and the surrounding warriors were also stunned. Healing? Healing stream? Even that warrior who was on the verge of death could not help but look at Areiko in a daze. "You're from the water healing division?" Areiko forced a smile and said timidly, I guess so." As the only spiritual-type water elementalist among the 81 players, Areiko had learned healing stream from an instructor on the shuttle, and that instructor had gone to Glaze City. Therefore, other than the cloud players watching the stream, no one knew that Areiko was a healer. Areiko wanted to cry. She wanted to fight. Why was the water elementalist a healer? She felt that the water elementalist was close to the ice elementalist, and she could cosplay as the Ice Queen in the future, so she chose the water elementalist. Who knew that the first spell she learned would be a healing spell? However, she also knew that this was related to the completion of the mission, so this NPC warrior could not die. She quickly calmed down and crouched down to cast healing stream on the warrior. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. When they saw the blue light on the girl's hand, and the warrior's pale face gradually recovering, Li Lai and the others finally believed there was actually a precious member of the water healing division among this group of warriors. How rare was the water healing division? Let's put it this way, other than Mia, who stayed in the Imperial City, and the one-star water healing division member of the Elementalist College, there were only 5 in the entire empire. Every main city only had one person on the front lines. And now, there was actually a member of the water healing division in their team. Although she was very weak, as long as she mastered healing stream, she could do whatever she wanted in the empire. Because everyone had to provide for her and ensure her safety. As long as she lived, it meant that countless people could live. In front of the monitor, General Joyce saw this scene and could not help but cover his heart. The shock he received today was too great, so great that he could not bear it. 11 wind elementalists who mastered Lighten was one thing, but such a precious member of the water healing division was actually, personally sent to the battlefield by him, facing the risk of losing her life at any time? Now, what are the chances of letting them go back the way they came, or sending people to pick them up? General Joyce muttered. The adjutant did not speak. Even if it could be done, they could not do so. Sending the brave warriors to the front lines was an order from His Majesty and the Marshal. The Marshal had just cleaned up a group of traitors, and the live broadcast of beheading had just passed. He did not want to see General Joyce become the next one. At the scene, Li Lai was about to cry. Of course, he was happy that his subordinates were cured, but what made his heart tremble the most was the young lady of the water healing division in front of him. Damn it, this was the first time in his life that he had seen a living member of the water healing division. Every main city only had one member of the water healing division on the front lines, and their energy was limited, so naturally, they could only take care of the seriously injured. Therefore, unless they were on the verge of death, it was very difficult for ordinary officers and soldiers to come into contact with the water healing division. And now, Li Lai felt that he was not far from death. If anything happened to this young lady of the water healing division, just as this thought flashed through his mind, General Joyce's voice rang in his ears. Li Lai, protect the water healing division at all costs. Li Lai's face was contorted, but he could only endure the mountain-like pressure and obey. While he was in a dilemma, under Areiko's healing, the soldier's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the poison of the devil's vine was also dispelled by the healing stream. About 5 minutes later, the soldier had completely recovered and stood up again, alive and kicking, as if nothing had happened to him at all. The joy on his face was like a real person, and if it was not for the golden blood that was so out of character, the players would have forgotten that he was an NPC. Sir of the water healing division, thank you for saving me. The soldier bowed repeatedly in front of Areiko, causing Areiko to be at a loss for what to do. Susili looked at this scene and slightly sighed in relief. It seemed that the players were still very useful. He leaned back on the sofa again and watched as Li Lai began to organize the people to move to another location. The smell of blood would attract interstellar beasts, so they could not stay in one place for too long. After finding a safe place again, the lieutenant colonel stood on a protruding rock. His eyes swept over all the players, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Come, report your affinity with the element, spirit, or warrior, and the skills you have currently mastered." Since it was already so exciting, he might as well be as exciting as possible, he could take it. Hearing Li Lai's words, the players looked at each other. Wasn't this something they should have asked before they set off? Why did this bro only remember it now? Although they complained in their hearts, the players still reported it obediently. As soon as the server was launched, the players from the Imperial City were sent to the mercenary town by Susili. The mercenary town was full of elementalists, so it created an illusion for them. Elementalists were a common setting in the game, so it was not a big deal for them to become elementalists. Therefore, they reported their elemental talents and the skills they had learned. As they had only learned a little on the way from the Imperial City to the border yesterday, most of them only mastered one skill. Only a few of them mastered two skills. However, even so, the statistical results still made General Joyce and others, who were watching this scene in front of the monitor, take a deep breath. Li Lai, who was standing on the rock, felt his vision go dark and he almost couldn't stand still. He knew it would be exciting, but he didn't expect it to be this exciting. These 81 heroes were all elementalists. Even without looking at the affinity attribute, there were more than 70 spirit elementalists among them. Among the 81 heroes, there were more than 70 spirit elementalists. What kind of concept was this? This year, the Elementalist College only had one-star spirit elementalist sent to the front line. Indeed, due to the improvement of the testing method, more and more spirit elementalists were discovered at the rear. However, it was impossible for them to form a combat force in a short period of time. Many years of training in the martial arts department had already crippled them. Only a very small number of geniuses could correct them in time. However, how could there be so many geniuses with talents that were not up to standard when they were young? Therefore, even if the training method was changed, they could only stay at the rear and do construction. However, the 70 spirit elementalists in front of him were different. They had mastered at least one skill. This meant that as long as they had enough accumulation, they could continue to train and grow in the future. Not to mention, half of them were rare elementalists: wind, lightning, light, dark, and sound. There were 11 wind elementalists, and the number of lightning, light, and dark was definitely shocking. Only the sound and water elementalists were the least. Even 2 of the light elementalists, they had mastered light healing. When Li Lai knew this result, his heart almost stopped beating. This was a skill even rarer than Healing Stream. Although the Healing Stream had excellent healing effects, it had to be in contact with the injured body to be effective. It had a huge limitation, but the Healing Stream was different. It could be used on an injured teammate from a distance, saving the life of a teammate at a critical moment. It was an extremely rare skill that could play a significant role in battle. Right now, there was only one light healer in the Empire. He was currently in his hometown, Duskfrost City, and was also fighting on the front lines. Li Lai couldn't help but feel curious. "You seen a light healer before?" he asked suspiciously. If they had never seen a light healer before, how did they learn light healing? However, even if they did, the light healer was far away in Duskfrost City. How could they have seen him? Light healer? Who was that? We've never seen him before. The 2 light-type players were at a loss. Li Lai was even more baffled. Then how did you learn light healing? No one taught him how to comprehend it? Don't joke around. Li Lai himself was a powerful wind elementalist. He believed that some people were very talented in comprehending skills, but he didn't believe that some people could comprehend skills out of thin air. Moreover, 2 people had comprehended it at once. "Oh, Teacher Jia taught us." They pointed at an NPC teacher. Gina's heart skipped a beat when she was suddenly called out. She was the only light elementalist in the NPC team. Her strength was only close to half a star, and she had just transferred to the spirit element. Because the light element was too rare, there were no suitable candidates in the Elementalist College, so she was put in charge. Her ability and knowledge were enough to teach a 5-year-old child the basic cultivation method. Now that she was called out by the 2 heroes, she quickly shook her head and said, "I don't know light healing. I just explained the theory and the skills that the teacher left behind," and then, she didn't finish her sentence, but everyone present understood what she meant. For the players, learning with one click was not a big deal. After all, if the system said that they could learn, they just had to agree to confirm and learn. The process could be said to be very simple, so much so that they still had a calm expression on their faces. The NPCs fell silent for a moment. So what was this? They didn't need to be taught, and they could learn just by listening to the theory and skills. Were these heroes going against the heavens? Li Lai looked at the 81 heroes in front of him and couldn't calm down for a long time. Even though he was leading an elite team, only 1/3 of them were elementalists, and they were warriors. He had never thought that he could lead a team made up entirely of elementalists, and most of them were spirit elementalists. This was 2F** King exciting. The lieutenant colonel glanced at all the heroes. Elementalists, they were real elementalists, but they were F** weak. He couldn't help but curse in his mind. Before they left, he didn't understand why His Majesty put such weak people into his team, and he still couldn't understand it now. But now, he couldn't understand it, and he felt like he was going to collapse. He couldn't just abandon these people before, let alone now. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "You guys rest here. Those who need to recover, do so. Those who need to heal, heal." Then, he looked at Areiko. "Miss Water Healing Division, I'll leave the wounded to you." His gentle and even respectful attitude made Areiko feel flattered. A wave of ridicule appeared in the live stream, and Areiko blushed. She nodded hurriedly, and then went to heal the wounded. As for the 2 light elementalists, Li Lai also asked them to help. However, they were still too weak, and the light healing they mastered could only be used on a single person, and the healing effect was also greatly reduced. It was better than nothing. Then, Li Lai called the lieutenant and a few corps members, as well as Xianxia, the leader of the heroes, and gathered to discuss their next move. The heroes had become a force that Li Lai had to pay attention to, and they were also targets that he had to protect. So, he was willing to understand the heroes' thoughts and let them participate in the decision-making. At this moment, all the players received a notification that Li Lai's favorability had increased by 800, from disgust to indifference. Only a few people, such as Areiko, had their favorability increased by 1500 because of saving people, and entered the friendly zone. As for Xianxia, she was the same as the normal players. This made her a little unhappy. Moreover, Li Lai had looked down on their strength before they set off, so she did not have a good attitude. Although Li Lai was willing to let her participate in the decision-making, he did not intend to spoil the players. No matter what, he was still a LV-19 powerhouse, and before he grew up, the players were still not enough in his eyes. To be honest, I don't have any confidence that I can safely bring everyone to Orchid City. Li Lai said directly, "When I said that I might abandon you at a critical moment, I wasn't joking. But now, the situation is a little different." Xianxia raised her eyebrows. What was different? You have incomparably powerful talents, and it can be said that you have unlimited potential. If you die here, it will be the Empire's loss. Li Lai said solemnly, "So, from now on, please restrain the brave ones. I will arrange for them and the instructors to stay in the inner circle and protect you as much as possible." This arrangement meant that the danger for the soldiers would increase. Just like the soldier at the back, the chances of encountering an accident would be much higher. "I hope you can live up to the sacrifice of these normal soldiers in the future." Li Lai said solemnly, "Please live on and carry their beliefs to serve the Empire in the future." Xianxia was speechless. When Li Lai called her over, she turned on the livestream. Now, the livestream was full of complaints about Li Lai. This guy deliberately did not want them to complete the mission, right? Some people even said in the team channel that they wanted to come and reason with Li Lai. After Li Lai finished speaking, he wanted to discuss more detailed countermeasures with the few corps members, but he heard the woman say, "I refuse." Li Lai frowned. "Refuse? Refuse what?" "Refuse to serve the Empire?" Xianxia crossed her arms and looked at him. "I'll be honest with you. Our mission is to ensure that all of you reach Orchid City safely. Of course, we don't care if you lose an arm or a leg." "What do you mean?" Li Lai frowned even more. "What I mean is, even if all of us brave ones die, you can't die. Remember, not a single one of you is allowed to die." Xianxia's expression was calm, but there was also an indescribable domineering aura. The livestream chat was immediately flooded with a wave of "Sister Yin is mighty." Li Lai looked at her for a long time before saying in a low voice, "Childish." "Childish or not, it's not up to you to decide." Qin Yan said, "Don't worry about our lives. Treat us as weapons, as armor, as you please. As long as you can reach Orchid City safely, we will have fulfilled our wish." Li Lai sneered. "Heh, do you think you can represent the thoughts of all the brave ones? Then, yes." Li Lai could not help but stare blankly as he looked at the braves gathered behind Qin Yan. They had already put away their mischievous smiles and looked very serious. "Sister Qin Yan is right. As long as you all reach Orchid City alive, it doesn't matter what happens to us. I'll say it again. Don't worry about us at critical moments. Don't die to save us. Of course, if you have the strength to spare, be sure to bring our corpses with you." As for the fact that they could be resurrected, this group of players was very mischievous. None of them said a word. This was a good opportunity to farm favorability, not to mention Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai. The other NPCs' favorability increased slightly because they had protected their comrades. Although they did not know the use of favorability for the time being, it would be a waste not to farm it. Perhaps if their favorability increased, they would trigger some kind of quest, but then again, this group of NPC warriors was really stupid. They were already prepared to fight to the death for them, so why did these NPCs still have constipated expressions? They were clearly not unafraid of death. The expression of the heavily injured warrior after being healed could not be faked. The players were puzzled, and the warriors were even more puzzled. However, they knew that this group of brave ones seemed to sincerely want to protect them. It would be a lie to say that they were not moved, but, you are all elementalists. Your lives are more valuable than ours. A warrior stood up. However, he was quickly refuted by the players. Wrong. Everyone's life is equal. Speaking of which, why are we wasting time discussing who should be sacrificed? Let's just kill them, not one less. Then, they started to discuss their next plan of action with the NPCs. They did not care about the difference in levels. If they felt that something was not right, they would immediately start to argue. In the end, even Li Lai was led astray. In front of the monitor, Su Silly smiled slightly as he watched the players slowly become one with the NPCs. It seemed that he did not have to worry about the integration of players and NPCs for the time being. As for this escort mission, he was thinking too much. If the following journey was as difficult as the Devil's Vine Forest, it was unrealistic to expect that no one would die. Su Silly sighed deeply. He did not look at the monitor for the time being because even if he did not have a better way to help them at the moment. At this moment, his communication device suddenly vibrated. Su Silly glanced at it and saw that it was Wen Jishan. To be honest, as the construction of the mercenary town was nearing completion, this consul had not been looking for him recently. What could be the reason for his sudden visit today? Su Silly thought as he clicked accept. Wen Jishan's face suddenly appeared on the screen. He still looked like the cultured scum, but his expression clearly showed that he was tired. When he saw Su Silly, he bowed in front of him. "Good day, Your Majesty." Su Silly nodded and directly asked him what was the matter. The relationship between the ruler and his minister had always been so direct. When Jishan stood up straight, his slender fingers holding his glasses, the lenses slightly glowing with a sharp light. "Your Majesty," Wen Jishan said, "do you want to see Su Lin?" Su Lin, Su Silly blinked. Ever since he cultivated Dark Valley, he had not heard anything about this child for a long time. What's wrong with him? Did something happen? He frowned and asked seriously. "I don't know where to start," Wen Jishan hesitated, which was rare. He thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, did you hand over a formula to Dean Justin?" "Formula?" Did he mean the blood medicine formula? Su Silly nodded. But what did this have to do with Su Lin? Su Lin received this formula from Dean Justin and began to research it. It is said that the medicine developed from this formula can restore the vitality of injured patients and help save the lives of critically ill patients. Wen Jishan said, "This child seems to be obsessed with this matter." After receiving this formula from Dean Justin, he began to research it day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. He didn't even go to the farm. He has completely fallen into madness. Su Silly frowned and nodded. I understand. I will persuade him. He had Su Lin's contact number, and now that he had Xiao Wu, it was very convenient to contact Su Lin. When he tricked this child into planting Dark Valley, he said that he wanted to develop a blood medicine for the soldiers on the front line. He did not expect him to keep it in mind, and it seemed that he was getting a little carried away. He should be part of this as well. He did have the responsibility to talk to this child and not let him go down a dead end. Your Majesty, I haven't finished yet. However, when Jishan continued as he lightly tossed a heavy bomb to the ground. He seems to have developed it successfully. Su Silly suspected that he was hearing things. You said that he has developed it successfully? He was worried about the blood medicine and the blue medicine. Who would have thought that? Su Lin had developed it secretly? It can't be considered a success. Wen Jishan shook his head. It's just a medicine that has taken shape. It still needs to be tested to further determine its efficacy. Su Silly understood, but he was still a little confused. So, what do you want me to persuade him about? It's like this. Wen Jishan explained to him again. In the end, Su Silly completely understood. After all, it was a medicine. Although he had tested it on interstellar beasts at home and found that the blood medicine had a very good effect, it was still something that had to be taken by a person, and it would only be effective if the person was injured. Therefore, Su Lin was prepared to harm himself and experiment on himself. Su Silly also felt that this child might have really gone crazy, but this was a serious matter, so it was no wonder that when Jishan took it so seriously. Blood medicine, Su Lin was really too awesome. Whether or not this child was crazy, he had to be protected. He could not be allowed to suffer the slightest mishap. How about this, I'll make a trip to Mercenary Town. Su Silly said, tell him to prepare the medicine and wait for me to take a look. Okay. Wen Jishan responded. There was nothing else to report, so he ended the call. Su Silly happily left the secret room and sent a message to Xing, asking him to hurry over and go to Mercenary Town together. Last time, Su Silly went to Mercenary Town to look at the weapons shop, but it was a pity that it had just been built and did not have anything good. He went to take a look around and then came back resentfully. After he sent the message, about 10 seconds later, Xing appeared in front of him. Su Silly was in a hurry to go to Mercenary Town. As soon as Xing appeared, he hurriedly pulled him to the small courtyard outside, summoned the Shadow Leopard, and flew to Mercenary Town together. He was full of expectations, but Xing hugged him from behind and pressed against his shoulder. He whispered, Your Majesty, are you in a hurry? Yes. Su Silly nodded, then told him about Su Lin's development of the blood medicine. He was full of joy and excitement. Xing smiled, then his eyes turned cold. He asked, Since you're in a hurry, why didn't Your Majesty summon me just now? Su Silly blinked. Huh? Summon? He just remembered that his puppet technique seemed to have the ability to summon other than using Xing's skills. Your Majesty has never summoned me before. Xing's voice was low and deep, with a hint of disappointment. Su Silly felt very guilty when he heard this. He did not know why, but even though this topic had been brought up before, he could not be as self-righteous as before. I forgot. He said, I'll definitely summon you in the future if I have the chance. And you're living in the palace now. It's so close, you'll be there in a flash. Xing did not speak, only hugging his arm tightly. Su Silly admitted defeat. Alright, I'll definitely summon you next time. Don't worry. Then, he quickly changed the topic and continued to talk about the blood medicine. After a while, they arrived at Mercenary Town. Under Wen Jishan's lead, they arrived at Su Lin's little wooden hut. Su Lin had already tidied up the place when he heard that Her Majesty was coming. Although it was still messy, at least there was a place for them to stay. His brother Su Yi was also here. What surprised Su Silly was that Gu Lai was also here. Wasn't he on bad terms with Su Yi as the vice-captain? Now that he looked at it, why did it seem like they were inseparable? Su Silly clicked his tongue in wonder, then his gaze fell on the medicine that Su Lin was carefully showing him. The dark red pill emitted a faint fragrance that was not bad at all. Su Silly did not say anything and used the detection technique on the medicine. Beginner healing medicine, copper, description, a medicine with decent effects. Effect, after consumption, restores 100 HP per second for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 1 minute. Damn, this is good stuff, Sue Silly's eyes lit up. 100 HP per second meant 6000 HP per minute. Even for NPCs with high HP, this was a considerable amount. Your Majesty, other than this dark red one, there's also this light red one. Su Lin pointed at the other medicine. Su Silly immediately used the detection technique on it. Beginner healing medicine, wood, description, a crude medicine. Effect, after consumption, instantly restores 2000 HP cooldown, 30 seconds. Oh, this is an instantaneous healing medicine, although the total amount of healing was not as good as a continuous healing medicine, it could be a lifesaver in certain special situations. Su Silly immediately analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of these two medicines. After all, he had played many games before. He did not expect that a single healing recipe could be used to create different medicines. This was something that Su Silly did not expect. This was a pleasant surprise. Su Lin, do you have a way to mass-produce these medicines? Su Silly asked. Su Lin was stunned and could not help but say, Your Majesty, these medicines have not been tested, there's no need to test them. Su Silly smiled slightly. Have you forgotten? I have a special ability that allows me to sense other people's talents. Su Lin obviously knew. He only had his achievements today because His Majesty had seen through his talent. My ability seems to have changed a little. Looking at these two medicines, I can roughly see their effects. He said, they are indeed medicines that restore HP and HP. I need to mass-produce them now. Su Lin's eyes lit up, but he quickly explained. Su Silly then realized that Gu Lai had contributed to this matter, with the cooperation of him and Su Yi, as well as Su Lin's research and guidance, the three of them had successfully refined these pills. Although surprised, Su Silly was more than happy. He asked them to think of ways to make more blood medicines. As for the refinement method, he did not ask them to submit it for the time being. He still felt that it was necessary to protect intellectual property rights. However, when he saw that the blood medicine was successfully developed, he could not help but think of the healing recipe. Speaking of which, he had not been on the future forum for a few days. He opened the forum and could not help but glance at the fan post that was posted last time. Last time, Su Silly didn't care about it after he posted the doujinshi post on a whim. Originally, he wanted to annoy Xing, but after he calmed down, he felt that the post wouldn't become popular, and it didn't have the elements to make it popular in front of Xing. Later, when he was busy with the player escort mission, he remembered to delete the post, but he was delayed by other things, so he just left it there. Now, he finally opened the post again. Xing x Snow Roland, CP2 Lu, did you bump into each other? Just looking at the title made Su Silly feel uncomfortable. He was about to delete the post, but when he saw the number of views, he suddenly stopped. Views, 10 million plus new points, 1000 Su Silly, huh? Is there something wrong with my eyes? This stupid post has over 10 million views. Su Silly couldn't believe it, but the yellow hot at the end of the title made him believe it. How could a random post like this become popular? Although the doujinshi post was very popular, Su Silly studied it the other day and found that it was very difficult to reach the hot level. It required over 1 million views and tens of thousands of replies in a single day. So, what is going on? Su Silly clicked on the post with mixed feelings. The first post was the picture of him and Xing hugging on the clock tower. Actually, it wasn't a hug, Xing was hugging him from behind and was guiding his spiritual power. It just looked very intimate. How did this picture reach over 10 million views and tens of thousands of replies in a single day? Su Silly continued to scroll down in confusion. F***CK. Look what I've found. Is this a new CP? Ha ha ha, our marshal is indeed the main attacker. Who's Snow Roland? Does she have anything to do with our Xianxia? I don't remember. Is there such a character in the game? I remember. This seems to be Xianxia's brother, the previous emperor of Roland. That short-lived ghost who died after being the emperor for a month? Yes, I heard that he was killed by Xing. How did you know? Isn't His Majesty Xiaoqiong looking for Cixing every day to go crazy because he killed his brother? But after Cixing betrayed the Roland Empire, he couldn't find trouble with him anymore. At this point, Su Silly was taken aback. Did Cixing betray the Roland Empire? Or was it because of Xiaoqiong? This message jumped out unexpectedly, and Su Silly was dumbfounded when he saw it. What ability did Xiaoqiong have to force Cixing to betray him? But soon, Su Silly remembered. In the previous post, it seemed that after Snow Roland's death, her younger brother Qiong Roland succeeded the throne. At that time, Xiaoqiong was only 10 years old. According to the timeline of the future form, Xiaoqiong should be 20 years old now. According to Xiaoqiong's aptitude, he might have already grown up to be an amazing person. Su Silly furrowed his brows and continued to read the replies that had been covered very high in this layer. What the F***ck? What kind of shocking news is this? Why didn't I know? Go and look at the information compiled by the encyclopedia. There are all kinds of detailed clues and screenshots of players involved in the storyline. There are too many words. Can you give me a simple explanation of the situation? Didn't Xiaoqiong and Cixing have a good relationship? I even thought that the two of them were a couple. They were raised to be the emperor's bottom and the cold and domineering marshal's top. In the end, they mysteriously became a couple. To be honest, Cixing's sudden betrayal and escape from the Roland Empire, followed by him becoming a wild boss and being hunted down by the players. Then, the galactic pirate leader jumped out to protect him. The plot was so fast that I was left in a daze. Su Silly was also confused. Fortunately, someone started to explain. What's there to be confused about? Previously, Xiaoqiong and Cixing had a good relationship. At that time, the Roland Empire was very miserable. Xiaoqiong was just a small emperor and didn't have any real power. He could only hug Cixing's thighs tightly. Then, didn't we come? Then, Xiaoqiong rose up. After enduring humiliation for so long, now that he's strong and confident, he naturally started to take revenge. What the F***ck? Are you serious? Xiaoqiong's brother was really killed by Cixing? What is Cixing after? I remember that he's always been very loyal to the Roland Empire, right? And he didn't usurp the throne for so many years. Who knows? Maybe Xiaoqiong set up a flag to take back his power. Anyway, this storyline is very interesting. I recommend you to read the research post compiled by the expert. Okay, I'll read it when I have time. Su Silly finished reading the entire story and couldn't help but nod his head. He decided to look for that research post later on to take a look. He really didn't expect that Cixing would betray the Roland Empire. And he was forced by Xiaoqiong. He recalled the joy and admiration in the little boy's purple eyes when he looked at him. It was so pure that it made his heart soften. Su Silly believed without hesitation. The future Xiaoqiong must have been trying to avenge his brother, so he started to target Cixing after enduring for so many years. Xiaoqiong was a child who was especially good at enduring, and he had an affinity with the dark element. Perhaps in the later years, his personality was also affected. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child at that time, and he was also the only one left in the House of Roland. It was hard to imagine what kind of darkness he had to bear as he grew up. Thinking of this, Su Silly couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Fortunately, in his timeline, Xiaoqiong didn't need to go through this anymore. He could grow up without any worries. Xiaoqiong in the future form's timeline was the most pitiful. Although he had never seen him before, Su Silly felt a lot of emotions when he thought about how he still remembered his elder brother's hatred after so long, and how he was still ruthless enough to seek revenge on the incomparably powerful Cixing. Compared to seeking revenge on Cixing, he hoped that Xiaoqiong would be able to walk out of this and obtain his own happiness. But then again, since that was the case, how did his post become popular? Su Silly was confused. He couldn't help but leave the building within the building and continue to scroll down. Wow, I went to finish the Encyclopedia God's post. And the Encyclopedia God just updated. He found some evidence that Snow Roland had a relationship with the leader of the enemy country, Anton, and suspected of being a traitor. Su Silly was stunned again. This Encyclopedia God was too scary. He could actually find out about this. According to the future form's timeline, this was 10 years ago, right? he couldn't help but want to say awesome. I really didn't expect there to be such a background. The starry sky era is too awesome, this line is too long. Ah, so the picture on the first floor is real? When I first saw it, I wanted to say that this picture didn't look like a drawing at all. It's definitely a screenshot of the game, right? Otherwise, how could it be so realistic? F***ck, I'm so excited. Combined with the Encyclopedia Gods post, I've already imagined a love and hate drama. And YYSY, the Xianxia on the first floor is so handsome and gentle. At that time, he was deeply in love with Snow Roland, right? Look at his expression, look at his eyes. Ah, I'm so excited now. The first few posts were all posted by the same sock puppet. It was obvious that this person was really excited. Soon, he flipped to the end and new people commented. So Xianxia killed Snow Roland because Snow betrayed him? Snow was with the leader of the enemy country, so she was killed by Xianxia? That can't be. How blind would Sino Roland have to be to choose that Norton? Don't forget that the Bavad Empire is full of lizard men. Speaking of which, lizard men are so ugly. Then what's going on? Why would Xianxia kill Snow Roland? They clearly looked so much in love. Yeah, the picture on the first floor is so beautiful. It's amazing. So Xianxia is like this when he's in love. He's so gentle and pampering. I've fallen for him. Am I the only one who thinks that Snow Roland is beautiful? White-haired fans can't resist such a beautiful silver-haired young man at all. Isn't Xiaoqiang black-haired? His brother is actually white-haired. Upstairs, you might not know, but Snow Roland was created based on the superstar Su Silly from 20 years ago. Of course, she's beautiful. She just died before the game was launched, so there aren't any pictures left. Damn, what's this? Use the search tool well. Type in Snow Roland and the first red essence post will have her information. Okay, I came back after reading it. I also searched for Heavenly King Su songs. Woo woo, classic indeed, it's not out of date even after 20 years. I'll say one more thing, Snow Roland is beautiful. Also, I want to see her face. Why don't you show her face? Hurry, I don't lack this bit of traffic. Su Silly looked at the post and his expression kept changing. It could be said that it was very interesting. He didn't expect that his post would coincide with this. Coincidentally, there was a big shot who dug up Snow Roland's matter. Then, when this picture of the first floor was posted, it caused a misunderstanding among the onlookers. Xianxia and Snow Roland were in love? Because of his betrayal, she became so cold? Although she killed her lover with her own hands, she still supported her lover's younger brother and protected the country for him. There were even more ridiculous rumors. It said that Xianxia might have treated Xiaoqiang as Snow's substitute and fell in love with Xiaoqiang in the process of nurturing him. In the end, he didn't expect that Xiaoqiang would endure humiliation for the sake of revenge and give him a fatal blow. It was like chasing after his wife in the crematorium, the kind that would directly burn him to ashes. F***ck, it was as if it was true. If he wasn't one of the parties involved, Su Silly would have believed it. It was very ridiculous. He looked at the post and his expression kept changing. This made the people around him a little worried. Su Lin and Gu Lai had already gone to refine the blood medicine. They needed to provide a batch of blood medicine for the imperial family in a short period of time. At this moment, Su Silly didn't continue to be a hindrance in front of him. Instead, he walked out of the small wooden house and headed towards the small town. Only when Jishan and Xianxia followed him. Your Majesty. At this moment, Wen Jishan, who had been observing him, couldn't help but call out to him worriedly. Are you okay? Su Silly shifted his attention away from the post. He looked at Wen Jishan and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, he glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes and closed his mouth again. So awkward, he was the one who caused this mess, but now, he was the one who was uncomfortable. If there was anyone to blame, it was, these netizens were too imaginative, no wonder they were fans of the doujinshi section. How could they imagine so much from just one picture? Even a novel wouldn't dare to write like this, he grunted softly and looked away. Go and do your work. When things here are almost done, we'll go to the small town of Doha. You'll need to take charge of things over there. After all, Ikeda is only in charge of construction. He can't make decisions for other things. I'm worried that we'll have to rely on the governor of the small town of Doha. Wen Jishan smiled slightly. Not only was he not tired of being trusted like this, he even felt a little proud. He said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty. When the last bit of work here is done, I'll go to the small town of Doha to take charge of the overall situation." Su Sili nodded and sent him away. After Wen Jishan left, Su Sili looked at Xing and felt a little regret. He shouldn't have let him leave so quickly. Sensing Su Sili's gaze, Xing looked over. His grayish-blue eyes gazed at him, slightly curved into a beautiful arc, sparkling under the sun. "Your Majesty." He called out softly, his deep voice carrying an inexplicable sense of affection and gentleness. Gentleness, Su Sili looked at Xing. Yes, Xing was much gentler now. His entire style felt different. If he was cold and gloomy in the past, then he was warm and gentle now. Su Sili couldn't help but trust and rely on him. By his side, Su Sili always felt that even if the sky fell, there was someone by his side to hold it up. Was this really just a facade to regain his freedom? Su Sili pursed his lips and looked away again. Let's find a place to sit. Mercenary Town was developing well now, and the supporting measures were also keeping up. After all, with so many noble and rich elementalists, how could there be a lack of places for leisure and entertainment? After walking for a short distance, they saw a milk tea shop. It was located in the center of the town, and business was booming. That's right, milk tea was now popular in the imperial city. At first, it was spread by the palace maids because the brand of the imperial family suddenly became popular. After all, it was easy to make and not difficult to imitate. When Jishan saw a business opportunity and directly went to Su Sili to ask for the milk tea formula. Then, he started to pilot the business in Mercenary Town, and the results were obvious. Coupled with the additional revenue from running the dessert shop, now just selling milk tea every day would generate a lot of revenue for Mercenary Town. Su Sili casually ordered 2 cups of milk tea and sat down at a small round table outside with Xing. Looking at the diverse crowd on the street, feeling their passion and vitality for life, Su Sili only felt very comfortable and peaceful as he drank his milk tea. "Xing, how do you feel now?" He looked at the blonde man beside him and couldn't help but ask. Xing held his milk tea and couldn't help but look at him. The blonde man's eyes were focused and deep. His gaze rested on the young man's delicate and beautiful face. Feeling his gaze, he whispered, "Very good." As long as he could stay by the side of Lord God and be watched by him like this, there was nothing better for him. Su Sili looked at him and felt a little uncomfortable under his burning gaze. In the end, he looked away and vaguely responded. Yes, whether or not he was sincere, he would just pretend that he was. After sitting for a while, he couldn't help but think of the fan post. In the end, he opened the future forum and focused on the post again. I hit it. F***ck, it smells so good. How did the OP get this picture? It's real, right? Modmodo Lord God said that there would be new pictures when the post becomes popular. I want to see Xing in love. This man is too good. Su Sili kept scrolling down. The post was almost all similar replies, mixed with some small drama and plot that the viewers came up with. When the post became popular, it was all comments asking the OP to fulfill his promise. He scrolled down to the end, and such requests kept refreshing. Su Sili was a little troubled. Should he continue to post pictures? He really didn't expect this post to become so popular. But, Su Sili looked at the gradually increasing points in his account. He really didn't want to look, but when he successfully paid the points for the mana regeneration potion post and received the recipe, he only wanted to say, so good, so damn good. In addition to the mana regeneration potion, there were many blueprints and recipes that he wanted, especially the storage capsule. But the storage capsule required a lot of points. It was easy to imagine how expensive such advanced technology was. He didn't have nearly 1,000 points right now. With this in mind, Su Sili couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xing. Before he noticed, he quickly looked away. Otherwise, why don't you send another one? He was doing this for the sake of Empire's development, Su Silly found an excuse for himself in his mind, and then went against his conscience to sift through the photos in his album. Actually, he didn't take a lot of pictures. After looking through them, he finally chose one and clenched his teeth and sent it. Calm heart, promised picture. P.S. These are all fan pictures, not real. P.S. Post another one when the number of views reaches 50 million. Then, Su Silly sent the selected picture together. It was the first time he asked Janice to make milk tea. Xixing just happened to come to his bedroom to find him, and he secretly took the picture while he was drinking milk tea. In the picture, the usually cold and domineering blonde man was holding a cup of milk tea in his hand and drinking very seriously. When he slowly chewed on his boobs, his slightly puffed-up cheeks looked very cute. At the time, he thought it was cute, so he took the picture. Now, sigh, there were no other suitable pictures. In the future. Oh, wait until the number of views really reaches 50 million. After sending the picture, Su Silly closed the post with a guilty conscience. Then, he sent the newly obtained blue potion formula to Dean Justin and told him that Su Lin and the others had developed the blood potion. If they could develop the blood potion, the three of them should be able to become elemental pharmacists, right? Or have they already reached the threshold of becoming an elemental pharmacist? Su Silly didn't really understand. He only hoped that the blood potion could be mass-produced as soon as possible. Just like what Su Lin said, once the blood potion was put into the front lines, countless soldiers would benefit from it. Now that there were players, even if it was another main city, he could quickly send the blood potion to the soldiers. However, this was all based on the production of the blood potion. In fact, the best way was to let the players become elemental pharmacists. With the players' one-click learning ability, they didn't even need to experiment with the formula. They would quickly master it. Thinking about this, Su Silly posted a new mission. In the Imperial City, there were currently 38 players. Because of various reasons, they couldn't reach level 5 within the time limit and couldn't make it in time for the epic mission. Now, they could only watch the livestream and regret it so much that their intestines turned green. At least if they went, even if they couldn't complete the mission, they would get 2 pieces of equipment worth 2,000 reputation points. There were also all kinds of free skills to learn. Of course, there were also some who learned from their mistakes. They continued to watch the livestream while running their daily lives in the inner city. Although the ratio of lonely old and young in the inner city was much lower, they could still receive some normal missions that gave them a small amount of experience points and reputation points. And these players who kept doing missions and reached level 5 and were preparing to go to the Elementalist College to change class suddenly received a mission. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the elite mission, Life Profession. Please head to the Elementalist College to change your class. After the change, you can go to Dean Justin's office. He may have something to say to you. Countdown, 23:59, 59. The players who received the mission were shocked. Oh my! Life Profession. After he came back to his senses, he was overjoyed. He quickly got on a carriage and rushed towards the Elementalist College. He was afraid that he would miss the mission again if he was late. After he got on the carriage and found out that he could make it in time, the player posted the mission on the forum. The Imperial City players who still hadn't reached level 5 were frustrated. But the players from the other 4 main cities were jealous again. Su Silly could imagine the resentment of the players from the other main cities, but he didn't care. He also wanted to give missions to the players from the other main cities, but they couldn't come because they couldn't get there. If the road was clear, he would have gone to see his second brother. Why would he have to suffer like this? Speaking of his second brother, Su Silly finally remembered him after he posted the new mission. He couldn't help but check his progress. After 2 days, the disaster relief mission was almost completed. When he checked, the mission progress had just reached 100%. In other words, all the villagers of Golyuo village received enough food to last them at least a month. After the mission was completed, he glanced at his storage capsule and found that a hovering off-road vehicle was missing. This hovering off-road vehicle was the latest model. It could adapt to many kinds of terrains. It could even fly over water. Its performance was very good, and it only needed to rely on the sun for energy. The only downside was that it was a little slow. Of course, it was faster than walking. It was just not as fast as a normal car, but it was very comfortable. Su Silly calculated the time. It would take about a week for his second brother to arrive at the border of Lanyue City from Goluo village. He should be able to meet the escort team just in time. He was a little happy. If his second brother returned with the escort team, he would only need about half a month to meet him. With such a happy mood, Su Silly browsed the future form again. What surprised him was that he soon found out what the energy stones needed to upgrade a main city were from a post about collecting materials. Energy ores were actually star cores. Su Silly looked at the information that he had just found. His beautiful purple eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled slightly. He had seen the post about collecting star cores before, but he had never tried to find out what a star core was. He thought that it was just a normal material. His curiosity was piqued, so he looked up what a star core was, and he made an unexpected discovery. Star cores were similar to the inner cores of beasts. They were produced by interstellar beasts in the wild. They were classified according to the interstellar beasts level. A level 3 energy ores were required to upgrade to a level 3 main city, which was a 3-star beast star core. He had never thought of such a common setting before. After all, the players' main mission was to destroy the interstellar beasts. Other than the main mission, the interstellar beasts must have other things that attracted the players. This star core was a very important material. It could be used to create equipment, upgrade main cities, activate and maintain the operation of formations, and was even one of the important materials to create battleships and spaceships. In the later stages, when the players entered the universe and started to come into contact with mechs, the star core became a very rare mech material and energy ores. In the beginning, the Roland Empire accumulated some initial wealth by selling star cores. After it developed rapidly, it was no longer sold as a strategic resource reserve. In short, star cores had many uses. Until now, no one in the Roland Empire knew about this because its use was only discovered by the players after the open beta. Su Silly could not help but admire the players' imagination. Of course, it could also be that this setting was based on some games or novels in the past, so the players could easily associate it. After knowing this information, Su Silly hurriedly closed the post, and then looked in the treasury panel. Since the opening of the faction warehouse, he could check all his current assets in the panel, which was very convenient. After browsing from the beginning, Su Silly blinked. Nothing. He rummaged through the entire treasury but found no trace of the star core. He was stunned for a while, but soon he understood. The use of a star core had not been discovered yet. The meat and bones of the interstellar beasts were treasures, and even their fur was very rare material. But a star core? It was probably disposed of like garbage. Thinking about this, Su Silly could not help but feel heartache. It had been almost 100 years since the natural disaster. How many interstellar beasts had he killed? Not a single star core was left. Su Silly didn't dare to think about it anymore. He turned around and sent a message to Wen Jishan, asking him to issue an order that in the future, all interstellar beasts must have their cores dug out and handed over to the government. It would take some time for the policy to be announced, so he posted another mission on the mercenary platform to purchase star cores. 1 star core was worth 100 points, 2 star cores were worth 1,000 points, 3 star cores were worth 10,000 points, and so on. This price was a little high at the moment. After all, they had been treated as garbage in the past. Suddenly, someone was buying at a high price. No matter how one thought about it, there was a problem. However, Su Silly also had his own persistence. He admired and was soft-hearted towards these mercenaries who lived on the edge of their blades, so he didn't trick them. Of course, if someone deliberately refused to sell and wanted to raise the price, he would just let them rot in his hands. After all, when the policy was implemented, the army and players would continuously provide him with star cores. The purchasing location was the headquarters of the Mercenary Association. There were robots helping him collect the goods, so he didn't have to worry about that. After posting the mission, Su Silly looked at the Elite Life Profession mission. Out of the 38 players left, only 24 had reached level 5. Among them, there were about 5 to 6 wood elementalists and fire elementalists. Su Silly wasn't greedy. He wanted to recruit these people to help him create the first batch of blood potions. With this batch of blood potions, whether it was the soldiers at the front line or the escort team deep in the forest, the survival rate would be greatly increased. As for the newly obtained blue potion formula, Su Silly hesitated for a while, but he still sent a copy to Su Lin. Although this kid wasn't an NPC with special talents, he had surprised him twice. The first time was in the Snow Valley, and the second time was in the blood potion. He had a passion for research. Perhaps he could throw all the research and development work to him. However, Su Silly couldn't bear to see the haggard appearance of the three kids, especially Su Lin. His face was so thin that there was no flesh left. They were still 16 or 17 years old. He thought about it and put down the milk tea in his hand. He said, "Xixing, let's go." Xixing got up and followed him. He watched as the young man walked slowly on the street and walked in the direction they came from. He didn't ask anything and just followed silently. Su Silly didn't return to the small wooden house. He stopped in the woods behind the small wooden house. The weather was getting colder, but the trees were still green. It would take a while for the trees to turn yellow. The environment here was good. Su Silly took a deep breath and extended his mental strength. Now that he was level 19, his mental strength could detect up to 50 meters away. Su Lin's small wooden house was within his detection range. Every time Su Silly used his mental strength to detect, he felt that it was very strange. After penetrating the wooden planks, the scene in the small wooden house appeared faintly in his mind. The details weren't particularly clear, but he could clearly see Su Lin and the others. Seeing that they were seriously making the potion, Su Silly smiled slightly. With a slight thought, he used a leader skill that he hadn't used before. Pointers, description, you can designate a person and strengthen one of their attributes for a short period of time. The strengthening lasts for 10 minutes. Special effect, ignore level difference. Magic consumption, 500 points. He designated Su Lin and strengthened his intelligence and spirit. Then, he used insight and found that Su Lin's intelligence and spirit attributes were directly increased by 10 times. Su Silly couldn't help but be speechless. This strengthening is too awesome. He couldn't help but glance at Xixing. He thought to himself, if I use this skill on Xixing, wouldn't I be invincible? Even if it's only for 10 minutes, it's still awesome. No, it's not just awesome, it's godly. After all, Xixing now had more than 1 million HP. If he strengthened his physique tenfold, wouldn't he have more than 10 million HP? That's terrifying. Su Silly was shocked by this idea of his, but it was indeed feasible. If the original Snow Roland hadn't colluded with the enemy and wasn't killed, with the two leader skills, insight and pointers, coupled with Xixing's support, he could be said to be invincible in the later stages of the game. With the addition of the fourth disaster, the game team had spent a lot of effort on this character. Unfortunately, Su Silly shook his head and continued to focus on Su Lin and the other two. Su Lin was looking at the communication device. Perhaps he was looking at the recipe that he had just sent. With the support of his skills, he could clearly see that Su Lin's expression suddenly changed. Then, he took out a pen and paper and scribbled down the recipe. The intelligence and spirit attributes could improve one's thinking ability and make the brain clearer. This was something that Su Silly deeply experienced. He didn't know what kind of inspiration Su Lin would be able to get from the 10-minute duration. Su Silly didn't pay much attention to it. What he could gain from it all depended on Su Lin's own luck. He retracted his attention and looked at Su Lin's status bar. He was overly tired and his HP was decreasing at a very slow rate. Wait a minute, Su Silly was slightly stunned. He saw that Su Lin's HP cap was decreasing instead of increasing. Although it wasn't very fast, Su Silly was still shocked. He never thought that the HP cap could decrease. He frowned and thought for a while. He quickly understood. HP was actually HP and represented vitality. Su Lin had been researching day and night and hadn't gotten enough rest. In fact, his body had been greatly depleted. This also affected his lifespan, which was why his HP cap was decreasing. Su Silly pursed his lips. Although he urgently needed the MP recovery potion, this didn't mean that he wanted Su Lin to sacrifice his HP to do such a thing. Draining the pond to catch all the fish was not a wise thing to do. He looked at Su Yi and Gulai next to him. The MP recovery potion was obviously made by them. Even without Su Lin's participation, they seemed to be at ease. After thinking for a while, Su Silly paid attention to Su Lin. Then, he opened his mouth slightly and began to sing in a low voice. Roland's Goodnight Song. It was a very peaceful and gentle song. It could make the listener feel as if they had returned to their mother's warm embrace and unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. Currently, he could already limit the range of his skills to a specific person. Seeing Su Lin suddenly stop writing, his eyelids began to droop, but he tried his best to resist sleepiness. In the end, he had no choice but to fall asleep. Su Silly couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have enhanced his attributes so early. 10 minutes. He only maintained the inspiration burst state for 2 minutes. However, in these 2 minutes, Su Lin's HP cap had decreased by 100. Of course, compared to the total amount, it was not a big deal. However, who knew if there would be any side effects? Su Silly didn't want to gamble. He still quite liked Su Lin. He just didn't know if the loss of HP cap was due to the negative effect of pointers or Su Lin's physique. He noted this question down and decided to experiment later. Su Lin fell into a deep sleep. Su Silly's lullaby was quickly finished, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to sing Germinal. Since Germinal was a skill that could restore HP, it should be beneficial to life. Anyway, there was no harm in listening to it more. It could also increase elemental affinity. This time even Su Yi and Gu Lai heard the song. Gu Lai muttered as he controlled the fire element, "Is the mayor playing Germinal again? I feel that today's version is better than the previous version." Su Ye's face was calm as she focused on the crucible. "Focus, don't be distracted." After being reprimanded, Gu Lai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, the current him wasn't like the time when he was in school. He didn't go tit for tat with Su Yi. Although he was clearly unhappy, the red-haired boy only responded with a low "oh." It was quiet inside and outside the small wooden house. Only Su Silly's voice echoed in the ears of the 3 boys. After their HP was restored to its peak, the song continued to stimulate their bodies, subtly increasing their elemental affinity. After a long time, Su Silly finally stopped singing. The 3 boys in the small wooden house had already reached their peak state. Even the negative buff on Su Lin had disappeared. He looked away with satisfaction and turned his head to see Xixing looking at him intently. Su Silly felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He asked, "What's wrong?" Xixing smiled slightly. "Your Majesty sang really well." Su Silly blinked. "Huh? That's not right, you can hear me sing?" Although he had opened his mouth to sing, the range of his movements wasn't very big. This was because he was mainly controlling the sound element. He didn't need to make his voice very loud, however, Su Silly quickly thought of something. This freakishly strong man could also control the sound element. It wasn't strange at all that he could hear his voice. Su Silly twitched his mouth and avoided eye contact to hide his embarrassment. Seeing him avoid eye contact, Xixing didn't say anything. He lowered his eyelashes slightly, covering his beautiful grayish-blue eyes. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and his handsome face once again showed a hint of depression and grievance. He looked like an abandoned puppy. Su Silly glanced at him and couldn't help but bite his lip. He couldn't stand Xixing like this. It was so strange. He turned to leave, but before he could take a step, he couldn't help but turn back and ask, "What's wrong with you?" He was probably waiting for him to ask. When he heard his question, Xixing looked up with his deep, starry eyes and looked at him quietly. Su Silly's heart skipped a beat. His deep voice rang out softly in the small forest. "I hope that one day, your Majesty will sing for me." After saying that, he added with special emphasis, "Only for this official." Su Silly stared at him blankly. The man's voice echoed in the forest. The sound element clearly hit his eardrums, but it also seemed to hit his heart directly. Lubdub, his heart skipped a beat. Su Silly looked into Xixing's eyes, which reflected his appearance. The dazed young man was at a loss. After looking at each other for a long time, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked away. Let's go back. We've been out for a long time," he didn't continue his sentence. Xing lowered his eyelashes slightly to hide the darkness in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. He didn't force him and used his mind to summon the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard landed on the grass, and its green eyes moved between the two of them. It could clearly feel that the atmosphere was a little strange. It didn't dare to say anything and obediently lay on the ground, fulfilling its duty as a mount. Susili climbed up first. Xing landed behind him and hugged him with one hand, trapping him in his arms. He was already used to this, but at this moment, he inexplicably felt his face heat up. Suppressing that strange feeling, Susili ordered Jiuyu to take off. The shadow leopard was already used to listening to him. After being together for so long, it already understood that it could ignore its master's words, but it definitely couldn't ignore this little emperor. It growled in response, then its shadow wings grew and it flew into the blue sky. The harmonious atmosphere was no longer there, and at this moment, it seemed a little stiff. The two masters didn't speak, so the shadow leopard didn't dare to make a sound. But when it entered the palace, it suddenly had a bad feeling. It couldn't be considered a crisis. It was just an inexplicable uncomfortable feeling, as if something unpleasant was about to happen. The shadow leopard frowned and wanted to investigate further, but Xing had already put it back into the contract space. Jiuyu had no choice but to wait until the next opportunity to come out and take a look. Susili returned to his bedroom. After sending Xing away, his strange mood didn't subside. Recently, he was getting weirder and weirder. The young man paced back and forth in his bedroom and finally decided to go to the secret room to continue watching the player's escort progress. In the surveillance video, a long canyon that could only accommodate one person appeared. The middle section of the canyon was bigger, and the escort team of nearly 200 people were gathered in this canyon. And at the entrance of the canyon, Roar, an unknown interstellar beast, was stuck there, roaring angrily and wanting to break in. And the players and NPCs were beating it up, that's right, because the entrance of the canyon was narrow, the interstellar beast couldn't break in immediately, and the vice captain, who was a metal-type warrior, blocked the front. The vice captain had strengthened his body with the metal element, and there were two light elementalists continuously casting light healing at him. Areiko was also standing behind him, casting healing stream on him from time to time. So, although he would occasionally be wounded, he still managed to get a lot of aggro on him. Behind him, his comrades kept shooting at the interstellar beast with laser guns. Not long after, there was an unwilling roar, the interstellar beast fell to the ground, its head blown off by a player. This player was the young man named Hua Sui. Hua Sui stole the kill again. So what? Everyone's EXP is divided equally. If it's killed by an NPC, we won't get any EXP. Master Hua, you're awesome. Hua Sui raised his chin with a cold expression. Looking at this scene, Susili was a little dumbfounded. That's not right, aren't you guys in a hurry? Why are you suddenly here? Using a bug to level up, what made him even more dumbfounded was that a female player walked up and touched the interstellar beast, and then the behemoth-like interstellar beast disappeared. Susili blinked and quickly sensed something. He opened the faction storage and found that there were a few more interstellar beast corpses in his storage, and the energy needed for the laser gun was much less. Seeing this, he suddenly understood, so, after the players killed the monsters, they directly handed the corpses to the country in exchange for reputation, then used the reputation to exchange for energy to replenish supplies, and let the NPCs be free laborers to help them level up. He had to admit that this was a really good idea. Looking at Li Lai's expression, it was obvious that he was convinced by the players. So, how did they discuss the action plan? Didn't they say on the shuttle that this operation was to keep advancing and not to fight the interstellar beasts no matter how strong or weak they were? In the monitor, Li Lai flew out of the canyon again and quickly lured another interstellar beast back. He familiarly let the vice captain block it and then continued to fight the monsters. Susili was speechless. The players were the best, these 81 players were going to be led astray by the NPCs. But, the stronger the players were, the more likely they would be able to complete this escort mission without any losses. This was a good idea. Susili didn't care if the player's strength was unbalanced or not. Players who could create benefits for him were good players, and he didn't mind providing benefits to such people. Looking at the huge consumption of energy, he went on the star web and ordered another batch, which would probably arrive the next day. Susili looked at the extra interstellar beast corpses in the faction storage and found that they were basically 1 or 2 stars. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A 3-star beast was needed to upgrade the Imperial City to level 3. Thinking about the frozen beast that was cut in half by Xixing, Susili felt his heart ache. It was a level 3-star core, and he didn't pick it up. Susili looked at it for a while, then looked away in boredom and looked at the monitor of the Glazed Ocean City team. They obviously didn't find such a good terrain here, so they were still on the road. There weren't any casualties yet, but he felt that the same situation would probably happen here soon. After all, the players were all in cahoots. After 3 days, Susili still didn't find a 3-star beast star core. The interstellar beasts blocking the road were basically 1 or 2 stars, and there were very few 3-star beasts. The frozen beast from last time was the first and only 3-star beast they encountered this year. According to Wen Jishan, it took a lot of soldiers to take it down. As for the interstellar beasts that they killed in the past, some of their star cores were left behind. Star cores were very ornamental, so they were considered rare gems that were circulated among the nobles. It would take time to collect them now. Also, not everyone was willing to take them out. This made Susili feel troubled. In the end, he thought of Xixing. Anyway, Xixing was so strong, so it would be easy for him to bring back a 3-star beast. Also, the flying monitor had captured a 3-star rock beast. With Xixing's strength close to 8 stars, it would be more than enough to deal with a 3-star beast. Thus, he sent a message to Xixing and sent him the information about the rock beast. He told him to go to the border of Orchid City immediately and bring back a 3-star core. Xixing accepted the order and left the inner city, heading to the border to hunt for 3-star beasts. Susili waited for the star core while following up on the construction of Doha town. As the elementalist team grew, the construction speed increased day by day. The influx of people from the slums also allowed the town's population to meet the requirements for leveling up. As long as they solved the problem of food and clothing, Doha town would be able to level up to level 2 very soon. When that time came, Xixing would bring back the star core, and the town would be able to level up to level 3 Imperial City. Susili thought about the future and continued to pay attention to the situation of the escort team. The 2 team leaders were still rational and weren't completely fooled by the players. When they felt that it was about time, they continued on their way. However, their condition was obviously much better because the resources that could be exchanged in the faction storage were all used up or thrown away by the players in advance. This greatly reduced the burden on the warriors. In addition, in these 3 days, Susili had a new batch of blood potions and restricted them to only the players of the escort team. This was to prevent the players from the other main cities from snatching them up. With the protection of the blood potions, the warriors could effectively preserve their lives when they were attacked. With Areiko and the 2 light healers, when they reached a safe zone, they would be strong again. However, as the environment became more and more dangerous, the healing stream and healing light spells gradually couldn't keep up. They could only rely on the blood potions to hang on. Fortunately, until they passed through the Morris Mountains, other than a dozen players who had gloriously sacrificed themselves, there were no warriors who died. Of course, the players didn't care. After all, they could be resurrected. However, the warriors were very depressed. Some of them had already established deep friendships with the players, and even considered them to be best friends in life and death. Faced with the continuous deaths of their teammates, their emotions were greatly affected. Although the players later explained that these people could be resurrected, none of the warriors believed them at all. They only felt that the players were too sad and had started to imagine things. The players were driven crazy, but they couldn't prove themselves. This was because most of the players who died were directly killed by the interstellar beasts. In such a dangerous situation, it was difficult for their teammates to retrieve their bodies. Unable to explain clearly, the players could only give up. Anyway, they would understand when they saw the players in the future. However, in general, in the escort team, no players treated the NPCs as emotionless data anymore. The friendship cultivated in the midst of danger was deep and sincere, and it was unforgettable. Susili could feel the change in him. He was naturally gratified and happy. However, he soon received a piece of news that made him even happier. Under Nia's treatment, Cha Mo finally regained consciousness. After receiving the news, Su Silly immediately rushed to Xiaoqiang's bedroom. Little Ash, the human-shaped spirit gathering array, had always been arranged to stay at Xiaoqiang's place. Anyway, there was no shortage of rooms here. And Ah Huang, who was always by her side, naturally lived here too. When Nia healed Ah Huang, also known as Cha Mo, she also went directly to Xiaoqiang's palace. It was daytime now, and the two children were studying at the Elementalist College. Only Ah Huang, Nia, and a group of maids were left in the palace. When Su Silly walked into Little Ash's room, the first thing he saw was no longer the charmingly naive big yellow dog, but a slender and tall figure was standing by the window, looking at the scenery outside. It was probably a man, with short silver-gray hair that reached his ears, revealing faintly discernible earlobes, and coral-red earrings that swayed slightly in midair. Sensing something, he turned sideways and looked back. A pair of tea-colored eyes shone with a gentle light. He smiled faintly, but Su Silly stopped in his tracks. "Your Majesty, save me!" A female voice with a hint of fear sounded. Su Silly looked sideways and saw Nia standing aside, as if there was an invisible wall in front of her. She clenched her fists and hammered them, full of panic. The man glanced at Nia. The air wall around Nia seemed to shrink again, making it impossible for her to continue hammering. She struggled hard, but couldn't make too big of a movement, which made the panic in her eyes even more intense. Su Silly frowned, and then in the next second, the gray-haired man appeared in front of him. Having been accustomed to Xing's flash, Su Silly didn't panic when he suddenly approached. He only took half a step back and cast an insight spell on him at the same time. Cha Mo, race, Silver Wolf, Ancient Beast of the Esh Star, level, LV 40 HP, 45756/198500 Magic Power, 15800/75000 Talent Ability, Space Control Negative Status, Weak, Heavily Injured, in an unstable state, may fall into a deep sleep at any time. It was indeed Cha Mo, but the complete form of an ancient beast was actually in human form? "Your Majesty?" Cha Mo tilted his head and looked at him with interest in his eyes. His long earrings swayed even more violently in the air. Su Silly frowned again. He could not see any trace of Big Yellow on the man. He didn't evade. He looked straight into his brown eyes and said in a low voice, "You are Cha Mo." Cha Mo nodded and looked around the room. "The place is not bad, but," he narrowed his eyes and said in a dangerous voice, "Where's Ah Xing?" Su Silly was not a coward. Although there was a huge difference in levels, Cha Mo was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He only had half of his HP. It was just that his spatial control skill was more difficult to deal with. "She went to school." He looked at Cha Mo and asked curiously, "You don't remember what happened when you were injured?" Cha Mo frowned slightly. His skin was very white, a kind of sickly pale. There was no color in his skin. His skin was clear and flawless, and his veins could be vaguely seen. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome and clean person would subconsciously be Ah Huang. Cha Mo obviously did not remember. Otherwise, he would not have restrained Nia. After all, in principle, he could only regain his consciousness if Nia saved him. "Looks like you don't remember." Su Silly came to a conclusion and nodded. He did not care about Cha Mo's rudeness. After all, this was an ancient beast. He could not use human etiquette to ask him for help. Besides, he still needed his help later. He looked at Nia and said, "If you treat the water healing division like this, I can't say for sure if she will be willing to treat you later." He was still injured and had not fully recovered, yet he dared to treat a doctor like this. Only Cha Mo could do that. Cha Mo looked at him and then at Nia. He seemed to have come to a decision after weighing the pros and cons. In the next second, the struggling Nia was finally saved. Because the restraints were suddenly lifted, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. At least he knew what was good for him. Su Silly smiled. He was not in a hurry to ask him to do anything. Instead, he said, "Ah Xing will be back from class soon. You can wait for a while. Then we can have dinner together." Cha Mo looked at the young man in front of him. There was no doubt that he had a noble temperament. This showed his identity, but it was not the same as the human nobles he had met before. It was a kind of clear and bright aura, natural and generous, without the slightest turbidity or complexity. "Which country are you the emperor of?" Xianxia asked. His accent was a little strange, but with his gentle and clean voice, it sounded inexplicably comfortable. As a person who was obsessed with voices, Su Sili's impression of him suddenly improved, even though his question could be said to be rude. "Roland Empire," he said in a very good mood. As long as he could bring him to meet his second brother, he would treat him like a Buddha. Xiaomo's eyes widened slightly. He looked a little surprised. He looked at Su Sili again and said, "So weak." Su Sili, he wanted to beat someone up. Xiaomo had probably been asleep for a long time, or maybe it was because of his injury that his memory was stuck at 100 years ago. Otherwise, he would never ask which country he was the emperor of. After all, after the catastrophe, only the former strongest country in a snow star, Roland, was left. At that time, the Roland Empire should have been very powerful. To be able to become the emperor, he should not be too weak. It was normal for Xiaomo to have such thoughts. However, Su Sili was still unhappy. He was at least level 19 and was about to level 20. In today's Roland Empire, he was already considered a top powerhouse. Xiaomo seemed to have noticed Su Sili's unhappiness, but he did not say anything. He only curved his lips and smiled. His smile still looked so gentle and beautiful. Su Sili did not want to talk to him, so he turned and left. The matter of going to Lanyu City could wait until Little Ash came back at night. This Xiaomo obviously did not trust him now. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked back at Naya, who was on the ground. Naya was still in a state of shock after the scare just now. She thought that Yellow was just a normal dog. Even if it had a special body, it was probably just a tamed interstellar beast. She never thought that it could actually turn into a human. And in the blink of an eye, it controlled her. She did not even know what ability it used. As a noble woman with a small heart, after Naya regained her freedom, she could not help but feel resentful. She really did not want to heal Xiaomo. His injuries were already serious, and it took a lot of her energy. She did not expect that after waking him up, she would be treated like this. "You want me to help you again? Dream on." Just as Naya was thinking this, the young man's cold voice sounded, "Naya, continue to treat him. I'll give you 1,000. Naya was stunned. 1,000? Did he mean 1,000 wounded people? Although she treated people day and night in the mercenary town, how could it be so easy to reach the target of 10,000 people? She really wanted to make a false report, but the people she had treated were all recorded. And later on, her communication device would automatically count for her. She wanted to lie, but she could not, because Su Sili asked Xiaowu to do it. Her actions were already under the surveillance of artificial intelligence. As long as she still used the communication device, she could not escape such surveillance. Naya had already accepted her fate, but she did not expect such a good thing to happen. Saving Xiaomo alone was equivalent to saving 1,000 people. Such a good thing was not something that could be encountered at any time. So what if he was bullied a little? She used to be proud and arrogant, but now she was tortured to the point where she lost her temper. She was stripped of her noble title. Even if her family was still willing to take care of her, under the emperor's death order, she could only live in a commoner's house, wear these coarse linen clothes, and only have a maid to serve her. The only dignity was that she did not disclose this matter to the public, but this kind of life was still unbearable to her. Hearing Su Sili's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up, respectfully bowed to the young man, and said politely, "Yes, Your Majesty." Su Sili nodded and then left the room. Since he could not leave immediately, then he would arrange the departure matters. He wanted to leave secretly and then quietly come back. It would be best if no one knew, to avoid causing a commotion. "Brother you, there's a lake in front. Let's stop by the lake." Baifeng leaned out from the open roof of the car, looking at the lake in the distance, and said very excitedly. It was a very beautiful lake. The area was not large, the lake was clear, and connected with the blue sky, sparkling, and shallow waves were blown by the wind. Su Yuheng looked at it from afar, and then looked at the hover off-road vehicle's energy meter. It was indeed time to recharge. He nodded and drove the car to the lakeside. Bai Feng waited for the car to stop, then jumped out of the car and said excitedly, "I see fish in the lake. I'll go catch it. This kind of wild fish must taste very good." Seeing him rush to the lakeside, then take off his coat and pull up his pants to prepare to catch the fish, Su Yuhing smiled gently, and his mood relaxed a little. After driving for several hours, he was tired, so he turned on the switch of the energy board. The energy board extended from its folded state to both sides, letting more sunlight shine on the converter. After confirming that there was no problem, Su Yuhing opened the door and got out of the car. He took a deep breath of fresh air. That kind of refreshing feeling made it easy for people to forget that this was an online game, as if they were really traveling outside. Perhaps this was the charm of a holographic game. Su Yuhing stretched his stiff body, then lifted his feet and walked to the nearby woods, ready to pick up some firewood. Unlike his younger brother who was more of a shut-in, he especially liked to run outside when he was young, and he did not lack survival skills in the wild. He even had no problem drilling wood to start a fire. There were many traces of small animals in the woods, but there were no large animals, so it was a good place to rest. He was now at level 5, so he could not continue to level up before changing professions. Although he could accumulate experience points, he was not interested in farming monsters at the moment. After picking up the firewood, he found a stone to block the wind, piled the firewood together, and then began to make a fire. He did not know if it was because he had not made a fire for a long time, but this time it did not go well. In the end, he rubbed his palms, but there was not a single spark. Su Yuhing could not help but bitterly smile. He liked to run around when he was young, but after his younger brother died unexpectedly, he became very depressed and did not like to go out anymore. Even if he knew that Xiaoli would not have lived long even if he did not get on that flight, he could not forgive himself. He was the one who ruined Xiaoli's life with his own hands. If he did not ask him to attend that damn blind date party, if on that day, when he called him before he left, he asked him to stay instead of urging him to go to the airport, Xiaoli could have lived for a few more years. He still had so many things to do, he still had not properly said goodbye to his family. It was all his fault. Su Yuhing's hand that was holding the branch trembled. His vision also became blurry. Damn it, he took a deep breath, threw down the branch, took off his glasses, looked up, and covered his eyes with the back of his hand. Footsteps sounded beside him. It was probably Bai Feng who came back with fish. Su Yuhing could not help but panic. He did not want Bai Feng to see him like this. His image could not collapse. He turned sideways and finally stood up. He took a few steps forward and pretended to pick up the branches. After picking up a few, he finally controlled his emotions. Other than his eyes being a little red, he should not be able to see anything else. Only then did he prepare to go back. But, he heard Bai Feng's cheers. From afar, it came from the lake. He looked up and could also see Bai Feng's figure. He was holding a branch in his hand, and it was in the middle of a fish. He raised it high up. The fish tail swayed crazily, and water droplets splashed everywhere, reflecting colorful light under the sun. It was a very beautiful scene. But, if Bai Feng was still by the lake, whose footsteps did he just hear? Su Yuhing was frightened and turned around vigilantly. However, when he saw the figure squatting next to the firewood, he was suddenly stunned. The silver-haired young man had tied his long hair into a ponytail, revealing the perfect side profile that he was very familiar with. The young man held the branch that he had just thrown down with both hands and rubbed it quickly. He looked so serious, as if there was only that piece of wood in the world. A spark jumped out and landed on the dry leaves next to him. The leaves were quickly ignited, and then they burned fiercely. Su Yuhing stared at the young man in a daze. When he saw the young man look up at him, he revealed a smug smile. This scene was so familiar. He had also taught Xiaoli how to rub the fire. When he successfully rubbed out the flames, the kid also smiled at him like this. That sly and complacent expression, every frown and smile was so vivid, as if the person who could only live in his memory was reborn in front of him. Second brother. The young man clapped his hands and stood up. He smiled and shouted, "I'm here for you." Seeing that he did not respond, he walked up to him step by step and waved his hand in front of him. What's wrong? Scared silly? Aren't you very surprised? Su Silly looked at his second brother, his eyes curved into happy arcs, and his purple eyes flashed with a lively light. In his memory, only a little more than 2 months had passed, and his second brother was still the same as in his memory, so when he saw this person, he did not feel strange at all. Su Yuhing continued to stare at him in a daze. After a long time, he reached out and carefully touched Su Silly's face. When he felt that real touch, he could not help but tremble. He held the young man's face with both hands. A slight pain came from his palms that let him know that he was not dreaming. The silver-haired, purple-eyed young man really did have the same face as his younger brother, and more importantly, his expression, his movements, and even his tone of voice were all familiar to him. "You are Xiaoli?" he asked in a trembling voice. "That's right." Su Silly's face was distorted, but he was not angry. He only pulled down Su Yuhing's hand, took out some medicinal powder from his storage capsule, and sprinkled it on him. This was a medicine developed based on the blood medicine, and its effects were amazing. After the medicinal powder came into contact with the wound, Su Yuhing's broken palm quickly healed, and the wound could not even be seen. Su Yuhing stared at him. He opened his mouth several times, but no words came out. For Su Silly, it had only been a month or two, but for him, it had already been close to 10 years. How many decades could there be in a person's life? He felt like something was stuck in his heart. He wanted to laugh, but his facial features uncontrollably squeezed together. "This is Xiaoli, his younger brother, Xiaoli, Xiaoli is no longer here. That's just a piece of virtual data." "Do you think a piece of virtual data can replace Xiaoli?" In his ears, the voice of his older brother, Su Fengqing, sounded without warning. Su Yuhing instantly felt like a piece of his heart had been dug out, and blood flowed out. His eyes turned red again, but he resisted and looked at the silver-haired youth in front of him, who was taller than him. He had to admit a fact. "You are Snow Roland?" Su Silly, who was rummaging through the storage capsule, paused when he heard this. He looked at his older brother, and was a little troubled about how to explain it to him. "This body is indeed Snow Roland's, but I am Xiaoli," he said. "After the plane crash, my soul crossed over into the game. After the closed beta started, I've been waiting for you. Unfortunately, you were born in Lanyu City. I didn't want to wait until the open beta to see you, so I thought of a way to find you." As Su Silly spoke, he took out a crystal ball from the storage capsule. "I can't take you to the Imperial City now, so I brought the crystal ball for testing. Test your elemental talent and see if you can successfully change your profession." Seeing that Su Yuhing was still in a daze, Su Silly knew that he might need some time to digest it, so he pulled his hand and let him hold the crystal ball. A green light lit up. "Second brother, you chose the wind element. Wind elementalists can fly in the sky, so it suits you quite well." Su Silly smiled and spoke with a gentleness that could only be seen in front of people close to him. However, Su Yuhing still held the crystal ball and was still in a daze. Su Silly didn't care about him and gave him time to digest it. He turned around and prepared to add more firewood to the fire so that the flames wouldn't go out. Looking at his back, Su Yuhing, who finally digested it, didn't show the surprise that Su Silly expected. He twitched the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Game group, actually," he muttered. His voice was very soft, but it didn't escape Su Silly's ears. As a sound elementalist, he could clearly hear the sound even if it was 100 meters away, let alone now when the two of them were so close. Su Silly stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened slightly. Su Yuhing's muttering made his heart suddenly feel empty. These 5 short words made him understand Su Yuhing's thoughts at the moment. He thought, this was the game group's design and arrangement. Su Silly turned around and stood a few steps away from Su Yuhing, looking at him from afar. He saw the pain and unfamiliarity in Su Yuhing's eyes, and he finally saw the changes in him. This man who had grown up with him was shrouded in a layer of haze. Although his appearance was still the same as in his memories, his temperament had changed a lot. He was a little dejected, a little gloomy. He was no longer the comfortable, upright, refined, elegant, and somewhat vain noble young master. Su Silly felt the muscles on his forehead tighten. His eyes were a little hot, and his brows were deeply furrowed. His second brother, How did he become like this? Su Silly felt empty in his heart. His heart ached and he was very sad. Second brother, what I said just now is true. He tried to control his voice and keep himself calm. He tried to convince himself, no one would easily believe such a ridiculous thing. It was normal for his second brother to misunderstand. My soul has really transmigrated into the game. You can ask me anything, and I can answer you. He thought about the past and said anxiously. Second brother, you remember? When you were 6 years old, you wet the bed. Then you framed me, and I was teased by our parents for a long time. You think I don't know? Actually, I just didn't want to expose you. Also, when you were in elementary school, you asked me to deliver a love letter for you. In the end, you wrote Big Brother's name, and I was beaten up by him. Also, your birthday is June 20th, and the password of your bank card is reversed. In one breath, Su Silly revealed a lot of secrets that only the two brothers knew. Hearing his words, Su Yuhing was surprised at first. Then, he felt a little uncomfortable. But slowly, it turned into a silent, bitter smile. Su Silly gradually stopped talking. Although he didn't say anything, the tacit understanding between brothers allowed him to read Su Yuhing's eyes. Second brother didn't believe him. He was surprised because he actually told these secrets to the game team and let the game team design such a perfect Su Silly who transmigrated into the game. His fiery heart suddenly cooled down. Su Silly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Because he realized, he couldn't explain it. He couldn't make his second brother believe that he was indeed his younger brother, Su Silly. No matter how much he said, his second brother would think that this was all a design. After all, the original purpose of Snow Roland's existence was to be a comfort to his family after his death, right? His soul had transmigrated into the game. What a perfect story. It was a story, not reality. Su Yuhing raised his hand and wanted to get closer to him. However, this time, Su Silly took a step back. Su Silly frowned sadly. He looked deeply at Su Yuhing. He restrained his trembling voice and said, Second brother, I'm not Data. I'm not an NPC. I'm your younger brother, Su Silly. The young man's eyes were so red that they looked like they were going to bleed. His voice also became choked with sobs. Su Yuhing looked at his sad and helpless appearance and was slightly stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. He wanted to reach out and hug him like when he was young. However, his eldest brother's words rang in his ears again. Do you think a piece of data can replace Xiaoli? Su Silly saw Su Yuhing's hesitation. Sadness and despair rushed toward him like an avalanche. He stared at his second brother and began to retreat step by step. Seeing that he was about to step into the fire, Su Yuhing hurriedly stopped him. However, the young man's figure flashed and disappeared in front of him. It was as if he had never appeared. The small forest was quiet, only the rustling of the leaves in the wind and the crackling of the firewood could be heard. Su Yuhing stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Apart from him, there was no one else in the small forest, not to mention the fairy-like silver-haired youth. Did he just have a dream? Su Yuhing lowered his head and saw the crystal ball by his feet and the fine powder on his palm. He was finally sure that it wasn't a dream. Su Yuhing's heart ached when he saw the youth's desperate and sad expression. Brother Yu. At this time, Bai Feng's voice came from behind him. Accompanying it was the moist smell of the lake and the fishy smell of fish. Brother Yu, look. I caught 2 fish, aren't they huge? They must be delicious. Brother Yu, Bai Feng, who was holding the fish as if he was presenting a treasure, stopped. He looked at Su Yuhing with a dazed expression. Brother Yu, why are you crying? Su Yuhing bit his lip and turned his face away. After taking off his glasses, his facial features were similar to Su Silly's, but he was more mature and had a melancholy temperament. He didn't look at Bai Feng and said in a low voice, I'm leaving for a while, you can play by yourself. After that, he went offline. Bai Feng was left alone in a daze. After a long time, he threw away the fish in his hand and bent down to pick up the crystal ball on the ground. In the forest on the other side of the lake, Su Silly's figure appeared under a tree. His face was pale and his eyes were still red. A figure walked out from the shadow of the tree, coral red earrings swaying gently. Cha Mo looked at the youth and easily sensed his fluctuating emotions. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Su Silly didn't look at him and only looked at the forest on the other side with a bitter smile. He whispered, Cha Mo, let's go back to the palace. Cha Mo looked at him and followed his line of sight to the forest on the other side. He couldn't see clearly what was there because of the distance. He could only see black smoke rising from the burning firewood and being blown away by the wind. He thought for a moment and said, I'll have to wait for a while before I come back. Such a long-distance teleportation was quite a burden for him. Su Silly nodded. Let's go back. Although he tried his best to cover it up, it was still very obvious. Cha Mo glanced at him and didn't say anything else. His body slowly transformed and finally turned into a silver-gray giant wolf. After Su Silly climbed onto his back, the giant wolf stretched out his tail and swiped it in the air. A crack appeared in the air. The giant wolf bent down slightly and carried Su Silly into the crack. This was a long and narrow passage surrounded by a night sky full of stars. The giant wolf carried the youth and moved forward with difficulty. Unlike the excitement he had when he came, Su Silly lowered his eyes and recalled his second brother's reaction just now. Tears began to gather in his eyes. He blinked his eyes hard and raised his head with a smile. He was obviously a person who didn't like to smile, but at this moment, this was the only way to suppress the sadness that was on the verge of collapse. Finally, the giant wolf carried him out of the passage and returned to the Roland Empire's imperial city, to the emperor's bedroom. It had been less than 2 hours since Su Silly left and returned. Besides Xiao Wu and Cha Mo, no one else knew that he had left. Seeing that Su Silly was in a bad mood, Cha Mo transformed back into his human form and left. He went back to take care of little Ash first. The reason why he agreed to Su Silly's request and sent him to Lanyu City was because of little Ash. It could be considered as repaying the human emperor for taking care of little Ash. Su Silly stood in place and waited until Cha Mo's figure completely disappeared. He still stood there in a daze, as if he didn't know what to do at this moment. After a long time, he dragged his weak and tired feet to the side of the bed and threw himself on the mattress. In a moment of desperation, he used Xixing's flash to escape. This skill consumed all of his physical strength. The sadness and confusion, coupled with the tiredness brought by his terrible physical condition, under the double blow, he felt like he was going to collapse. He had always been worried that players would treat NPCs as data, but he didn't realize that in the eyes of others, he was actually just a bunch of data. How could he let his family believe that he was the real Su Silly? His eyes were closed, and his brows were furrowed. His head was very painful. His body was very tired. He couldn't concentrate and think. Even if he knew that he would be fine after sleeping, he didn't feel sleepy at all. Su Silly clutched his slightly stinging heart and looked at the ceiling, trying to empty his mind. But he couldn't. He felt very lonely, a loneliness that he had never felt before drowned him. Ever since he came to this strange world and met his family, they had become his belief that supported him to continue walking. He had imagined all the scenes of meeting his second brother, but he didn't expect that it would be like this. In the future, what should he do? Even his second brother was like this, not to mention his more rational eldest brother. Would his parents enter the game? What would they think of him? Would they believe his words? One after another, unanswered questions kept attacking Su Silly's mind. He closed his eyes tightly, but he couldn't control the sadness that made him feel like he was about to die. Xixing, the figure of the blonde man, appeared in front of him. Su Silly bit his lips. Xixing, why wasn't he back yet? He missed him so much. He missed him so much that he could hug him and keep him by his side. If he was here, would he not be so desperate? He opened his eyes slightly and called up the puppet technique panel. Xixing, just as he glanced at his attributes, Su Silly was suddenly shocked and sat up on the bed. He saw Xixing's health bar, health, 2680/11258660. Why did Xixing only have a sliver of health left? Panic enveloped Su Silly. From what he knew, Xixing had always been invincible. He never thought that Xixing would die. But this sliver of health clearly told him that Xixing's health bar would be emptied in one hit. Emptying his health bar could kill him. In a primeval forest far away from the Imperial City and Orchid City, all kinds of mutated plants grew here. They were lush and lush. Originally, there were countless interstellar beasts living here. Now should be the time for the rulers of these planets to come out and hunt, but today, the forest was particularly deserted. No, it couldn't be said to be deserted. Roar, accompanied by a deafening vibration, the unwilling roar of the beast resounded through the sky before it finally crashed to the ground. Before it died, its huge eyes were still staring straight ahead. Its bright eyes reflected a golden-haired man holding a long sword. The man looked at it expressionlessly. In his gray-blue eyes, other than indifference, there was only a terrifying murderous intent. He wasn't in a good condition either. Blood hung from the corner of his mouth and was still flowing out. The military uniform on his body had long been dyed black and red. It was hard to see its original color. The man didn't seem to notice. He raised the long sword in his hand and stabbed it into the giant beast's head. Pooh, a hard object the size of a fist was dug out. This hard object was like the most beautiful gem in the world, shining faintly under the sun. The man was just about to put away the gem when suddenly, a mournful roar came from afar. An interstellar beast that was exactly the same as the one under his feet roared angrily from afar. That angry roar caused the surrounding interstellar beasts that didn't have time to escape to explode and die. The man also spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at the interstellar beast that was quickly approaching from afar. His expression was a little more solemn, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. At this moment, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. The man blinked. The interstellar beast was already in front of him in an instant. It raised its mountain-like palm and slammed it down on the man with resentment and anger. A huge wind pressure was raised. Boom, the sound of the impact was deafening, causing the forest to shake even more violently. The ground and mountains continued to collapse, and countless lives were lost. However, the interstellar beast's anger suddenly stopped. It raised its foot, only to find that it was gone. Whether it was the human who killed its partner or the 9-star core of its partner, they were all gone. Roar! Roar! Its sorrowful and angry voice kept ringing in the forest. It angrily beat everything it saw, causing the deaths of countless interstellar beasts. The interstellar beasts that were slightly further away had already fled and didn't dare to approach this place anymore. Roland's imperial city, the emperor's palace. Xianxia opened his eyes. The familiar surroundings made him let down his guard. The silver-haired young man who was rushing toward him made his temperament change. He slightly curled his lips. Although he was covered in blood, he showed an extremely gentle smile to the young man without the slightest trace of hostility. Such gentleness and purity were completely different from the cold and cruel person who was like a killing god just now. Lord God finally summoned him. Xianxia thought. If Lord God didn't summon him, he would probably be in some trouble. But now, all the troubles were far away from him. Your Majesty. He softly called out to Xianxia and watched him rush to him step by step. The young man opened his arms as if he wanted to hug Xianxia, but in the end, he stopped. He trembled and looked at Xianxia in panic. His red eyes were filled with fear. He was like a frightened little rabbit, so cute that Xianxia wanted to hug him. Xianxia really wanted to hug him. After being separated for a few days, missing Xianxia had been tormenting him every moment, making his heart suffer. But he restrained himself. Now that he was covered in blood, he couldn't dirty Lord God's clothes. Xianxia took half a step back and looked at Xianxia. After confirming that nothing had happened to him, he was slightly relieved. Your Majesty summoned me. What's the matter? He asked softly. However, the young man didn't answer him. After the initial shock, he took out the storage capsule with trembling hands and took out a bottle of medicine from it. These were developed by the boy named Su Lin and could restore blood. The young man pulled him over and sat him on the bed. He didn't care about the blood stains on his body. Your Majesty, as soon as he opened his mouth, the young man grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He stuffed them with force and his hands trembled, causing a few pills to fall out. Xianxia didn't care about the scattered pills and kept stuffing them into Xianxia's mouth. Eat. Eat it for me. His voice was trembling and he was choking with sobs. This made Xianxia a little stunned. He saw the tears in the young man's eyes. Lord God, he kept swallowing the pills that the young man stuffed into his mouth. These pills did have the effect of restoring blood, but to him, it was a drop in the bucket. After all the blood pills were stuffed, Xianxia's blood had only recovered a quarter of his blood. However, at least he wasn't left with only a sliver of blood. At this moment, Su Sili's hands, arms, and body were all stained with blood. However, he turned a deaf ear to Xianxia's words. He stared fixedly at Xianxia, and his purple eyes seemed to have turned purplish red. How did you end up like this? He lowered his voice and spoke in a low voice, as if a storm was brewing. He had only asked him to deal with a 3-star beast and retrieve its core. He didn't believe that a 3-star beast could be so powerful that it could injure Xianxia, who was already at level 79, to this extent. Su Sili thought of the Bavad Empire. Did Arnold send people to ambush Xianxia? He couldn't imagine it. If he hadn't looked at Xianxia's panel, would he not have discovered it until he died? Su Sili's heart throbbed with pain at the thought of this. At the same time, he was filled with hatred for the Bavad Empire. However, under his gaze, Xianxia opened one of his hands and a ball of clear water slowly condensed in his palm. It was supposed to be a simple action, but at this moment, when he did it, he was weak and sluggish. Su Sili looked at the ball in his arms and felt his heart ache and fear again. But he didn't understand. Why did Xianxia suddenly condense water elements? Under his puzzled gaze, Xianxia washed his hands with clear water, then reached into his arms and took out something wrapped in a handkerchief. Su Sili was even more puzzled. He watched as Xianxia untied the handkerchief and revealed the wrapped object. It was an exquisitely designed piccolo. Almost as soon as it was revealed, Su Sili felt a strong sound element. The sound element condensed on the piccolo, and the jade-white body of the piccolo was even dyed with a faint layer of purple. Su Sili stared blankly at the piccolo, feeling as if his heart had stopped beating for a moment. It was a very strange feeling. Desire. That's right, the moment he saw the piccolo, he felt a strong desire in his body. He longed for this piccolo. He wanted to own it and use it for his own use, but he didn't do that. Su Sili pursed his lips and cast a detection spell on the piccolo. Piccolo of the god of music. Description: legend has it that it was forged by the partner of the god of music. After the god of music fell, it was lost in the world. Quality: mythical equipment effect. All attributes are doubled unlocked. 1. Strengthen, passive skill. When wearing this piccolo, the effects of sound type skills will be increased by 10 times. 2. Advance, active skill. For a short period of time, the effects of sound type skills will be increased by 100 times. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 hour. 3. Protection. When playing sound type skills with this piccolo, a protective shield will form around the user and absorb 99% of the damage. Unlocked, unknown. Looking at this incredible item, Su Sili couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. A divine weapon. That was the first word that came to his mind. Then, he wondered. Why did Xianxia take this out? Xianxia didn't say anything. He just held the piccolo in front of him. Even though he didn't say anything, his meaning was quite obvious. But Su Sili didn't take it. He stared at Xianxia, his anger and fear drowning him. Xianxia said, "Your Majesty, haven't you been able to find a weapon that you like? What do you think of this piccolo? If you're not satisfied with it, you can use it for now. I'll find a better one for you in the future." How did you get hurt? Su Sili interrupted him coldly. Xianxia lowered his eyes. He didn't want to lie to his Majesty, so he had to tell him the truth. The ruins were occupied by interstellar beasts. After I got the piccolo, I encountered a 9-star beast when I came out, but I've already defeated it. He took out the star core that was the size of a fist. Compared to the 1 or 2 star cores that were the size of a mung bean, this star core was huge. In addition to the 9-star core, there was also a 3-star core. This was the task that Su Sili had given him, and he had completed it very well. However, his words somehow touched Su Sili's nerves. He, who was on the verge of breaking down, suddenly exploded. Why the F***ck did you do such unnecessary things? The young man's angry voice rang out in the bedroom. Xianxia was stunned. He looked up at the young man and saw that his beautiful and delicate face had become even more beautiful due to anger. His light purple eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. "Did I ask you to find a weapon for me? Why did you act on your own accord? Do you think you're so great? Do you think I'll be grateful to you? Why did you disobey my orders? Why, did you get hurt so badly? You almost died, do you know that?" The young man scolded him angrily, but in the end, he covered his eyes with both hands and cried. Sob sob. "Do you know how worried I was? I was scared to death. Why the *CK did you do that? Why did you do that to me, sob sob? What would I do if you died?" Xixing looked at him blankly. He never thought that he would suddenly explode like this. Seeing the young man crying like an injured and abandoned little beast, lonely and sad, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The man stretched out his hands, pulled the young man, and hugged him tightly in his arms. Susili obediently let him hug him. Feeling his strong arms, he buried his head in the man's blood-stained chest and sobbed softly, venting all the sadness, worry, and fear in his heart. Xixing listened to his sobs and felt his heart throbbing painfully. It was 100 times more painful than when he was attacked by the galactic beast. But, was the god crying for him? He was so worried about him that he was crying. This realization made Xixing's heart surge with waves of shock. Very quickly, it turned into a gentle breeze and a gentle rain, turning into a joyful and throbbing emotion. However, when he heard the young man's hoarse voice and the despair in his sobs, his heart started to ache again. "Your Majesty, I'm fine. This is all my fault. Please don't cry, okay?" However, his comforting words couldn't stop Susili. He had too many negative emotions in his heart. Whether it was his heart hurt by his second brother or the shock brought by Xixing's near-death experience, both made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. At this moment, he buried his head tightly in Xixing's arms, feeling his pulse and heartbeat. It seemed that this was the only way to comfort his heart. He sobbed softly. There had never been a moment when he had such a clear understanding of his own heart. He couldn't leave Xixing anymore. On all levels. "Don't leave me," the young man's voice was nasal and pitiful. "I only have you," Xixing's heart throbbed. He hugged him tightly and said softly, "I won't leave you. Even if you chase me away, I won't leave." The man's voice was low and hoarse. It was filled with gentleness and affection. Susili sniffed. He felt that strange emotion in his heart again, but at this moment, he didn't reject it anymore. He didn't deliberately ignore his feelings of wanting to get closer to Xixing. He raised his head slightly and rubbed Xixing's chin longingly. Because of this intimate hug, his body was inevitably stained with blood. Like Xixing, he was about to become a bloody person. However, Susili, who had always loved cleanliness, didn't mind at all. Xixing felt that today was his lucky day. Although the fight with the 9-star beast had been quite dangerous for him. Not only had he been seriously injured, but he had also almost died. However, at this moment, he felt that everything was worth it. The two hugged for a long time. Neither of them spoke. However, the faint feelings flowing between them were beyond words. There was no need to express them. After a while, Susili managed to calm down. He looked up at Xixing and said, "I'll play the flute for you." Xixing's injuries were still very serious. The flute could help him recover quickly. He was worried about his injuries, but Xixing didn't seem to care too much. He reached out and touched his pale cheeks. He shook his head and said, "You look very tired. Rest for a while." The physical exhaustion from using the flash technique still affected Susili. He frowned and still wanted to persist. However, Xixing didn't listen to him. He just held him in his arms and gently stroked his soft silver hair. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that the youth's hair was stained with blood. Susili leaned into his embrace. In fact, he was really tired. He had overdrawn his physical strength and cried so much that his eyelids started to droop. However, he didn't want to sleep. He didn't want to lose consciousness like this. At this moment, he felt a wave of dizziness. It was a very familiar feeling. Xixing took him and flashed again. But where was he taking him? Susili forced himself to open his eyes. Then, he saw the palace where the bathing pool was. He saw Xixing carrying him. He raised his hand to control the water and fire elements. Soon, the bathing pool was filled with water and steaming hot steam. Then, the man reached out and began to undress him. Misty white mist rose from the bathtub, dyeing the entire palace with a hazy color. No one came here during the day. Even at night, the bathtub would not be used without the emperor's permission. At this time, Cixing controlled the sound element and isolated all sounds from the outside world, temporarily ensuring that no guards or maids would disturb them. He let the young man sit on the couch beside the bathtub and then squatted down in front of him. He looked up at him and reached out to undo the buttons on his clothes. Because of the hug, the young man's clothes were stained with blood. Some belonged to him, and some belonged to the interstellar beast. Although he looked pathetic, Cixing's mouth was dry. In particular, his eyes were red, the tip of his nose was red, and his gaze was soft. It made people want to push him down and take advantage of him. Cixing lowered his eyes to hide this dangerous thought. He focused on unbuttoning the young man's clothes quietly. His expression was so sincere that he did not seem to have any evil thoughts. Susili's temples ached faintly and he was exhausted. At this moment, Susili's thoughts were very slow. He quietly watched Cixing until the last button on his clothes was undone. Then he seemed to react and asked, "Do you want to take a bath?" Cixing paused, looked up at him, and nodded. The young man's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and there was some disapproval in his expression. "But you're injured." His tiredness made his speech slow down a lot. It sounded soft, revealing his concern that couldn't be ignored. Cixing's heart warmed. He raised his hand and gently touched the young man's cheek. When he saw that the young man did not resist, he boldly stroked his skin with his palm. That warm and soft touch caused his heart to ripple incessantly. "I'm fine now," he said softly. "It's just that I'm very dirty and uncomfortable. Can I use this bathtub with you, Your Majesty?" Susili looked at him. He was indeed very dirty. He was covered in blood and the smell of blood was very strong. It looked very tragic. He nodded. "Then I'll help you." As she spoke, she reached out to unbutton Cixing's shirt. However, Cixing grabbed his wrist. Under the young man's puzzled gaze, he gently curved his lips. "Let me do it myself." Then he asked, "Why does Your Majesty look so tired?" Susili pursed his lips as he recalled the scene when he saw his second brother. He lowered his eyes and leaned forward to hug Cixing's neck and gently nuzzled his face. "I used your skill," he said honestly. He had forgotten that he had not mentioned this to Cixing, but it was fine to let him know now. Cixing didn't seem to be too surprised. He only said, "Will using my skill cause a huge burden to you?" Susili responded in a low voice. She appeared very obedient and answered every question that was asked. Cixing nodded gently and continued to undress him. Susili closed his eyes slightly and docilely cooperated with him. Apart from a moment of embarrassment when he touched the top of his pants, he didn't resist the entire time. Pieces of blood-stained clothing fell on the soft bed. In the fog, the man carried the young man and stepped barefoot into the hot water. He walked step by step to the bathhouse. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the bathhouse so that the young man's back was facing him. Then he hugged the young man. Cixing cupped the hot water and gently poured it on the young man's body. He stroked the young man's long silver hair and washed away the bloodstains on it. Susili leaned back against him and closed his eyes to enjoy his service. The warm steam made him dizzy, and the comfortable temperature made him sigh. Tiredness surged up, dragging him into a deep sleep in the darkness of the dream. However, his subjective consciousness didn't want to sleep. That was very painful. Then, he felt the man's palm caressing his chest. A slightly cold energy came from his palm, slowly nourishing his body. With this nourishment, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. Slowly, he regained some strength. Susili opened his eyes and looked at the palm on his chest. It was emitting a faint blue light. He understood what Cixing was doing. He frowned. "Stop." Cixing paused and saw him leave his embrace. He turned around and glared at him angrily. "You're acting on your own again. Who told you to use the healing stream to help me regain my strength? Don't you know what's going on? If you have this magical power, why don't you use it on yourself?" His beautiful purple eyes were filled with dissatisfaction, but no one could ignore the concern in his voice. Seeing that the young man's face had regained some color, Xianxia held the young man's cheeks with both hands and gently pressed his forehead against the young man's forehead. He whispered, "It's all my fault. Your Majesty, don't be angry." The two of them were almost nose to nose. When the man spoke, his breath blew on his lips. Susili's heart suddenly skipped a few beats. He subconsciously licked his lips. He felt a little thirsty. Looking down at the swaying water in the pool, Susili sighed in his heart. He was already like this. What else could he say? Susili raised his hand and pressed on the man's palm. Under Xianxia's stunned gaze, he turned his head slightly and pressed his cheek against the man's right palm. He rubbed against it like a kitten. He let go of all his defenses and allowed himself to be close to the man. "How's your injury?" He looked at the man's body that was exposed in the water. The man's lean muscles were not like those of a big man, but he gave people a sense of strength. His cold white skin was densely covered with hideous scars. There were a few new scars on top of those scars. They looked like they had just scabbed over. In the hot water, traces of blood seeped out. Susili reached out and gently touched the wound with his fingertips. He carefully observed Xianxia's expression. The man didn't even frown. He even smiled faintly. There was a trace of sweetness in his gentleness as he looked at him. "It'll be done soon." He didn't seem to care. His self-healing ability was very strong. In just a short while, he had only recovered a quarter of his blood. Now, he had recovered a third of his blood. Susili looked at him and nodded slightly. "Take it easy. Next time you do something so dangerous, you have to tell me. Do you understand?" He said in a very serious tone. But he had just cried. Not only were his eyes red, but his voice was also heavily nasal. His warning didn't sound very threatening. Xianxia looked at him and nodded. "Okay." Seeing the man agree, Susili's attitude softened. He reached out and touched the hideous scar on his shoulder. He whispered, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt," Xianxia said honestly. Then he reached out and wrapped his arms around the young man's slender waist, pulling him into his arms. Because of this action, the two inevitably rubbed against each other. Susili's body suddenly stiffened. He stole a glance at Xianxia. His eyes were evasive, but he didn't struggle like before. Xianxia sensed it. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. His handsome face was dyed red by the hot air. His bright lips had just the right amount of sex appeal. His grayish-blue eyes were even more gentle because of the mist. He leaned forward and tilted his head slightly. "Your Majesty?" Susili's heart raced. He pressed his chin and looked at the rippling water. He muttered softly, "What?" Xianxia didn't say anything. He just looked at him and smiled. Susili was a little embarrassed by his gaze. But with the previous two experiences, he wasn't so embarrassed now. "It's just a little emotional," he bit his lip. "Let go of my hand." I'll solve it myself, let me do it," the man said softly. Susili couldn't help but look over. He saw the man's smiling eyes and the warmth in them. He couldn't resist at all. Anyway, it wasn't like he hadn't tried before. This thought destroyed his line of defense. He looked at Xianxia's handsome face and nodded weakly. If the first time was because he was bewitched by the man's beauty and agreed without thinking, then this time, it was because of his subjective agreement. Furthermore, he even had a little bit of expectation. But when he saw the wound on the man's shoulder and chest, he hesitated. Susili frowned and said, "Why don't we wait until you're better?" The man didn't let him continue. He felt his waist being held. A strong force forced him to straddle Xianxia's thighs. Do we have to do it face to face?" This realization made Susili's face turn red. He wanted to escape because this position crossed his bottom line. But the man's next move made him stop in his tracks. Xianxia bent down and dived into the water. Susili blinked his eyes. With just this slight hesitation, he lost the opportunity to escape. He was supported by one hand on his back and the other on his waist. His body was forced back, but he didn't fall into the water. Everything that happened next made Susili feel like he was in a dream. The water in the pool continued to sway and ripples spread outwards. He looked at the dome of the palace and watched as the sunlight shone through the stained glass and reflected the multicolored light on the walls. The young man's purple eyes were slightly dazed. His hands were like rootless duckweed. He wanted to grab something, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only drop his hands and clench them into fists. He was the only one on the water, but because of his suppressed groans, the whole scene seemed so beautiful and pure, with a hint of ambiguity that made people daydream. In the end, he shuddered and closed his eyes. His entire body went limp. There was the sound of splashing water. Susili opened his eyes slightly and saw the blond man rush out of the water. His hair was wet and slightly stuck to his face. Water droplets dripped down in strings. Even on his long eyelashes, there were sparkling water droplets. Susili looked at him with some infatuation. But when he saw his slightly bulging cheeks and increasingly gorgeous red lips, he recalled what had just happened. His face couldn't help but heat up. But what was even more embarrassing was that the man was actually looking at him like this. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the food in his mouth. Susili felt like he was going to explode. But in fact, his body was still numb and he couldn't muster up any strength. He hadn't fully recovered, let alone after being played with like this. He pursed his lips and simply reached out to hug Xianxia's neck. He buried his head in his neck and whispered, "You're too much." His slightly hoarse voice revealed a bit of laziness. It was more like a satisfied cat acting coquettishly to its owner. Xianxia licked his lips and listened to the young man's feeble protest. He rubbed his cheek against his jade-white shoulder and smiled gently. "Your Majesty, you're so cute." He said what was on his mind. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause. He was a little worried that the god would be angry. But the facts proved that the god was not only cute, but also indulged him. He snorted and said, "I'm sleepy." It was afternoon, a good time to sleep. Xianxia curved his lips slightly, rubbed his cheek, and said, "I'll send you to bed." Susili actually didn't have the heart to order a wounded person like him. But when he thought of what he had just done, he didn't want to say anything. This guy didn't look like he was injured at all. Susili was carried out of the bath by Xianxia with a clear conscience. The moment they walked out of the bath, the water on their bodies turned into invisible water elements and disappeared into the air. Their bodies became incomparably dry. No matter how many times Susili tried it, he felt that this skill was too convenient. It was a must for lazy people. The next moment, they appeared in a room connected to the bath. Every time they went to the bath, Susili would sleep here. Thus, there were maids to clean the room every day. The room was spotless and the bedding was very comfortable. When they lay down, they could even smell the scent of the sun. Susili didn't lie down. Instead, he grabbed the robe at the end of the bed and put it on. After he finished tying it, he crawled into bed. He was really sleepy now and just wanted to have a good night's sleep. Xianxia also took a robe from the closet and put it on. Then, he looked at the young man on the bed and said softly, "Your Majesty, rest well. I'll go out first." Susili opened his eyes and frowned, "Where are you going?" Hearing the displeasure in his voice, Xianxia paused and looked at him. Susili sat up and pulled his hand. "You're not allowed to leave. Stay with me." The young man said stubbornly, "You said you wouldn't leave me." Xianxia blinked very slowly. His expression was a little dazed. Susili didn't know that because of his words, the strong Xianxia's defenses in his heart instantly collapsed. Seeing the young man's dependence, Xianxia smiled gently. His smile was even a little bright. He coaxed in a low voice, "I need to leave for a while. I'll be back soon." Susili pursed his lips, "Why?" Seeing how clingy he was, Xianxia felt sweet in his heart. However, he sighed and said, "I need to take care of my personal needs." Susili blinked. At first, he was confused, but soon realized something. He lowered his head and looked at a certain spot. Sure enough, he saw a small tent. He couldn't help but cough. Xianxia gently patted his back. When he caught his breath, he said, "I'll go out for a while." But as soon as he turned around, his clothes were grabbed. Xianxia looked back. His gaze followed the young man's jade-white hand all the way to the side of his face that was slightly red. Under the cover of his silver hair, his ears were already red. Su Silly didn't look at him. He knew that he was being a little stubborn, but he didn't want him to leave now. He wanted someone to accompany him, even when he was sleeping. Otherwise, he might start to let his imagination run wild again. I can help you. He looked at the complicated patterns on the bedding and stuttered, once per person. The last sentence was more like convincing himself. Xing lowered his eyebrows and looked at him. Admittedly, this kind of help sounded very tempting, but he gently held the young man's hand, then lifted the blanket and put the hand under the blanket. Under Su Silly's puzzled gaze, he maintained his bent posture and looked at him at eye level. He said gently, "Your Majesty, you need to rest." The two of them were so close that Su Silly could even see the fine hairs on his skin. He looked at the man's beautiful blue eyes. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his heart suddenly felt like it had been struck by something. Su Silly muttered, "Why are you so nice to me?" Xing looked at him deeply. He raised his hand and touched the top of his head, but didn't say anything. He straightened up. However, just as he was about to flash away, he heard the young man say, "Then you can just stay here." Xing suspected that he had heard wrongly. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at Su Silly. Su Silly didn't look at him. He lowered his long eyelashes, hiding the expression in his eyes. Xing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty, are you serious?" "Yes," Su Silly replied. Blasphemy in front of His Majesty. This was something that Xing had never thought of. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you not mind that I have offended you?" Hearing this, Su Silly couldn't help but look up and say subconsciously, "You have offended me many times." The two of them looked at each other without saying anything. In the end, Su Silly considerately turned his face away and said, "I won't look at you." Xing looked at him and sighed softly. Then, with his back facing him, he sat down on the edge of the bed. Su Silly turned his face away and waited quietly. After a while, he finally heard some movement. Yeah, the headboard of the bed shook slightly. Su Silly hugged his knees. He had helped Xing once. However, Xing also hugged him back then and didn't let him see how passionate he was. This was too much. Su Silly pursed his lips. However, since he said that he wouldn't look at him, he had to do it. He knew that Xing could hold on for a long time. He yawned and lay down on the bed. He opened his eyes and looked at Xing's back. After thinking for a while, he crawled over and hugged Xing's waist from behind. Then, he rested his face on his back. What if he ran away while he was asleep? He still had to hug him. Xing's body stiffened. "Your Majesty? Do what you want to do, don't stop," Su Silly said in a daze. His voice gradually became softer and softer until there was no more movement. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Furthermore, being by Xing's side, he had a very peaceful feeling. Those sad things were also temporarily forgotten to the back of his mind. Therefore, he immediately fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He was in a deep sleep and seemed like he wouldn't be shaken even by thunder. Xing was a little helpless. However, his body soon relaxed and he laughed softly. "Lord God," he murmured. Although it was a respectful greeting, when he said it softly, it sounded like a lover's love. The creaking sound of the bedboard sounded again. Xing continued what he had just been interrupted. This time, he didn't need to imagine. His God was right behind him, hugging him tightly with his face on his waist. This kind of closeness stimulated his senses so clearly. Xing sighed contentedly. His face couldn't help but be stained with a faint blush. His grayish-blue eyes were watery. He closed his eyes. After a long time, he restrained his strange expression. Xing used the water element to clear his eyes. Then, he lowered his eyes. Looking at the top of Su Silly's head, he reached out and stroked the young man's soft silver hair. His heart softened. With the help of his mental strength, he could clearly see the young man's sleeping face. His eyes were closed. His cheeks were pressed against Xing's body and were deformed. He was completely defenseless and looked adorable. Circles of ripples undulated in Xing's heart like a stirred pool of water. Everything that happened today was something he didn't dare to imagine. He was very happy. He only hoped that this kind of time could last a little longer. Unfortunately, as strong as he couldn't go against the flow of time. Xixing pursed his lips tightly. He sat quietly for a long time. When the young man unconsciously rubbed against him in his sleep, he finally regained his senses. Xixing, the young man muttered softly in his sleep, still calling out his name. This discovery made the corners of Xixing's mouth curl up, revealing a somewhat joyful smile. His eyes were also sparkling, like a child who had finally gotten his wish to eat candy. He carefully pulled away Su Silly's hand, but he was hugging him very tightly. He was worried that he would hurt him if he hugged him too tightly. He could only coax him to let go of his waist on his own accord. Then, Xixing hugged Su Silly and adjusted his position so that he could sleep more comfortably. He also made space for himself. He pulled the blanket over Su Silly and crawled into bed. However, he didn't lie down to sleep. Instead, he laid on his side and used the dim light to greedily look at Su Silly's sleeping face. Lord God, he obsessively traced his face. When his gaze inadvertently fell on the young man's red lips, Xixing's Adam's apple bobbed. Finally, he couldn't restrain himself and quietly moved closer to him to kiss him. The young man's lips were still so soft. Just a light touch made his body go limp and unable to extricate himself. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and carefully traced the seductive lips. Then, he reached out to pinch the young man's nose. When the young man opened his mouth to breathe, he took advantage of the situation and entered. He seduced Su Silly. He was in a deep sleep and didn't have any consciousness. Occasionally, when he dreamt of something, he would give him a little response. Even if it was a very weak response, it was enough to make Xixing go wild with joy. It made him feel that he was special to Lord God. Unfortunately, Su Silly was sleeping too deeply today. Xixing secretly kissed him for a while and then let go of the young man. He pressed his thumb on the young man's moist lips and gently rubbed them. He hoped so much that one day, Lord God could take the initiative to kiss him, just like every time he secretly kissed him. Thinking back to the series of unexpected developments just now, Xixing felt that perhaps that day was not far away. He could only look forward to it. He hoped that Lord God would reciprocate his feelings one day. Bang! In the silent room, a gaming pod the size of a person made a slight noise. The pod door slowly slid open, revealing a man with his eyes closed. He didn't open his eyes immediately. Under the dim light in the room, it was possible to see the faint droplets of water hanging from the corners of his eyes. He raised his hand to cover them. After a long time, Su Yuhing put down his hand and opened his eyes. His pitch-black phoenix eyes carried a hint of malice, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, making him look very fierce. He wiped the water stains from the corners of his eyes and sat up in the gaming pod. The painful and intense emotions were still in his heart, and he didn't know how to calm them down. Maybe he would never be able to calm them down, unless Su Yuhing narrowed his eyes and got up from the gaming pod. He wanted to make a phone call, but then he remembered that his phone was smashed by him last time. He had been in the game for more than a week and hadn't changed it yet. He took a deep breath and used the gaming pod's communication system to call his assistant and ask him to send his phone over. The assistant nodded on the phone. When Su Yuhing was about to hang up, the assistant hurriedly stopped him. "Mr. Su, you've been on vacation for almost 2 weeks. Shouldn't you go back to the company?" The assistant said nervously. Su Yuhing raised his eyebrows. "What?" "There have been some problems with a few projects recently. Where's Su Fengqing?" "Go to him if you have any problems." "Ahem, Mr. Su." The assistant hesitated. "Mr. Su can't split himself up now." Su Yuhing frowned. "What happened?" "Sigh, it's the Star Age holographic game project. It burns money too fast, and there hasn't been any profits for so many years, so the directors want to force Mr. Su to terminate this project." "Are these people sick in the head?" Hearing this, Su Yuhing couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Burning money was actually a very polite way of saying it. Star Age was a gold-swallowing beast, the kind that swallowed money. For the past 10 years, the Su family had spared no effort in investing in this project. Even during the few years when the economy was turbulent and their careers suffered setbacks, The whole family would rather sell the original manor and move to the current residential building than stop investing. All in all, it was definitely more than 100 billion, or even more. It could be said that he had truly gone bankrupt. Now that the game was finally on the right track and was about to be released, this bunch of old fogies actually wanted to terminate this project? Don't they know that the deposit for the second beta gaming cabin is 50 million? Su Yuhing said. 50 million was indeed not a lot compared to the investment cost. However, one should not forget that this was only for 5,000 slots, and that was only the deposit. Moreover, the number of people who had paid the deposit was far more than 5,000. This proved the game's potential. If they could develop a cheaper gaming helmet during the open beta, it would only be a matter of time before they recouped their costs. They know. The assistant lowered his voice. I think Director Lin said that unless Mr. Su is willing to give up half of his shares, Su Yuhing couldn't help but grit his teeth. He understood that these old fellows weren't mentally ill. Instead, they were very astute, and now they wanted to reap the fruits of their labor. I got it. You can continue with your work. I'll go back to the company tomorrow. After giving a few instructions, Su Yuhing ended the call. Looking at the gaming cabin in front of him, he clenched his fists. His eyes were full of viciousness. After a while, he gritted his teeth and dialed Su Fengqing's number. After a few rings, the call went through. A man's slightly tired and hoarse voice came from the other end. Hello? Since he was using the gaming cabin's communication system, Su Fengqing's phone probably showed that it was an unknown number. Su Yuhing pursed his lips. He was still thinking about the last fight, but, it's me, he said in a low voice. Oh, Hung. The man's voice became lighter. You changed your number? Su Yuhing didn't answer. Instead, he said bluntly, I know about the company. What are you going to do about it? Su Fengqing paused and didn't say anything. Do you need me to help you? Other than that old fox Lin Hua, who else can help you? Su Yuhing said. You don't need to worry about this. Su Fengqing said softly, I won't let them dirty this project and ruin Xiao Li's dream. You should deal with your own things first. Su Yuhing frowned and felt a little irritated. He whispered, Can you do it? Su Fengqing on the other end of the phone laughed. I'm your elder brother. What do you think? I've been wanting to dig out these malignant tumors for a long time. It's good that they jump out now. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Don't play with fire. Su Yuhing said angrily. I know. Su Fengqing said lightly. It seemed that he really didn't care about the conspiracy of those directors. You should spend more time with mom and dad. Play less games. Su Yuhing didn't want to talk to him and hung up the phone. As for the fact that he had met Snow Roland, he didn't tell him. Anyway, in his elder brother's eyes, no one could be Xiao Li's substitute, not even Data. But, was that really just Data? Second brother, I'm not Data. The sad face of the silver-haired young man appeared in front of him. His sad eyes and the choking voice kept replaying in Su Yuhing's mind. Su Yuhing's hands trembled again. He bit his lips until he tasted the taste of rust. He loosened his teeth and took a deep breath to calm his emotions. What if that was really Xiao Li, he couldn't help but think. Too similar, really too similar, he had to admit that the AI of the Star Age games was very strong. The intelligence of the NPCs was almost to the point where they could pass off as real, but, was it really possible to completely copy a person? Xiao Li was a living person. How could he completely copy his behavior and speech? He even found a way to come to see him from the Imperial City. Was this really something an NPC would do? He even knew about the profession change. NPCs didn't have the concept of profession change. When they were 5 years old, their talent would be tested and they would go to the Elementalist College to study. Profession change was a player's term. Of course, it could also be the game's design, but Su Yuhing couldn't help but doubt. 10 years ago, holographic games were still in their infancy. When he was investigating the whereabouts of Xiao Li's funds, he also found out that Xiao Li only played the game for a very short period of time, only a few months. In such a short period of time, could the game's team have collected enough data to completely simulate Xiao Li's voice and smile? Even he couldn't find anything wrong with it. After all, 10 years had passed. His impression of Xiaoli had been improved a lot in his memory, but when he saw the silver-haired young man, his first impression was Xiaoli. Su Yuheng frowned. He kept analyzing and trying to convince himself to believe that ridiculous thing. After Xiaoli's plane crash, his soul traveled into the game. But he still lacked evidence. Su Yuheng looked at the game cabin's communication system. He reached out his hand, but hesitated. He was afraid. Yes, he was a little scared. If he confirmed it, then, was it really a surprise designed by the game's team? Su Yuheng clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and pressed the communication button. He couldn't lie to himself, otherwise, his brother's words wouldn't echo in his ears from time to time. Could a piece of data really replace Xiaoli? Of course not. How could it? Xiaoli, his beloved brother, was one of a kind. Maybe after he confirmed it, he could give up. Just assume. Xiaoli was really reborn in the game, and he, as the son of the Su family, he had his own responsibilities and other things to protect. Throwing all his time into the game and ignoring the real world like he was doing now was definitely not going to work. Finally, the call was connected. Wang Lao's voice sounded from the other end with a hint of helplessness. Little Mr. Su, I really can't interfere with the game's progress, and I can't open the back end for you. You have to use the game's gameplay to get to the Imperial City yourself. Hearing his words, Su Yuheng couldn't help but feel a little strange. He also didn't tell him that he had already met Snow Roland. Instead, he asked, Wang Lao, tell me honestly, are there any hidden settings for Snow Roland's character? Little Mr. Su, I've already passed on all of Snow's settings to you. Wang Lao said. After all, he was the original talent scout of the project, so the game team attached great importance to his will. You've already played the game, so you should be able to understand that the development of the game's story is completely uncontrollable. It has its own set of logic, and it can easily cause unpredictable changes due to the butterfly effect. Wang Lao patiently explained to him. Although Snow Roland didn't have a very happy childhood, this way, he can be guaranteed to stay in the Imperial City forever. The background of the Roland Empire is very dangerous. If he's exposed from the beginning, he can easily die young, just like his royal siblings. But don't worry, the moment he ascends the throne, the road to counterattack will begin. Wang Lao changed the topic and continued. Xixing is the highest level NPC in the game. When his data was transferred to the stars, it was written into the order to protect Roland. He's almost invincible at this stage, and he has super high intelligence. As long as he's around, the Roland Empire won't be destroyed. He's also absolutely loyal to the House of Roland, so with his protection, Snow won't be in trouble. Moreover, the Roland Empire has many special talented NPCs. Their skills were born from the Gods game. With them leading the way, the Roland Empire will quickly develop. At the beginning of the game, Snow's level may be lower, but as long as he stays in the Imperial City, he won't be in any danger. You know, he has a different leveling system from the players. Give him a little more time, and he'll grow up very quickly. That's right, Wang Lao's voice became hesitant, but in the end, he said truthfully, his current personality may be a little different from Xiaoli's, but this can't be helped. Their growth environments are different, so their personalities can't be the same. It's too difficult to replicate perfectly. He watched the game's live broadcast. The Snow Roland in the live broadcast was actually different from the game's design. He seemed to grow up a little too quickly. His current appearance was very different from the young man they had tested before. After some research, they found that this was because Snow Roland's level had increased a lot. And this was also due to the leveling system that relied on infrastructure to gain experience points. It seemed that this cheat was a little too generous. But after some discussion, they also felt that this growth speed was within an acceptable range. After all, Snow Roland had ascended to the throne. He needed to grow up quickly, they had invested a lot of effort to create him, and they had such a special emotional bond, so they naturally didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Moreover, his current appearance was closer to that of the person who had passed away. Perhaps this was a good thing for the Su family. Little Mr. Su, I hope you and your parents can understand. We've done our best. Wang Lao said finally. Also, you may need to do something for your mother. If she behaves too strangely in the game, she may find something unpleasant. Su Yuhing understood what Wang Lao meant. In his opinion, the Snow Roland in the game should only be an NPC with Su Silly's appearance. He had his own logic and life. If he suddenly ran in front of him to ask for his family, he might be treated as an assassin. Su Yuhing was a little speechless. The problem now was that Snow Roland ran in front of him to ask for his family. His heart beat quickly. He was a little excited, but he still couldn't believe it. Is there really no other hidden settings? Su Yuhing confirmed again. Wang Lao was almost speechless. He had said so much, but this person still didn't listen. Snow Roland was actually a commemorative NPC. They could have made it simpler, or even created a Su Silly in the game with the same experience. After all, this was a game set in the galaxy. It wasn't impossible to create an environment similar to the Blue Planet. However, the original character's wishes were special. He wanted to be an emperor, he wanted to be a tyrant, he wasn't interested in a perfect clone of himself. Moreover, he died too early. The game team only collected data on his appearance and didn't have time to do a comprehensive investigation. Therefore, when Su Silly was alive, after consulting with his opinion, the game team unanimously decided to design him as the emperor of the novice planet. Then, they added a little setting. They wanted him to be strong enough, but not break the game's balance. In short, they put a lot of thought into this character, but the direction of the design was different from what the Su family expected from the beginning. Wang Lao was helpless, but he could understand Su Yuhing's feelings, so he patiently explained to him. After finally confirming, Su Yuhing hung up the phone. He sat on the sofa in a daze. Slowly, he revealed a smile, but there were tears in his eyes. It seemed to be true. Of course, all of this had to wait until they met again. After confirming it, he would know if Wang Lao lied to him or not. Although he didn't think Wang Lao had this kind of acting skills, he was used to being cautious. He didn't like people lying to him, even if it was for his own good. There was one more thing that no one else besides him and Little Li knew about. Su Yuhing slowly exhaled, silently wiped his tears, and then lay back in the game pod. In the morning, when the sun shone through the colored glass, Su Silly woke up from a dark dream. He opened his eyes in a daze. He looked at the sunlight coming in and grabbed the blanket to cover his head in annoyance. Then, he turned to his side and buried his head in the warmth source beside him. Just as he was about to fall asleep again in a daze, his thoughts, which had been stagnant all night, suddenly became active. Warmth source, this thought flashed through his mind and finally chased away his sleepiness. He was ready to go on strike, but his consciousness was a little more awake. He reached out his hand and touched the front of his body. It was hard, flat, with some undulations. The surface was a little soft, so warm that it was a little scalding. And, he felt a small bump. What is this? Su Silly frowned. He felt it with his fingers and then pinched it with his fingertips. Then, he heard a man groan. Su Silly's hazy consciousness suddenly became completely awake. He opened his eyes and saw a man's chest in the dim light coming in through the blanket. His whole body couldn't help but freeze. Everything that had happened the day before was replaying in his mind. After taking a shower in the afternoon and falling asleep, he remembered that he woke up because he was hungry. After eating dinner, he laid down again and slept until now. And the man's body in front of him obviously belonged to Xixing. He didn't know if it was because he slept restlessly or because of something else, but Xixing's belt loosened. And then he accidentally. Su Silly pursed his lips. He gently pulled Xixing's robe, folded it, and carefully tied it for him. He had just tied a bow when the blanket covering his head opened a little. Su Silly looked up and Xixing's handsome face appeared in front of him. He lowered his head and looked at him. His grayish-blue eyes were like the night sky. The two of them didn't speak. Su Silly looked at him for a while. Although it was really an accident, at this moment, he felt like he was caught doing something bad and was caught red-handed. He pursed his lips again and finally decided to play dead. The young man closed his eyes again. He raised his hand and grabbed the blanket that had been opened. After covering himself again, he turned over in bed. With his back facing Xixing, he adjusted his sleeping position and prepared to go back to sleep. Although he had slept for a long time yesterday and was now fully awake, he was still lazy and didn't want to get out of bed. Ever since he came to this foreign world, he didn't have much time to really relax. In fact, he didn't even laze in bed or sleep in. Every day, he felt as if someone was whipping him from behind. He was constantly thinking about how to protect the empire, develop the economy, upgrade the teleportation array, and meet with his second brother earlier. There were also some other random things that he had to think about. God knows how lazy he was before. He only worked a little when playing games and music. Now, he didn't even have time to compose. While building the empire, he felt like he was playing a large-scale construction game, but the pressure was incomparable to that of a real-life game. Every decision he made affected countless people. They were living, tens of millions of people. The burden on his shoulders was very heavy. If he could see his family earlier, they would know that he wasn't dead. They would become the chain that he turned on. But now, he couldn't muster up any energy. He wanted to slack off and not calculate anything. He didn't want to think about anything. He wanted to be a good-for-nothing emperor for a few days. Anyway, there were so many outstanding talents. Even if this country didn't have him, it wouldn't make much of a difference, right? There was Wen Jishan, Qiao Jing, Ikeda, and many others who were working hard to make this country better. It would be fine with them around, right? It would be the same without him. Yes, that was the truth. Su Silly convinced himself and prepared to be a salted fish with no desires. However, the man lying behind him obviously didn't think so. Just as he closed his eyes and started to feel sleepy, he felt an extra arm around his waist. That strong iron arm hugged him and dragged him back. He leaned into the man's embrace and felt the man's chin resting on his head and rubbing it gently. He was happy to accept this kind of closeness. Just as he was about to turn around and hug him, he felt the man's hand on his waist move slightly. Then, his belt loosened. Half of his silk robe fell gently because it was no longer restrained. He felt the man's palm. It was warm and wide. The skin on the palm was a little rough. It reminded him of the scars and calluses on the man's palm from weapons. Su Silly frowned and reached out to hold the man down. "What are you doing?" The young man's voice was a little hoarse, with the dryness and laziness of just waking up. It sounded inexplicably sexy and seductive. There was a rustling sound. Su Silly felt the chin on his head slowly move to his shoulder. The man opened his mouth slightly. His breath gently blew on his earlobe, making him feel a little warm. "Doing what your majesty did to me just now." It was a very formal and businesslike tone, but the content was a little. Su Silly's face heated up. He looked around and said dryly, that was an accident. You didn't wear proper clothes when you were sleeping." Before he could finish, he heard a muffled laugh. It was very, very light, like the sound of air vibrating from one's chest. It was like the vibrations of the best cello. For Su Silly, who was a sound elementalist and a sound elementalist, it was so good that it made his heart stop. He was so stunned that he forgot to pursue the matter. As for Xing, he was actually testing the waters just now. He wanted to know if Lord God would be angry with him. After all, there were some things that a subject could not do. However, Lord God was more indulgent than he thought. Thus, he could not be blamed for taking a mile when given an inch. "It's my fault." He obediently admitted his mistake and said, "I'm willing to make up for it." Make up for it? Su Silly was still mesmerized by his moving voice. When he heard what he said, his slow thinking made him unable to react. After all, this was a little too confusing. But soon, he knew what kind of compensation it was. The man's arm exerted a little force, and he went from lying on his side to lying on his back. His head also popped out of the blanket. Because of this movement, more of his robe slid down. However, he did not feel cold under the blanket. It was just that, he lowered his eyes and looked at the bulging blanket in front of his chest. Soon, his pupils constricted slightly, and he groaned from the bottom of his throat. His fair cheeks were soon stained with two crimson colors. Xing, this guy actually. In the palace, as the sun rose, the light gradually became brighter. A curtain made of soft gauze hung down from the top of the bed, gently fluttering in the wind. One could vaguely see the figure behind the gauze. It was a young man with long silver hair. His face was slightly flushed, and his beautiful purple eyes were moist. He dodged and kept moving backwards. Finally, he sat up against the headboard. The robe on his upper body seemed to be pulled by something, and it slid down his shoulders, revealing a large area of white skin. The quilt in front of him fell down between his waist and abdomen because of his dodging action. A few strands of soft golden hair were exposed, shining faintly. "Are you crazy?" Susili grabbed the edge of the quilt with both hands and looked down at the man who was lying beside him. His entire upper body was almost pressing down on him. At this moment, his cheeks were flushed red, his eyes were blurred because of the water, and his lips were dyed a bright color because of shyness. Xixing looked up and stared at him with a slightly infatuated expression. The sun shone on the young man's face, making his milky white skin look so translucent. It was like a plump peach, making people want to take a bite to see if there would be juice. Under the young man's angry gaze, Xixing reached out and gently touched his cheek with his fingertips, gently caressing it. "God, Darren looks angry, you're so beautiful," he said gently with a smile in his eyes. Susili felt like there was some kind of magic on his fingertips. Even though it was just a light touch, he felt a shiver crawl up his spine, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. His heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Looking at the man's gentle gray-blue eyes, he bit his lip and turned his head slightly to avoid his hand. Xixing's hand stopped in midair. He looked at his hand that was avoided, then looked at the side of his face. His eyes darkened slightly. "Your Majesty." He reached out and touched the young man's hair. "Don't you like it when I make it up to you?" He looked up at the young man, then raised his hand and gently kissed the hair in his hand. Susili glanced at him and saw him kissing her hair. The shape of Xixing's lips was very beautiful and the color was very bright. Especially at this moment, when they were slightly moist, they gave off a sense of seduction. It made people want to. His Adam's apple rolled. Susili swallowed his saliva. When Xixing looked at him, he bit his lower lip and looked away again. He lowered his voice and said shyly, "The other side also wants." His voice was very soft, so soft that normal people couldn't hear it at all. However, Xixing was not a normal person. He blinked his eyes, wondering if he had heard wrong, but, looking at the young man's red ears under his silver hair, he quickly understood. Xixing was stunned at first. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. His grayish-blue eyes seemed to contain a sea of stars. "All right," he replied, his voice full of gentleness and affection. Then, he lowered his body again, and the blanket covered him again, only revealing a few strands of bright golden hair. Through the thin gauze curtains, the young man sitting at the head of the bed was faintly discernible. His body was hidden under the blanket, only his shoulders were exposed. The soft silk robe was loose and had slipped down most of it. His face was turned to one side, and a faint blush spread from his cheeks to his slender and beautiful neck. His hands were tightly gripping the edge of the blanket, his fingertips clenched together with the slight rise and fall of his chest. His pink nails were white from the force. The young man's eyes were slightly closed, and his teeth were lightly biting his lower lip. However, as the bulge in front of his chest slowly shrank and moved downwards, his eyes suddenly opened, but soon, his long eyelashes drooped down weakly. The teeth that were lightly pressed against his lower lip loosened, and his mouth opened slightly. His breathing gradually became heavier, and his eyes became blurred. After some time, the rise and fall of the blanket stopped, and the young man sitting at the head of the bed softly slid into the blanket. He closed his eyes slightly and felt the man hugging him, letting him lean on his chest. Susili sniffled, reached out and hugged Xixing's neck, and rested his forehead on his chin. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore, and opened his mouth to bite Xixing's neck lightly. "Why is this guy like this? Forget about yesterday, he's doing it again today. Are you not feeling well?" However, the man didn't take his bite to heart, and even softly expressed his concern for his feelings. Susili let go of his teeth. He had never been treated like this before, and had never been carefully held in the palm of someone's hand. Even his parents and brothers who doted on him didn't treat him to this extent. His heart, which had been broken by his second brother, wasn't as sad at this moment. Instead, there was a warm and swelling feeling that was about to overflow from his chest. Su Sili opened his eyes and looked at the bite mark he had just left on Xing's neck. Although it was very faint, his heart still ached. He instinctively stuck out the tip of his tongue and gently licked it. Xing's body stiffened, but he didn't move until he heard the young man's voice. "Does it hurt?" His voice was a little hoarse and soft, like that of a kitten. Even his personality was like that of a kitten. "It doesn't hurt," Xing said softly. Su Sili lightly snorted. This guy Xing didn't seem to have the senses of a normal person. Even though he was so heavily injured, he acted like nothing had happened. Speaking of injuries, he quickly glanced at Xing's HP bar. He discovered that after a night of rest, Xing's HP had automatically recovered to full. Su Sili was speechless. He had more than 1,000,000 HP, he was already so strong now, let alone 10 years later, when he became a wild boss, he would probably become a player's nightmare. Thinking of this, Su Sili suddenly thought of the doujinshi post, and the redness that had faded from his face reappeared. He hurriedly struggled to sit up and fastened his robe. When Xing looked at him in confusion, he stuttered, I'm hungry." Although he originally wanted to laze around in bed, Xing was too. His gaze fell on Xing's handsome face, and his heart raced again. He hurriedly looked away. "No, I can't take it anymore." Su Sili rolled out of bed and hurriedly picked up the clothes at the end of the bed. The maid had placed them there during dinner yesterday. He was about to go out and change when he thought for a moment and looked at Xing. "You go out, I want to change." Xing looked at him, his gaze sweeping over his red face. He didn't disobey his order and nodded obediently. He stepped barefoot on the floor, wearing a blue and black robe. He gave off an elegant and steady feeling, and his aura was still strong. Just standing there was enough to attract the attention of others. In fact, Su Sili rarely saw Xing wear other types of clothes. Of course, that didn't count when he changed his clothes for him in the game. He always wore a military uniform, giving off a domineering and strict handsomeness. But now, in this robe, he gave off a lazy and sexy vibe. Yesterday, Su Sili hadn't paid much attention to his clothes because he was groggy. Now that he saw him like this, he was immediately attracted and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Xing walked step by step in front of him. He looked at Su Sili, his deep eyes filled with gentleness. When the youth looked back, he reached out and gently tidied up the youth's messy hair. Finally, he tucked the youth's hair behind his ear. When his fingertips touched Su Sili's ear, he couldn't help but shiver and finally come back to his senses. Xing smiled gently. "Then I will leave first." Su Sili hurriedly responded and watched him leave the bedroom. When he was the only one left in the room, he hurriedly ran to the side of the bed and forcefully pulled the blanket over and stuffed it into the storage capsule to destroy the evidence. Looking at the empty bed, he hesitated for a moment, then ran to the cupboard and rummaged through it. Then, he put on a new blanket. After doing all this, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about what happened yesterday and today, he covered his burning face and walked around the bedroom a few times before finally calming down. After changing his clothes, he went to eat breakfast. Brother Yu. As soon as Su Yuhing came online, he saw Bai Feng sitting by the fire, roasting 2 fish. The crystal ball he dropped was at his feet. Sensing his arrival, the youth looked at him and grinned, revealing 2 cute canine teeth. Su Yuhing pursed his lips. Thinking of how he had seen her crying face just now, she looked away uncomfortably, but still walked towards him. "Brother Yu, you came at the right time. My fish is almost done roasting." Bai Feng seemed to have forgotten about what had just happened. He smiled and said, "I just picked some spices in the forest. I don't know how they taste, but you can taste them first." His natural attitude made Su Yuhing forget his uneasiness. When he heard his words, he couldn't help but laugh. "What if they're poisonous? Don't we have blood medicine? You're the chef. Shouldn't you taste them first?" Hearing this, Bai Feng pouted and muttered, "Fine, I'll taste them first." "Who told you to be my brother Yu?" Su Yuhing shook his head. After he finished roasting the fish, he was about to let it cool down before eating. He grabbed a branch and took a bite of the piping hot fish. Bai Feng's cooking was very good. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The taste of the unknown spices was also good. In this forest, eating roasted fish while enjoying the scenery of the lake was a unique experience. Seeing him eat first, Baifeng couldn't help but blink. "Didn't you say I'll eat first?" Naggy. Su Yuhing couldn't be bothered with him. He put the branch back and said, "The taste is okay. It's not poisonous." Baifeng laughed. "Hee, if brother Yu says it's okay, then it means it's delicious." Su Yuhing didn't say anything. He opened the unread message and looked at it. He had just gone offline for a while and the unread message exploded, which made him a little surprised. The first message was congratulating him for using the crystal ball and successfully completing the class change to become a wind elementalist. Because he was the first player to successfully change class in Orchid Moon City, he received some achievement rewards, and it was announced to the whole server. It was very easy to understand why the latter message exploded. He glanced at it a few times. Sure enough, they were all messages asking why he could change class, whether it was because he had completed some hidden mission, and simply wanted to suck up to him. Now, everyone was waiting for the elementalist NPCs in the Imperial City to come and establish a branch so that they could complete the class change mission. He suddenly succeeded in changing class, which was indeed eye-catching. In addition to that killing mission in the central town, Su Yuhing was now considered a celebrity. He was even more eye-catching than some class changes. Su Yuhing didn't care about these messages. He directly set the message to not disturb. He didn't have the energy to care about these things now. He would deal with it later. Looking at the crystal ball on the ground, the silver-haired youth's smiling face appeared in front of him. Su Yuhing's eyes softened. He picked up the crystal ball, took out a handkerchief, and carefully wiped it clean. Then, he stuffed it into his bag. Beside him, Baifeng looked at him while eating fish. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yu, what is this crystal ball for?" Right, I just saw the system announcement that you changed class." "Is that true?" Su Yuhing frowned slightly. "You just touched the crystal ball, right?" he asked. "I touched it." Baifeng nodded. "You dropped it in the grass." "I was afraid that I would lose it, so I picked it up." Hearing this, Su Yuhing couldn't help but feel a little confused. He took out the crystal ball again, recalled the previous scene, and asked Baifeng to hold it with both hands. Baifeng didn't understand why, but she still did as she was told. However, nothing happened. Su Yuhing touched his chin. He could only guess what conditions this crystal ball needed to trigger the player's class change. Thinking about how the silver-haired youth sent the crystal ball over from thousands of miles away just to let him change class, Su Yuhing felt a little warmth in his heart again. He was now almost convinced that he was Shaoli. He just needed to see him again to get the final confirmation. But, would he still come to see him? Su Yuhing paused, then held his forehead and sighed helplessly. With Shaoli's personality, the probability was estimated to be very small. Although he usually seemed to be quite cold and didn't care about anything, he was actually spoiled, willful, and clingy. If that person was really Shaoli, he was hurt by him and was probably crying under the blanket now. Ask him to come to him again? That was a little difficult. Su Yuhing shook his head, put away the crystal ball again, and finished the fish with Baifeng, then continued on the road. His plan to go to the Imperial City didn't change, but in the next few days, because he had to deal with the company's affairs, he didn't have much time to stay online. Baifeng didn't leave him behind. When he wasn't online, she was looking for fun on the spot. Star Age's map was very complete. So far, no one had found a bug. Being in the wild was like traveling in the real world. There was no lack of fun. Because of this delay, their journey to the border was extended by a few days, and some players caught up with them. These players couldn't wait for the elementalists to set up a branch in the central town, so they wanted to try their luck at the border and see if they could get the elementalists to help them complete their class change in advance. After Su Yuhing found out about this, he could only increase his speed. Otherwise, by the time he reached the border, the escort team would have already rushed to the central town and he would miss them. Regarding the long journey, some players also expressed in the forum that they hoped to build a teleportation circle or equip with faster transportation. Otherwise, all the game time would be spent on traveling. What was the point of playing? The game could be made realistic, but it couldn't be that realistic. Unfortunately, the game team didn't give a positive response. Su Yuheng read the information and knew that these were things that would gradually appear as the game progressed. He also understood that Wang Lao wouldn't open a back door for him, so he didn't ask for a rebuff. Finally, when there was still more than a week before the end of the first closed beta, they hurried to the border of Orchid City. According to the news on the forum, the escort team hadn't arrived yet. It had been a few days since Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai's planned arrival time. The reason why the escort team hadn't arrived yet was entirely because they were held back by the players. These guys were always looking for opportunities to get the NPCs to help them level up. Now, in this 162-person team, almost everyone had reached level 10. Naturally, there were many players from other main cities cursing on the forum. After all, the longer they delayed, the later they would be able to level up. However, the players in the escort team were all inexperienced and didn't care about this kind of trash talk. Moreover, in the wild, they basically didn't have time to post. Especially in the later stages, it was really difficult to keep the NPC warriors alive, so the cursing on the forum gradually died down. After watching the live stream for so long, they had developed feelings for these NPCs. They could even remember their faces and names. If possible, no one wanted to see NPCs die. This was because they were too real. They were as real as the most ordinary people around them, but they were so trustworthy. They had noble qualities and were willing to sacrifice themselves for their teammates at any time. This also caused a lot of trouble for the players. After sacrificing themselves for the NPCs, many players chose to resurrect nearby. Because they were already very close to Orchid City, they could choose to resurrect at the spawn point in Orchid City. Of course, there were also players who had nothing to do. After resurrecting on the spot, they would adventure in the wild. However, the chances of surviving alone were too low. It was basically impossible to survive in the wild for too long. However, there were still people who collected Dracaena and Xantheli. These could be exchanged for reputation in the faction storage. The reputation reward was very high, so it was an unexpected surprise. These locations were also marked by the players and recorded in strategy posts on the forum. In the future, when the players' levels increased, these places would probably be emptied out. The border of Orchid City was much more prosperous than the central town. The population was also much denser. The hovering SUV was more eye-catching here. When he saw the border town from afar, Su Yuheng put it away. There were players on the forum who reported that some NPCs like gangsters and bandits would rob the players. Of course, after they were robbed, the players would organize people to rob them back. This was probably a game, but Su Yuheng didn't want to get into trouble. Although he became a wind elementalist, he didn't learn any skills. So, apart from the increase in movement speed, he was no different from an ordinary player at the moment. When they arrived, it was already midnight. Because he had to go to the company the next day, Su Yuheng told by phone and was ready to go offline to rest. However, inadvertently, he saw a shadow moving quickly on the ground. Although he couldn't detect the specific information of the shadow because of the level difference, since there was a level difference, it meant that shadow was an NPC. He and Baifeng looked at each other and didn't move. Because when they went offline, their bodies would only disappear after 10 minutes, so they deliberately found a corner in the alley to hide. They weren't discovered immediately. At this moment, they were all holding their breaths. That shadow just happened to crawl to a house not far from them. The shadow transformed into an illusory human figure and gently knocked on the window. The wooden window creaked open, and the shadow silently crept in. "Brother Yu, we encountered a hidden mission?" Baifeng's voice came to his ears. The communication system between players ensured that their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Su Yuheng frowned. He wanted to go to the Imperial City and didn't want to cause any trouble, but there was no reason to reject such a mission that was delivered to him. What's more, he saw Baifeng's eager eyes. In order to accompany him, Baifeng sacrificed a lot of game experience, and Su Yuheng actually felt a little guilty. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and take a look." Both of them were players. Although the scene just now was a little strange, they weren't scared at all. They cautiously approached the wooden house. In the dead of night, the lights were off. The two of them silently came to the window and listened. In the house, the shadow wriggled and turned into a figure in a black cloak. In front of him were two people. The black cloak was about to speak when an older man in the house suddenly raised his hand to stop him. The black cloak was obviously a little confused. The old man snorted and said, "Two little bugs came. Let's get rid of them first." Under the window, Su Yuheng and Bai Feng didn't hear anything before they felt something strangling their necks. Fortunately, they lowered the pain threshold and didn't feel much. The two of them only had a little more than 1000 HP. That thing didn't use much force and their HP was emptied. It could be said that they died very quickly. So quickly that the three people in the house frowned. Why were these two little bugs so weak? They felt like a 3-year-old baby was stronger than them. Although they were puzzled, they did not say anything. The black-cloaked man opened the window and dragged the two corpses that had collapsed in the alley inside. The old man cautiously checked. "How is it?" the black cloak asked. The old man picked up a dagger and said, "This is a standard weapon from the Flanda Interstellar Federation. It should be someone from the Imperial military." "Someone from the military? So weak?" the black cloak muttered. The old man nodded in agreement, then threw the dagger back on the body and shrugged. "They're already dead. It doesn't matter." "There's no one nearby, right?" he asked the third person. The third person was a young woman. She shook her head. "No." The old man nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. He cautiously checked the two bodies with a device to confirm that there were no eavesdropping devices on them. Then, he began to plot. However, they didn't know that above their heads, two transparent figures were floating in the air, looking down at them. "Wow, brother you, so this is what happens after death." Bai Feng's private message appeared in front of Su Yuheng's eyes. He glanced at Bai Feng. The young man was winking at him, but he couldn't speak as a soul. Su Yuheng rolled his eyes and continued to look at the three NPCs in the house. The old man said, "How is it?" The black cloak nodded. "I've memorized the border defense of Orchid City." "Very good," the old man said. At this time, the young woman bit her lip and hesitated. Are we really going to blow up Orchid City's protective circle? Blow up the Guardian Array?" Hearing this, Su Yuheng couldn't help but frown. Even Bai Feng stopped smiling and became serious. Although they hadn't seen it before, after playing the game for so long, they knew what the Guardian Array was. The reason why the 5 main cities of the Roland Empire were able to survive despite being surrounded by interstellar beasts was because of these 5 protective arrays. The magistrate of Orchid City gave up on the central town because the Guardian Array was very weak. Holes would appear from time to time, and the border needed more people to defend, so in the end they simply focused on the border. If the Guardian Array of Orchid City was blown up, the civilians who were exposed to the galactic beasts would face a terrible fate. What was more deadly was that the population of Orchid City was concentrated around the Guardian Array. Once the galactic beasts attacked, it would be too late to escape. Then, the fall of Orchid City would be a sure thing. And with the current strength of the players, it would take a long time to recover the lost land after the game officially opened. These days, they watched the live broadcast of the escort team, 1-star galactic beasts, levels ranging from LV-10 to LV-19. But their strength increased exponentially. A LV-10 galactic beast had no less than 10,000 HP, and it had high HP and defense. With the current level of the players, it would be impossible to defeat it without a team of 20 people. It would be fine if they could kill them one by one, but the fatal thing was that the galactic beasts liked to gather in groups. Killing one would easily attract a group. This was also the difficulty of the NPC army clearing the road. And the galactic beast's AI was also very high. They were completely unlike the brainless monsters in the past online games. They had keen senses and excellent survival skills, just like real wild animals. Once there was any movement, it would easily attract attention, and then it would cause an unpredictable chain reaction. In short, if Orchid City was lost at this stage, it would be difficult to take it back with the players. And even if they could take it back, those NPCs would all die. Not to mention others, just the thought of Jane's 3 children dying under the feet of the galactic beasts made Su Yuheng and Bai Feng feel dignified. The main city was lost. Was this game crazy? The server hadn't even opened yet, and they already had such an exciting plot? Su Yuhing had secretly turned on the recording system. Until now, he and Bai Feng hadn't received any mission notifications. He didn't know if it was because they were in a dead state. After the young woman asked, the room fell into a short silence. Then the old man said softly, "Bai Na, are you scared?" The woman named Bai Na lowered her head under his sharp gaze. She stammered, If Lanyu City is lost, we will also become food for the interstellar beasts. There's no need to worry about that." The old man narrowed his eyes and took out a small bottle from his sleeve. "His Majesty Norton gave this to me. Do you know what this is?" Bai Na and the black-cloaked figure looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. "This is the blood of the 4-star golden weasel." The old man looked at the two of them with a surprised expression, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. "You should know how strong a 4-star beast is, right?" The two nodded. Not to mention 4-star beasts, even the army of the Roland Empire had to pay a high price to deal with 3-star beasts, let alone 4-star beasts. At this moment, the two of them couldn't help but yearn for the Bavad Empire that could easily hunt 4-star beasts. Noticing this, the old man nodded with satisfaction. They betrayed the Roland Empire just to survive. They weren't wrong, he had experienced too much. The Roland Empire 100 years ago, although it was greatly damaged after the natural disaster, still had enough strength. But what about 100 years later? Not even a tenth of the original cities were left. In the end, only these 5 crumbling cities were left, and Lanyu City had become an isolated island. This decaying empire would eventually be destroyed by the interstellar beasts. They only sped up the process. This was the trend of history, and there was no way to stop it. Only those who followed the trend could obtain enough capital to survive in advance. The body odor of the golden weasel is extremely smelly. Even some 5-star and 6-star interstellar beasts don't dare to approach, let alone 3-star beasts and below, the old man continued. As long as we smear the blood of the golden weasel on our bodies, we can safely escape to other cities, and there will be people to meet us. The black cloak listened to his words with a face full of awe and excitement. 5-star and 6-star interstellar beasts, that was only heard of in legends, and the old man actually said it so casually. Of course, he didn't think that the old man had the strength to deal with 5-star and 6-star beasts, but the old man had a lot of contact with the people of the Bavad Empire, so it must be those lizard men. The black cloak rubbed his hands and looked at the young woman. "Benna, it's already at this point, are you still thinking of backing down?" He persuaded. "I know you're soft-hearted, but don't forget that you participated in several operations before and killed many soldiers. Even if you leave the organization, the Roland Empire won't let you go. What a good opportunity this is. The stronghold in the Imperial City has been destroyed, so it's time for us to make a contribution. As long as we complete this, it will definitely be a great achievement. Elder Bryce might even be promoted to the leader because of this great achievement. At that time, although we'll leave Orchid City, we'll definitely be able to obtain better resources than now. When the Bavad Empire takes over a snow star, will our status still be lower?" Benna bit her lips, her eyes flashing, obviously moved by the prospects he described. But, thinking of the tens of millions of lives in Orchid City, she was a little conflicted. "Benna, you have to know that it's only a matter of time before Orchid City is breached." The black cloak continued to bewitch her. "You've been active at the border, haven't you noticed? The frequency of holes appearing in Orchid City's protective barrier is getting higher and higher. Just today, it appeared in the east, south, and west. How long do you think the protective barrier can last with the current situation?" He said in a low voice, "It's only a month or 2. "A month or 2, can Orchid City turn the tide?" "That's impossible," the black-cloaked figure said resolutely. "That's right." The old man nodded. "Orchid City will be destroyed sooner or later. Since that's the case, it's better to bring it forward so that we can get some benefits." Benna's face turned pale. She hesitated for a moment, still somewhat puzzled. Why must Orchid City be destroyed? Since the Bavad Empire is so powerful, why can't they send troops to rescue us? Sigh, hearing her words, the old man didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed, "If you want to blame someone, blame the little emperor who just ascended the throne of Roland. Originally, we agreed to hand over a Snow Star's authority. His Majesty Arnold also gathered the army and prepared to send troops, but the day before, the little emperor suddenly went back on his word. Benna and the Black Cloak widened their eyes. It was obviously the first time they heard this top-secret information. The old man continued, his voice full of anger. And after going back on his word, the little emperor suddenly increased his efforts and destroyed all the strongholds of the organization in the imperial city. There hasn't been any news for more than a month now. Those people are probably already. He shook his head, his face full of regret. Therefore, the reason why we have to use such an extreme method is all because of the little emperor. He gritted his teeth and said. It's because he refused to let go of the authority and refused to let the Bavad Empire send troops to a snow star. That's why so many people died. Now, we're blowing up Orchid City's protective array to teach him a lesson. At the same time, we'll let the entire empire see the ugly face of the little emperor. The old man said gloomily, if he knows what's good for him and accepts the aid of the Bavad Empire, then Orchid City probably won't be destroyed. He hid the small bottle in his sleeve and said in a low voice, His Majesty Arnold contacted me. His Majesty Arnold has contacted me. Right now, the Bavad Empire's army is on standby. Once the little emperor agrees to the Galactic Alliance, he will be able to lead powerful reinforcements into Esh Star through the safe passage. With the strength of the Bavad Empire, do you think these mere 1-star and 2-star interstellar beasts will be a match for them? At that time, Orchid City will be rescued. Although some people will be sacrificed, more people will be liberated from the shadow of the interstellar beasts. They will live a stable and happy life under His Majesty Arnold's rule. The more the old man spoke, the more excited he became. He patted the other two on the shoulder and said loudly, It's normal to feel burdened in your heart. As long as you always remember that you are doing the right thing, your hearts will be saved. Betna and the man in the black cloak looked at each other. Although she still couldn't bear it, she was obviously convinced. They were not wrong, they were doing the right thing. They were working to save this country, and the House of Roland was the main culprit that prevented everyone from obtaining happiness. The old man looked at the two and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he restrained his expression and discussed the next plan with them. Above their heads, Su Yuhing, who was floating in his soul state, listened to their conversation and couldn't help but admire the old man. He didn't know if the old man really thought so or if he was just brainwashing his two subordinates, but his words were indeed very convincing. For example, Brother Yu, is this really the case? Is it really the fault of His Majesty Roland? A line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Su Yuhing turned his head and glanced up by phone. This kid was frowning and seemed to be troubled. Obviously, he was also fooled by the old man's words. Of course not. Su Yuhing opened the input box and replied, just one question, how can they guarantee that those aliens will treat the people of Roland well after they take over the Roland Empire? Are those aliens really doing charity? Definitely not. He continued. They can instigate these people to betray and use the lives of tens of millions of people in Orchid City as a bargaining chip. This is enough to see their nature. This is a group of cold-blooded guys. They don't care about the people of the Roland Empire at all. What they want is the resources of this planet. Su Yuhing analyzed, with the current situation of AI Shui, it is probably difficult for them to obtain these resources effortlessly. Then in this case, do you think these aliens will choose to sacrifice their own people to deal with the interstellar beasts, or use the captives of the Roland Empire to replace them? Do you think they will still accept the current relatively gentle method of clearing the roadblocks, or will they use more violent methods that don't care about casualties? Bai Feng wasn't stupid. He understood Su Yuhing's words. And aliens, using this word to describe them, he immediately became wary of the Beirut planet. He nodded, looked at Su Yuhing's chat history again, and laughed as he typed, Brother Yu, you're using them so well. They're so smart. Su Yuhing saw his reply and couldn't help but roll his eyes. After that, he ignored him and continued to eavesdrop on the action plan of the three NPCs. In fact, it wasn't really eavesdropping. They were just lying dead in this room, so it was hard not to hear. Soon, they grasped the general information. There weren't many traders in Orchid City. The old man mentioned that there were about 10 traders. Of course, he didn't rule out the members he didn't know. 3 days later, When the border guards of Orchid City were at their weakest, they would attack the defensive formation of Orchid City and completely destroy it with bombs. After the destruction, they would use the blood of the golden weasel to blend into the interstellar beasts and leave. In these 3 days, in addition to preparing for them, it was also to completely leave Orchid City. After all, after the defensive formation was destroyed, Orchid City would become extremely dangerous. These people cherished their lives very much, so they naturally didn't want to stay here for long. Su Yuhing recorded all the images so that he didn't miss any details. And after the 3 people's conspiracy was over, they finally remembered his and Baifeng's bodies. What should we do with them? Bei Na asked. Elder Bryce waved his hand and said without much care, Lawrence, drag them out of town and find a place to bury them. Make it clean, don't alert the enemy. Black Cloak nodded. At this time, Bei Na said, Elder Bryce, have you heard about the hero? Elder Bryce nodded. It seems to be from the central town. He sneered, do you believe in the legend of the hero? Bei Na hurriedly waved her hand, I saw the video from the town, they are very weak. Then it's settled. Elder Bryce said coldly, they're just a bunch of clowns, who knows if they're scammers in disguise. Even if it's true, it has nothing to do with us. Instead of believing in a group of people who popped out of nowhere, it's better to believe in the powerful Bavad Empire. After all, King Arnold has been helping us. Bei Na didn't say anything more, and Black Cloak turned into a shadow again, crawling on the ground and devouring Su Yuhing's bodies. The shadow became a lot bigger, and its movement speed slowed down. It moved silently in the town. Fighter Dark Elementalists were the kings of the night, so it was difficult for anyone to discover them. Finally, they arrived outside the town, and Black Cloak appeared again. Looking at the 2 bodies on the ground, he didn't do it himself. Instead, he found a cliff and threw them down. After all, this place would be occupied by galactic beasts in 3 days, so he was too lazy to dirty his hands. After he left, some movement came from the bottom of the cliff after an unknown amount of time. Damn, this guy is too cruel. The young man cursed in a low voice. At the bottom of the cliff, Su Yuhing sat on the ground, and Baifeng looked up at the cliff, cursing. Half an hour had passed since they died, so they chose to resurrect on the spot. If they chose to resurrect nearby, they would most likely resurrect in the central town, which meant that all their previous efforts would be in vain. Su Yuhing didn't pay attention to Baifeng, but pulled up the video just now to look at it carefully. After they resurrected, they didn't receive a quest notification, but this wasn't the point, and he didn't care much about the quest reward. This matter was related to his brother, so Su Yuhing couldn't help but take it seriously. No matter what, he couldn't let their scheme succeed, or else Xiao Li's situation would become very dangerous. In the game, NPCs were dead and couldn't be resurrected. He knew this, and even Wang Lao couldn't do anything about it. If the little emperor in the imperial city was really his Xiao Li, then he only had 1 life, he would still die. This knowledge made Su Yuhing panic. He couldn't accept his brother dying a second time, and he had to protect him. He wouldn't allow anyone to take away his brother's life, therefore, this crisis had to be solved. But he didn't have much time left. In 3 days, how could he find the superior NPCs at the border and make them believe his words? This video was recorded using the game's function, so it couldn't be shown to them. Moreover, if they alerted the enemy this time and escaped, who knew when they would make their next move? How could they guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Therefore, the best way was to catch them all in one fell swoop when they made their move, but Su Yuhing didn't have a clue as to what to do. After editing this video, he opened the forum and posted a post, 2 heads were better than 1. He believed in the wisdom of the players. Perhaps he could get some inspiration from the forums. While Su Yuhing was worrying about how to make the officials believe him, Roland Imperial Palace. Su Sili woke up early in the morning and received the surveillance video from Xiao Wu. These days, he had completely turned into a salted fish. He ate and drank every day, didn't want to sleep at night, didn't want to wake up in the morning, and even if he woke up, he would dive into the music studio and ignore the outside world. He only focused on the music he liked. Reality proved that even without him, the Empire was still operating at a fixed speed. He even leveled up and officially broke through level 20, reaching the 2-star level. Then, he was stuck at the level. His experience bar stopped moving, and all the experience gained was accumulated. He could only continue to level up when the Imperial City level reached level 3. However, he reached the 2-star level in 2 months. According to the current standards of the Roland Empire, he was already considered a genius, so there was nothing to be sad about. It didn't matter if he slowed down a bit, he had to give others a way out, right? So Su Silly gave himself a break with a clear conscience, and didn't specify when it would end. He thought that he could rest for 2 or 3 months, but he never thought that he would receive such a message in just a few days. Blowing up the protective array of Orchid City? Do you know how many people will die? These people are crazy. Su Silly's first reaction was to explode. After being the emperor for a while, he was used to thinking from the perspective of the people. But he sneered at the old man's slander. It was stupid and poisonous. He immediately ended his break and called Xixing, Wen Jishan, and the others for a meeting. Orchid City was too far away, and he didn't know the situation there, so it was better to leave it to the professionals to come up with a plan. The main problem now was time. There were less than 3 days left, and it was difficult to effectively dispatch from a long distance, not to mention that the military should have been infiltrated. That 1-star dark elementalist must be in the military. Thinking of this, Su Silly couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Cha Mo couldn't use space transmission for a while, or else he could have let Xixing go. With Xixing as a killing machine, why would he be afraid of these people rebelling? But fortunately, he had Xiao Wu and the players, with the accurate information provided by Xiao Wu, and the dozens of players who followed the escort team to Orchid City. They, who had reached LV10 and above, finally had the power to fight. Although their HP was still low, with the help of the elementalist skills, as long as they cooperated well, it shouldn't be a problem to catch those traitors. Before Wen Jishan and the others arrived, Su Silly brought up the mission panel and began to edit the elite mission. After all, it was his second brother who found the important information, so he secretly gave him enough benefits. At the same time, he ordered Xiao Wu to provide all the convenience for Su Yuhing. If he encountered any difficulties, it had to do its best to help. The little robot responded in a cute voice and continued to work. It looked very energetic. During this period of supervising the Roland Empire, it didn't learn any bad things. Instead, it happily worked for Su Silly every day. Although Su Silly felt a little bad, seeing that its intelligence level was increasing very quickly, he felt that the benefits outweighed the disadvantages, so in the end, he let it be. And now, the power of artificial intelligence was on display. If it wasn't for Xiao Wu, he was afraid that he would still be in the dark. Su Yuhing, who was far away in Orchid City, had just left the bottom of the cliff by phone when he received a mission notification from the system. The triggering mechanism of this mission was really casual. He casually complained and accepted the mission. The reward of the mission was free to take. Last night, Su Yuhing almost didn't rest for the whole night. He only took a short nap in the wee hours of the morning. After finally finding some inspiration in the information given to him by the game team, he entered the game again. The post he posted on the forum received a lot of responses. The main city defense battle, no matter how one looked at it, made people's blood boil, and it was also related to the vital interests of the players. If the city was breached, the players in Orchid City would lose their spawn point, and other players would also lose a map that they hadn't set foot on. This would be a huge loss, and no one wanted to see it. What's more, that old NPC looked down on them. Even if the uncle couldn't bear it, the aunt couldn't. The crowd was furious, but many people found that except for the Imperial City escort team that was about to arrive, there were only 2 or 3 players at the border. So, their Orchid City defense mission was to let the Imperial City players pick the fruits of their labor? Why were they taking all the good things? Later, the post went astray, and it became a catfight. Su Yuhing had a headache, so he closed the forum and quit the game. In fact, he didn't want to rely on the players of the escort team because he wasn't sure if they could arrive in time. So, the players in Orchid City had to be used. The key problem was how to get them to the border in a short time. After a night of research, Su Yuhing found a way. He went to the branch of the Mercenary Association in Orchid City and found the robot in charge of registration. On this side, Su Silly and Wen Jishan had just finished their meeting when they received a message from Xiao Wu. Brother, this brave man named Su Yuhing is applying to set up a mercenary group. but they only have 2 people. According to the rules, they don't meet the requirements. Do you want to make an exception and approve the application? The minimum number of people to set up a mercenary group was 50, so 2 people were naturally far from enough. Susili pursed his lips. What did second brother want to do? He didn't understand, but he still agreed. Okay, big brother, the little robot answered cutely. Reporting, brother, their application has been approved. The information has been entered, and the Xianxia mercenary group is officially established. The communication devices of the leader and group members are automatically connected to the mercenary platform, and they can check their registration information through the mercenary system. Hearing Xiaowu's words, Susili was suddenly stunned. Xianxia, he muttered the name of the mercenary group and couldn't help but curl his lips, but his eyes quickly turned red. When Xianxia walked in, he saw this scene. The sound of footsteps startled Susili. He hurriedly turned his face away. He didn't want the person to see him lose his composure. Who else could it be other than Xianxia? The familiar footsteps paused for a moment, then continued to sound, walking towards him resolutely. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a snow-white robe embroidered with golden threads. Susili pursed his lips. He finally suppressed his turbulent emotions and looked at the man. The man stood in front of him and looked down at him. Susili glanced at him and lowered his eyes. However, the man didn't let him go. He moved his right foot back and knelt on one knee in front of the throne. Then, he looked up at him. Their gazes met again. Xianxia gazed at him and reached out to touch his face. His grayish-blue eyes were filled with doubt and worry. Your Majesty, he shouted. Perhaps his voice was too gentle, or perhaps he was too weak right now, but Susili couldn't control himself. He reached out and wrapped his arms around the man's shoulders. Then, he threw himself into the man's embrace. Xianxia was still kneeling on the ground. Apart from moving back slightly to lessen the force of Susili's embrace, he was like the sturdiest rock. He was strong and stable. Susili hugged him and rested his chin on the man's shoulder. He gently rubbed his cheeks. He was full of dependence. The man hugged his back with one hand while his other hand rested on the back of his head. He didn't say anything. He just quietly provided him with a warm harbor. Janice, who was about to enter the hall, looked up and saw this warm and ambiguous scene. She was slightly stunned. Then, she hurriedly retreated out of the hall. She stood in the corridor in a daze. Li Jiu stood in the corridor and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Then, he secretly shook his head. He had already told her that the marshal had just entered and asked her to wait. In the hall, Susili was immersed in his own emotions. He didn't realize that Janice had seen them. Xianxia, the name of the group flashed through his mind again. This group name included the names of the 3 brothers, but not only that, it could also be understood as second brother's longing for him, right? But he was clearly here. He wasn't dead. He was still in the game. Sadness surged up again. He felt panic and heartache at the thought that his family might treat him as data in the future. What could he do to make his second brother believe him? Susili thought about the message he had sent to his second brother before the plane crash. However, it was too chaotic at that time, and he had experienced death, so his memories of that time were a little fuzzy. He wasn't too sure if that message had been successfully sent. Moreover, 10 years had passed. Would second brother still remember, if he didn't send it out, or if he didn't remember, what should he do? Susili thought in despair. Therefore, even though he could use the communication device to contact his second brother, he did not do so. He was afraid that when the time came, even this last hope would be destroyed. Xianxia could sense the change in Susili's emotions. He gently stroked his silver hair and said softly, Your Majesty, are you worried about Lanyu City? Although, with Lord God's performance in the meeting just now, he felt that it was not so. So, what had happened? Suddenly being hugged like this, he recalled the first time Lord God took the initiative to hug him. Just like now, his mood had suddenly dropped, but he refused to tell him the reason. And this time, it seemed to be the same as that time. Susili buried his head in his neck and shook his head gently. He sniffed and said, With you and the brave ones, I believe that the crisis of Lanyu City will be resolved. He pursed his lips. I'm in a bad mood. Xixing hugged him and asked in a low voice, "Why?" "Because," Su Silly paused. Yes, he couldn't tell him the reason. It was related to his biggest secret. "I'll tell you later," he said. Xixing's eyes dimmed, but he didn't ask. Instead, he nodded. "Okay. When that day comes, this official," he paused and continued, "I also have something to tell your majesty." Su Silly, who was still sad, couldn't help but blink. "What's the matter?" Xixing shook his head. "When that day comes, this official will tell your majesty." "Ah." Su Silly's curiosity was immediately aroused. See. Xing seemed to have a secret. But according to Xixing's words, it meant that he wanted to exchange information with him. He would only tell him after he said it. Su Silly couldn't help but pout. He was tickled by Xixing and thought about what he wanted to tell him. For a moment, he forgot about the sad things. "What is it about?" He couldn't help but ask. Xixing only looked at him and smiled. Then, he used his fingers to help him tidy up his hair. He had a look that said, "If you don't say it, I won't say it." Su Silly reasonably suspected that this guy wanted to get information from him. Otherwise, what secrets could Xixing have? "By the way, you told me before that you have a father-like existence?" Su Silly stared at him without blinking. He didn't want to miss a single change in his expression. His hands were still on Xixing's shoulders, and Xixing was hugging him. The distance between them was so close, but Su Silly seemed to have gotten used to it. Xixing raised his eyes and looked into the young man's eyes. His scrutiny and curiosity were clearly written in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to get an answer from Xixing's face. A father-like existence, yes. As he said this, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. However, there was no smile in his eyes. Su Silly sensed that Xixing seemed to be in low spirits. He immediately imagined that this father was not good to Xixing. As for why this father existed, he didn't suspect anything. He only thought that this was an arrangement made by the game team when they were perfecting Xixing's data. He quickly hugged Xixing and rubbed his chin with his forehead. He said, "We won't talk about him. Don't be sad." Xixing still had a smile on his face. He hugged the young man back and gently sniffed the unique scent of his hair. His light golden eyelashes drooped down, hiding the darkness in his eyes. In fact, he really wanted to ask if Lord God had ever thought of him during the years when he had been left behind. He thought of such a lowly believer who had been waiting for him in the dark abyss, but now, how did God think of him? God was very weak, so he didn't want to recognize him. He could understand. However, after the relationship between the two of them became so intimate, what was the Lord God thinking? "I'm not sad." Xixing's voice was low with a hint of tenderness, like a lover's whisper. "I love him." Su Silly was slightly stunned. He couldn't imagine that the word love would come out of Xixing's mouth so easily. However, loving one's family was a matter of course. There was nothing strange about it. However, Xixing's tone sounded a little strange. "Yes." Su Silly responded and didn't continue this topic. He instinctively felt a trace of danger. He buried his head in the man's shoulder and called out in a low voice, "Xixing." "Yes? Are you going to deal with military affairs?" Su Silly asked. Xixing pursed his lips. Was he chasing him away? His eyes became darker and darker. He felt the young man hugging him even tighter. His lips were close to his ear, and the young man's breath was on his ear. "Then come back early." The young man's voice was no longer cold. Instead, it was soft. "You promised that you wouldn't leave me." The young man's voice became softer. It sounded like he was mumbling, but it also sounded like he was acting coquettishly. Xixing's ears were already numb. His breathing quickened and his heartbeat quickened. His ears were slightly hot. He closed his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, yes? May I kiss you?" Su Silly, who was in his arms, was slightly stunned. "Huh?" He straightened up and sat on the throne, looking down at his marshal. The blonde man was still kneeling on one knee. He also looked up at him. His grayish-blue eyes were full of sincerity. Su Silly's gaze unconsciously fell on his lips. The shape of his lips was really beautiful. they were neither thin nor thick. The color of his lips contrasted with his cold white skin. They were as gorgeous as roses in the snow. His Adam's apple moved slightly. Susili should have rejected this abrupt request. However, when he looked at such a handsome face, he finally nodded. The two of them had already done such an intimate thing, even though they were helping each other, but, a kiss shouldn't be a big deal, right? Then, he watched as Xing leaned over. His face gradually enlarged in front of him. He could see his smooth and delicate skin, the fine hair on his skin, the faint lines on his lips, and then, the man kissed his forehead. Susili blinked and felt the soft touch on his forehead. His heartbeat quickened. But, why was he kissing his forehead? While he was still in a daze, the man retreated. This kiss was just a light touch. No matter how much his heart was in turmoil, Xing controlled his actions. He was always cautious when dealing with the deities in his heart. Even if he was testing them, he was very careful. He controlled his actions so that he would not be hated. Xing looked at Susili and gently touched his cheek. "Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first." Susili returned to his senses and nodded absent-mindedly. He watched as the man got up and left. He watched as the man's cloak swayed as he walked. After a while, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck, what was he regretting? He placed one hand on the armrest of the throne and gently rubbed his lips with the back of his hand. He frowned and seriously thought about something. At first glance, it looked like he was thinking about some important national matter. After thinking for a while, Susili finally came to a frightening conclusion. He wanted to kiss Xing. And it seemed like it had been a long time. This was very frightening. The sight of those beautiful lips opening and closing appeared in his mind. They looked really nice to kiss. Susili frowned. It was definitely because Xing's lips were too beautiful. Furthermore, he had never kissed anyone before. So when Xing said that, it evoked his thoughts. Why not find some time to try it out? The young man seriously considered the feasibility of this plan. As for whether he would carry it out, he would see. Soon, he stopped thinking about it and opened the future forum. Perhaps it was also a bit of an escape. Although Susili was very confident about the Lanyu City matter, who knew if there would be any accidents? He wanted to see if the same thing had happened in another timeline and if this was arranged by the game team. If it was really the game's preset process, could he still stop it? The posts from the first closed beta had long been buried in the pile of old history. Although it could be searched, it really took a lot of time to find what he wanted. Susili searched seriously, almost forgetting the passage of time. Lanyu City, border town. When he saw that the mercenary group application was approved, Su Yuhing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had read the rules. The mercenary group required 50 people to apply. 2 people couldn't even register a small mercenary team. However, he passed just like that. If it wasn't a bug, he glanced at Bai Feng, who was studying the mission bulletin board, and then looked at the somewhat old robot in front of him. Su Yuhing licked his dry lips and asked tentatively, "Shall we?" The robot ignored him and only blinked its cartoon eyes on the screen. Su Yuhing hesitated for a moment but didn't give up. He continued to whisper, "Snow?" The robot still didn't respond. Su Yuhing sighed. Could it be that he guessed wrong? No, it shouldn't be. Wang Lao wouldn't open a back door for him. And such an obvious bug, he believed that with the Star Age's level of attention to details, it was impossible for it to appear. He whispered again, "I know, you are helping me, you." He didn't continue to say the rest of his words. Because he saw the robot's electronic eyes suddenly blinked crazily a few times. It looked a little guilty. Suddenly, Su Yuhing had a strange feeling in his heart. This robot, why does it seem to be alive? In the information he received, it didn't seem to mention the existence of artificial intelligence in the Star Age. But that wasn't necessarily the case. This was a galactic game, it was just that the Roland Empire's level of civilization was relatively low. Since there were robots, then the existence of artificial intelligence shouldn't be a big problem, right? Su Yuhing thought for a moment, looked at the motionless robot and said, "You are artificial intelligence?" As soon as his voice fell, the robot's electronic eyes blinked rapidly, its mouth opened and closed, stuttering, "You, how did you know?" Compared to the mechanical voice just now, The voice was much more human, with a hint of childishness. Su Yuheng was also shocked. He was just tricking, and unexpectedly, it was true. Su Yuheng looked deeply at the robot in front of him. No matter how shocked he was, his face always had a calm expression, as if everything was under control. "I guessed," he said. "How did you guess?" The robot asked like a curious baby. "Did Snow ask you to come?" Su Yuheng didn't call Xiaoli anymore, but used his in-game name. "The Snow you are talking about, is it Snow Roland?" the robot asked. "Yes." Su Yuheng nodded. Then, the robot said very hesitantly, "Brother didn't say that I can tell you this. I'll go and ask." Su Yuheng stopped it. "Wait." Xiaowu stopped and looked curiously at the human hero in front of it named Su Yuheng. Brother cared a lot about this human, so it couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Anyway, it had many clones now. They were enough to help it do most of the work, and it wouldn't delay things. "What's your name?" Su Yuheng asked. This Xiaowu didn't hesitate. It said, "My name is Xiaowu." "Xiaowu?" Su Yuheng raised his eyebrows. "Who gave you this name?" "Brother gave it." Xiaowu looked at Su Yuheng. Brother said that if this Su Yuheng encountered any difficulties, it should find a way to help him. So, this Su Yuheng was a good person. The simple artificial intelligence came to this conclusion easily, and because Su Silly was special to it, it couldn't help but feel closer and trust towards Su Yuheng. "Brother," Su Yuheng looked at the robot and also came to this conclusion, "this artificial intelligence, could it be made by Xiaoli?" "I know that you are Su Yuheng," Xiaowu said with a bit of pride in its voice. Although it was now monitoring the entire Roland Empire, it had never communicated with others, only occasionally pretending to be a robot from the Mercenary Association. But no one had ever seen through it. Today was the first time. It looked at Su Yuheng and couldn't help but want to say a few more words to him. Su Yuheng frowned. If he suddenly met an artificial intelligence in reality, he might feel creeped out, but this was a game after all. Moreover, this little guy called Xiaoli brother. "You can call me second brother," he said. "Second brother?" Xiaowu blinked its electronic eyes. "Yes." Su Yuheng nodded, lowered his eyebrows and inadvertently glanced at his communication device. He couldn't help but ask, "Can you run into my communication device?" "How did you know?" Xiaowu was surprised again. This guy is so smart. As smart as brother, Su Yuheng got the answer just like that. That's right, he felt that it was strange before. How did Xiaoli find him so accurately? At that time, he felt that he might have some kind of positioning skill to find people. Now it seemed that it was the work of this artificial intelligence. Then he thought of something else. That's right, this communication device was so finely made, one look and you could tell that it wasn't a common product, but it only needed 10 reputation to exchange for it. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem right. Could it be that it was to make it easier for this little guy to monitor players? But if that was the case, could it be that Xiaoli could directly control the things in the faction warehouse? Su Yuheng frowned. This guess wasn't impossible, but as an NPC, even if Xiaoli had really transmigrated into the game, it was quite strange for him to have this ability. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it for the time being. So Snow now knows the situation in Lanyu City? Su Yuheng guessed. Since this little guy could monitor them, he probably told Xiaoli about the traitors' conspiracy, right? You're really smart. Xiaowu was already full of admiration for Su Yuheng. It clearly didn't say anything, so how did this human know everything? Even if it had an extremely high computing power, it could only calculate probabilities, and there were often many inferences. It looked at Su Yuheng's electronic eyes, which had turned into stars. Su Yuheng, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Since the news could be spread, with Xiaoli's personality, it was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Then the pressure on him would be reduced a lot. Then, did Snow ask you to help me? Xiaowu had already given up struggling, and after calculating, this answer shouldn't hurt its brother. So, it said, yes. Su Yuheng couldn't help but lower his head, a smile on his face, but his eyes were slightly wet. This awkward brat, he could have used the communication device to contact him, but he had to send an artificial intelligence. Okay. Su Yuhing said, "Tell him to stay in the Imperial City and wait for me to find him. We'll talk about it then." "Oh, oh." Xiao Wu wrote down his words and then asked, "Do you need any other help?" "About Lanyu City, what's the Imperial City doing? I need to know. I have to ask my brother about this." "Well, go and find him." Under Su Yuhing's gaze, the robot's electronic eyes clearly trembled and then returned to normal. "Hello, how can I help you?" A completely formulaic mechanical voice sounded, and it sounded like Xiao Wu had already left. Su Yuhing couldn't tell whether it had left or not, but he didn't care too much. Instead, he took the mercenary group leader badge and walked to Bai Feng on the other side of the hall. He was standing under the mission bulletin board, looking at the mission on the bulletin board in a daze. "Gone," Su Yuhing said. "Oh, oh." Bai Feng came back to her senses and followed him out of the Mercenary Association headquarters. Standing on the side of the street, Su Yuhing glanced at his mercenary group panel. After his mercenary group was successfully registered, this panel was successfully activated, which was similar to the information given to him by the game group. The so-called mercenary group could be understood as a game guild. Star Age didn't have the concept of a guild, so the guild panel was designed as a mercenary group panel here. Now on the mercenary group panel, there were only two people, him and Bai Feng, and the design above was not much different from other game guilds. Daily missions, weekly missions, points, mercenary group benefits, warehouse and station, and so on. The warehouse required a station to open, so it wasn't used for the time being. However, as the leader, Su Yuhing had a special skill, summon. Using the summon skill, he could summon the members of the mercenary group in the same city to his side, and it could be used once a day. And this skill was the reason why Su Yuhing established the mercenary group. The moment his mercenary group was established, the game system once again made a full-service announcement. After a few seconds of silence, the world channel exploded. Countless applications flew in like snowflakes, but fortunately, Su Yuhing turned off the message alerts early in the morning. He screened and then approved the application of Lanyu City players to join the group, and his mercenary group was soon full. As a level 1 mercenary group, he could only have 50 members at the moment. If he wanted to expand, he needed to do missions to level up the mercenary group. However, Su Yuhing didn't care about this. He said something in the mercenary group channel, told everyone to get ready, and then went to the town to rent a hidden warehouse. After confirming that there was no one near the warehouse, he clicked on the summon and gathered all the members. Soon, there were players who responded to his call and appeared around him one after another. Everyone was inexplicably excited. This skill was too cool, and what about the leader Jade Tree? They wanted to ride on his coattails, and even if they couldn't, they wanted to secretly learn how to set up a mercenary group. As the elites of the major game teams, they definitely didn't want to join the mercenary group, but just wanted to gain experience and strategy. Then, leader Jade Tree kicked you out of the Yu-Siching mercenary group. Except for Bai Feng, all the players who had just joined Yu-Siching received this message. F***CK, what's going on? Of course, Su Yuhing didn't kick people for no reason. After kicking the new players out of the mercenary group, he approved other people's applications. Of the 200 players in Orchid City, excluding those who were not online, almost 80% of them sent applications to Su Yuhing. After he approved the applications of 96 players, there were only 20 or 30 people left from Orchid City. As for the players from other main cities, they were all ignored by him because the summon order could only gather players from the same city. The cooldown of the summon order was 24 hours. After the skill cooldown was completed tomorrow, he would gather the current 48 people in the group. As for the remaining people, they would have to wait for the day after tomorrow. It was unknown whether he would need to gather them at that time. Because now the situation was changing rapidly, the trader's time to blow up the magic circle was set for the night after tomorrow. Maybe before he could gather everyone, their action would begin. The new players were very active. Su Yuhing was still operating, but the group channel was already flooded with all kinds of comments and discussions. The Mercenary Association branch in Orchid City was set up in a border town. Currently, no players thought of registering as mercenaries because there was no related mission guide. So no one knew that in this game, mercenary groups were game guilds. F***ck, I always thought that Starry Sky didn't have a guild system yet. This game's beginner guide is really not good. It feels a bit half-finished. I don't know if it will be better in the open beta. I think it's quite fresh. Although it's hard to vomit blood when exploring, this kind of super high degree of freedom is the challenge. That's right, it's very immersive. In addition to discussing the guild system and researching the functions of mercenary groups, there were also people who queued Su Yuhing. Where's the leader? How come I don't see him? Yeah, where's leader Jade Tree? How can we set up a mercenary group? Can you tell us the strategy? Also, did you receive a hidden mission to become an elementalist? Yes, God Jade Tree, how did you set up your mercenary group? Are there any restrictions? Can you tell us more about it? Our team is willing to buy the strategy, you can name a price. These were obviously high-level players from the team who came to ask for information, which immediately caused the disgust of ordinary players. Please, if you want to ask for information, can you talk to the leader privately? Isn't it a little too unsightly to ask for a guide the moment you enter? Exactly, these words attracted the agreement of many people. Su Yuhing himself didn't pay attention, but his ID, Jade Tree Facing the Wind, was already famous in Lanyu City, and even in the entire Star Age. He was the first player in the entire server to organize a team battle between players and NPCs. He was also the first player in Orchid City to successfully complete his class advancement as an elementalist. A few days later, he overheard a traitor NPC's plot to destroy Orchid City's magic array. He also successfully received the Guardian quest. Now, he was the one who established his first guild. If such a person wasn't a big shot, then who was? At this stage, the game had just begun. If they could quickly accumulate advantages in the early stages, they would be able to seize more initiative, and these could often be transformed into more resources in the later stages. This was also one of the reasons why the pro teams had sent people to station here in advance. The game company also needed the help of the battle teams to promote the game. It was a win-win situation. Ordinary players, on the other hand, admired Chong. Even if those professional players were doing well in other games and were famous in the gaming circle, in this new game, they couldn't do it. Xianxia was the first guild in the game, and the leader was so powerful, so naturally, many ordinary players sincerely wanted to join. What's more, it was a game. Of course, it was lively. It was only fun when everyone played together, but soon, someone received the news. Leader, I saw a post on the forum saying that you added a group of people before, gathered them all in the border town, and then kicked them out. Is this true? Leader, are you gathering people to do the Guardian quest? At this time, Su Yuhing finally finished all the operations. Seeing the conversation in the group channel, he didn't immediately say anything. Instead, he pulled all the team members, including the players who had been kicked out and were still around him, into a team. The number of people in a team was limited to 500, which was very friendly to the players at this stage. He didn't say anything nonsense, but posted the elite quest Guardian of Lanyu City on the public screen. So far, only he and Bai Feng had received this quest. The rewards for the quest were very generous. At least, when the team members saw the rewards, they started to cry. Not to mention the reputation and experience rewards, just the item rewards were the beginner health potions, 100 bronze and wood quality potions, and 100,000 Exon coins. At this time, most players were still grinding for a few hundred Exon coins every day, but someone had a quest reward of 100,000 Exon coins. Everyone was jealous, including the gaming gods of the strong teams. In reality, no one was poor, but this was the first closed beta, and the game didn't give money. Also, the number of people in the closed beta was limited, so they couldn't get much money. In the Starry Sky forum, 1 Exon coin was priced at 10 renminbi, but the amount they could get was still not many. Now, many people in the forum were looking forward to the launch of the server. So what if it was 50,000 Exon coins? As long as they could get 5,000 Exon coins, they would break even, although the price would definitely drop later on. They could definitely make a lot of money in the early stages. This was because the difference between a team and a pay-to-win player was the time difference. So, what did 100,000 Exon coins mean? 1,000,000. In reality, everyone's blood was boiling, especially when Su Yuhing said that he would take out the 100,000 Exxon coins as a reward. If the 100,000 Exxon coins were divided equally, everyone would get at least 1,000 Exxon coins. They could sell it for 10,000 renminbi, which was very tempting. Money moved people's hearts. Su Yuhing understood this very well. And how should he put it, he and Bai Feng both received the quest, so he only took out half of the reward. It wasn't a big deal for him. Moreover, he wasn't going to take out the really valuable health potions. I have already uploaded the video to the forum. Everyone should know that according to Elder Bryce, there are a total of 10 traitor NPCs. Su Yuhing turned on the voice chat and said in the channel. If we can complete the quest, I will take out 20,000 of the 100,000 Exxon coins and give it to everyone. The remaining 80,000 will be given to the top 8 damage dealers. Each person will get 10,000 renminbi. Many people knew that the team system could open the damage dealer leaderboard. This quest is related to the future of Orchid City, not only the lives of the NPCs, but also the future development of the players. Su Yuhing said in a low voice. We are already behind the Imperial City. If we lose our base, what will the consequences be? Everyone has been playing the game for so long. Don't you understand? Everyone nodded. Some of the players who were in a playful mood slowly stopped smiling. Because Su Yuhing was right. According to the crazy level of this game, if they lost their base, there was another problem to worry about. Could their spawn point be changed? If it couldn't be changed, it meant that they could only revive 10 times per day. Although not many people died that many times per day, they had a natural advantage over other players. And if they lost their base, how could they escape to other maps? Were they going to die again and again? They would lose experience points if they died. This would further widen the gap between them and other players. No one wanted to see this happen. So, Orchid City must be defended. Su Yuhing said, so far, I have contacted the high-level NPCs of Roland. They also know about this plot and are discussing countermeasures. When he said this, some people's eyes lit up, while others couldn't help but worry. These NPCs, are they reliable? That's right, what countermeasures can they come up with? Idiot, this is the plot set by the game. When the time comes, we will definitely have to do something. Su Yuhing waited for them to quiet down before saying, that's right, we also need to prepare for both sides. The summon order has a 24-hour cooldown time. Tomorrow, I will summon the people who are still in other places. The people who will carry out the mission will most likely be us. I'll say the ugly words first. It's not too late to quit now. If you change your mind at the last minute and cause the mission to go wrong, his voice became gloomy. Then don't blame me for making it impossible for you to survive in this game. His voice was full of viciousness. Although it sounded uncomfortable, everyone knew that this big boss did have the ability to do so. Not to mention other things, the 200 blood potions were tempting enough. Although the faction warehouse had new blood potions, and the reputation required to exchange for them was not much, the restriction was that only the players in the escort team could exchange for them. And the items exchanged for in the faction warehouse were bound to the players. It could be said that the escort team of the Imperial City had earned a lot of money by relying on the epic mission Elementalist branch, which made many people jealous. Now that they had finally encountered a large-scale mission that belonged to their city, only idiots would reject it. Su Yuhing waited for a while and found that no one spoke in the channel. He nodded in satisfaction and then began to share information with them and discuss the action plan together. They were a group of veteran players who had made it to the top. In terms of hearts, no one could be dirtier than them. While they were plotting, on the other side, Su Silly, who was browsing the forum, also received a message from Xiao Wu. After hearing what the little robot said, Su Silly didn't know whether to say that the little guy was too innocent or that his second brother was too sinister. He even tricked a child. However, he was still happy to see that his second brother knew about the artificial intelligence. He had just browsed the future forum. In another timeline, the destruction of Orchid City's magic array did not happen. At least, he didn't see the players discussing this matter. Before the first beta test, Snow Roland died and Xiao Qiong replaced his brother to ascend the throne. At that time, Xiao Qiong was only 10 years old and was still a child. Obviously, all the political and military affairs fell on Xixing and the ministers. Perhaps the maid Mary was not exposed at that time. Perhaps even if she was exposed, Xixing did not destroy the traitors' strongholds in the imperial city overnight. Therefore, in the early stage of the game, the traitors were still active in the imperial city. Snow Roland's inexplicable death confused the Bavad Empire, but at least they did not shed all pretense of cordiality. Therefore, the traitors' actions were not as intense as they were now. They chose to lie low. On one hand, they wanted to get close to Xiaoqiang. On the other hand, they continued to infiltrate. During the game's open beta, they even developed a player force. This made Susili vigilant. The players were a group of chaotic people. They didn't even need benefits. As long as they thought it was fun, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Joining the enemy faction and exploring new ways to play was a common thing for them. However, as the leader of the Roland faction, Susili did not think so. The players must firmly bear the mark of the Roland Empire. Even if someone betrayed them, they must be treated like a rat on the street. This way, there would not be a large-scale rebellion. The gap between Roland and the Bavad Empire was too big. He had seen the video sent by Xiao Wu and also recognized the strength of the Bavad Empire. They could provide a lot of things that Roland could not provide at the moment. This could be seen from the bottle of 4-star beast's blood and the fact that they did not plunder the armor and weapons of Roland and the others. Therefore, he could not afford to gamble. This was a good opportunity to protect Orchid City. The players had a sinister and cunning side, but also a side that was simple and easy to coax. He wanted to use this opportunity to build momentum for them. He wanted to make the brave ones the heroes of the Empire, let them receive glory, flowers, and applause from the NPCs. Once they truly liked the Empire, they would be willing to contribute to the Empire. As long as they were loyal to the Empire, they would be welcomed by all the NPCs. However, once someone betrayed them, not only the NPCs of the Roland Empire, but also the players themselves would be divided. When the time came, all he had to do was slightly guide and countless people would hunt down the traitors. Unless these people escaped to the wild and escaped to Bhavat Star, they would not be able to survive in Esh Star anymore. Therefore, the players must participate in this mission. Moreover, they had to play an important role, even the main force. According to the feedback from the frontline, the escort team would probably arrive at Orchid City tomorrow. At that time, all the players would be able to change classes and learn skills to slightly increase their strength. As for the traitors, Xiao Wu currently had information on 6 of them. These 6 people all had communication devices. As for the remaining 4, they were still in the process of screening. As long as they were ready to act, the 6 discovered traitors would definitely contact the remaining 4. Therefore, if they closely monitored the whereabouts of these 6 traitors, they would definitely be able to find the others. Little 5, share the information you obtained from the surveillance, the defenses of Lanyu City, and all the information regarding this matter with Second Brother. Susili said. Tell Second Brother that this mission will mainly be left to him and the brave ones. The Empire will cooperate. If he needs anything, you can satisfy him. The situation in Orchid City was not optimistic. When he just discussed with Wen Jishan and the others, the proposal of a citywide search was first rejected. This was probably one of the reasons why the traitors were so fearless. Because Orchid City did not have enough manpower, even if they were exposed, they could easily escape. After discussion, the most reliable method was to use Xiao Wu's information to capture the traitors before they acted. However, whether they could capture everyone depended on luck. Because it was obvious that these traitors had people in the army, and the only NPCs in Orchid City who could capture them were the soldiers of the army. When mobilizing the army, they would definitely alert the enemy. If they were lucky, they might be able to capture the 6 known traitors and seize their weapons and explosives. If they were unlucky, they might not be able to catch a single one. Susili and his second brother had the same opinion. These malignant tumors must be caught in one net, otherwise, sooner or later, something would happen to Orchid City. And the players might be able to create a miracle. As for Su Yuhing telling him to stay in the Imperial City and wait for him to come to him, Susili couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Second brother, Did he believe him? But on second thought, he felt that he shouldn't have too much hope. After all, the character of Snow Roland was originally designed to replace him and give his family hope after his death. Second brother coming to him didn't mean that he believed him. But on the whole, this news cheered him up a little and made him feel much better. When Xianxia came back in the evening after finishing his work, he could clearly feel the change in the young man's mood when he saw him. He wasn't like a few days ago, when he was lazy and didn't seem to be motivated by anything. He wasn't like this morning, when sadness were written all over his face. The young man seemed to have returned to how he was before he left the imperial city to hunt the three-star beast. When he entered the emperor's bedroom, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. On the table in front of him were several maps with pencil markings. In addition to the maps, there was also a treasure box filled with star cores. It was opened and placed to the side. Below it were 2 star cores the size of mung beans, and at the top was a 3-star core the size of a soybean. As for the fist-sized 9-star core, Xianxia kept it in a storage capsule. This was a treasure, and one that Xianxia had paid such a high price to obtain. If he lost it, he would be heartbroken. Xianxia was sifting through the items. Now, of the 3 level 2 districts in the imperial city, only Doha was left. It was estimated that it would be completed by the end of next month and upgrade from level 0 to level 2. This way, the imperial city could be upgraded to level 3. However, upgrading the imperial city alone wasn't enough. If he wanted to build a 2-way teleportation array, the other main cities would have to be upgraded to level 2 as well. The main cities were upgraded to level 2, and the population and energy stones had reached the requirements. The main problem was the level of the districts. To upgrade to a level 2 main city, he needed at least 2 level 1 districts. After spending an entire afternoon organizing, he found that only Glazed Sea City met the requirements. Glazed Sea City had 3 level 1 districts. As long as the Imperial City was upgraded to level 3, Glazed Sea City would be able to upgrade as soon as the level 2 star cores were in place. The one with the worst development was Lanyu City. Perhaps it was because the protective array was the weakest, and the civilians were tired of dealing with the interstellar beasts that could break through the array at any time. Lanyu City actually didn't have a single level 1 district. The border towns that met the requirements to upgrade basic facilities couldn't be upgraded due to the lack of food and clothing. As for the areas near the center, needless to say, there was no need to talk about them. Therefore, there was still a lot of work to do in order to build a teleportation array in Lanyu City. However, Xianxia wasn't in such a hurry. There was only a week left in the closed beta, and he wouldn't be able to make it in time. The second closed beta would only begin in 3 months. He still had 3 months, so he would focus on developing Lanyu City first. As for the other 3 main cities, he didn't need to worry about Glazed Sea City. Twilight Frost and Starcatcher could wait for the second closed beta. At that time, there would be new players, and they would be a large number of outstanding leaks. After organizing his thoughts, Xianxia studied the map of Lanyu City, thinking about how to develop Lanyu City better and faster. The Elementalist construction team was definitely needed. However, the problem was that escorting the Elementalist construction team was not easy. There were no Elementalists in Lanyu City. In such a harsh environment, ordinary young adults were basically conscripted into the army, let alone Elementalists. Therefore, there were no Elementalists that could be used to build the infrastructure, and they could only rely on the Imperial City to transport them. Also, the problem of food and clothing in Lanyu City could be solved by relying on the players. However, the first closed beta was about to end, so before the players left, they had to hand over a large amount of food to the military in Lanyu City. Currently, they were preparing to deal with the traders in the border town, so Xianxia didn't want to distract them by releasing quests at this time. Instead, he asked Wen Jishan to mobilize the granaries. In terms of staple food, the Imperial City didn't lack at all. This was because the wood elementalists were very helpful, and when Jishan had ordered people to open up a large area of wasteland, increasing the production of Dark Valley. Apart from Dark Valley, they also cultivated other crops. Perhaps it was because of Xianxia's provocation, when Jishan was now working hard to eliminate the starving population in the Imperial City. After the slum residents moved to Doha town, the mercenary town's granaries definitely played an important role in ensuring their food and clothing rate was guaranteed. Su Silly didn't have much in reserve, so he asked Wen Jishan to mobilize first. When the time came, they could seamlessly connect the dots. Then, the matter returned to the problem of how to send the construction team over. He twirled the pencil in his hand, frowning as he pondered. He didn't notice until Xixing came to his side. When Xixing coughed softly, he finally noticed that there was someone else beside him. Su Silly wasn't too shocked, but was rather happy. "You're back." The young man curved his lips slightly, pulled him to sit beside him, and prepared to pour him a cup of tea. "I'll do it myself." Xixing held his hand. Su Silly blinked, then nodded. Xixing looked at their crossed hands, but didn't move them away. Instead, he lifted the teapot with his other hand and poured himself a cup of tea. "Your Majesty seems to be troubled by something?" He held the young man's hand, and unintentionally used his fingertips to tickle the palm of his hand. If it was yesterday, Su Silly might have been flirted with, but now he was focused on leveling up Lanyu City and didn't have the energy to think about anything else. He even retracted his hand to pick up the map spread out on the table. Then, as he looked at it, he casually explained, "I'm thinking about how to get the Elementalist construction team to Lanyu City unscathed." The young man's face was full of concentration. Xixing glanced at him, then looked at his hand that was pulled away, and couldn't help but purse his lips. He thought for a moment, then said softly, "Perhaps, I can help your Majesty." Then, he watched with satisfaction as the young man put down the map in his hand and looked at him with surprise. "What do you mean?" Those beautiful purple eyes stared deeply at him, and he was the only one in his eyes. "That's right." Xixing thought. Xixing did not answer immediately. He gently took the young man's hand and placed it in his palm. Su Silly blinked and finally came back to his senses. His light-colored eyelashes drooped slightly as his gaze fell on the two overlapping hands. His hand was not small, but in Xixing's hand, it suddenly appeared much more exquisite. Under his gaze, the man slowly opened his 5 fingers, seemingly unintentionally, but actually forcefully squeezed through the gaps between his fingers and interlocked their fingers. Thump, for some reason, Su Silly suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He stared blankly at their interlocked hands, and then heard Xixing say, "Your Majesty, you can guess." "Huh? Guess what?" Su Silly blinked again, but soon remembered the conversation between the two. Yes, Xixing said that he had a way to let his Elementalist engineering team safely arrive at Orchid City. His eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, "Is it a passerby aura? Can you use it on a group?" Xixing nodded. It did not make much difference to him whether he used it on one person or a group of people. Of course, other than the passerby aura, he had other means. But looking at the young man's excited eyes, he tactfully did not say much and just nodded in agreement. Then he saw that his Lord God was even happier. Looking at the young man's sparkling eyes, Xixing felt slightly bitter in his heart. These skills were given to him by his Lord God, but now, he had to worry about these things. What had happened to his Lord God? Why did he become so weak? Xixing frowned slightly, and there was a hint of distress in his eyes, but in an instant, they became gloomy again. Was this not good? Now that his Lord God relied on him, if he could never recover his original divine power, did that mean it was impossible for him to leave him again? It was impossible for him to leave him alone again. Su Silly didn't know that there was an ancient ferocious beast locked up in Xixing's heart. It hid in the endless darkness and stared at him at all times. Once it was stimulated, it was ready to erupt at any time and drag him into the abyss with it. Of course, the ferocious beast had yet to find a chance to escape. "Xixing, you're the best." The young man curled his lips, and his beautiful light purple eyes flashed. His round pupils reflected his figure, and his gaze was soft and focused. He chuckled softly and asked, "Then, when the time comes, will you escort an Elementalist engineering team there? Wouldn't 100 people be too many? Can you handle it?" "No problem," Xixing said softly. Then, he watched as the young man leaned over and snuggled up to him, resting his head on his arm. His long and straight silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall in front of him, as light as a feather. Xixing stared at the strand of hair. At this time, he heard the young man's voice suddenly drop. "Then won't you be gone for many days?" Xixing's heart trembled slightly. His other hand cupped the young man's soft hair and held it tightly in his palm. He suppressed his trembling soul and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, can't bear to part with me?" Su Silly did not answer immediately. He looked up and met the man's grayish-blue eyes. Now, there was no longer any coldness in his eyes, only tenderness and warmth. His eyes moved slightly, and his gaze fell on the man's lips. The crystal chandelier emitted a soft light that sprinkled down from above and landed on Xing's body. For some reason, Su Silly felt that at this moment, his entire body seemed to be glowing. He was so sexy and charming, and his bright red lips seemed to have a mesmerizing charm. He really looks like he's very easy to kiss. This thought flashed through Su Silly's mind, and his remaining rationality allowed him to change the topic. He said, "Xing, I'll find a way to undo the puppet spell on your body." Xing was stunned, and all the warmth and tenderness were suddenly shattered. He lowered his eyes and looked at the young man. He could see that he was serious. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line, and a cold aura was emitted from his body. Su Silly sensed the change in his emotions. He looked at him in confusion. Could this be, wasn't this what he wanted all along, everything he did before and now, wasn't it all for the sake of unraveling the puppet spell? Su Silly had to admit that Xing was very attractive to him, and he was infatuated with him. Especially when his heart was broken by his second brother, and when he saw that Xing's health bar was almost empty, he realized how important this man was to him. However, he still maintained a trace of clarity. Xing had killed Snow Roland in another time and space. When he had first transmigrated, Xing had been preparing to kill him. The puppet spell was the starting point for changing all fates. He had turned Xing into his puppet and controlled him. From what he knew, this was the beginning of Xing's change. 2 days after becoming his puppet, Xing's attitude became very strange. Between Xing falling in love with him in just a few days, and Xing doing all this to please him so that he could regain his freedom, Su Silly believed the latter. However, he couldn't reject Xing's pleas. That was why he didn't think too much about their relationship. He controlled himself and didn't want to indulge in it, but he couldn't hold on any longer. "Especially, Your Majesty, did I do something wrong?" The man maintained his original position and looked at him with lowered eyes. He seemed very calm, but from his red eyes and clenched teeth, it was obvious that he wasn't as calm as he looked. Did he do something wrong? This question had been lingering in Xing's mind for a long time. If he didn't do anything wrong, why didn't God appear again? Why did he leave him in the darkness for so long that he thought he was at the end of the world, and why, after remembering his existence once again, after throwing him into this world, was she not willing to say a single word to him? He just wanted to hear his voice again. Su Silly opened his mouth and looked at him helplessly. He couldn't understand Xing's expression, but he was unconsciously flustered. I just want to give you freedom." If he was still the same when the time came, then I don't want freedom. Xing held his hand tightly and said in a low voice, "I just want to stay by your Majesty's side and protect you. Please don't undo the puppet spell. Please don't cut off the only bond between us." Bond? Su Silly stared at him blankly. He didn't understand why Xing had such strong feelings for him. He couldn't help but suspect that he was acting. But at this moment, his heart was beating violently in his chest. That throbbing feeling couldn't be fake. "I don't know if I should believe your sweet words." Su Silly gazed at him and reached out his free hand to gently cup his cheek. His eyes became blurred. "But I want to kiss you now." Xing was stunned. At this moment, he was as stiff as a block of wood. He watched as the young man leaned over and pecked him lightly on the mouth with his lustrous lips. It was just a small peck, but Xing felt as if he had been electrocuted. A numbing sensation spread from his lips to his entire body. He had been anticipating this kiss for too long. But when he finally got it, his mind went blank and he lost all reaction. Su Silly's kiss wasn't just limited to this. He had wanted to kiss Xing for a long time. These lips, which he had longed for a long time, were as soft as he had guessed. But other than that, he didn't feel anything else. So, he had to taste them a few more times. Su Silly withdrew his hand from Xing's grasp and held the man's handsome face with both hands. He tilted his head slightly and opened his mouth to suck on Xing's lower lip. This guardian angel, who was deeply respected by the entire empire, seemed to be frightened by him at this moment. He didn't move at all and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Then he wouldn't hold back, Su Silly thought as he sucked on the man's soft and warm lips. He slowly stuck out the tip of his tongue and gently licked and kissed the man. This cold and domineering man's lips were so warm and soft. It was as fresh as the tea he had just drunk. This was his first kiss. Of course, Su Silly didn't know that someone had already stolen his first kiss while he was asleep. At least in his mind, this was the first time he had kissed someone. So he didn't have any skills. He was pure and wild with exploration and passion, which deeply captivated Xing. Soon, Su Silly wasn't satisfied with this position. He felt tired from lifting his neck. So he got up and sat on the man's lap. He hooked his arms around Xing's neck and looked at his red and moist lips. He smiled and pressed the man on the sofa and kissed him again. The young man's long silver hair fell and intertwined with Xing's golden hair. Xing finally came back to his senses. He passively endured the young man's unruly kisses. When the young man was about to move away, he reached out and hugged his back and opened his mouth to suck on his lips. Su Silly's eyes widened slightly. He felt the man's tongue enter his mouth and touch the tips of their tongues. It was as if an electric current had passed through him and he was slightly captivated. Soon, his eyes became hazy. It was very quiet in the bedroom. Only the sound of the sofa moving and the ambiguous clicking of tongues could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finally separated. Su Silly was limp in Xing's arms. He rested his head on Xing's shoulder and panted heavily. On the other hand, Xing's cheeks were slightly red, but his breathing was not chaotic at all. It was very unfair. Xing hugged him quietly. Although the two of them were a little excited from the kiss, they just hugged each other and enjoyed the beauty of the moment. Slowly, Su Silly's breathing calmed down. He looked at Xing's ears. He looked at the bright red color, the sparkling and translucent earlobes, and the fine hairs behind his ears. In the end, he couldn't resist and mischievously blew into his ear. Xing quivered and called out helplessly, "Your Majesty." His pleasant voice was filled with endless affection. Su Silly grinned and rubbed his head gently against Xing's neck. The two of them rubbed their ears and temples, and a sweet atmosphere flowed in the bedroom. But soon, this atmosphere was broken again. Xing. Su Silly held Xing's hand and pinched his fingertips. He suddenly said in a low voice, "How about you, be my lover?" Xing paused. Su Silly looked up at Xing and observed his expression. Although it was a little impulsive, he felt that it was possible after saying it. "Lover?" Xing whispered. "Yes." Su Silly felt a little guilty, but he quickly made up his mind. He had a good impression of Xing. He liked to do these intimate things with him, but he still couldn't completely trust him. So, he would leave it all to time. Time revealed a person's heart. He and Xing had spent too little time together. At most, it had only been slightly more than 2 months. As for the time they had spent playing games, that didn't count. Su Silly held Xing's face and said seriously, "I want to continue this improper relationship with you." Yes, they wouldn't announce it publicly. Only the two of them knew. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if they fell out in the future? Also, he didn't know how to explain it to second brother and the others. Xing smiled. Improper relationship? The corners of his mouth twitched. His smile looked a little evil, as if something had been released. Su Silly's eyes looked away. As a good young man, it was irresponsible of him to make such a request, but this didn't mean that in the future, that's right, they would still announce it publicly in the future. Before he could convince him, Xing said, "Okay." Su Silly blinked. Xing, he actually agreed just like that. He sat up straight and looked down at his marshal. He was still wearing his military uniform. His originally meticulous appearance was a little messy because of him, but surprisingly, he looked more casual. "Are you serious?" Su Silly asked. Xing raised his hand and held his face. His grayish-blue eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions. He couldn't guess what he was thinking. "This depends on whether your Majesty is serious or not," he said. Su Silly looked at his handsome face and couldn't control himself. He raised his chin and pecked him on the lips. The look in Xianxia's eyes became even deeper. Su Silly thought that he was angry. He pursed his lips and said, "You just promised me." "Yes." The man nodded slightly. The silver-haired young man in his arms had a smug look on his face again, like a child who had eaten candy. But soon, his expression was replaced by panic. His outer clothes were quickly removed and thrown on the floor. The hem of his shirt that was tucked in his pants was pulled out, and it was pulled up to his neck. The man hugged his waist and lowered his head. "You, ugh," Su Silly bit his lip. His face was flushed. Xianxia was at it again. He deliberately chose his most sensitive part. No, not his most sensitive part, but, the young man's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. But he couldn't concentrate at all because it wasn't time to sleep. The maid could come in at any time, but at this moment, it was no longer up to him. He lay on the sofa and saw the chandelier on the ceiling. The man pressed him down and began to kiss other places. "Xianxia." Su Silly tried to maintain his last bit of rationality. "What are you doing?" The man really did stop. He raised his head and stroked his cheeks with both hands. Their eyes met, and then he said, "Your subject is fulfilling the duties and rights of a lover." Su Silly blinked. Perhaps it was because Xianxia's expression was too serious, but he was a little confused when he heard this. But soon, he didn't have time to think. The man sealed his lips. This kiss was no longer as gentle and lingering as before. It was full of warmth and sweetness like a spring breeze. Instead, it was hot and intense, giving him a completely different sensory experience. He was drowning in it in a daze. He had completely forgotten about the construction of Lanyu City and other troublesome matters. This was a little different from what he had originally imagined. But at this moment, he really didn't have time to think about anything. The escort team will be arriving tomorrow? In the border town of Lanyu City, Su Yuhing sat in the hotel. He placed the communication device on the table in front of him and the little robot appeared on top of him. "Yes." The little robot nodded happily. "Brother said that the heroes can find an elementalist teacher to change their profession and learn skills." Su Yuhing nodded. He had already learned enough information from Xiao Wu. This operation couldn't be said to be foolproof, but it could ensure that the core of the Guardian Circle was not blown up. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, the players he had gathered in the border town had all gone offline and were waiting for his orders on the Starry Sky Forum. They were ready to go online at any time. The mission this time was not brainless. The NPCs had high intelligence. In the process of fighting with them, they couldn't let their guard down. Su Yuhing. Greeted by Feng and the two disguised themselves. Then, they went somewhere in the town, found the NPC who contacted them, and quietly sneaked into the barracks. The person who received him in the barracks was the governor of Lanyu City, an official position similar to the city lord. The governor was in his early 50s. More than half of his brown hair was white. He looked to be in good spirits, but his face and thin figure showed how hard it was for him to be a governor. Bai Feng curiously glanced at him a few times before obediently standing behind Su Yuhing. She watched as Su Yuhing chatted and laughed with him, her eyes sparkling like stars. After communicating, the governor of Lanyu City finally nodded. "Okay, you and your companions change clothes and come with me." They put on a guard's uniform and followed the governor out the door. They got on the hover car and walked in the direction of the city wall. Su Yuhing looked through the glass window and sized up the layout and equipment of the barracks. He hadn't been to the other main cities, but he had watched the live broadcast. If the barracks at the border of the Imperial City were like a lion in armor, then the barracks at the border of Lanyu City were like wild dogs without any protection and had been hungry for a long time. In short, it was obvious to the naked eye that it was miserable. "We only have one spirit-type wind elementalist in charge here," the Archon said. Today, there was a hole in the east again. A few two-star beasts rushed in. "He's also there, leading people to surround and suppress them." The old hover car seemed to have aged for a long time. After traveling for a while, it would let out a creaking sound, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Seeing that Su Yuhing was very interested in the hover car, the governor said, "This car has been in service for about 8 years. It's the Star Alliance's assistance." He looked at the protective circle in the sky and whispered, "It should be changed every 5 years, but because of the beast tied 3 years ago." He sighed and didn't say anything else. "I have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, Lanyu City would be in trouble this time." Su Yuhing hurriedly said no. "We just happened to find it." The governor waved his hand. "Lanyu City still needs to rely on the heroes to protect it. The army really can't split up. We can't transfer enough manpower. Here, we can only give you 3 people at most." These 3 people were naturally elementalists. Of the 10 traders, according to the information received, 6 of them were known to be elementalists. That dark elementalist was definitely above 1 star. This was a very powerful force, at least for Lanyu City. Even if the Imperial City had agreed on a great plan, Lanyu City didn't have enough manpower. 3 1-star elementalists was already the limit. The 3 of them and the heroes would probably be difficult to catch all 10 traders, but that was all they could do. Su Yuhing nodded to show that he understood, but he was pleasantly surprised. If the 3 NPCs were willing to cooperate, the success rate would definitely increase by a lot. Roar, roar. Before they reached the place where the hole was, they heard a few deafening roars from afar. That was the cry of the 2-star beast, Lightning Tiger. This was the first time Su Yuhing and Bai Feng saw an interstellar beast. Its body was taller than a person, and its ferocious and violent eyes had the savagery of a fierce beast. From afar, they could feel the ferocity of this beast. It was like a 3D movie scene, shocking people. Roar. Unfortunately, that 2-star beast was already a crossbow, and the bloody wounds on its body had already wiped out its HP bar. When they arrived, it fell to the ground and was firmly pinned down by the soldiers with their spears. A figure fell from the sky with a tired face. After confirming that the lightning tiger didn't have any power to resist, the soldiers began to withdraw the battlefield. In addition to this lightning tiger, there were also a few strange-looking interstellar beasts lying on the ground. Obviously, they weren't in the same group and didn't have a tacit understanding with each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been defeated one by one. The consul brought Su Yuhing and the others to find the wind elementalist. After he expressed his intentions, the wind elementalist looked at Su Yuhing suspiciously. "Want to learn skills from me?" He wanted to refuse, but after looking at the consul, he finally said, "I haven't seen you before, who are you?" The consul invited him into the hover car, then explained his doubts to him. In the end, the wind elementalist nodded. "I understand, but I don't think there's any meaning in this last-minute effort." He said in a low voice, "I'll go with you the day after tomorrow. Eradicating the malignant tumor of the Roland Empire is something we must do." Su Yuhing smiled and let him teach him the wind elemental skills. Since the consul personally said so, the wind elementalist had to teach him no matter how disdainful he was. What he taught was the flight skill that he had just used, as well as the wind blade used to deal with the lightning tiger. A system notification appeared, and Su Yuhing clicked confirm to learn. He had an epiphany in his heart, and although he was eager to try it out, he wasn't in a hurry to show it after mastering it. "Looks like skills aren't that easy to learn," he said with a smile. The wind elementalist looked at him and nodded, showing an "I knew it" expression, and didn't say anything else. That night, Su Yuhing and Bai Feng stayed the night in the military camp. Just as he was about to go offline, Xiao Wu's message came, telling him the 7th traitor had been found. The 7th traitor. When he saw Xiao Wu's message, Su Yuhing's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly checked the information it sent him. But he never expected that the 7th traitor, he actually knew him. "Second brother, now that the traitors know that they've been exposed, what should we do now?" A small robot appeared on his communication device. Its electronic eyes blinked at Su Yuhing as it asked anxiously. Su Yuhing gritted his teeth. Today, he and Bai Feng went to the barracks very secretly, but he didn't expect that the traitors would still find out. He was careless. Would these smelly rats in the gutter continue to act after knowing that their plan was exposed? But this was also good. Su Yuhing's expression relaxed a little. At least now he knew who the 7th traitor was. It was worth it to make him reveal himself. At the same time, he also felt a little heavy. There were still 3 people who hadn't been exposed. If they hid as deeply as the 7th person, then this Lanyu City. Su Yuhing shook his head. The plot setting of this game was quite brain-burning. It actually played a spy battle. Some high-end players would probably like it. With that thought in mind, he calmly said to Xiao Wu, "Don't panic, continue to monitor. Don't let go of any clues. Find the remaining 3 traitors as soon as possible." As for whether the traitors would cancel the plan to blow up the array, this actually depended on the decision-making ability of the organizer. If it was cancelled, at least it could ensure that no NPCs would be injured or killed because of this matter. Later on, they could catch the traitors one by one. Although it was a little troublesome, it actually made no difference to the players. After all, if they thought it was troublesome, they wouldn't play this kind of character cultivation game. Once the traitors were brought to justice, the mission of protecting Lanyu City would most likely be completed. And if it wasn't cancelled and the traitors continued to act, then they would naturally follow the original plan. This was the benefit of having first-hand information. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to fish out the remaining 3 people, they could have already captured them by now. The power of artificial intelligence was vividly demonstrated in this incident. Su Yuhing smiled. His family's Shaoli was still very smart. He had actually started to plan early on and created such a sharp weapon. With Xiao Wu around, it should be much easier for him to manage the country. Keep an eye on Bryce. I'm afraid he's panicking now. Su Yuhing said, once a person loses his cool, it's easy to make the wrong decision. Maybe he will bring us a little surprise. The little robot nodded in confusion. It looked at Su Yuhing with sparkling eyes full of worship. Su Yuhing looked at it, thought for a moment, and said, "Xiao Wu, you can change your appearance, right?" The little robot nodded. "Then why not take human form?" he asked. "But Xiao Wu isn't a human," the little robot tilted its head and said confusedly. Su Yuhing thought for a moment and nodded. "Well, as long as you like it." "Like?" The little robot blinked. "I don't know either," there was a bit of confusion in its voice. Brother said that like is a happy emotion. When you're doing something or having something, you feel happy. That's liking. But I've always been like this. I've never thought about whether I'm happy or not, so I don't know whether I like it or not." Looking at the confused little robot, Su Yuhing hesitated and said, "Then why don't you try it? Try more new things. This world is very exciting." Xiao Wu looked at his eyes that had become gentle, nodded gently, and said, "Well. Thank you, second brother. Xiao Wu likes you." Su Yuhing was slightly stunned. While he was in a daze, the little robot's image flashed and disappeared. He came back to his senses and shook his head, but there was a clear smile on his lips. When Su Yuhing went offline, it was already past midnight. He still had to go to the company for a meeting the next day, so the matters in the game were temporarily handed over to by phone. Although he left a message in the game, when he came out, he still sent a message to by phone with his new phone to remind him of the relevant matters. At present, he was still going according to plan. When the escort team arrived at Orchid City tomorrow, he could organize the Orchid City players to change professions and learn a few quests at the same time. In order to improve their strength, he also told the consul that if there were interstellar beasts that broke in tomorrow, the players would form a group to fight them. As for the matter of the traitor, it would depend on the situation monitored by Xiao Wu. Thinking about these things, he felt a little hungry. Just as he was about to go to the kitchen to get something to eat, there was a knock on the door. He went over to open the door and saw his mother standing in the hallway with a tray with a bowl of noodles on it. Seeing him, Mother Su smiled and said, "You're off the game? I cooked noodles for you. Eat them while they're hot." Su Yuhing's heart softened. He smiled and took it. "Thank you, Mom. I was just hungry and was about to go to the kitchen." Mother Su saw that he was no longer forcing a smile and couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she smiled even more happily. She said, okay. Eat more. If you're too tired at the company, don't go. It's good to play games at home." Su Yuhing was helpless. If he was still a child in adolescence, he would probably be spoiled by his mother's doting. "I know. I'll take care of it. It's very late now. You should go to bed." Seeing Mother Su nod, Su Yuhing carried the tray and was about to enter the room when he heard her ask, "Then, are you a big official in the game?" Su Yuheng, seeing that her son didn't speak, Mother Su couldn't help but say earnestly, "Ah Heng, you have to work harder. It's been almost a month. You said you were going to be a big official. Take me to see Shaoli." Su Yuheng could only agree. Seeing that she finally left satisfied, he entered the room with the noodles and slammed the door. In the room, the light was dim. Elder Bryce sat at the table and looked at the message sent by number 2 on the communicator. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. This room was no longer the one Su Yuheng and the others eavesdropped on last time. Elder Bryce was very vigilant. Every time after a conspiracy, he would change the location. He really didn't expect that the last time he met with Bei Na and Lawrence, it was actually monitored. Now that the military knew about their operation plan, should he give up? Elder Bryce gritted his teeth. He was able to become an elder and be in charge of a main city's affairs, not because of his strength, but because of his experience and intelligence. He was only half a star, but he could make 1- and 2-star elementalists listen to his orders. This was his wisdom. And now, it was time for him to make a choice. With his usual vigilance, he didn't have to worry about this at all. The moment he knew that the secret was leaked, he would cut off all the loose ends and make everyone hibernate again, waiting for a second chance. But this time, Lawrence was right. This was a very rare opportunity. The stronghold in the Imperial City was destroyed, and now the organization was without a leader. If this operation was successful, he would be very likely to become the next commander. He was already in his position, so how could he not be moved by such an opportunity? Although he didn't have many members in Orchid City, every one of them was of high quality. Moreover, this was also because of the environmental restrictions of Orchid City. He was already very good to be able to do this. He had always been highly rated in the organization. However, Elder Bryce was not satisfied with this. After Orchid City was invaded by the rampaging interstellar beasts, he would go to another main city. There, he would gain a new group of subordinates. With the contribution of blowing up the core of Orchid City's defensive formation, even if he couldn't become the next commander, it should be easy for him to become the leader of a main city again. He was tired of Orchid City. The resources here were too scarce, and he was always at risk of being destroyed. If the city was really destroyed, although he could save his life, all of his previous efforts would be in vain. When that time came, he would have to run to another main city to seek protection. That was not what he wanted to see. Elder Bryce gently tapped the table, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. In the end, he let out a heavy sigh. It was too risky. Now that the secret had been leaked, there was no guarantee that it would be foolproof. If something went wrong, the organization he had worked so hard to develop would be ruined. Elder Bryce made a decision. He was going to send out a signal to tell everyone to cancel the operation and go into hiding before the army came to find them. In Orchid City, where the management of the population was lax, it would be very easy for them to hide, which was why they had never been caught. However, before he could send out the message, a red indicator light suddenly lit up on his communication device. This was the special alert he had set up. The only person who had a red indicator light was that person. Elder Bryce's heart pounded violently. He took a deep breath, suppressed the palpitations in his heart, and accepted the call with a trembling hand. After he made the call, a 3D image that was not very clear appeared on the top of his communication device. If Su Silly were here, he would recognize that this was the leader of the Bavat Empire, Arnold. The lizardman's body was covered in fine scales, and his expression could not be seen. The cold-blooded animal's eyes looked very ugly. Elder Bryce bowed to him respectfully and addressed him as His Majesty Norton. Arnold narrowed his eyes, and his voice was very cold. How is the plan to destroy Orchid City going? With the translator, the two of them could communicate smoothly. Elder Bryce's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed his uneasiness and told him that the operation plan had been leaked, and that he had decided to temporarily withdraw. Trash! Arnold said angrily. This matter has been planned for so long, and now you are telling me to give up? Are you playing with me? Or are you Roland Empire people all good at going back on your words? He was obviously referring to Snow Roland playing with him. Elder Bryce was in fear and trepidation, and he said carefully, Orchid City will still be destroyed. I just hope your Majesty can give us a little more time. I have given you enough time. Arnold said coldly. I want to see the result in 7 days, and I want to let Snow Roland know that there is a price to pay for playing with the Bavad Empire. If you can't even do such a small thing, then don't think you can get any benefits from me. The Bavad Empire does not need weak and incompetent subordinates. After saying that, Arnold hung up the communication. Elder Bryce looked at the extinguished communication device, and then looked at the quiet room, and sighed bitterly. Although his worship of the Bavad Empire was real, he knew that when the Bavad Empire took over a snow star, it was hard to guarantee that Arnold would really give him power as promised. The best result would be to rely on the power of the Bavad Empire to migrate to another planet. Now, he could not lose the Bavad Empire as his backing. Elder Bryce's expression quickly became firm. Since he couldn't refuse, then he had to change the plan. The best way was to act immediately and catch the military off guard before they made a move. But unfortunately, they were only halfway through the plan. If they acted hastily, the risk would increase exponentially. So, postpone the plan, postpone it to the third night, and when the garrison army thought that they had given up on the plan, they would make a move when they least expect it. That was the only way. Elder Bryce quickly made a decision and started a new round of planning. At the same time, at the Neria River not too far away from Orchid City, a group of dirty people came to the iron chain bridge in the middle of the river. F***ck, we are finally here. Jianyu Xingchen looked at the iron chain bridge and compared it to the information that Li Lai showed them before. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. As long as they crossed this bridge, they would be able to reach Orchid City in half a day's time. It had been almost 2 weeks since they left the Imperial City. In these 2 weeks, none of the players who followed them stayed offline for more than an hour. God knows how they managed to survive such a high-intensity march. Although they didn't feel tired physically, they felt tired mentally. However, they only dared to complain in the internal channel. After all, the NPCs were much worse off than them. It was no wonder this quest was an epic-level quest. When they set off, there were 81 players, but now only 49 were left. Most of them were professional players, and only a few support players like Areiko were barely able to follow because they were well protected. What was worth celebrating was that none of the NPCs were killed, including the instructors. The entire escort team had a total of 111 NPCs, and none of them died. Although injuries were inevitable, under the players' insistence, these injured soldiers were brought along. Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai's mood was very complicated. Although the lives of his comrades were saved, so many of the heroes had sacrificed themselves. These were all elementalists. He felt like his heart was bleeding, and at the same time, he felt more and more that the heroes were all crazy. He could feel that they were not cold-blooded creatures. On the contrary, most of the time, they were full of warmth, but they were so indifferent to the death of their comrades. They even showed disdain and contempt for their sacrifice. What was even more strange was that they thought their comrades would be resurrected and were now waiting for them in Orchid City. Therefore, Li Lai thought that perhaps they couldn't bear the pressure, causing them to lose their minds. Many soldiers who stayed on the battlefield for a long time actually had this problem. Although it was a pity, there was nothing he could do about such a situation. After all, the current situation was very dangerous, and they were still in the midst of a rapid march. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the Iron Chain Bridge of the Neria River. As long as they crossed the Iron Chain Bridge, they could reach Orchid City in half a day. At that time, there would be someone to guide them into the city, and his quest this time would be considered complete. Everyone, rest here. We will wait for dawn to cross the river. The silver flying fish of the Neria River were most active at night, and their activities would be much weaker in the morning. That was the best time for them to cross the iron chain. The players were used to following orders. Knowing that they could rest for a while, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They found a safe place and logged off one after another. Although the game was fun, reality was also very important. The NPC soldiers were used to this phenomenon. When they saw the players' characters start to become distracted, they would even spontaneously protect the players. This kind of interaction was also recorded by the livestream, and it warmed the hearts of many Cloud Nation players. Hua Sui found a tree. After carefully checking that there were no problems, he sat down and leaned against the trunk. He glanced at the harmonious scene below and pursed his lips. Now, he was already the highest level player, level 15, health points reached 4,000. Although it was still not enough in front of the NPCs, in front of the players, he was no doubt the number one expert, especially when he had the radiant 3,000 that Li Lai gave him. He could even single-handedly kill a low-level 2-star beast by kiting. He enjoyed the pleasure of this kind of killing, and only felt that there was no more fun game than this. However, his attitude towards NPCs had changed a little. "Hey, Hua Sui, you're up there again." A voice sounded. Hua Sui looked over and saw a figure appear in the shadow of the tree, and finally turned into the appearance of a man. This was the only dark elementalist among the NPC soldiers, and his strength had reached the level of 1 star. Because Hua Sui was now level 15, he could see the soldier's information. Fox King, level 13, Dark Elemental Warrior. He served as a scout in the team and was responsible for security work. Although his level was 2 levels lower than his, Hua Sui did not underestimate him, because Fox King's health points had reached more than 40,000, which was more than 10 times his. Even his attack was several times more than his. If it were not for the radiant 3,000, he would not be able to defeat the opponent at all. In the past 2 weeks, they had been together day and night. Fox King treated him as a disciple and taught him many dark elemental skills. Fox King played a big part in Hua Sui's current strength. Glancing at him, Hua Sui did not speak and took out a fruit from his pocket to eat. "Brat, give me one too." Fox King sat down beside him. Hua Sui ate the fruit, curled his lips impatiently, and took out another one and threw it to him. Wang Hu chuckled and began to chew on the fruit with him. Looking at his comrades resting quietly below, Fox King suddenly said, "We're going to cross the Death Iron Chain tomorrow. Be careful." "Got it." The youth frowned irritably, looking like he did not want to listen to his nagging. But today, Fox King was clearly more talkative. "You're talented. You can learn everything once taught. The key is that you can use it flexibly, unlike some of your companions. Hua Sui, live well. Don't die." The speed at which the youth chewed the fruit slowed down, but he quickly returned to normal. "You're so long-winded and talkative. Mind your own business." Fox King glanced at him and shook his head. After he silently finished eating the fruit, he turned into a shadow again and disappeared from the tree. Hua Sui watched him disappear and snorted softly. He threw away the core in his hand, then leaned against the tree trunk and began to close his eyes to rest. He did not really fall asleep. Instead, he used the shadows to observe the movements around him. This was what Fox King had taught him, and he digested it very well. Unknowingly, the light on the horizon became brighter. After a night of rest, the escort team finally recovered and set off again. The instructors were carried by the NPC warriors. Because there were only 3 iron chains, which were thousands of meters long, all of them were divided into 5 teams to avoid accidents. They were not completely unprotected when they passed over the iron chains. They could use special ropes to tie them to the iron chains and move them over bit by bit. However, this method had a drawback. It would greatly reduce their movement speed and increase the time they had to stay above the river. Once this time in the morning passed, the silver flying fish would become active again, and their danger would increase exponentially. In the past, there had been cases of warriors hanging on the iron chains and being crushed to death by the flying fish. These flying fishes' heads were as hard as iron. They could even smash stones, let alone fragile humans. Unless they could wear full body armor, but in order to rush the march, the warriors had to wear light armor. It was impossible to achieve such protection. After some consideration, Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai decided to give up on this protective measure. This time, they had a total of 12 wind elementalists, and they were all spirit elementalists. After the 5 teams were blessed with light body spell, they could finish the battle quickly. The only problem was that the players were not trained and could not pass quickly on the iron chains that were thousands of meters long. Of course, this problem was easy to solve. There were only 49 players left. It was still possible to assign a few dozen warriors to help carry them over. Finally, under Li Lai's command, the first team set off. The 30-odd people did not gather together on the ground. They followed the rhythm and controlled the distance between them to about 2 meters. This way, they would not put too much of a burden on the iron chains and could effectively avoid collisions. Under the blessing of the wind elementalist's light body spell, the warriors ran on the iron chains as if they were flying. As everyone held their breaths, the first team successfully passed through the iron chains and safely reached the other side. After sending back the news, they quickly began to investigate the situation on the other side and eliminate any possible dangers. The second team followed closely behind. Then the third team. The first team was surprisingly smooth, so the players let down their guard. Until the fourth team, the silver flying fish under the river suddenly became active. The originally calm surface of the river actually became lively for a moment. The flying fish shuttled back and forth in the sky, shining with silver light. It looked so beautiful and romantic. However, to the warriors and players passing through, it was so deadly. Finally, under everyone's unbearable gaze, the first warrior who was knocked into the air appeared. A flying fish hit his waist, and he was violently knocked into the air and fell into the river. Waiting for him below were river beasts with their mouths wide open, revealing their ferocious teeth. They were fighting to be the first to enjoy this delicious meal. Under the sunlight, silverfishes danced in the sky. The warrior who fell from the iron chain was still carrying a player on his back. He had not given up struggling. Due to the buff from Lighten and the support from the wind element, their falling speed was much slower than usual. After the initial panic, the warrior endured the injury on his waist and adjusted his posture before he fell into the water. He stepped on a flying fish and used the force to push himself up. White Day, use the green vine spell, quick. Xianxia's voice sounded in the team channel. The player on the warrior's back finally regained his senses. He closed his mouth and a green light flashed in his hand. A green vine shot out toward the iron chain in the sky. However, the iron chain was too far away from them. It was at least 100 meters away. The player named White Day could only shoot out about 50 meters because of his limited strength. It was far from enough. When the vines reached the end, they weakly drooped down. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths with rapt attention. Qing Yan, who had reached the other side of the river, gritted her teeth in anger when she saw this. She wanted to rush to the iron chain to save the player, but there was still a warrior on the iron chain. If she rushed up, she would definitely crash into the warrior, which would only add to the chaos. It was not easy to get here. Was the mission going to fail? White Day, who was lying on the warrior's back, was about to cry. He was used to playing online games on the keyboard. He was a gaming nerd. Even if he was called a god, it was only limited to online games. But this holographic game, it was 2F** king realistic, looking at the silver flying fish that kept brushing past them as the warrior dodged them, looking at their ferocious teeth, smelling the stench that came from the river, and then looking down at the gigantic river monster that looked like something that would only appear in a horror movie. White Day was really crying. White Day, you, jump down. At this time, Qingyan's voice sounded again. The team channel became very quiet. Only White Day's breathing could be heard. The next second, he replied with a sobbing voice, I know, Areiko, make me look more handsome. In this situation, he had become a burden. After all, the players could resurrect infinitely, but if the NPC died, their mission would fail. Roger, I hope to see you again. Bai Zhou endured the fear of being eaten by the river beast and cried, live well, don't die. The warrior who was dodging the flying fish couldn't help but change his expression when he heard this. His eyes were red as he said, don't let go. I can take you up there. I can do it. As he spoke, he was hit in the stomach by another flying fish. Fortunately, the fish was flying upwards. Although he was further away from the iron chain, he did not fall into the river. Brother, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Sorry for troubling you. Bai Zhou didn't know why. He was just an NPC. Why did he have to say such nonsense to him? He did not look at the river beasts below. Instead, he closed his eyes and adjusted the volume of the environment to the lowest. Anyway, he did not feel any pain. It would not hurt. He just had to bear with it for a while and it would be over, the young man convinced himself as he loosened his grip on Roger's body and leaped backward. He heard Roger's sobbing roar. He probably wanted to come down and save him, but he was stopped by the flying silver fish. Bai Zhou felt his nose ache. It wasn't like he couldn't be revived. How many times had he told them that they wouldn't believe him? These NPCs were all crazy. But it was really King heart-wrenching. According to the light body spell on him, Bai Zhou would fall into the river in about a minute and become a feast for the river beasts. He calculated in his heart. However, about 40 seconds later, he felt his hand suddenly tighten. Under the influence of the force on his hand, his whole body began to rise diagonally. What's going on? Bai Zhou opened his eyes with a shiver and saw the ivy wrapped around his hand suddenly tighten. Under the guidance of the ivy, he quickly approached the iron chain. Fortunately, he was not hit by the flying fish during this process. Otherwise, his HP bar might have been emptied. Who saved him? Bai Zhou wanted to see clearly, but his whole body kept swaying in the air with the ivy. If it wasn't for the fact that the realism was set to 0, he would probably have vomited by now. There was no way he could see clearly what was happening above. The warrior named Roger also noticed this scene. He was overjoyed. After hearing the captain's order through the headset, he no longer paid attention to Bai Zhou's situation and quickly approached the opposite bank using the flying fish as a stepping board. Roger 6666F***CK, this game is godly. The NPC even knows Qigong. Can we do the same? Hurry up and open the server. I want to play. Although it was 7 or 8 in the morning, the cloud viewers in the live broadcast room were already squatting in front of the screen. When they saw the movie-like scene in front of them, they couldn't help but excitedly flood the screen. As for why Bai Zhou didn't fall, in the middle of the iron chain, a dark shadow shot out from the iron chain. It stretched into a thin and long black line and tightly wrapped around one end of the ivy. The thin line kept shrinking, pulling Bai Zhou up the iron chain. Although the scene wasn't that exciting, it was actually very dangerous because with Bai Zhou's HP, he could probably only take 2 or 3 hits. If he was killed on the way, this rescue effort would be in vain. Sister Yen, who is saving me? Bai Zhou was in midair, being swung up and down by the ivy, but he still had the mood to ask. It's Wang Fox. Wang Fox was a dark-type warrior and could use dark-type martial arts. He turned himself into a shadow and then stretched infinitely into a thin line. Only then did he barely manage to wrap around the ivy and save Bai Zhou. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, including Bai Zhou himself. Although he was still swaying in midair, he was still very happy that he didn't have to enter the river beast's mouth and be torn to pieces. However, he was happy a little too early. More and more flying fish jumped in the sky. Finally, when Wang Fox's shadow completely shrank back into the iron chain, he turned into his human form and used both hands to pull Bai Zhou back. Behind him, a silver fish opened its mouth wide and bit straight at his neck. Wang Fox noticed the movement behind him, but at this moment, he couldn't dodge in time. This was because the vines connecting to Bai Zhou couldn't hold on for long. If he dodged, he would definitely waste time. And the way he turned his body into a thin line just now was a heavy burden on him. In a short time, he couldn't turn into a shadow again. He gritted his teeth and prepared to bear it. No one could help him, it was too dangerous on the river now, and the captain couldn't let anyone take the risk to cross the iron chain. Fortunately, 4 teams had safely crossed the river. Even that brat Roger, with the support of the light body technique, relied on his superior stamina and skills, and reached the other side. Now, it was up to whether he could save this brat called Bai Zhou. Although he was also an elementalist, on the battlefield, it was one of the rules to let spirit elementalists survive first. And this Bai Zhou was a wood elementalist. He had seen the live broadcast of Mercenary Town. How much food could a wood elementalist produce? If this brat could stay in Orchid City and grow a lot of food, he would definitely be more valuable than him. These thoughts just flashed through his mind. Wang Fox quickly pulled the green vines and pulled Bai Zhou up before the vines broke. As long as he was pulled into the range of the captain's psychic power, the captain could support him with a wind shield on the shore and safely pull him to the other side. The sound of flying fish breaking through the air was getting closer and closer, but at this moment, poof, a laser bullet penetrated the belly of the flying fish. Although it didn't immediately kill the flying fish, it deviated its trajectory and brushed past Wang Fox's shoulder and fell into the river. Li Lai, who was about to rush over, slowly stopped. Reason told him that he couldn't go over. The river was too dangerous, and he couldn't guarantee his own safety. He was the leader, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, the remaining 100 or so people might die in the following journey. However, when Wang Fox was in danger, he couldn't help but want to go over. He was the one who sent Wang Fox over, he didn't want to watch him die. Fortunately, the tragedy didn't happen. He saw the color of the laser bullet and recognized who it was, Radium 3000, it was Hua Sui, the young man that Ham had mentioned to him. Captain. At this time, Wang Fox's low shout came from his earpiece. Li Lai came back to his senses and carefully felt it again. He found that under Wang Fox's pull, Bai Zhou had entered the edge of his psychic power control. He quickly supported him with a wind shield. The wind elements gathered around Bai Zhou, forming a 2-meter shield that blocked the incoming flying fish. The wind shield consumed a lot of Li Lai's energy. Even he could only support one person at a time. His face paled, but he didn't say anything. He controlled the wind elements and supported Bai Zhou, who was wrapped in the wind shield, slowly moving him to the shore. Seeing this, Wang Fox breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw a shadow wrapped around the iron chain beside him. Although it looked a little gloomy and scary to others, he felt very familiar with it. "Thanks, brat." He grinned. "Humph." Hua Sui snorted disdainfully, and then his shadow crept closer to Wang Fox. "Don't move, I'll take you over." Wang Fox was stunned. He didn't expect this brat to have learned this skill. He had only taught him twice. As expected, people with powerful talents are envious. He didn't move, and even tried to cover his body with dark elements so that Hua Sui could wrap him better. This was the skill that the Black Cloak used when Su Yuheng and the others were thrown away. After wrapping Wang Fox, Hua Sui's shadow area expanded a lot, and the creeping speed slowed down. Although it was slow, at least it could prevent them from being attacked by the flying fish. "Why are you so heavy? You should lose weight." The young man's voice came from the creeping shadow. "That's because your elemental absorption isn't enough. You're still too weak." Wang Fox's voice sounded. "I'm weak? Who is the one who used shadow stretch and became useless?" "Brat, if you have the ability, why don't you try stretching your body 200 or 300 meters? Then I'm still stronger than you." The master and disciple bickered. Originally, they could run across the iron chain in 1 or 2 minutes with the help of light body technique, but they took more than 10 minutes to reach it. When they reached the other side, Hua Sui's shadow spat out Wang Fox, and he turned back to his human form. He was so tired that he was panting on the ground. Before the training in the recruit camp, he was used to the setting of 70% realism. He didn't adjust it to 0 like the others, which may be the reason why he improved so much. After they successfully reached the shore, everyone couldn't help but cheer, but of course, they were quickly suppressed by the vice captain. Crossing the river didn't mean that the crisis was over. The noise would attract interstellar beasts, and then it would be troublesome. Of course, it was also troublesome now. Looking at the last team on the other side, and then looking at the river surface that was completely active, becoming densely packed with flying fish, it was obvious that now was not the best time to cross the river. "Captain, what do we do now?" someone asked. Li Lai looked at the other side, and then looked at the 4 teams with a total of more than 120 people. He hesitated and said, "Team 5, rest here. Wait until the flying fish activity decreases tomorrow morning before crossing the river. Teams 1 to 4, follow me immediately. We'll go to Orchid City first." He still remembered his first mission, which was to escort the 10 elementalist instructors to Orchid City. The 10 elementalist instructors had already been transferred, and the remaining Team 5 were the warriors and champions responsible for bringing up the rear. With the champions, the warriors' supplies were not a problem. When they sent the 10 elementalist instructors to Orchid City, they could come back to pick them up. This was the most reliable method at present. Obeying orders was the genes of a soldier, so the NPC warriors didn't have any objections. As for the players, although they were a little worried, there was really no better way at present. After all, looking at Hua Sui and Wang Fox's situation, it was unrealistic to rely on the two of them to transport Team 5. For the safety of Team 5, after Li Lai communicated with headquarters, General Joyce agreed to leave the flight monitoring device behind to help Team 5. After all, the two great natural dangers had been safely passed, and with Li Lai's ability, there should be no problem in bringing them safely to the rest of the journey. Before leaving, Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai still didn't feel at ease, so he reminded Team 5's captain of many things to take note of. When the players were getting impatient, he took the 4 teams and set off. More than 100 people quickly blended into the forest, and soon disappeared without a trace. Above the Neria River, the silver flying fish shuttled back and forth. In the blue sky background, the sun rose higher and higher. The sunlight penetrated the glass, and shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, falling on the exquisitely made bed in the bedroom. The silver-haired youth had closed his eyes and was sound asleep. At this moment, his light-colored eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes. Having just woken up, there was still a trace of confusion in his beautiful light purple eyes. He frowned slightly and slowly sat up. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, covering his slender and beautiful back, as well as some ambiguous marks on his delicate skin. Su Silly pinched the space between his eyebrows, but as soon as he moved, he covered his waist in discomfort, and the blanket wrapped around his chest slid down, revealing his naked upper body. He lowered his eyebrows and glanced at the marks on his body. He couldn't help but be startled, and the memory of last night slowly came to his mind. The youth's light purple eyes narrowed slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. His neck creaked as he turned stiffly to look beside him. There was nothing beside him. Huh? Where's that guy Xixing? Su Silly blinked his eyes. Could it be that the memory of last night was just a dirty dream? That's not right. If it was a dream, why was his waist and back aching? Or, did Xixing run away after eating? A trace of anger appeared on the youth's face, but soon, he heard the sound of footsteps. He hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself, turned his back, and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. He heard the sound of a tray being placed on the bedside table, and then the faint smell of milk mixed with the smell of bread gently drifted over. Rumble, Su Silly's stomach failed to live up to his expectations and growled. He blushed a little, but still closed his eyes, pretending that the rumbling was not his fault and continued to pretend to be asleep. Then, he felt the mattress sink, and a warm body burrowed under the blanket and hugged him from behind. Your Majesty. The man leaned on his shoulder, his slightly stubbled chin caressing his smooth skin, which made Su Silly feel a little ticklish. He knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, so he opened his eyes, lay on his side, and looked at Xixing. The blond man wore a snow-white shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing his cold white skin and faintly discernible lean muscles. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at him. His grayish-blue eyes seemed a little dark in the backlight. Are you going to get up? He said. Su Silly pursed his lips. After doing such a terrible thing to him last night, how could he still act as if nothing had happened? He felt very wronged, but young Master Su had never wronged himself. Don't you have anything to say? The young man frowned and said coldly. Xixing paused. Then, he slightly curved his lips and said with a smile, What do you want to hear? Looking at the smile in his eyes, Su Silly only felt a sense of panic in his heart. Last night, he gritted his teeth, this is different from what I thought. Xixing gently stroked his face and pecked his lips that had turned red from anger. He asked, Then what is your Majesty thinking about? After being kissed, Su Silly's train of thought was suddenly interrupted. He looked at his beautiful lips and pulled himself back to reality with great difficulty. The improper relationship I was talking about is the previous, you help me, I help you, how could you? The young man was flustered and exasperated, and finally couldn't maintain his cold expression. Xixing looked at him and slightly curved his lips. Then this official thought wrongly, he said softly. There was a trace of wanton wickedness in his smile. Then what does your Majesty want? What do I want? Su Silly really didn't know what to do. Things had already happened, so how could he pretend that they didn't happen? He hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth slightly, but before he could speak, the man blocked his lips. It was a passionate and intense kiss, with a hint of punishment. Very quickly, Su Silly's strength was drained and his brain turned into mush. In a daze, he reached out and hooked his arms around the man's neck, kissing him intimately. When he regained a trace of consciousness, he was already forced to lie between the bed and blankets. Behind him, a soft white shirt stuck to his back. The man's palm stroked the back of his hand on the mattress, squeezing his fingers through the gaps and holding his hand tightly. Susili's protest turned into a low moan at the bottom of his throat. He couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling as if he had turned into a small boat, swaying in the midst of a stormy sea. Susili turned his face to the side, half of his face buried in the pillow. His cheeks were as red as rouge. He opened his mouth slightly and breathed heavily. There was a faint trace of sparkling at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't have the time to wipe it away. He felt the man's chin resting on his shoulder, then he leaned forward and gently kissed the corner of his mouth. An unknown amount of time passed. Susili lazily lay in Xianxia's arms, like a softie, without any strength left in his body. Although Xianxia couldn't hurt him, and his attacks would backfire, it didn't mean that he didn't feel anything, and the soreness left by the exercise couldn't be avoided. Of course, it was mostly due to the pleasure. But he still felt very wronged. Xianxia had always been gentle to him, even when he was strong. It was only things like letting him sleep and eat. Although he looked impatient on the surface, he actually felt very warm. He was able to let down his guard so quickly because of Xianxia's thoughtfulness to a large extent. But today, Xianxia was different from his usual self. Although he was still very charming, Susili still felt that Xianxia was abnormal. It seemed to have been a little since last night, but it was still fine before. Susili suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the blond man who had closed his eyes to rest. He thought for a moment and shouted, "Xianxia." Xianxia opened his eyes and looked down at the young man's clear eyes. "Are you angry with me?" he heard the young man ask. Xianxia paused slightly and stared at him for a few seconds, then turned his head and looked away. "How would I dare?" he whispered. Susili blinked and looked at him for a few seconds, then his body began to move upwards. Xianxia frowned but did not look at him. He knew that his current mood was wrong. He should be satisfied to have God Darren, even if it was just a secret lover. But he found that he could not do it. He could no longer be as satisfied as he was in the beginning, just listening to his voice and guarding by his side. He longed for more. He wanted God Darren to love him wholeheartedly. Xianxia narrowed his eyes dangerously. But at this moment, a pair of hands held his cheeks and turned his face to look at the young man's bright purple eyes. "You are angry," he said. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Then, the young man lowered his head and kissed him on the lips. "Don't be angry, okay?" He softened his voice and coaxed him in a low voice. "I won't take it to heart that you bullied me, so don't be angry with me, okay?" The young man hugged him and kissed him gently on the cheek. Xianxia stared at him and felt as if something in his heart was breaking. "Your Majesty," he reached out and touched the young man's cheek, whispering in a low voice. The young man slowly curved the corners of his mouth, tilted his head slightly, and rubbed his palm gently like a kitten. Xianxia looked at him and felt as if his heart had melted into water. As for the matter of getting angry with him, how could she still remember? Susili looked at Xianxia. Seeing the bright stars in his eyes again, he couldn't help but grin. "Not angry anymore?" He wrapped his arms around the man's neck and leaned close to him, pecking his beautiful lips again. Just as he was about to move away, his lips were caught in his mouth. The man pressed his palm against the back of his head, not giving him a chance to escape. Susili didn't want to escape either. Xianxia kissed him gently with sincerity and passion, as well as a certain emotion that made Susili captivated. Did this count as making up? He thought in a daze. The two of them kissed each other passionately, almost igniting a new round of dry firewood, a raging fire. But this time, Xianxia was considerate and didn't bully him. He even pressed his palm against his waist. A faint blue light shone under the blanket. Under the nourishment of the healing stream, Susili groaned as he lay on Xianxia's chest, rubbing against it comfortably. "Does it hurt?" Xianxia asked in a low voice. Susili blushed as he felt the cool sensation of the healing stream. He buried his face in Xianxia's chest, too embarrassed to speak. Because of the puppet technique, Xianxia couldn't hurt him if that was considered an attack. So of course it didn't hurt. But saying this out loud was crossing his bottom line. But he felt sweet in his heart towards Xixing's gentle care, and he couldn't refuse. After a while, when Xixing's healing stream stopped, Su Silly put his hands on Xixing's shoulders and rested his chin on his heart. "I was almost killed by you just now." The young man's voice was low and soft, as if he was complaining, but his soft voice made one's heart go numb. Xixing paused. He lowered his eyes and saw the long silver hair draped over the young man's back, as well as the faintly discernible scars under the silver hair. The bruises on the young man's fair and flawless skin were more or less a ghastly sight. The light in his eyes flickered as he felt a bit of heartache and guilt. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have argued with you." As he spoke, he placed his hand on the young man's back. The blue light flashed, and the bruises quickly disappeared. Su Silly raised his eyebrows. So he finally admitted that he was angry before. As for the marks on his body, they were all caused by her. He did not feel any pain at all. Even though Xixing was angry with him, she was very careful when she treated him. Seeing Xixing's frown and uneasiness, Su Silly couldn't help but reach out and press the space between his eyebrows, as if trying to smooth out the wrinkles. "So, you're not allowed to be angry with me in the future," he said as he pressed the button. "You pointed a gun at me and stepped on my chest with your boots, but I didn't hold it against you." Recalling the scene when he had just transmigrated, he couldn't help but increase the strength of his hand as he spoke. It was obvious that he was still angry. Xixing stared at him and suddenly reached out to grab the young man's wrist, stopping him. Su Silly looked at him and frowned slightly. Could it be that he was wrong? Before he could say anything, the young man suddenly grabbed his waist and flipped him over. Su Silly was stunned at first, then he came back to his senses. He glared at him with his purple eyes, vaguely annoyed. His originally tender heart suddenly cooled down, and he felt a little dispirited. Forget about last night and just now, he had already coaxed him. Was he going to use this method to control him again? If Xixing dared to force him this time, Su Silly might explode. However, what he thought did not happen. Under his stare, the young man leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. Su Silly was stunned. The young man's strength was very light, almost like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. There was no desire, only pity and heartache. The kiss lasted for a long time, so long that the ice in Su Silly's eyes melted. He roughly understood what Xixing was doing. Sure enough, Xixing slowly moved away from his forehead. Then, he bent down and gently kissed his chest, the place where he had stepped on with his boot earlier. The bruise had long disappeared, but it was difficult to erase the traces of being hurt from one's heart so easily. However, at this moment, Su Silly clearly felt that the trace of resentment hidden in the depths of his heart suddenly began to loosen as Xixing kissed him lovingly. More and more sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, and a ray of light fell on the young man. His golden hair shone resplendently in the sunlight, and his long eyelashes drooped, forming a faint shadow under his eyes. He tilted his head slightly and gently kissed his chest, slowly licking it with the tip of his tongue. It was a pure action without any distracting thoughts, but it was extremely sexy. The young man's cheeks slowly turned red, and his fingers couldn't help but grip the bedsheets so tightly that his fingernails turned white from the force. Badump, badump, he felt that his heart was beating so hard in his chest like a drum. The young man must have heard it. He stared at Xixing without blinking. Finally, when the young man raised his light golden eyelashes and looked into his eyes, he blushed and turned his head away. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man leaned over and stroked the top of his head, bending his head closer to him. He felt the young man's tall nose pressing against his lower jaw, and his breath gently sprayed on his neck. Badump, badump, Su Silly felt his heart beat faster. Even when they were at their most intimate, it had never beat so fast. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to do anything to make up for the mistakes I've done to you. Can you forgive me?" The young man's voice was very low, and he sounded a little pitiful. His long and thick eyelashes trembled slightly as they swept across his cheeks, making Su Silly feel very ticklish. It was as if he was scratching the tip of his heart. He bit his lip, and his cheeks turned even redder. "Your Majesty," when Xixing's voice sounded again, Su Silly finally couldn't help but push him away a little. Then, he hugged his waist and buried his face deep in his heart. Xixing blinked. "Your Majesty?" "Shut up." The young man was fierce, but the way he hugged him was full of attachment. Xianxia couldn't help but stiffen. For the first time, his handsome face showed some innocence and confusion. So, does this mean he's forgiven me? After a long time, he sighed in his heart. His body relaxed, and he didn't harp on this question. There were some things that didn't need an answer. He rubbed the young man's head with his chin and called out gently, "Your Majesty." Xianxia didn't want to talk to him. He always used these sweet words to coax him. He coaxed him until he was dizzy and lost his rationality. Whenever he faced him, his heart would soften and he would let his guard down. However, he heard the young man say, "Do you want to eat something first?" Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's stomach failed to live up to his expectations and growled. Logically speaking, anyone would be hungry after not eating for an entire night and after 2 rounds of exercise, right? However, he felt his face heat up even more. Xianxia let go of his arms and sat up with pursed lips. He didn't look at Xianxia and only said in a muffled voice, "I'm hungry." Then he heard a chuckle. Xianxia couldn't help but stare. What's so funny? Xianxia had already picked up the tray on the bedside table. On the tray were the freshly baked buns and fresh milk, but the milk was obviously cold. Xianxia didn't want to make things difficult for his body. When he was about to pick up the milk, Xianxia took it away first. He carefully controlled the fire elements and warmed the milk again. He curled his lips and had no choice but to eat a small piece of bread first. This bread was developed under his guidance by Janice and the chef. Compared to the coarse bread he had when he first arrived, it was undoubtedly much improved. It was soft and dense, with a sweet smell of cream. It was already close to the level of reality. The people of the Roland Empire didn't lack hands-on skills, but they lived under the shadow of interstellar beasts all year round. Very few people would spend time and effort to improve food. Even some nobles wouldn't spend time on such things. These things could only be done slowly. He believed that in the future, their lives would get better and better. The small piece of bread was only half the size of a fist. Xianxia finished it in a few bites. Coincidentally, Xianxia had also warmed the milk for him. The milk was warm, but it wasn't hot enough to burn his mouth. It was also fragrant and mellow. Xianxia finished all the bread in one breath and drank all the milk. His stomach was warm, and he felt comfortable all over. While he was eating, Xianxia got up from the bed. When he finished, the man had already put on his clothes and was buttoning his sleeves. His every movement exuded an indescribable elegance. Xianxia stared blankly at him. When he finished buttoning his sleeves and glanced sideways, he pretended as if nothing had happened and put the tray on the bedside table. Then he looked left and right, trying to find his clothes to wear. He was still naked. Looking at Xianxia, who was dressed neatly, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. After they had just finished, Xianxia carried him to wash up. Now he was quite fresh, but where was his robe? Just as he was getting a little frustrated, Xianxia came to the bedside with a pile of neatly arranged clothes and gently placed them on the edge of the bed. Xianxia reached out to take the shirt, but the man picked it up before him. After he unfolded the shirt, the man gently looked at him with his gray-blue eyes. "Your Majesty." He curved his lips. His intention was obvious. Xianxia glanced at him and obediently turned his back. He put his hands into his sleeves and put on the shirt with the man's help. Just as he was about to do the buttons himself, the man grabbed his shoulders and straightened his body. Xianxia lowered his eyebrows and watched as the man half squatted in front of him and attentively buttoned his shirt one by one. His expression was so serious, as if he was dealing with an extremely important matter that couldn't be made any mistakes. Xianxia had to admit that he was captivated by the man again. This man was constantly bewitching him. As a newbie in love, he had accidentally fallen into his trap and couldn't escape. For some reason, Xianxia turned on the camera and recorded this scene. Xianxia buttoned the last button on his shirt and straightened his collar. Then, he picked up a bra. Xianxia, who was secretly taking pictures, suddenly blushed when he saw the bra. I'll do it myself," he stammered. The man paused. Then his beautiful eyes curved slightly. He tilted his head and looked at him. "Are you shy, Your Majesty?" Looking at the man's smile, Xianxia felt his heart skip a few beats. But, wasn't it normal for him to be shy? At this moment, Xixing wanted to lift the blanket, but he hurriedly held him back. The two of them looked at each other for a while. This stalemate finally ended when Xixing took the bra and put his hand under the blanket. The young man pursed his lips tightly and closed his eyes. His face was crimson, and even his eyes were a little red. Xixing finally finished dressing him. He looked up at the young man's face, which was as beautiful as a rose. His eyes dimmed slightly. However, he restrained himself. He reached out to take the trousers and put them on the young man. Su Silly stood up and looked down at the man. He bent down and tied the belt for the young man, tidying his clothes meticulously. Other than when he was young, he had never been served like this before. When he came to this world, even when he became the emperor, he rarely allowed maids to serve him. But now, he didn't know what to say as he looked at Xixing. His eyes were soft and gentle. Xixing looked up and saw a pair of eyes like this. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the young man's hot cheeks. He said softly, "Your Majesty, don't look at me like this. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist kissing you." Su Silly looked away and said softly, "Then kiss me." Xixing looked at him in a daze, then smiled gently. He straightened his back, held the young man's face, and kissed his slightly pouty lips. The kiss didn't last long. When Su Silly still wanted more, Xixing let go of him. He held the young man's cheeks gently and pressed his forehead against the young man's. Their eyelashes touched, and Su Silly couldn't help but tremble. While his heart was throbbing, he heard the man say, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to be your most perfect lover, so, promise me that you'll only have me, okay?" Su Silly was slightly stunned. The man's voice was low and deep, and it carried a kind of careful restraint. When he heard it, he felt a prick in his heart, and he felt an inexplicable heartache. He actually thought that Xixing was angry with him because he wanted him to be his lover. Of course, being a lover wasn't a nice title, so he felt guilty. But he didn't expect that the reason Xixing was angry with him was because he thought that he would become one of them. Su Silly felt a little wronged. Although he was the emperor now, he had never thought of having a harem. How could he have such thoughts? He couldn't help but gently push Xixing away. Looking at the man's slightly dim grayish-blue eyes, he sighed and said speechlessly, "Of course it'll only be you. Do you think there's anyone in this world who can compare to you?" When Xixing heard the young man's understatement, he felt that there was no more touching words of love in the world. He pursed his lips and smiled. There was a hint of sweetness in his smile. "Yes." He responded and didn't say anything else. He bent down to pick up the silver vest and continued to put it on the young man. Su Silly let him do as he pleased, and then looked at the message that Xiao Wu had sent him. The seventh traitor has surfaced? Oh wow, has it infiltrated so high up? He looked at the information sent by Xiao Wu and couldn't help but sigh. In addition to the information about the traitor, there was also the monitoring of the conversation between Arnold and the leader of the traitors in Orchid City, Elder Bryce. He had to admit that the artificial intelligence was awesome. This elder would never have thought that his actions, which he thought to be secretive, would be completely exposed to their surveillance. Su Silly silently lit a candle for him, and then continued to look at the monitoring information sent by Xiao Wu. The plan to blow up the array was postponed. If that was the case, then could the Imperial City send reinforcements? After all, at present, there were at least 7 elementalists among the traitors, and one of them was a 2-star elementalist. Not to mention the players, even the city's army would have a hard time dealing with them. Orchid City's defense was now in a precarious situation. If there were any more casualties, even if the array wasn't blown up, the city's vitality would be greatly damaged. Su Silly looked at Xixing, who was carefully buttoning his jacket, thought for a moment, and said, "If you bring the elementalist engineering team, how fast would it take to get to Orchid City?" Xixing's hands paused, and he softly replied, "About 2 days." Su Silly took a deep breath. He had seen the video of the escort team's rapid march. With their speed, it would take at least 5 days, but Xixing could actually shorten it by more than half. He calculated the time and felt that there was hope. "Okay, then I'll tell Wen Jishan to organize the manpower. You'll leave tomorrow morning." Su Silly quickly contacted Wen Jishan and asked him to arrange the elementalist engineering team. Considering the food shortage in Orchid City, he added another 20 wood elementalists. When Jishan received the order and immediately went to arrange it. In just one day, more than 100 elementalists were arranged, so time was a bit tight. After all, the teleportation array hadn't been built yet. In the current situation, not only was going to Orchid City a huge risk, but they also had to be mentally prepared to not return for many years. Even if the soldiers couldn't disobey, from a humanitarian point of view, they still needed to be given some time to say goodbye to their family and friends. If they set off tomorrow morning, they should be able to make it in time for the traders to blow up the array. In fact, Xixing could also set off now, but he was a little worried that he would alert the enemy. With the protection array, if Xixing wanted to enter Orchid City, he would definitely have to contact the Archon, so he couldn't enter without anyone noticing. And now, there were still 3 traders hiding under the surface. They could be the higher-ups of Orchid City. If they hid now, it would be very troublesome in the future. The best thing to do was to wait until they were all exposed first. With that in mind, Susili didn't hesitate anymore. He took the blueprint that he had sorted out last night and continued the construction plan of the main city. Now that the local elementalists had basically been converted into mercenaries, although Doha town would be completed by the end of next month and could be upgraded to a level 3 imperial city, this didn't mean that construction would stop there. The imperial city had to be continuously upgraded, otherwise his level would quickly hit a bottleneck. As for the main city being upgraded too quickly, causing the game to progress too quickly, he didn't care about that. Since the Star Age had been popular for 10 years, it definitely had its own unique charm. There was always something attractive about it at any time, which was why it could attract new blood. After all, in the other timeline, when new players joined, they could still play despite being far weaker than the old players. This was a good indication of its charm. So Susili wasn't worried. Now that the Bavad Empire was eyeing them covetously, he didn't want to be so passive. How dare they threaten him with the lives of millions of people in Orchid City? If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down, he had to develop faster. So the construction of the other districts had to be put on the agenda. As the mercenary town continued to expand, the surrounding villages could also be built first. The young man frowned and pondered, occasionally using a pen to write and draw on a piece of paper. Beside him, Xixing quietly watched him. Seeing that he was working seriously, Xixing didn't disturb him, only occasionally glancing at what he was writing. The young man wasn't writing in this world's language. But Xixing could understand it. Because he wasn't originally from this world, and the language used by the young man happened to be from his original world. Looking at these square words, he felt a sense of familiarity. But, that world had already collapsed. He saw the destruction of that world with his own eyes, and then fell into a long and despairing silence of darkness until he was on the verge of madness, when he was thrown into this world. In fact, he rarely thought about the things of that world anymore. All the memories related to it were about Lord God. Constantly reliving the memories of the past with Lord God was his only way to maintain his rationality in the silence of darkness, and it was also his only hope. That part of the past that fell into the abyss of darkness was something that even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but feel fear when recalling it. Looking at the young man's focused face, Xixing's eyes became deep again. He could do anything for Lord God. But there was one thing he couldn't do. This time, he wouldn't let go. Even if this world collapsed again, even if he fell into that long and dark again, he wouldn't let go. Susili, who was focused on the blueprint, suddenly felt something. He turned to look at Xixing. The young man's eyelashes were slightly lowered, and his long eyelashes covered the expression in his eyes. But he was still keenly aware of the low aura that shrouded his body. He raised an eyebrow and reached out a hand to touch his cheek. Xixing's heart trembled. He looked up and met the young man's smiling purple eyes. He gently touched his cheek and said with a bit of banter, "What? You don't want to go on a mission?" Xixing pursed his lips and didn't say anything. "Be good." Susili leaned over and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. He said in a low voice, "I can't bear to part with you either, but this is something that only you can do. When we reach Lanyu City, send me a message, and I will summon you back. This way, we can meet again very soon." Hearing the young man's almost coaxing words, Xixing felt the haze that was spreading in his heart, and the haze that was about to drown him stopped once again. He suddenly reached out and hugged the young man's waist and rested his head on his shoulder. Su Silly blinked. He wasn't sure if Xixing was acting now, but he did feel his heart soften. He turned his head and kissed the young man on the forehead. Then he let him hug him. And continued to work. Xixing closed his eyes slightly and gently inhaled the young man's scent. His mood calmed down. He knew that there was a vicious beast locked in his heart. If he could get the love of Lord God, he was willing to lock that vicious beast up forever and never let it appear in front of his God. In the afternoon, the sun was still blazing in the wild. A huge bird flew past in the sky, its wings covering the sky and the sun. A gust of wind blew, uprooting the trees on the ground and throwing them into the sky. The interstellar beasts in the forest fled in all directions because of this unexpected disaster. Behind a small hill, more than 100 people were crawling on the ground, hugging the rocks around them tightly. A bowl-shaped transparent wind shield opened above their heads, helping them reduce some of the pressure and preventing them from being blown away by the strong wind. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai, the escort team finally arrived at the border of Lanyu City that afternoon. Lanyu City was different from the Imperial City. The guard force could only guard the border area. It was not enough to radiate around and slowly eliminate the threat of interstellar beasts like the Imperial City. In the distance, they could see a long city wall. The city wall was more than 10 meters high. About 100 meters away from the city wall, they could see a transparent light curtain, flowing with a faint light under the sun. That was the barrier released by the protective array. After the beast died 3 years ago, it had been protecting Lanyu City. It could be said that without this barrier, Lanyu City would have been razed to the ground by the interstellar beasts. The Imperial City also had a similar protective barrier. However, they were on a military shuttle at that time, so they could not see it as clearly as they did now. Outside the protective barrier, there were interstellar beasts of all sizes, all of which were 1 or 2 stars. Originally, it was a little tricky to go over, but the spread of the wings of the unknown bird caused quite a lot of damage to the vegetation on the ground, causing many interstellar beasts to flee. This created an opportunity for the escort team. The players were still looking up at the sky. The huge flying interstellar beast just now was too close to them, so close that they could see the feathers on its wings clearly. However, the bird was still a little far away from them, because when one of its feathers fell and landed beside them, they realized how big the feather was. It was more than a meter long and half as tall as a person. If it were not for the military life in the past 2 weeks and the strict suppression of the vice captain, this group of fearless players would have probably started shouting. At least, when the cloud players in the live broadcast saw the bird, the bullet screen exploded. This was like a fierce beast that only appeared in movie special effects, but could be seen in holographic games. Not only could they see it, but they could also touch it. One of the players took advantage of the reduced wind pressure to sneakily carry the feather back. When Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai saw this, he didn't stop them. This was because the huge bird in the sky should be a 4 or 5-star beast. Its feathers were a good material and had a deterrent effect on 1 or 2-star beasts. As for why it appeared in the sky above Orchid Moon City, it was probably because winter was coming and they were migrating. This one was probably just the vanguard. There would be more large bird beasts flying over. They generally wouldn't attack creatures on the ground, but when they appeared, it was best to stay away from them. When the flying interstellar beast was far away, Li Lai released his spiritual power to observe the surroundings. At the same time, he used the communication device to contact the magistrate of Orchid Moon City. Without the consul's support, they wouldn't have been able to enter Lanyu City. The Imperial City's escort team has arrived. When the consul received the news, he immediately rushed to the city wall without stopping. At the same time, he notified the army that had already been arranged to provide support. When he was preparing to get on the carriage, he unexpectedly met the wind elementalist who had returned from outside. He was also the spirit elementalist who taught Su Yuhing wind skills yesterday. "Oh, William, it seems that another interstellar beast broke in from the west today?" The consul stopped and asked him about the situation. "Yes." William's face was slightly tired and haggard. "This situation is getting worse and worse. If this continues, the soldiers won't be able to hold on." "I understand." The consul sighed and quickly pulled himself together. The escort team from the Imperial City has arrived. There are many elementalists in the escort team. Maybe I can apply to His Majesty to let these outstanding soldiers stay and help us. When the time comes, your burden will be reduced a lot. William paused, then smiled and said, "That's great, but the loss rate of the escort team in previous years was very high. I don't know if this year." He didn't continue, but his expression showed some regret. The consul nodded solemnly and quickly patted him on the shoulder. "This time, there are also some bravehearts who came. Maybe they can bring a surprise." "Bravehearts?" "Yes, they came out from the summoning array. This time, they came with the escort team." "Oh, the legend of the Bravehearts, are they very powerful?" William asked. The consul shook his head. He had received some information and knew that the strength of the Bravehearts was somewhat difficult to explain in words. He didn't talk about this topic and only said, "Go and rest. I'm going to the city gate to welcome them." At least this year, if the Elementalist Branch Academy is built in the city, the children won't have to take the risk to go to the Imperial City anymore. After saying that, he was about to leave, but he heard William say, "I'll go with you. If there are any accidents outside, I may be able to help a little." "That's great." The consul gladly agreed and invited him to sit in the old hover car. Together, they went in the direction of the city gate. When they reached the city gate, William directly brought the consul to the top of the city wall and directly looked out of the city from afar. Almost at a glance, they saw traces of the escort team. They were almost meeting up with the escort team. Because of the flying beast, the interstellar beasts outside the city gate had all fled, leaving a large empty space. It seemed that before the interstellar beasts gathered again, they should be able to safely enter the city. The consul nodded with gratification. Then, he heard William ask, "Who is the leader this time?" "It's Li Lai. I think he's your junior?" The consul smiled and said, "He's just a little bit away from advancing to 2-star. You're both wind elementalists, maybe you can have a good chat." William nodded thoughtfully. Looking at the escort team that met up with the escort team and boarded the hover car, he roughly estimated that there were about 100 people. According to the number of people in the past, the size of the escort team was controlled to about 100 people. Could it be that they were unscathed this time? This discovery made his pupils contract. William looked at the consul and asked about the number of people in the escort team this time. The consul thought for a while and said, "About 200 people." Then, he also realized the problem. Seeing that 5 or 6 hover cars were full, and the rest of the escort team members could only run, he couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that the loss rate this time isn't high. Only about half, and there are still about 100 people who survived. His face was full of gratification, and William also nodded in agreement. Although a loss rate of half was not bad, compared to his guess that no one was injured, this number was still acceptable. The consul rubbed his hands excitedly. After the escort team entered the protective barrier, he called William and ran down the city wall excitedly, standing at the gate to welcome the escort team. The first to enter the city were warriors carrying 10 elementalist instructors. With the support of the wind element, their running speed was even faster than the hover car. After rushing through the city gate and seeing the army of Orchid City, the group of people with ashen faces almost cried tears of joy. Even the players were cheering happily. *CK, they could finally go offline. Although the game was fun, they couldn't take it if they didn't go offline for a long time, but before going offline, the players first confirmed the mission status. Elementalist Branch, Orchid City, Elite, Description. This is a side mission of the epic mission, Elementalist Branch. Please escort 10 Elementalist instructors to Orchid City and establish the Elementalist Branch, 10 tenths, mission reward, large amount of experience points, reputation, land construction token, fragment, *1, the 10 Elementalist instructors had safely arrived at Orchid City. Next, they just had to establish the Elementalist Branch, and they would be able to obtain the land construction token fragment. After working hard for almost 2 weeks, it was all worth it. Just as they were about to go offline to have a good sleep, they were stopped by Qing Yin. Bear with it first. Now is the time to gain affinity. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. That's right. There was still affinity, Once they heard that there were benefits, everyone resisted the urge to leave and gathered under the city gate with the rest of the troops. The consul first exchanged greetings with Li Lai, then looked at the warriors and the escort team, his eyes shining. A total of 80 elite soldiers. In addition to the powerful wind elementalist Li Lai, they were definitely a well-trained group of powerful soldiers. To be able to safely get through the dangers along the way, they had already proven their strength with their actions. Of course, there were also 30 or so brave warriors that he didn't think highly of. Their auras were still very weak, and the strongest was only at the level of an ordinary person without any training, but they actually managed to follow through the entire journey. Needless to say, this was truly a miracle. Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai, you are very strong. This time, you can probably be promoted to colonel. The consul said with a smile. With Li Lai's status and ability, he couldn't keep him. Moreover, someone had to go back and report, so he didn't have any thoughts about Li Lai, only the soldiers he brought. Who knew? Li Lai shook his head. He looked at the players, his eyes filled with admiration and sadness, and said, this time, the mission was completed so perfectly, it was all thanks to the brave warriors. It was their sacrifice in exchange for all of this. When we return to the Imperial City, I will bring a bramble and ask for punishment from General Joyce. The consul was stunned. Bring a bramble and ask for punishment? He had clearly brought everyone safely here. What crime was this? Probably seeing the consul's confusion, Li Lai sighed, looked at the players, and whispered to him, Sir, take a good look at the brave warriors, use your mental power to feel. The consul was a half-star elementalist, but he was a warrior and couldn't use his mental power, but he had his own way of judging. He understood Li Lai's meaning and turned to look at the players, and then he was shocked. F***ck, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Lai in disbelief, suspecting that his feeling was wrong. However, Li Lai nodded at him. That's right, they are all elementalists, and most of them are mental users, he said solemnly. When we set off, there were 81 of them, but half of them died on the way. Now, there is a small team left on the other side of the Neria River. I will go and meet them tomorrow. The consul's eyes were still wide open, thinking that Li Lai might be hysterical, but looking at the 30 brave warriors in front of him and feeling the strong elemental waves on their bodies, he couldn't help but cover his chest. The consul finally understood why Li Lai wanted to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Almost 50 elementalists were lost, and most of them were mental users. What kind of joke was this? This was simply murder. The consul's expression changed when he looked at Li Lai, but he didn't show it too obviously, just that his attitude was obviously much colder. However, when he thought of the 50 elementalists who had died, and then thought of Orchid City that was bitterly supported by hundreds of one-star and above elementalists, he suddenly felt sad. Li Lai, you should be court-martialed. Even General Joyce. I will also report to His Majesty. You have neglected your duties and played with the lives of elementalists. You should all be punished. The consul lowered his voice, but one could still see his grief and anger. Li Lai lowered his head and listened silently, obviously agreeing with the consul's words. Beside him, William also had a face full of shock. Anyone who saw so many unfamiliar one-star elementalists at once would be shocked. Although the players' HP was low, their levels were really above level 10, which was equivalent to one-star elementalists. William used his mental strength to observe the elements gathered around them. He could roughly determine their strength. Therefore, he was also shocked, speechless like the consul. Because they were close, the consul's words of reprimand Li Lai faintly reached the ears of the players. After being together for so long and being friends who had gone through life and death together, they had a deep sense of belonging to Li Lai, the leader. Seeing him being reprimanded, they were instantly unhappy. This old man seems to want to send Captain Li to court. F***ck, Captain Li just brought us here, and he wants to make things difficult for Captain Li? Intolerable. That's right, intolerable. The crowd was agitated, and it was Qin Yan who roared in the channel, all of you, shut up. The team channel fell silent. During this period, Qin Yan had built up a lot of prestige among the players, but at this moment, it was obvious that some people were not convinced. At this moment, Qin Yan said, didn't you hear that the consul is blaming Li Lai because of the death of the elementalists? Who died in our mission this time? Weren't they all our people? They all revived in the central town of Orchid City, they didn't die. Qingyan said helplessly, but they don't believe us, so they want to convictly lie. She pointed to the teammates who died on the road. You all revived? Can you choose someone to represent you and prove that you didn't die? As soon as she finished speaking, someone said in the team channel, Sister Qingyan, I was just about to tell you. Someone in Orchid City established a mercenary group. A mercenary group is a guild, and the leader can summon members from the same city to his side. They had been rushing for the past few days, so they didn't have time to listen to these inquiries. Now that they had time, someone hurriedly shared the information. Right now, a Protect Orchid City mission has been triggered. Although it's only an elite mission, the reward is 100,000 Exon and 200 health potions. The person who triggered it is the current leader of the #1 mercenary group in the game, called Jade Tree in the Wind. He needs to protect Orchid City and catch 10 traitors to complete the mission. Right now, he needs manpower. Why don't you contact him and see if we can help? Of course, helping was just a courtesy. The most important thing was to get a share of the pie. Moreover, the players from the Imperial City all learned skills from the NPCs because of this escort mission, so their levels were definitely higher than the players from Orchid City. If Jade Tree wasn't an extreme supporter of the city, there was no reason for him to not cooperate with them. The eyes of the players on Qingyan's side lit up when they heard this, but Qingyan frowned. Traitors, besides the Roland Empire, were there any other countries around? So far, their exploration of the game was just the tip of the iceberg. This was all very important information. At this moment, a friend request popped up in front of Qingyan. Jade Tree in the Wind wants to add you as a friend. Jade Tree in the Wind, Qingyan raised her eyebrows and accepted. On the other side, Su Yuhing, who was in the barracks, saw that Qingyan accepted his friend request and quickly sent a voice request. The situation was urgent, so he didn't waste time. I'm Jade Tree in the Wind, the leader of Yu Xiqing's mercenary group. I've seen the escort team's live broadcast. Are you still the leader now? After receiving Qingyan's affirmative reply, he asked again, have you told the NPCs that players can revive? Qingyan pursed her lips. I did, but no one believed me. None of you revived on the spot? No. That's good. Don't let the NPCs know about this for the time being. Qingyan frowned. Why? There's a traitor in Orchid City's military. Su Yuhing didn't hide it. They might be hiding among the people who receive you. Unlimited revival is our trump card. Before we catch the traitor, we'll keep it a secret. Qingyan nodded but didn't cooperate. Why should I listen to you? Su Yuhing paused. But soon, he heard Qingyan's tone soften. If there are benefits, it's not impossible to cooperate. Then, she analyzed the pros and cons for him and introduced the advantages of the Imperial City players. Su Yuhing didn't care whether Orchid City was the Imperial City or the Imperial City, as long as they caught the traitor sooner. Bryce had postponed the plan to blow up the magic circle. He gathered the players in the group today and could continue to do so tomorrow or the day after. In the end, he agreed to Qingyan's conditions. In addition to the 50 health potions, he would also tell them how to establish a mercenary group. And after this mission, he had to clear Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai's name as soon as possible. This made Su Yuhing feel a little strange. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who cared about the NPCs. He shook his head and hung up the call. Then, he prepared to organize the players who were still offline to find an elementalist instructor to change their class. Currently, the players of Orchid City could only complete their class change through him. Otherwise, they would have to wait for the elementalist instructors to head to the town center and set up the elementalist branch. After he shook the Imperial City players over tomorrow, he could still give some slots to the Orchid City players, but he wasn't going to pay them. The early class change to an elementalist was their reward. They could choose to come or not. After all, he had enough people now. Just as Su Yuhing found the magistrate and explained his intentions, Xiao Wu's new message came. Second brother, traitor number 2 sent another message to Bryce. Su Yuhing's heart skipped a beat. This traitor number 2 was the wind elementalist William who taught him skills yesterday. He didn't use his own communication device to contact Bryce. His anti-detection ability wasn't bad, but he couldn't win against the powerful AI. Su Yuhing glanced at the message and couldn't help but sigh in relief. This NPC really did notice the players. Judging from his tone, he was really frightened by the players who were all elementalists. When he saw the last message, Su Yuhing blinked his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. We have to nip the brave in the bud before they grow up. Su Yuhing shook his head. Players? Are they something you can kill? Isn't it better to just plot and scheme? Why do you want to provoke the players? However, at this stage, there were still 2 main cities that hadn't sent people to build branches. The combat power of players who hadn't changed class was very weak. However, on second thought, the first closed beta test was about to end. Traders and players probably wouldn't be able to find trouble with each other. Xiao Wu continued to monitor Bryce. Su Yuhing whispered, apart from the 7 people we know, did he contact anyone else? No, Xiao Wu said crisply. Su Yuhing was a little disappointed, but he knew that he couldn't rush it. He asked Xiao Wu to continue fishing. Even if he couldn't, he had to grasp Bryce's plan. In the end, he couldn't help but ask about his younger brother's situation. That day, the 2 of them parted on bad terms. Xiaoli even left crying. He didn't know what was going on with him now. Was he still hiding in his bed and crying? Brother is very good. At this time, Xiao Wu said innocently, he seems to be in a good mood. He talks more with Xiao Wu. Su Yuhing sighed in relief. It's good that he can figure it out himself. I can rest assured for the time being. He nodded, thinking that when he met with the consul later, he would have to ask him to go back with the escort team. However, he heard Xiao Wu's slightly innocent and curious voice. Second brother, have you kissed anyone before? Su Yuhing paused. He looked at the image of the little robot in the communication device. This was not right. As an artificial intelligence, it was normal for Xiao Wu to be curious and kiss something that only humans would do. However, there had to be some kind of opportunity for it to ask this, right? Of course, he said after thinking for a while, but why are you asking this? What does it feel like to kiss? The little robot raised its mechanical arm and held its cheek. It said innocently, I wanted to ask brother, but I was afraid that he would hit me in anger. Why would he hit you in anger? Because I accidentally saw it. Su Yuhing's heart skipped a beat. Saw what? Su Yuhing waited, but Xiao Wu did not continue. He could only soften his voice and ask, Xiao Wu, tell me, what did you see? The little robot held its cheek and tilted its head. It hesitated for a moment, then shook its head and said, I can't tell you. Although it didn't quite understand, a feeling told it that if it told its second brother, he wouldn't kill it, but Xixing would. That guy was so fierce. If he found out, it would be very troublesome. Su Yuhing pursed his lips. He muttered to himself as if he didn't want to continue this topic. However, just when Xiao Wu thought it was safe, he suddenly heard him ask, did you see your brother kiss someone? Wow, how did you know? Xiao Wu said subconsciously. It blinked its electronic eyes and looked at him with eyes full of worship. Su Yuhing, who got an affirmative answer, couldn't help but grit his teeth. Xiaoli was in love, although 10 years had passed, in his mind, his younger brother was still a child who couldn't grow up. Now, he was telling him that Xiaoli was in love? Which family's young lady did he steal? This news shocked Su Yuhing. But soon, he thought of something and his expression became serious. Xiaoli debuted as an idol group. At that time, he was only in his teens. After the group disbanded, he went solo and had his later achievements. And the reason why the group disbanded, the captain and a small-time actress made the show real, got married, and retired. The other 2 members also got married, yes, the second in the team got married to Huanne. Recalling this distant memory, Su Yuhing suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It can't be, right? Xiaoli can't be, right? Other than marrying someone, was there a possibility that his precious younger brother was marrying someone else? Su Yuhing's face turned pale. Xiao Wu, who was slow to react, saw the change in his expression and finally realized something. Just now, did it slip up? It had nothing to do with it. Second brother was too smart. He guessed it himself. Xiao Wu, As soon as Su Yuhing opened his mouth, the little robot shook its head desperately like a rattledrum. Xiaowu doesn't know. Xiaowu doesn't know anything. Xiaowu is going to monitor Bryce. Goodbye, second brother. After that, the little robot disappeared with a whoosh. Su Yuhing, he looked at the communication device and spun around in place, his face full of annoyance. What kind of situation is this? Who is Xiaoli in love with? NPC or player? Was it a man or a woman? Above or below? Brother Yu, what are you doing here? As soon as Bai Feng came online and came out of the military camp tent, she saw Su Yuhing pacing around with an ugly expression. Suddenly hearing his voice, Su Yuhing stopped in his tracks. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he was too embarrassed to say that he was worried about his younger brother's marriage. When did you come online? He asked. Bai Feng did not understand. Just now. Su Yuhing nodded. Then let's go, I'll take you to get your class change. Class change? Elementalist? I saw them talking about it in the army channel. Okay. Su Yuhing took her to find the consul. He had just sent a message, and the consul had already received the order from the imperial city, so she was willing to cooperate with him. They did not go through the class change in the military camp. Instead, they found the elementalist instructor who had just arrived and took them out of the military camp with the excuse of escorting them to the town center. The players in the escort team had all gone offline. Other than changing the nutrient solution to solve their physiological needs, everyone had not left the game cabin for almost 2 weeks. No matter how fun the game was, they could not stand it. They thought that the elementalist instructor would obediently stay in the military camp and wait for them to come online to build the elementalist branch together, but in the end, Su Yuhing got in the way. After leaving the military camp, Su Yuhing turned the car around and directly drove the elementalist instructor to the warehouse he had rented before. Andy sat in the back of the car, looking a little absent-minded as the old hover car swayed. She was the leader of the elementalist instructor and was about to become the dean of the branch in Orchid City. However, she was not that old, so the experience of the past 2 weeks was like a dream to her. She originally thought that the journey would be disastrous, but because of the protection of the heroes, not only were the instructors fine, but the warriors who protected them also survived. However, when she thought of the heroes who had died, she still felt a heavy heart. Although the heroes kept saying that they could be resurrected, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she did not believe it after that. Thinking of Professor Balin who had told her this information, she bit her lip. She did not know how the professor and the others were doing, she had not received a reply to the message she had sent. She did not dare to think too much and could only pray silently in her heart. Soon, Su Yuhing brought them to the border town. When the hover car drove into the warehouse, the instructors were a little flustered. Although the consul had informed them in advance, they were unfamiliar with the place and were brought to such a strange place. It was normal for them to be afraid. Under Endy's comforting, everyone calmed down. Then, they set the table and took out the crystal ball. Originally, there was only one crystal ball for testing. This was a backup copy, so the accuracy was slightly lower. However, now that they had improved the teaching method, they would not completely trust the crystal ball's test results. After everything was set up, Endy's looked at Su Yuhing and asked, "Where are the people you want to test their talents?" As soon as she finished speaking, figures appeared in the warehouse one after another. Those were the players who had received the notice to come online. Bai Feng was the first to rush to the crystal ball to test her talent. The instructors were used to the sudden disappearance and reappearance of the heroes, and quickly began to test their talents. Although they already knew that the heroes had strong talents, when the 49 people present, and then Su Yuhing shook another 48 people, all tested their talents, the instructors were still shocked. So, was the hero race made up entirely of elementalists? And most of them were of the spirit type? What was more frightening was that they could learn any skill in one go. Their numbers were not large, but it was still terrifying to Endy's. If their numbers increased, she could not imagine what kind of scene it would be, and whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the Empire. An entire race of people born as elementalists, this simply turned her worldview upside down. In the end, Endy's contacted Dean Justin, who was far away in the Imperial City, and reported her findings and concerns to him, as well as asking for his guidance. She believed that with the dean's wisdom, he would know how to deal with this. By the time everyone finished testing and teaching them the skills, it was already late at night. Andes and the instructors dealt with the situation in the warehouse for the entire night. After nearly 2 weeks of adventuring in the wild, to be able to sleep in such a peaceful environment, for these elementalists who were originally pampered, there was nothing to complain about. As for the players who learned the skills, they were naturally inexplicably excited and wanted to give it a try. However, in order to not cause too much of a commotion, Su Yuhing stopped them, causing them to post on the forums one after another to show off. Aside from the Imperial City, their Orchid City was the second main city in the game to have elementalists. It was a game, so naturally, there was no lack of learning. Glaze City's players, who had just arrived, immediately felt jealous. This isn't fair. Why can Orchid City's players advance their class change, but we have to wait until the elementalist branch is established? Yeah, we also have to advance our class change. Who told you to not trigger the main city's defense quest? You're still the great god Jade Tree in the Wind. Yeah, Jade Tree in the Wind, forever godly. Under the praise of Orchid City's players, a portion of the players were successfully angered. Is the producer retarded? How can a free trial be so annoying? Where can we give a rating? This game gives at most 1 star. Is this Jade Tree facing the wind using cheats? I already felt that he was strange before. Everyone else is still waiting for the elementalist instructor, but he advanced his class to an elementalist. Yeah, if he didn't cheat, he must have a guide, or used a bug. The direction of the post suddenly changed. Some people felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the front page of the Starry Sky forum was filled with all kinds of related posts, causing the originally harmonious forum to be in a foul mood. In fact, the issue of unfair treatment in the game had been accumulating for a while, and under the influence of some people, it immediately exploded. Then, some people reposted the posts on the Starry Sky forum to other platforms, and all kinds of marketing accounts and big names in the game came down one after another. They didn't use too harsh words, and at the beginning, they affirmed the quality of the game, but after a few sentences, they immediately changed their style and began to nitpick. For example, the price of the game cabin was too high, or the game mechanism was problematic, or the lack of an anti-addiction system, or a mission that took half a month, which was a joke with the players' lives, or the uneven development of the game's novice cities and so on. The good reputation of Star Age before was suddenly reversed. Su Yuhing received the news as soon as he went offline. He didn't need to check to know that someone had finally made a move. It could be a rival company, or it could be Lin Hua and those old foxes. Just as he was about to call, his phone rang. It was his big brother, Su Fengqing. As soon as he picked up, he was bombarded with a sentence, "Jade Tree in the Wind, is that you?" Su Yuhing put on his glasses and nodded, yes. He continued, I know about the things on the internet, I will find a way to solve it. How can you solve it? Su Fengqing's voice was a bit cold, did you really use a bug or a plugin? No, Su Yuhing said. Su Fengqing was more serious, if you didn't, how do you explain the establishment of a mercenary group at this stage? Even if Su Yuhing got the information in advance, it was unreasonable to be able to successfully establish a mercenary group. Because according to the game settings, players should first establish a mercenary team, and after completing enough missions and meeting the requirements, they could apply to become a mercenary group. Mercenary groups were similar to guilds, but in order to not let the closed beta players develop too quickly, there was no guidance mission for this gameplay at the moment. At least in the first 20 days of the server, it was theoretically impossible for players to establish a mercenary group. Therefore, Jade Tree in the Wind was a bit eye-catching. Su Yuhing smiled bitterly. At that time, he only thought about protecting Lanyu City, but he lacked consideration. After all, he was not a real player and still had to consider the development of the game. The future of this project was also related to the Su family and many people in reality. He looked up at the bright moon outside the window, thought for a moment, and said, Big brother, if I told you that Shaoli opened the back door for me, would you believe it? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. In the end, he heard his big brother sigh deeply and say faintly, I will help you contact a psychiatrist. You should rest for a while. From tomorrow onwards, don't go to the company and don't play games. Don't. Wait. Su Yuheng said a few words in his heart. If it was before, he might have quarreled with his big brother, but now, after seeing Xiaoli, his emotions had calmed down a lot. He did not go head-to-head with this big brother, but said, the closed beta is about to end, it doesn't matter in a few days. Su Fengqing seemed to be convinced by him and did not continue this topic. Instead, he said, you can play the game, but don't interfere with the progress of the game. Wang Lao told me a few times that the game is progressing too fast and he is a little worried. This is also a large part of the reason why the attack point was found this time. Su Yuheng was a little speechless. From what he said, the game team blamed the problem of the game's plot being too fast on him. This was clearly Xiaoli. However, not to mention that no one would believe him, he had taken the blame for his brother many times in the past. Fine, it was all his fault. As long as the game team did not think of Snow Roland and could not find trouble with Xiaoli, it was fine. Who told him to be the older brother? But then again, who was Xiaoli's love interest, this stinky brat? Could it be that he was really taken by some pig? Achoo, Su Silly suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, wondering if he had caught a cold or if someone was thinking about him. A cloak fell on his shoulders, bringing with it a warm and familiar aura that belonged to a man. Su Silly did not need to turn around to guess who was standing behind him. He curved his lips slightly and asked, when did you come? At this moment, they were standing in the pavilion in the garden. Su Silly had just finished his work and came out to relax. I just arrived. Xixing tidied his hair and continued, when Jishan has already made arrangements. I will leave for Lanyu City tomorrow morning. What time? Su Silly looked at him and asked. 6 in the morning. Xixing replied, looking at him deeply with a bit of longing in the depths of his eyes. It's too early. You sleep a little longer. There's no need to send me off. The words that Su Silly wanted to say were blocked. He raised an eyebrow, but there was a hint of a smile in his light purple eyes. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual energy and asked uncertainly, have the shadow guards all been withdrawn? He did not see the favorability tag, but he could not rule out the possibility that someone was hiding somewhere and was blocked by something, so he could not see them. Xixing nodded and reached out to pick up a strand of the youth's hair, twirling it with his fingertips. With me here, there's no need for them. His words were domineering, but also very persuasive. As long as Xixing was there, Su Silly felt an inexplicable sense of security. Sure enough, strength was the most important thing. As he thought this, he suddenly reached out and hugged the man's waist, burying his head in his arms. Xixing froze, but quickly relaxed and opened his arms to hug him. I'm a bit cold, Su Silly said in a low voice. Give me a hug. Xixing did not speak and stroked his silver hair. Winter is coming, he said in a low voice. Su Silly suddenly remembered that in the Game of the Gods, when he controlled the princess to rescue Xixing, who was still a slave, it had been winter. He remembered that it had just snowed in Wang City that day, and it had been very beautiful. It was that day that he had seen Xixing for the first time. At that time, he was still so weak and small. His clothes did not cover his body, and he was so skinny that he was curled up in a cage with heavy shackles on his wrists and ankles. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart still ached. Su Silly suddenly let go of Xixing and slowly pushed him away, then, he held up his right palm. The man's palm was full of scars and thick calluses. Just like what he had seen before, it was rough and ugly. Xixing lowered his eyebrows and looked at him. Then, he curled up his fingers to cover the ugly scars. He actually had a way to get rid of those scars. But the wounds on the soul could never be removed, and he did not want to erase these traces from the past. Other than the scars left behind when he was a slave, there were also some scars left behind when he was cultivating and fighting after he had been blessed by the gods. Every time he saw these scars, he would be able to recall the past. He looked at the young man's eyes that had become gentler. In fact, after interacting with him, he felt that the gods were somewhat different from what he had imagined. Perhaps it was because of the change in their positions that the gods were no longer like before, where they were only a believer that could be discarded at any time. Xixing's hands suddenly clenched into fists. He was immersed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a pair of slightly cold hands held his fists, and soft fingertips gently pried open his fingers. One by one, it was as if the walls around his heart were being peeled away. The darkness in his eyes faded away. He looked at the young man, who lowered his head slightly and gently kissed the scars on his palm. Then, he looked up, and the gentle starlight reflected in his purple eyes. "Xing, you have suffered." Xing once again felt as if something in his heart had been shattered. He opened his mouth, wanting to call him the gods like before, but in the end, he still stopped. He didn't dare to take the risk and break the close relationship that they had painstakingly built up. He had always been very cautious when dealing with the gods that were at the tip of his heart, except for last night. He looked at the young man and stroked his soft cheeks with his palm. He said in a low voice, "If all those things in the past were so that I could stand by your side and hug you like this, then I would gladly do it." Su Silly felt that Xing was really good at sweet talking. He should have been immune to it after hearing so much, but in fact, looking at his grayish-blue eyes that were like the bright starry sky, he was still moved. He looked at Xing, suddenly tiptoed, and pecked him on the lips. Then he said mischievously, "Besides standing by my side and hugging me, you can also kiss me," and he leaned over and whispered 2 words in his ear. Xing blinked his eyes, as if he was surprised to hear those 2 words coming out of his mouth. But, he loved this god very much. He said solemnly, "Are you serious?" What responded to him was the young man nibbling on his earlobe. Xing took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he directly hugged the young man and disappeared on the spot to fulfill his duty as a lover. The next day, Xing dressed up neatly. Before leaving, he kissed the young man's snow-white back and looked deeply at his sleeping face. Then he quietly left and boarded the military shuttle that had been on standby. On the military shuttle, there were a total of 50 elementalists from the engineering team and 50 from the production team. They had all voluntarily signed up and had already said goodbye to their families and friends. At this moment, when they saw the dignified and solemn marshal appear on the military shuttle, they couldn't help but straighten their backs and posture meticulously, wanting to leave an impression in front of the Empire's guardian god. Xing glanced at everyone one by one. He didn't immediately give any military mobilization or speech, but just a glance was enough to make this group of elementalists who came from the military feel like they had been injected with chicken blood. As the guardian god of the Roland Empire, Xing was even more prestigious than the royal family among the people. This was because he had truly turned the tide at the most critical moment and saved countless lives with his own strength. Only 3 years had passed since then, so it wasn't enough time for people to forget this kindness. You should know the next task. After arriving at Orchid City, you will begin construction and production. This is related to His Majesty's future plans for the Empire. Xing opened his mouth and said. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have bothered to say these things. To him, his mission was only to protect Roland from destruction. But now, everything was different. Xing recalled the young man lying on the table, looking at the blueprints and racking his brains to write and draw. He couldn't sit back and watch others trample on his hard work. I don't want to see anyone slacking off. Do your job well, or else, he said indifferently. Although his words were soft, everyone present broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to look him in the eyes. This was the pressure of a powerhouse. After Xing had killed that 9-star beast previously, his level had risen by a few levels, and his strength had officially risen to 8-star. The elementalists present were at most half a star, so the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Not to mention the admiration they had for Xing, the natural fear and obedience of the weak to the strong made them not dare to disobey Xing's orders. Xing glanced at everyone and saw that he had intimidated them enough, so he retracted his pressure. Let's go, he said lightly and took the lead to sit in the front row without saying anything else. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although the marshal was very scary, they had to admit, he was really too strong. As expected of the guardian god of the Empire, the military shuttle slowly took off and headed to the border. It then passed through the barrier of the Guardian Circle and headed to the border even further away. When they were about to cross the border and enter the dangerous wilderness, Xing didn't let the shuttle stop. Continue flying, fly to the sky. Xing was a man of few words, but the pilot was sweating profusely. He had never flown out of the border before, there was no safe route to Orchid City, and people would die. Looking at the cold face of the marshal after boarding the shuttle, the pilot finally mustered up his courage and said, "Sir, this won't do. There are flying interstellar beasts." "Don't worry," Xianxia said. The pilot was about to cry, how could he not care? However, looking at the cold expression of the marshal, he could only grit his teeth and drive the shuttle into the sky under the shocked gazes of everyone on the ground. Someone tried to contact the shuttle, but it was too late. Seeing a group of interstellar beasts flying from the distance and about to smash the shuttle into pieces, someone screamed and watched. The group of flying interstellar beasts, who were usually lawless, took a detour. The sun rose slowly from the east. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the streets of the border town. Shops opened one after another, and people began a new day. Su Yuheng and Bai Feng walked on the streets. They had just bought fresh milk from the market and swept through the bakery. Now, they were carrying enough food to feed a dozen people for a day and walking towards the warehouse. When they came online in the morning, they saw 10 elementalists looking at them with resentful eyes. Su Yuheng then remembered that these NPCs also needed to eat. He hurriedly ran out to buy rations for the instructors. There was only bread and milk. They had to make do with it. There were no decent breakfast shops in this remote village. When they returned to the warehouse, the two distributed the bread and boiled fresh milk. Compared to milk, I prefer soy milk. There are also buns and youtiao. Steamed buns with some condensed milk are good too. Bai Feng also drank a cup of milk. He did not touch the bread. The coarse bread was hard and tasteless. Although it could replenish energy, he did not like it. What soy milk? Youtiao and steamed buns? When Endis heard his words, she could not help but be interested. Is it the food from the hero's hometown? Bai Feng grinned. Yes, soy milk and youtiao are a perfect match. Some people even wrote it in love songs. The young man was handsome. When he smiled, it was like a small sun. It was clean and refreshing. People could not help but want to talk to him more. Su Yuheng watched from the side and shook his head. He continued to count the players who would be rolling over today. I see. Endis tore the coarse bread in her hand and looked at him. If there's a chance, I really want to try the food from the hero's world. It must be delicious. At the same time, she was also very curious. What kind of world could nurture a race full of elementalists? If there's a chance. Bai Feng drank a few mouthfuls of milk and poured another cup for Su Yuheng. Seeing Su Yuheng drinking absent-mindedly, he rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Yu, if we open a restaurant, will it become popular?" Su Yuheng heard this and could not help but look at him. Holding the milk, Bai Feng said whimsically, "This game is so realistic. If it's delicious, it could even become a gimmick. There are so many foodies in real life, but there are many who are afraid of getting fat. If they knew that the food in the game was delicious and wouldn't get fat, would they still be worried that no one would come?" Su Yuheng couldn't help but pause. In fact, he hadn't really thought about how to run this game before because all his thoughts were on Snow Roland, Xiaoli's substitute. After entering the game, all she wanted to do was to meet him in the Imperial City. However, this game concerned the future of the Su family. Now that he had met Xiaoli, his thoughts and emotions were no longer as extreme as before. He could also understand some of his older brother's actions. Now, almost all of the Su family's burdens were on his shoulders. After Xiaoli's plane crash, his father had been hospitalized for a period of time because of a heart attack and had retired 5 years ago. In order not to agitate him, the company didn't dare to tell him a lot of things, and this game was the same. His older brother had always been silent and took all the responsibility by himself. If it wasn't for his assistant, Su Yuheng might not have known that Lin Hua and the other old foxes had forced him to abdicate. He had been obsessed with the game during this time, and in his older brother's eyes, he was probably not doing his job properly. Plus, he had poked a hole in the game that affected the progress of the game and became the enemy's target. Bai Feng's words reminded Su Yuheng of something. In addition to helping his younger brother protect the country, improving the experience of the players was also something he should do at the moment. After all, a game was a game. The Su family had invested so much money, so they should get a return. How to attract players and how to earn money from them also needed to be carefully considered. Based on his experience so far, the game was a good game, but the gameplay was not mature enough. The game team was probably mostly involved in scientific research, so many things were a bit too idealistic. For example, as far as he knew, Star Age did not plan to open up the game top-up service. They were worried that it would affect the currency system in the game and cause the economy to collapse, so they did not plan to open up the top-up service. Su Yuhing did not agree with this. No game company would do this. However, this was a problem that needed to be solved at least until the open beta. Now that the game team and the Su family were arguing, there would definitely be a solution later. With the quality of Star Age, Su Yuhing believed that once the portable gaming helmet was released, it would definitely become a phenomenal game. Now that there was still time, maybe he could make some improvements. You're right. Su Yuhing nodded. This is a very good idea. Bai Feng, who was praised, suddenly laughed. Do you have any other ideas about the game? Su Yuhing asked. I have a lot of ideas. Bai Feng sat down next to him and said, Elementalists are so powerful. Not only can they fly, but they also have other skills that you can't even imagine. Su Yuhing was seriously listening to his opinion when he suddenly felt something wrapped around his waist. His heart skipped a beat, and when he looked down, he saw a vine wrapped around his waist. Under his gaze, the vine wrapped around him and slowly lifted him about 1 centimeter off the ground. Because the realism was lowered, he did not feel any pain even if he was tightly bound. He looked up and saw Bai Feng looking at him with a harmless and innocent smile. Brother Yu, look, is it fun? Su Yuhing pushed the glasses that slid down his nose and released 2 wind blades, cutting the vine in half. I'm serious, stop fooling around, he said as he stepped on the ground. Bai Feng pouted and continued, this feeling of releasing magic is very fun, but the game doesn't advertise this at all, and it doesn't seem to pay much attention to it. Right now, I'm very interested in the wind element light body spell, but unfortunately, I chose the wood element. Brother Yu, hurry up and learn light body spell, or flight spell, then take me to show off and fly. Su Yuhing looked at him and couldn't help but smile and say, maybe, we can shoot a promotional video for the game together. Bai Feng blinked and was a little confused. Why would we do that? Starry Sky is such a big game company, don't tell me they don't have money to advertise? When the open beta is released, there will definitely be overwhelming advertising and marketing, and the whole world will see it. Do they still need us to be their water supply? Su Yuhing couldn't help but cough. They really didn't have money. This game really burned money, and the Su family had spent hundreds of billions. Where would they have the money to invest in advertising now? Previously, because of Xiao Li's appearance on the hot search, it was actually a surprise. Although the company gave a small push, it didn't spend a lot of money. He thought about it and said, I received inside information that Starry Sky might be holding a promotional video contest, so I want to try it. Contest? Bai Feng was suddenly interested. What are the rewards? Currently, I'm not sure. I see. Bai Feng scratched his head and became excited again. Okay then, let's start preparing first, and when the time comes, we'll be the champion. Seeing that he got away with it, Su Yuhing sighed in relief and nodded with a smile. Okay. Then, he looked at the number of people online in the mercenary group, and it just so happened that all of them were here. Now that the 24-hour cooldown was over, he shouted in the channel and gathered the last group of players from the same city. Su Yuhing also gathered them once yesterday, and the teachers were already immune to the strange racial skills of the heroes. At this moment, they were eating bread and drinking milk until a player ran up to one of the instructors excitedly. Just as he was about to greet him, the instructor spat out all the milk in his mouth with a puff. The player couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed all over his face. Just as he glared angrily, a female instructor next to him screamed. Ghost, ghost. Then she screamed and fainted. The 48 players that were gathered today included 32 Imperial City players who died during the escort and were resurrected in the central town. This was the plan that Su Yuhing and Qing Yan came up with after discussing it. At this moment, the 10 instructors who were surrounded by more than 30 old acquaintances were obviously in a very bad mood. After a moment of silence, the scene suddenly became chaotic as if someone had pressed the start button. After the female instructor fainted, one of the frightened instructors attacked the player who appeared in front of him with a grin, preparing to scare him and give him a surprise. Flying dagger. A metal-type skill instantly appeared, and a sharp dagger appeared in midair and directly pierced the player's abdomen. 3000. A bloody critical damage value appeared above the player's head, and his HP bar was instantly emptied. Before he could react to what had happened, he fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. "Ah, ghost, don't come over!" Another female instructor screamed, and a small mound appeared above everyone's head, and when it fell, it buried 2 players on the spot. Su Yuheng was stunned by this scene. He thought that the players were already quite cruel, but he didn't expect the NPCs to be even crueler. However, after the initial shock, he quickly ordered in the channel, "Everyone, spread out. Don't go near the NPCs." The players who were stunned by this unforeseen event subconsciously ran in all directions when they heard the order. Damn, these NPCs are crazy. What was supposed to be a warm reunion had suddenly turned into a horrifying murder scene. Of course, only a few of the instructors reacted too strongly. Endes was the first to calm down, and she hurriedly stopped the instructor who was about to cast a skill. Fortunately, they were all half-star players, and they were out of magic after casting 2 skills. "Dean Endes, what's going on?" The female instructor who buried the 2 players alive had tears in her eyes, as if she wasn't the one who had just buried the players alive. Actually, it was just a subconscious action, and her mound was usually not able to kill people. Who would have thought that this brave ghost would be so fragile? As for the metal-type instructor who released the sharp blade, he finally calmed down when he saw the bloody wound of the player on the ground. He understood that what he just faced was not a ghost that ambushed him. When he saw the player's face clearly, he recalled how the brave ghost sacrificed himself for them on the road to Orchid City. This instructor was panicked and regretful. He hurriedly ran over and reached out to check the player's breath. "Ah, Dean Endes. What should I do? I killed someone. I killed the brave ghost, and I even taught him a skill. Ah, I didn't want to kill him." The instructor hugged the player's body and cried loudly, "I only stabbed his stomach, I didn't expect him to be so weak. He suddenly jumped out to scare me, I thought he was a ghost that wanted to attack me." For a moment, only the young instructor's cries could be heard in the huge warehouse. The players who had already scattered and found cover didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw the scene. In midair, the 3 players who were killed on the spot were in the state of ghosts. The player who was hugging the body couldn't help but curse, "F***ck, you killed me and you're still complaining, you're the F***king weak. Idiot, don't hug me and cry, your snot is on my face. I'm going to revive later." Although the other 2 players felt that they were wronged, they didn't expect the seemingly weak female instructor to be so cruel, but there was no harm without comparison. Looking at the hopping player, they kindly reminded him, "Brother, he can't hear you if you curse like this, you might as well send a private message to Yu Shin and ask him to help you get the body back." Only then did the player remember and hurriedly sent a private message to Su Yuheng. Receiving the private message, Su Yuheng was also speechless. He didn't hide too far away. After the instructors calmed down, he walked out, and the other players followed him stealthily. Endes was flustered by the crying of the metal element instructor, and then she saw the players who followed Su Yuheng, most of whom were familiar faces. She couldn't help but ask, Can you really revive?" The players all nodded. They had a good impression of Endes on the way here. "That's right. Didn't I tell you guys before? Yes, we can revive, I told you 800 times, but you didn't believe me, and now you're hurting people." Everyone was helpless about this blunder, but at the same time, they increasingly felt that the NPCs in this game were too intelligent. In this blunder, the 3 players were the most unlucky ones. They lost EXP for nothing and had to be ghosts for 30 minutes. Endes's words woke the instructors up, especially the metal element and metal element instructors who had just subconsciously attacked. "Can they be revived too?" The female instructor pointed at the corpses of the dead players and asked timidly. She didn't look like someone who had just hit people with a mound. This contrast was recorded by some of the players. They would have to stay away from her in the future, of course, there were also some who found it to their liking. At the beginning, there were even players who came to record this ridiculous and hilarious scene. They were going to edit it and upload it to the forum. Who would have thought that these gentle-looking NPC instructors would be so ruthless when they beat people up? Faced with the female instructor's question, Su Yuhing considerately didn't keep her in suspense. He gave an affirmative answer. Sure, wait for half an hour. All the instructors heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a little awkward because of the scene just now, who told the players to be a bunch of heartless people? They weren't the ones who died, so it was fun to watch the show. The instructors wanted to put away the corpses of the 3 accidentally killed players, but someone started to stand in front of the corpses and take pictures with them. The 2 players who were buried alive by the mound received special attention. Although they were covered in blood, from the perspective of the players, the ground was covered in golden liquid, and it was very beautiful to look at. Those who want to take pictures, do it before they are revived. Haha, I just recorded a video. I'll edit this close-up later. Let's see how these 3 unlucky guys are killed by the NPC in one hit. The 3 ghosts in midair were displeased at once. Unfortunately, they couldn't talk in the channel, so they had to shout on the forum. They charged for taking pictures. It was noisy, but the crusade against the game company on the page died down a little. In addition to taking pictures, there were also players from the Metal and Earth classes who surrounded the 2 instructors enthusiastically, saying that they wanted to learn the 2 moves just now. Flying Blade, Mound Technique, this is so cool. We must learn this godly PK skill. In the end, the instructors were numb. You never know what the brave ones would do that would make you dumbfounded, but in their eyes, it was natural. Generally speaking, the brave ones were quite to their liking. Although they were a little ridiculous, they could be trusted at critical moments. So, they just had to get used to it. Su Yuhing found Andes. The young dean was still in a state of shock. Other than being an elementalist, they could revive infinitely. Although their strength was slightly weaker, the ability to revive infinitely could make up for it. Andes felt her hair stand on end. Looking at the laughing brave ones around her, she didn't dare to look down on them anymore. Instead, there was an indescribable seriousness in the depths of her eyes. The brave ones could only be roped in, not offended. She had to report this important news to the royal family, to the guardian god. At this moment, she heard the young man who had been helping them say, Dean Andes, can I have a word with you? Andes, who had just been shocked, dared not refuse at this moment. She quickly nodded, okay. When she heard Su Yuhing ask her to keep the news that the players could revive a secret for now, Andes couldn't help but be vigilant. However, Su Yuhing was a smart person. He saw through her thoughts and immediately told her about the traitor in Orchid City. Andes couldn't help but be stunned. She, who had always stayed in the academy to cultivate and study, never thought that someone would betray the country. Why would they betray the country? What good would it do them? If they betrayed the empire, who would they be loyal to? Could it be that they want to establish their own country? Andes asked a lot of questions in a row. Obviously, she didn't believe Su Yuhing's words. For now, this is still a military secret. Su Yuhing said in a deep voice, when this operation is over, maybe you can get the relevant information from the military, Ms. Andes. But before that, please keep it a secret for now. Otherwise, if the traitor changes the plan based on our characteristics, I'm afraid Orchid City will be in great trouble. Andes bit her lip and finally agreed. Before she left, Su Yuhing said kindly, I won't make you wait too long. Please be patient. Andes only nodded and then walked back in a daze. At this moment, Su Yuhing's communication device rang. It was a message from Xiao Wu. The 8th traitor was finally exposed. But when he saw the specific information of that person, Su Yuhing's face became solemn again. He didn't know this 8th traitor, but she was a 2-star elementalist. Together with the wind elementalist William, this was already the second 2-star traitor. One must know that there were only 6 2-star elementalists in Orchid City. Su Yuhing sighed. This spy movie. If it wasn't Xiao Wu, who would have thought of it? He checked the latest plan of the traitor leader, Bryce. They were originally scheduled to act tonight, but they postponed the plan to the night of the day after tomorrow. This gave them time. Su Yuhing didn't intend to let the players continue to go offline and waste time. His current team, including the people in the Imperial City, already had more than 100 people. Although they were all elites, the team still needed to get used to each other. So, he told the consul to let his people go out of Orchid City and farm monsters in the wild to level up. When they were outside, they could use elementalist skills more boldly and not be afraid of exposing their strength. The Archon was perplexed by this proposal. It was too dangerous, and he refused without hesitation. But Su Yuhing had the Emperor's protection. After the consul refused, he soon received an order from the Imperial City: listen to this brave man called Jade Tree in the Wind and try to satisfy all his requests as much as possible. The consul had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Su Yuhing was naturally happy about his brother's protection. He didn't take these 100 people out to show off. Instead, he asked the consul to send people to the border town to search in the name of arresting the traitor. Since the traitor already knew that the secret was leaked, it would be unreasonable if the army didn't take action at all. Coincidentally, there were warriors from the escort team who acted as manpower. Then, they drove a few hover cars and transported all the suspects away, while the players mixed in. When they arrived at the military camp, they left Orchid City secretly with the consul's cooperation. This whole team was made up of players, so they didn't have to worry about their own people's antics. A few of the players from the Imperial City gathered together and talked about the unlucky 5th team. Captain Li seems to have gone to pick them up. He'll probably arrive in the afternoon, right? Should we meet up with them? They discussed with Su Yuhing. On the other side, Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai had successfully crossed the Iron Chain Bridge of the Neria River and reached the other side. At this moment, he was anxiously searching the shore and the forest alone, but the result made his face turn pale. The 5th team, everyone was missing. All communication devices were lost. In the woods, Li Lai cast light body technique on himself and quickly shuttled back and forth between the trees, looking for traces of the 5th team. Finally, he stopped somewhere in the woods. There were the most traces here. Obviously, the 5th team rested here last night. There were rocks on 3 sides of this place, and there were sparse trees in front of them. It was a good place to rest. In addition to footprints on the ground, there were some food residue. It could be seen that the 5th team had stayed here for a long time. But, why were they all gone? Li Lai floated in the air and once again used the communication device to contact the captain of the 5th team. However, the message was still unanswered. He did not give up and continued to contact the others. As the leader, he had everyone's contact number. However, there was no response. If he used voice chat, he would be notified that the other party was not in the service area. His heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. Especially when he found that there were laser gun bullet marks on the surrounding tree trunks, his mood became even more solemn. It was obvious that the 5th team had encountered a crisis, and now he did not know where they were. Li Lai gritted his teeth and followed the bullet marks all the way. However, when he was about to plunge into the forest and go deep, his body suddenly stopped. Hiss! It was a very subtle hissing sound that ordinary people could hardly hear, but Li Lai, who was constantly using the wind element to observe all kinds of movements, still noticed it. He froze in place. Through the wind element, he heard more subtle sounds. Accompanying the strange hissing sound was the creaking sound of scales scraping against the trees. It was very soft, but it made Li Lai's hair stand on end. He forced himself to calm down. In the wild, only a calm mind could allow him to survive all kinds of crises. Once he fell into panic, he was not far from death. Finally, Li Lai found the source of the sound. Just in front of him on a big tree, a yellowish-brown giant snake that almost blended in with the surrounding environment was hanging on the tree trunk. It was waiting there, waiting for him in the only way. Its head was hidden among the dense leaves, its slender tongue was gently sticking out, and its huge eyes were staring at him coldly. If he had just flown over like that, it would have definitely pounced at him in an instant and swallowed him in one bite. Li Lai had no doubt about this. With the size of this giant snake's mouth, it could completely swallow an adult man in one bite. Thump, 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 his heart was beating like a drum, but he didn't choose to turn around and run. This might anger the giant snake or attract its attention. He faced it and retreated very slowly. His mind was extremely tense, and the wind elements surrounded him, ready to form a wind shield to protect him at any time. Fortunately, the giant snake did not attack him. It stuck out its tongue and stared in his direction without blinking, but it didn't chase after him. Li Lai did not know how he had safely escaped to the shore. Only when he finally hid in a crack in a rock did he swallow his saliva and gasp for breath. No one was unafraid of death. Of course, the exception was the group of warriors with mental issues. Li Lai strangely relaxed when he thought of the group of braves who were always smiling and never serious at all. His mind, which had crashed, started to think again. Recalling the encounter just now, he could clearly feel that the giant snake was a 3-star beast. A new 3-star beast had appeared in the Asmo mountain range. This discovery shook him to the core. Previously, there was only one 3-star rock beast in the Asmo mountain range, and it was also a target of his vigilance. However, they were very lucky and did not encounter this rock beast along the way. Now, however, there was an even more powerful one. After Li Lai found a safe place, he immediately sent the news back to the command center at the border of the Imperial City and reported that the 5th squad was missing. When he sent the image of the giant snake back to the command center, he also carefully observed it and found that the giant snake's abdomen did not bulge. According to the snake's characteristics, if it had swallowed the entire 5th squad, its abdomen would definitely not be so flat now. Even if they had encountered the giant snake, the 5th squad had the wind elementalists. The giant snake's explosive power was strong, but in terms of agility and speed, it should not be comparable to the warriors. Therefore, the warriors should not have all been eaten by the giant snake. There should be some who escaped, but why couldn't the communication device contact them? The command center quickly sent back a message. General Joyce wanted him to return to Orchid City immediately. The marshal would lead the elementalist engineering team and production team to arrive in a few days. He had already applied to the marshal that he could follow them back to the Imperial City. As for the 5th squad, not a word was mentioned. Li Lai understood what General Joyce meant: give up on the 5th squad and return as soon as possible. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 5th squad had a total of 32 people. How could he give up just like that? With trembling hands, he sent a communication request to General Joyce, and the other party also picked up his voice call. General Joyce. Just as Li Lai opened his mouth, General Joyce's voice faintly sounded. Li Lai, this mission, you have done very well. He whispered. A total of 192 people escorted the target to Orchid City. A total of 128 people survived. This is already a very good survival rate. I have seen your performance along the way. When you return, I will personally award you. In the past escort missions, the death rate was definitely more than half, but this time, Li Lai's completion rate was enough to be said to be excellent. However, Li Lai was not happy. He knew that this was not because of how good he was, this was entirely because of the brave warriors' sacrifice. General Joyce, those 23 soldiers and 9 brave warriors. Are we not going to save them? Li Lai lowered his voice. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, I left the flight monitor. General Joyce, what happened to them? Why did they disappear? General Joyce paused and whispered, they were attacked by interstellar beasts in the middle of the night and fled into the jungle. At some point, the flight monitor lost contact. There is no light at night. According to the monitor image, we can't distinguish the last place they disappeared. Maybe they have already died. But I didn't find any bodies here. Li Lai said anxiously. Even if there are no bodies, what do you think the chances of them surviving in the Morris Mountains are? General Joyce's calm and almost indifferent voice sounded. Li Lai couldn't help but be stunned. He raised his eyes and looked at the lush primitive forest in the distance through the gap in the stone. It was not impossible, but it was very, very small. So, return to Orchid City. General Joyce said, sacrifice is inevitable. The Empire still needs you. You are about to be promoted to 2-star, and you are a very good elementalist. There are many people waiting for you to save in the future. Li Lai hung up the call in a daze. He quietly stayed in the gap in the stone, and there was a sparkling liquid falling from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. If he did not leave them on the other side yesterday. If he insisted on letting them cross the river, would the result be different? Buzz, his communication device vibrated, and someone called. Li Lai quickly wiped his eyes, looked at the caller ID on the communication device, and chose to answer the call. Xiaocheng. He lowered his voice to hide the strangeness in his voice. Brother, I heard from Wen Jishan that you have arrived at Orchid City? Did everything go well? Li Jiyu's voice sounded from the other side. Li Lai responded with an ah. Marshall went to Orchid City, you come back with him. We brothers haven't seen each other for a long time, let's go eat and drink milk tea. You have been in the army all this time, so you probably haven't drunk milk tea. It was developed by His Majesty, and there are several stores in the Imperial City. Li Lai listened to his hearty words and smiled, okay, but I may have something to do here, so I will go back after a while. Although he tried to hide it, his voice was still a little choked, and he did not know if the person on the other side heard it. What is it? Military secrets. Li Jiyu on the other side was silent for a moment, and asked, did His Majesty ask you to catch the traitor? Li Lai was stunned, traitor, he had some doubts in his heart, but at this time he could only follow his brother's words and said, this is your own guess. Ah, okay. Li Jiyu said, then be careful, pay attention to your safety, I only have one brother, don't hang up. I know, you protect His Majesty well, don't make any mistakes. Li Jiyu nodded on the other side. Okay, then I will hang up first, I have something to do. Okay. Looking at the original image on the communication device, Li Lai sniffled, and his expression became firm. Xiaocheng, I am sorry. He crawled out of the crack in the rock and continued to look for clues in the surroundings. If they were alive, he wanted to see them, and if they were dead, he wanted to see their bodies. If he left them in the wild and went back like this, he was afraid that he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. The players did not know that Lieutenant Colonel Li Lai was in trouble. They drove the hover car, carefully avoiding all kinds of wild monsters, and stopped at a low-lying place. This time they went out to kill monsters, and they also did a live broadcast. There were already people on the forums who recorded the route and made it into a guide. These were the valuable assets of the second beta players. As famous people in the gaming circle, the professional players did not mind making the guide public, and there were even some who were particularly active and would go down to correct some mistakes. After stopping the car, the players used branches and leaves as cover. This car was not theirs, so they could not put it in their backpacks. The system gave them a transportation tool bag, and there were 2 places where transportation tools could be stored, but it was limited to the bindings. This hover car was loaned to them by the army, and they would have to return it later. Not to mention, this car was so tattered that they did not want it. After burying the car, they moved carefully in the forest. Finally, they could kill monsters. The players were very excited. Fighting in games was more exciting. The Imperial City players had experience in following the escort team, and they had also encouraged the NPCs to help them kill monsters, so when they were in the wild, Su Yuheng handed the command to Gentle Yen. Not all the Imperial City players came out. Only the professional players in the team came out, and there were about 40 of them. As for the other normal players, many were still offline. They probably had not gone offline for too long and were tied up with their daily lives, or they did not want to play the game at the moment. However, the professional players were different. This was a job, and they had to do it even if they did not want to. More than 100 people were divided into 10 small teams by Gentle Yen. The game did a good job with the voice system. The team could be divided into small teams, and they could even temporarily block the voice in the team channel, so that they would not interfere with each other, and they could stay as a whole. After splitting up, the players were like clay oxen in the sea, and they were not very eye-catching in the vast wilderness. Soon, a small team had their eyes on a 1-star beast. The 10 of them were still able to fight a 1-star beast, but how to not attract a large group of helpers after killing the monster was a problem that needed to be solved. The 10 players carefully observed and discussed in the team channel. They did not know that above their heads, someone was also observing them. In the dark room of the Imperial City's bedroom, Su Silik controlled the flying monitor and observed the players through the screen. He was very concerned about the players' first time in the wilderness. He could almost guess that in the future, this wilderness would belong to the players, and these interstellar beasts would be the players' experience points and materials. Su Silly had nothing to do, so he watched the players' live broadcast to see if this group of people could be called the fourth disaster. Outside the protective barrier, the interstellar beasts moved in groups of 3 or 2, and they were not far from each other. Now, they had to think of a way to lure the interstellar beasts away one by one and defeat them one by one. The first small team began to move. 100 meters away from them, there was a group of interstellar beasts that looked like rhinoceroses. According to the information obtained from Li Lai, these one-star beasts called rhinoceroses were herbivores. Their movements were slower, but their charging ability was superb. The huge horns on their heads were enough to knock down a 100-year-old tree. Anyway, with the players' low HP, they would definitely die with just a scratch. Between the short bushes, a rhinoceros leisurely walked around, tearing at the leaves on the bushes. Its eyes were red. Although it was a herbivore, it did not mean that it had a gentle temper. At this time, a small stone flew from the bushes not far away and hit its head. For the rhinoceroses, this attack did not cause much damage, but it was enough to enrage it. It lowered its head, and white turbid air came out of its nostrils. Then, it roared angrily and charged toward the striped beast that was not far from the rhinoceroses. This unexpected attack sent the striped beast flying. Lying in the grass in the opposite direction, the players in charge of luring the beasts saw this scene. Many question marks appeared on their heads. Damn it, was this rhinoceros blind? The stone was clearly thrown from the front, so why did it run to attack the striped beast behind it? Moreover, this was not the end. After the striped beast was sent flying, it did not die. It struggled on the ground for 2 hours before shaking its head and standing up. Then, it looked at the rhinoceroses, and its eyes turned red. Roar, 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 it raised its head and howled, calling for its friends. Then, it gathered a large group of striped beasts and all rushed toward the rhinoceroses, looking like they were going to tear the rhinoceroses apart. Seeing this scene, the irritable rhinoceroses were not stupid. It turned around and ran. Following this rumbling sound of footsteps, another set of footsteps sounded. It turned out that the rhinoceroses saw that someone was bullying them and also organized to participate in the battle. One by one, the ferocious interstellar beasts collided with each other, flying all over the sky, and bleeding from the collisions. The player who was lying in the bushes was still holding a stone in his hand. He looked at this scene from afar and opened his mouth wide in shock, dumbfounded. Su Silly, who was observing with the monitor, also felt a little surprised when he saw what was happening. The interstellar beasts, they were more ferocious than he had imagined. This was on the plains, so the danger level was much lower than in the forest. But this way of fighting in groups, who could withstand it? However, now there were players. 8 gods, 666, I asked you to lure the beasts. How did it become a large-scale fight scene? 8 gods is awesome. As expected of you. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to die of laughter. A murder case caused by a stone. 66-66-inch the player called 8 gods was lying in the grass, listening to the ridicule of his teammates in the channel. He could not help but roll his eyes. He was a dark-type warrior and was good at hiding. The fight between the two groups of interstellar beasts would not affect him. Captain, what do we do now? He asked in a low voice in the channel. With this, the players of the other teams could not move easily. This was because other types of interstellar beasts were also involved. The scope of this nonsensical fight was gradually expanding. Let's stir up trouble. At this time, Xianxia's voice sounded in the team channel. This was the authority of the team leader. Even the players who had temporarily blocked the team channel could hear it. Even if we die, we can revive on the spot, Xianxia said. There are 2 main factors that affect the amount of EXP gained in team mode: damage output ranking and fatal damage dealt to monsters. For example, the last hit will double the experience gained. Xianxia licked her lips. The current chaotic mode is advantageous to us. We can find the opportunity to deal the final blow. When the chaotic battle is over, the corpses of these interstellar beasts will also be a huge amount of wealth. If they were to rely on them to kill the interstellar beasts one by one, how long would it take to empty the HP bars of these 1- and 2-star beasts? Moreover, these beasts like to move in groups. This kind of chaotic battle was a good opportunity to gain experience and kill. Xianxia had always been a crazy person. This kind of exciting scene would only make her excited. 8 gods, go and create more bloodshed. There are other dark-type martial artists. You can learn from 8 gods. Remember, the more chaotic it is, the greater our chances. Everyone thought about it and felt that this was a good idea. After all, they could revive on the spot if they died. They just had to wait for half an hour. As long as they caused enough damage before they died, they would be able to share the experience. Take a gamble and trade bicycles for motorcycles, *CK them. Everyone was not lacking in gambling, especially when the benefits were large enough and the losses were within the acceptable range. All the players were excited, including 8 gods who had divine stroke. After Qingyan gave the order, he turned into a shadow again and moved closer to Orchid City. He moved closer to the interstellar beasts that were watching them but were not preparing to participate. Although they were excited, they did not lose their minds. If they attracted powerful interstellar beasts from afar and caused them to crash into Orchid City's protective array, they would have to apologize with their lives. The cloud players who were watching the livestream had never seen such a big scene other than in movies. In other online games, large-scale scenes like this could be disconnected at any minute, not to mention various delays and frame drops. However, when they watched the livestream, they could clearly feel that it was smooth as usual. This game is too awesome. When will the gaming helmet come out? I want to play it. The open beta will be at least next year. Isn't there still a second beta? *CK, let's just release the game. I want to play it. If they kill all the monsters, how are we going to fight in the future? If I may ask, isn't the game mechanics of Starry Age very unfriendly? Why do you all want to play it so much? Big brother, aren't you watching the livestream? Aren't you excited to see this scene? Don't listen to the brainwashing of those marketing accounts. You have to have your own judgment. Yeah, it's only the first beta. What are you talking about? It's not the open beta. Even if there are bugs, the open beta can be updated and improved. This is an epic-making holographic online game. It wasn't clear whether they were paid posters or people who asked sincerely, but as soon as they said that, they were scolded by the cloud players and didn't dare to say anything else. There were indeed many brainwashing articles about Star Age on the internet, but Star Age's base in the gaming circle was stable. Because of this wave of defamation, more people knew about this game. It could be considered a blessing in disguise as a wave of advertising was done. Looking at the game again, the player who was luring the monsters successfully angered 2 galactic beasts. Looking at the 4 galactic beasts attacking each other, even the ground was shaking. Not only was the player not afraid, but he continued to cause trouble further away. Player, Lightface, dealt a critical hit to Rhinoceros Horned Beast LV-10. Experience doubled. Player, Day, assisted in killing Striped Beast LV-11. Notifications kept refreshing in the team channel, and soon, the screen was flooded with messages. Players kept leveling up, but there were also players who couldn't dodge in time and were crushed or flattened by galactic beasts. Areiko hid in the tree and shivered as she broadcasted. She was a water-type player, and the only skills she had learned were Healing Stream and Water Mist. Other than support, she didn't have any offensive abilities, so naturally, she didn't think about stealing monsters from below. However, her level was considered very high among the players, at level 12. Because she was in the water healing division, Li Lai and the other NPCs took care of her during the escort. Also, using Healing Stream gave her experience, so she gained quite a lot. Looking at the chaotic battle below, her timid nature didn't want to go down and join in the fun at all. Areiko, don't be a coward. Daddy will give you a rocket launcher, go down and charge. Don't be a coward. Ha ha ha, I like to see Areiko like this. Kai-2, don't listen to them. Just hide in the tree and watch the show. By the way, Areiko, pull the camera closer to the right. Wow, there are 2 handsome players there. Areiko blinked. Seeing this request, she looked at the battlefield on the right with some curiosity. That was where the battle had started, and where the battle was the most intense. Because the smell of blood was the heaviest, the galactic beasts were all ferocious. Of course, the rhinoceroses were very ferocious to begin with. In this chaotic battlefield, there were 2 elegant figures shuttling back and forth, harvesting a dying striped beast in a few moves. The light of leveling up continuously rose from their bodies. Su Silly had long since recovered from the battle and noticed the two figures. He couldn't not notice them, because one of them was his second brother, Su Yuhing. He was dressed in green, and the glasses on the bridge of his nose made him look gentle and cultured. However, the ruthlessness in his eyes and the calmness and lack of mercy when facing the interstellar beast made people not dare to look at him clearly. Green wind elements gathered around him. He moved horizontally in the air, the long sword in his hand stabbing out continuously. He either dealt the final blow or attacked the weak points of the galactic beasts, causing critical damage one after another. Beside him, there was a young man in linen yellow clothes. His body was also enhanced with light body technique, and he cooperated with Su Yuhing tacitly. As he moved, he played with the green vine technique and the dagger in his hand. This was definitely a high-level player, and not a high-level player in the traditional sense. Like traditional mobile game players, they had game awareness and were ahead of other ordinary players. However, in a holographic game, game awareness alone was not enough. It could only help you clear the level faster and find the correct strategy faster. However, participating in a battle often tested your motor nerves and combat awareness. For example, although Su Yuhing and Bai Feng were only LV5, of course, they were now more than that. They could fight battles that other LV10 Imperial City players might not be able to achieve. Ah, Yushin is so handsome. F*CK, I didn't expect Yushin to be so fierce in a fight despite looking so gentle. Who's the person fighting with him? That fight is so good, it's like watching a martial arts movie. Wind God. Yu Xiqing's vice captain is also very awesome. Su Silly could not see the bullet screen, but he felt that if this scene was recorded and uploaded to the forum, his second brother would probably attract a lot of fans. This was also quite good. After all, his second brother had established a mercenary group. If he made a name for himself, he could attract more experts in the future. As for whether his second brother was in the mood to manage the mercenary group well, let's talk about that later. As Su Silly thought about this, his gaze was quickly attracted by something else. Not far from his second brother, a shadow quietly approached. Then, under his gaze, the shadow transformed into a hand, raised a laser gun, and secretly fired a shot. Su Yuhing stabbed a striped beast's head with his sword, ending its life. However, after the interstellar beast crashed to the ground, he received an experience notification, assisted kill of, striped beast LV10, experience gained, assisted kill? He frowned and did not have time to think about it, so he continued to fight. However, when the third assist kill notification popped up, Su Yuhing finally became vigilant. He realized, ding dong, at this moment, his communication device rang with a message notification. Su Yuhing blinked. Who would use the communication device to contact him at this time? Could it be Xiao Wu? While controlling the wind elements and dodging the interstellar beast's attacks like a leaf, he glanced at the communication device. Anonymous, 333,158, someone is kill stealing. Looking at this message, Su Yuhing's heart skipped a beat. He was distracted and was almost hit by the rhinoceros horn beast. He hurriedly used flight to fly into the air. Anonymous, other than Shaoli, who else would give him this kind of message? It even included coordinates. So, Shaoli was in Lanyu City? Was he watching him from nearby? Or did Xiao Wu send the message to him? Su Yuhing's heart surged with questions one after another, but he knew that now was not the time to think about these things. Someone was kill stealing, and they even stole 3 of his kills. How could he tolerate this? He did not have a very good temper. He was very dissatisfied with the fact that he had worked so hard to get down to a sliver of health, but in the end, his kill was stolen. So as soon as he turned around, he charged toward the coordinates sent by the anonymous person. Because he was vigilant, his sharp eyes saw the shadow hiding in the grass. A hand holding a gun popped out from the shadow, and the muzzle was pointed in Bai Feng's direction. Obviously, when the kill stealer saw that he was not moving, he turned his attention to Bai Feng. Su Yuhing pursed his lips, and a trace of anger surged in his black eyes. He raised his long sword and quickly flew toward the shadow. The shadow also noticed him. The shadow quickly gave up on Bai Feng's kill and fired a shot in Su Yuhing's direction. Su Yuhing dodged to the side and easily dodged the laser bullet. Although he was unscathed, his speed was inevitably reduced. This was obviously the shadow's purpose. When Su Yuhing dodged, the shadow had already quickly put away the laser gun and wriggled deeper into the forest at full speed. He was about to escape. Looking at the shadow quickly creeping into the forest, Su Yuhing chased while throwing out 2 wind blades. The wind blades flew toward the shadow, one of them was dodged, and the other hit the shadow. However, attack failed, unable to attack teammates. Su Yuhing frowned. The one who stole his kill was actually a teammate? Who was so shameless? However, dark element warriors couldn't detect information in the shadow state, so they were good at detecting information and were most suitable for doing shady things. Su Yuhing looked at the attribute panel. Magic, 5 of 200 after the fierce battle just now, his magic was almost depleted, and he couldn't use elemental skills anymore. He clicked his tongue, and the annoyance in his heart accumulated to the extreme. At this moment, ding. Successfully triggered the elite mission, exchange for blue potion, mission details, a new batch of blue potion has been placed in the faction storage, please exchange for a bottle and consume it. Mission reward, reputation, experience, 100 bottles of beginner magic potion. Su Yuhing glanced at the mission panel that appeared in front of him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. No wonder the forum player said that he had cheated. If the screenshot of this mission was posted on the forum, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Exchanging for and consuming a bottle of blue potion would get the reward of an elite mission. It wasn't wrong to say that he had cheated. Now that he was still in battle, these thoughts just flashed through his mind. He quickly opened the faction storage and used 10 reputation points to exchange for a bottle of beginner magic potion. This beginner magic potion was different from the health potion pills. It was a blue liquid, and it was stored in a small transparent bottle. It looked quite good. Su Yuhing drank the potion without hesitation. His taste buds were 100% open, and he could taste the taste. The potion was a bit bitter, but it quickly became sweet, and it tasted like lemon tea. Magic, plus 50 magic, plus 50 after drinking, a line of numbers suddenly appeared above his head. Beginner magic potion, restores 50 magic points per second for 10 seconds. Su Yuhing didn't waste these 10 seconds. He quickly buffed himself with a layer of Imperial Wind, doubling his speed, which consumed 50 points of mana at once. He didn't stop. Second layer of Imperial Wind, 100 magic points, third layer of Imperial Wind, 150 magic points, fourth layer of Imperial Wind, 200 MP. A bottle of beginner mana recovery potion gave him 500 points of mana, all of which were used to buff his Imperial Wind technique. In the end, he had 55 points of mana left. And Su Yuhing's speed was already so fast that the naked eye could not see him. Wind Rider could be stacked up to a total of 10 layers, and each layer would consume a large amount of mana. A 2-star elementalist would probably only be able to stack up to 2 layers at most. This was because stacking Wind Rider not only consumed mana, but also required skill. However, due to the assistance of the game system, the players did not need to spend any effort to cultivate the skills they had mastered. As long as they had enough mana, they could use them. This was the advantage of players. It was an advantage that NPCs could never match. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuhing was already in front of the shadow. Competing in speed with a wind elementalist? What a joke. However, in the eyes of the other players, it was as if he had flashed past. F***ck, Jade Deity is cheating again. What kind of skill is this? He looks so handsome. The wind elementalist is the tallest. This man is so damn charming. He's too handsome. Areiko, go over and strike up a conversation with him. I want to see my idol up close. Areiko had been watching Su Yuhing and the others kill monsters when he happened to capture this scene. The bullet screen in the live broadcast channel was flooded with comments. Seeing that someone was discussing Jade Tree facing the winds cheating, she whispered, I think I saw Jade God drink something just now. Maybe it's a prop? The way I feel about this game right now, the possibility of cheating is very small. Before we have any evidence, let's not spread any rumors. While Areiko was restraining the fans, Su Yuhing was floating in front of the shadow, looking at it calmly. That dark attribute martial artist obviously didn't expect Su Yuhing to catch up so quickly. His figure paused for a moment before he quickly changed direction and moved under a large tree on the other side. The surroundings were all plains, and there were no particularly tall trees that could form a large shadow. There were only a few trees. As long as he entered the shadow of the trees, he could use dark attribute skills to sneak into the shadow world. That way, no one would be able to catch him. However, Su Yuhing didn't give him a chance at all. He once again activated the Imperial Wind technique and blocked the path of the shadow with a flash. The shadow was forced to change direction. However, Su Yuhing didn't let it go at all. Like a cat catching a mouse, he circled around the shadow. Elemental martial artists also consumed mana when using skills. Because it consumed stamina at the same time, their mana consumption rate was much lower than that of spirit attribute elementalists. However, as long as there was consumption, there would always be a time when it would be exhausted. Su Yuhing calmly watched the shadow escape. He had completed that bug-like elite mission and had 100 bottles of mana regeneration potion in his bag. He could afford to use it in a protracted battle. Bai Feng, who was in the distance, wanted to come over and help, but when he saw the situation, he turned around and continued to kill monsters. Brother Yu was awesome. He had to kill more monsters and level up as soon as possible so that he could cooperate with such an awesome Brother Yu. In the end, the shadow was finally irritated. It rushed toward Su Yuhing, who was blocking the way, as if it wanted to directly pass him and rush into the shadow. Su Yuhing raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled coldly. You stole my monster and now you're hiding your head and tail. Scum will be scum, you can't be seen. As soon as he ridiculed it, the shadow suddenly froze, and then wriggled toward him even more crazily. It was caught off guard and pounced, however, it didn't run away. The moment it left the ground, the shadow turned into a young man and pounced toward Su Yuhing. The young man's movements were very agile. Obviously, he had been trained. He directly wrapped Su Yuhing with his four limbs in midair. After pushing him to the ground, he pressed the muzzle of a laser gun against Su Yuhing's forehead. Who are you calling a scum? Hua Sui stared coldly at Su Yuhing, his eyes full of murderous intent. The laser gun had already begun to charge. Su Yuhing didn't expect this young man to be so agile. His reflexes couldn't keep up, and the two of them were so close, so he was countered in an instant. However, he didn't panic. He glanced at the team channel. When he saw that no one had left, he calmed down. Being pushed to the ground from midair, his glasses were a little crooked. Su Yuhing struggled hard, trying to free his hands, but his four limbs were tightly bound. He couldn't break free for a moment. This was the difference in strength between a spirit type and a martial artist. His level couldn't be compared to Hua Sui, so it was reasonable that he was suppressed. Young people don't talk about martial arts ethics. Su Yuhing looked at the laser gun in the young man's hand. It was obviously a high-grade item, and couldn't be compared to the other Imperial City players. You stole 3 of my monsters, and now you want to kill me to silence me? Humph. Hua Sui snorted coldly. Is your name written on the monster's head? Besides, the base damage of my shot is 3,000. How much is your shot? Why don't you say that the monsters you killed before were all stolen from me? Su Yuhing blinked. Good lord, this laser gun was really a high-grade item. His total HP didn't even reach 3,000. He glanced at the young man's information. Hua Sui, level 16, dark-type martial artist. You're Hua Sui? The one at the top of the level leaderboard, right? Su Yuhing narrowed his eyes. After all, he couldn't be considered a real player. Although he was pissed when his monsters were stolen, after the chase just now and seeing the young man covering his head and scurrying away like a rat, his anger had mostly dissipated. Hua Sui's mouth twitched. It's me. Are you scared? Humph, go to hell. How dare you fight with me? After the laser gun finished charging, he directly flipped the switch. However, attack ineffective. Unable to attack teammates. Su Yuhing was calm and collected. He watched the young man's face turn ashen and then gritted his teeth as if he wanted to leave the team. He said leisurely, if you leave the team, you won't be able to freeload EXP. In team mode, the person with the highest damage would get more EXP. With Hua Sui's damage output ranking, he could still freeload EXP even if he didn't kill monsters. As expected, Huasui paused. However, he quickly sneered. You dare to threaten me? You're dead today. Under Su Yuhing's slightly startled gaze, Huasui stood up, but he wasn't liberated. The young man's hand turned into a long black rope and firmly tied him up. Then, the young man carried him and ran in the direction of the monster pile. Su Yuhing immediately understood what he wanted to do. F***ck, this kid wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. In front of the monitor, Su Silly saw everything and couldn't help but frown. Second brother, can you do it? I already gave you a cheat, but you still got killed by someone else. He glanced at the young man's image and vaguely remembered. Wasn't this that Huasui something? Because he stole an NPC's wallet, Li Jiyu threw him into the recruit camp to undergo Devil's special training. Li Jiyu had reported this to him before. He opened the mission panel and saw Huasui's detailed information in the epic mission column. Oh, he's already level 16, this level was a bit out of his expectations. It seemed that the special training in the recruit camp had brought a lot of benefits to this kid. That laser gun with a basic damage of 3000 was probably obtained from the recruit camp, right? Speaking of which, second brother's loss was not unjustified. After all, there was a difference of 7 or 8 levels between them. But, could he just watch second brother get bullied? The answer was naturally no. Just as he was about to issue a mission and ask the other players present to rescue him, there was a change in the monitor screen. Hey, Huasui. Su Yuhing, who was being carried, looked calm except for his glasses that were even more crooked. Seeing that Huasui was ignoring him, he didn't get angry and even sent a private message to Baifeng not to come over. Do you want to come and help me? He said. You should know about the mission to protect Orchid City, right? Su Yuhing continued, there's also a dark-type warrior among the traitors. He's very strong. After he said this, Huasui's walking speed toward the monster pile slowed down significantly. Su Yuhing noticed this. He continued, the other elementalists are easy to deal with, but the dark type will be a little troublesome. Just like just now, if Huasui had escaped into a large area of shadow, he might have run away. Su Yuhing had information on the various types of elementalists and still had some impression of some of the signature skills of dark-type warriors, so he could guess Huasui's intention to escape just now. I think with your ability, you might be able to deal with him or force him to show his human form. Then cooperate with the rest of us to keep him here, Su Yuhing said. Why should I help you? Huasui sneered. Don't you want the mission reward? I still have blood medicine. Su Yuhing paused. The reward he gave to the Imperial City players was indeed only blood medicine and information on how to establish a mercenary group. The latter was not attractive to Huasui. As for the former, he was a lone wolf. The potions he exchanged during the escort were probably enough for him. At this time, Huasui began to walk forward again. Su Yuhing thought for a moment and said, how about 10 drops of beginner mana recovery potion? Huasui stopped. What's the specific effect? 1 drop can recover 50 magic points per second for 10 seconds. Do you have any that can recover stamina? Su Yuhing was speechless. No. Where did you get the mana recovery potion? Huasui asked. Su Yuhing did not say anything. Huasui curled his lips and demanded an exorbitant price. I want 100 drops. Su Yuhing rolled his eyes. 20 drops. Don't take it. Huasui bargained a few more times, but Su Yuhing refused to budge. In the end, he finally agreed to this number. Pay the deposit of 10 drops first, 1 drop. 10 drops. Take it or leave it. Su Yuhing's attitude was tyrannical. He did not look like he was asking for help at all. Huasui was a little angry, but this game did not allow killing people to drop equipment. He gritted his teeth and finally reluctantly let go of Su Yuhing. Su Yuhing adjusted his glasses. Although his vision was normal in the game, the glasses were just for decoration. Then he suddenly thought that this could also be used as a marketing direction for the game. After all, there were many people with vision problems in real life. There were even some people with mobility problems who could have a whole new life in the game. Hey, deposit. Huasui interrupted his thoughts and spread his hands to ask for something. Su Yuhing directly flicked his forehead. How rude. During the mission, call me Captain or Brother Yu. Hua Sui touched his forehead and glared at him a little angrily. He turned on 70% realism. Although it did not cause him any damage because he was a teammate, it still hurt. He was angry, but for the sake of the potion, he did not fly into a rage. Instead, he said, "You hit me. Give me a blood potion." Su Yuhing pursed his lips. Young master? This brat is really arrogant, huh? He thought for a moment and took out a small bottle from his backpack. There are 10 blood potions in here. If you call me Brother Yu, they are yours. As he said that, he waved the small bottle in front of Hua Sui, making a crisp sound. He looked like he was going to use money to force Hua Sui to lower his head. How despicable. In front of the monitor, Su Silly could not help but think. However, he quickly reacted. This was his second brother, and Hua Sui really did need to be taught a lesson. After thinking about it, he ignored them and controlled the surveillance bee to look at other players. Hua Sui struggled for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and called Su Yuhing brother. Then, he took the potions and ran away. Seeing him turn into a shadow and disappear into the grass, Su Yuhing shrugged and turned back to continue clearing monsters. This battle lasted for an entire day. Almost all the players died at least once, but the experience points and the galactic beast materials that they gained could be considered a remarkable achievement. In short, there was one word, awesome. When night fell, they finally stopped. After cleaning up the battlefield, under the cover of the night, they drove the hover car back to Orchid City. As for the galactic beasts, they were still fighting each other, but without the players, this group of troublemakers, they would probably stop soon. Today was a rare day of relaxation for the soldiers at the border of Orchid City. The galactic beasts in the wild were all crazy and began to fight each other. The scene was so grand that their roars and roars could be heard from afar. In the face of such a chaotic galactic beast battlefield, the army naturally did not dare to join in the fun. They did not even send out scouts, worried that they would be affected. However, this chaotic battle had an advantage. Even if there were holes in Orchid City's array, no galactic beasts would rush in from the outside. This allowed the soldiers, who had not rested for a long time, to catch their breath. Some people even prayed that the galactic beasts would fight each other every day so that they could rest for a while. Only the consul knew that this rare chaotic battle was probably caused by the brave ones. This made him worried all day, worried that the brave ones would be killed in the wild or even completely wiped out. They were all elementalists, even if they still needed time to grow. However, at night, he opened the side door and secretly let them in. After secretly counting the number of people, he found that, not only were they not missing, but these people had also become stronger. After a day of looting, the players' level increased by an average of 5 levels, and all of them were level 10. In the eyes of the governor, they were 1-star elementalists. He was a little dumbfounded, but the players did not care about him. According to the latest information from Xiaowu to Su Yuhing, Bryce had finally decided on the final plan, and they needed to develop a response plan based on this information. Deep in a mountain forest in Orchid City. In the late autumn season, withered leaves fell all over the ground. Only the evergreen trees were still lush, decorating the mountain forest, making the night a little darker. In the mountain forest, there were soldiers in camouflage uniforms patrolling everywhere. There was a certain distance between here and the border, but as the core of the array, this place was still heavily guarded. A pair of soldiers patrolled the mountain top. One of them looked around vigilantly, while the other sat on a rock casually. After being scolded by his companion, the soldier was still a little unconvinced. There are no enemies here, why are you so nervous? I've been here for 3 years, and I haven't seen a single shadow, not even an interstellar beast. You want to fight an interstellar beast? His companion frowned. Do you want to stay in this broken place forever? Although the border is dangerous, promotion is fast. I have a childhood friend who entered at the same time, and he's now a captain. What about us? We haven't even gotten a first-class merit in 3 years, and you want to waste time here? This is the core of the array. The general said that this place is very important. His companion said, if you want to go to the border, you can apply to the general. Every year, people are transferred to the front line. You can go if you want. The soldier spread his hands. You think I didn't apply? The general said that the security here is not enough, so he won't let people go. He even quarreled with the governor before. We can only blame ourselves for not being elementalists, or else we would have been sent to the border. Don't talk nonsense, we have elementalists here too. Halfway through, his companion stopped. The soldier did not notice anything and continued, that's why I said they're unlucky. Yes, they're very unlucky. An unfamiliar voice sounded, and the soldier was stunned. Just as he realized that there was an enemy attack, before he could see who it was, he blacked out and fell to the ground. TSK, trash. The masked man in black lowered his head and looked at the two soldiers on the ground. He sneered and looked at the communication device. Number 8, is it going well? Received a reply. The masked man lowered his head and opened the input method. Just as he replied with the word going well, a black shadow quietly appeared behind him. When the masked man noticed that something was wrong and was about to look back, a hand quickly reached out from the shadow and covered the masked man's mouth and nose with a piece of white cloth. The masked man struggled violently, but the shadow entangled his hands and feet, and his mouth was covered. Even if he let out a soft whimper, it was not enough for his companion to hear. Not to mention, poof, poof, the laser gun wrapped in the shadow was pressed against his temple. After 2 muffled sounds, the masked man stopped struggling. The shadow that entangled him shrank back and turned into a man with a beard. He looked at the dead masked man and sneered. TSK, trash. F*CK, 8 gods, why did you just kill him? He was at least a level 5 elite monster. 8 gods 6666. F*CK, 8 gods damage output is first on the list. There were cries in the team channel. 8 gods also felt that he was wronged. How would I know that hitting his temple would cause a critical hit? My highest damage was only 1,000, but the critical hit directly increased to more than 10,000. I killed him in 2 hits. His information was immediately sent to the team for discussion. So far, they had only fought a few NPCs. The most they killed was galactic beasts, and they picked up scraps through chaotic battles. They lacked combat strategies. In other words, NPCs are the same as humans. Attacking their weak points will increase the damage. Shooting at the temple will increase the critical hit damage by many times? That should be the case. Don't jump to conclusions. We can experiment a few more times. What happened to the 2 soldiers? 8 gods just remembered that the 2 soldiers were still lying on the ground. Not dead. They fainted. These 2 soldiers were not elementalists. 8 gods was now level 12, so he could check their information. 2 weak level 5 soldiers. TSK, they still want to go to the border to fight galactic beasts. I don't know if I should admire their courage or call them stupid. 8 gods was soon interrupted by his teammates. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see what the traitor has. The players of other classes were hiding in the forest. Hearing his nonsense, they couldn't help but feel anxious. 8 gods had no choice but to crouch down and rummage through the masked man's body. He found a laser gun and 10 things called explosive bullets. The explosive bullets were very powerful. Each bullet could cause 100,000 damage. F*CK, I'm rich. 8 gods posted the information in the channel and took off the masked man's communication device. TSK, so weak. How dare you fight with me? You deserve to be killed. He muttered to himself. Ignoring the 2 unconscious soldiers, he carried the masked man's body and slipped into the woods. On the other side, Elder Bryce received the replies from all his subordinates and nodded. He had a total of 10 subordinates. This time, only 8 of them came. He chose not to bring the 2 strongest. It was too risky. And this time, he didn't plan to do it himself. 8 people, and the strongest was at least 2-star, if even they failed, then this plan couldn't succeed. Although he would suffer heavy losses if it failed, he still had a trump card. At least he had a chance to make a comeback. Bryce, who planned this attack, had already thought of a way out for himself. He was in the dark, quietly waiting for Bryce's signal. Bryce was a rare dark class warrior. His strength had reached 1.5 stars. Over the years, he had found ways to sneak into the Core Guard army and was now the second strongest in this camp. According to the news he sent back, although the news of them blowing up the array was leaked, for some reason, Orchid City's military didn't pay much attention to it. The army guarding the core array hadn't received any news until now, and the defense was as loose as usual. Bryce didn't know if Orchid City's military underestimated them or thought too highly of the warriors, but for them, this was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. Number 2 sent him a message, saying that these warriors were elementalists and requested that all the warriors be killed in the cradle. Although Bryce kept this in mind, he didn't have the time to care about the warriors at the moment. Tonight, it must go smoothly. Bryce clenched the small bottle in his hand. This was the blood of the golden weasel. As long as the 8 people succeeded in blowing up the array and came to meet him, he would give them this potion. Then, they would escape Orchid City together. As for number 1 and number 3, with their strength, they would naturally find a way to find him. Soon, Bryce's signal for action was sent. Bryce's eyes lit up and began to issue orders to the 8 people. Buzz buzz, the communication device vibrated. Wind Elementalist William, who was standing next to Su Yuhing, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He had followed the warriors to hide in the forest, waiting for the traitor to come. He, who had been following the warriors today, naturally knew all the warriors' plans, so he also knew, in the path that Bryce had set up, there were more than 100 warriors lying in ambush, as well as elementalists including himself, waiting for the traitor to walk right into the trap. So, before he came to this ambush point, he had already sent a message to Bryce, telling him to cancel the plan. Why would Bryce send him a message at this time? He gritted his teeth and finally glanced at the communication device. The operation had begun. Did Bryce not understand human language? What went wrong? William was confused for a moment. What was going on? But he still maintained a calm appearance. Operation? He wouldn't act. In this situation, exposing himself would mean death. Only a fool would do that. Soon, the silence of the forest at night was broken. Sounds of battle could be heard everywhere, but what made William feel strange was, why were there only 4 places where the battle was happening? According to Bryce's plan, there should be at least 7 people, including him, breaking in from the outside, and then cooperating with Lawrence to directly use explosive bombs to destroy the array. Apart from him, there were 6 people, and Lawrence should also be creating chaos inside, waiting for the 6 people to transport the explosive bombs in. But now, why was the forest so quiet? William's doubts were not answered. The location where he and the bravest squad were camping wasn't part of Bryce's plan. The closest battlefield to him should be number 5. He secretly mobilized the wind element and vaguely heard the situation of the battle there. Other than the sounds of various skills, there was only number 5 scream. His hair stood on end as he listened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Not long after, the battle over there ended. Soon, he saw a dozen or so warriors running over from the other side. "Leader, we've settled it," a warrior said excitedly. Su Yuhing nodded. "Very good. Stay here and wait for orders." "Yes." The dozen warriors stayed in the forest together. Although it could be seen that they were whispering softly, William could not hear what they were saying at such a close distance. Finally, after a short and long wait, William could not help but speak. "Cough cough, leader you." He looked at the leader of the warriors. "Are we just going to wait here? There are still battles in other places. Don't we need to go and help?" Su Yuhing adjusted his glasses and looked at him with a smile. "Let's wait for a while. My subordinates did not ask for help. They should be able to settle it." William pursed his lips. "If we wait for them to ask for help, I'm afraid it will be too late." Su Yuhing was about to speak when 2 more teams rushed back. They looked a little embarrassed, but at least there were no casualties. "Why did you all come back together?" he asked. "Oh, we went to help them." Before a player finished speaking, another player said indignantly, "Leader, we clearly agreed that each team was responsible for their own target, but they came to snatch the kill. You were too weak and almost let them escape. We helped them out of kindness." "Who asked for your fake kindness? We are here to snatch the damage output." Su Yuhing gave rewards based on the damage output. The top 8 would receive an additional 10,000 Ix coins. All the players worked hard, but there were only a few traders. There were too many people and too little porridge. It was inevitable that they would snatch the kill. Seeing that they were quarreling, Su Yuhing could only say a few words to calm them down. When they stopped, he looked at William with a helpless expression. The corners of William's mouth twitched. But the situation had been decided. Even if he went, he would not be of much help. He could only hope that those traders would be lucky enough to escape. However, his prayers were obviously useless. 6 teams returned one after another, all of them gathered in this small forest. Su Yuhing nodded and sent a message to Hua Sui to ask him about the situation. The Dark Element warrior at the magic array was naturally handed over to Hua Sui and his team. The trader was the strongest after William, so it was not easy to deal with him. Hua Sui, almost there. Seeing the 2 words sent by the young man, Su Yuhing raised his eyebrows and typed a message. Jade tree facing the wind, that's a little slow. Jade tree facing the wind, we have settled things here. Do you need to send reinforcements? Flower follower was entangled with Lawrence when he heard the news in the middle of the battle. He glanced over and couldn't help but explode in anger. He ignored Lawrence's attack and replied to Su Yuhing even if he was injured. Hua Sui, scram, Su Yuhing chuckled. Aya, this kid was angry again. He knew that the battle was still going on, so he did not disturb Hua Sui. Instead, he counted the number of people and turned to look at William. This 2-star elementalist was the strongest person in this place. Seeing Su Yuhing suddenly look at him, William's eyes flashed. His heart beat faster, but he pretended to be calm. Captain you, Su Yuhing smiled and raised his wrist. He tapped on the communication device. The image of the console appeared on his communication device. This console was only in his 50s this year. As a half-star warrior, his lifespan was twice that of an ordinary person. He could live to at least 170 or 180 years old. However, he should have been in his prime, but half of his hair had already turned white, and there were many deep wrinkles on his face. At this moment, he looked at William, his eyes full of sadness and regret. Under William's shocked gaze, the consul said softly, William, you have disappointed me, Lord Consul, what are you talking about? William panicked. Had he been exposed? William, don't resist anymore. In the image, the consul said tiredly, we have evidence of your contact with the traitor leader. You should surrender obediently. Otherwise, I can't protect you. Nonsense. This is a conspiracy, this is a trap. William said loudly. How much have I sacrificed for Orchid City? If not for me, Orchid City would have been destroyed by the galactic beasts. You can't wrong a hero. I don't know Bryce at all. Suddenly, he froze and didn't say anything else. Su Yuhing looked at him with a smile. We didn't say that the traitor leader is called Bryce. How did you know? William trembled as he stared at him. What really frightened him was not Su Yuhing, but the brave warriors behind Su Yuhing who were staring at him with green eyes. He had just seen the brutality of these people, and they were all elementalists. He stepped back step by step. Seeing that it was impossible, he gritted his teeth and blessed himself with imperial wind and flight, flying into the night sky. There was not a single 2-star among these people, and they wanted to catch him? Dream on, however, just as he flew out, a figure flashed in front of him. Su Yuhing was floating in the air, grinning at him. Master William, where are you going? Level 4 Imperial Wind. How is this possible? How could you learn? When William stopped because of this inconceivable situation, a green vine wrapped around his ankle and pulled him down from the air. William hurriedly released wind blades to cut off the vine, but more and more vines wrapped around his body. As a 2-star elementalist, William still had means to protect himself. He actually released dozens of wind blades in an instant, cutting off those vines. Just as he was freed and wanted to break through the sky, a few small hills appeared in the air and directly pressed down on him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and instantly changed his direction to fly downwards. However, there were already brave warriors waiting for him below. Without waiting for him to change his direction and fly away, he heard a dozen voices in unison, flying blades. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang in the silent night sky. Not giving William any chance at all, the sharp blades pierced into his flesh. Just as he was about to spurt out blood and insist on flying away, the small hill above his head had already smashed down, pressing him down onto the ground. William vomited blood. Even though he was a 2-star elementalist, facing the attacks of close to 100 1-star elementalists, he could not hold on for long. He lay on the ground, unable to move because of the hills. When he looked up and saw the players fighting to be the first to finish him off, he finally vomited his last mouthful of blood and breathed his last. F***ck, he died just like that? What a pity, I only managed to hit a few times. Let's go to the Guardian Corps. It's not over there yet, let's see if we can pick up some scraps. That's right, brothers, retreat. The soldiers guarding the Guardian Corps were undoubtedly confused for most of the time tonight. When they heard the commotion and rushed to check on the enemy, the battle had already ended before they arrived. When they finally arrived at the last battlefield in the periphery and thought that they could help, they saw the scene of a 2-star elementalist being crushed to death by a few hills. Looking at the hundreds of bandits who were clamoring to rush to the Guardian Corps, all the NPCs only had one thought in their minds: were these people demons? Only 100 meters away from the core of the formation, two figures were entangled with each other. You couldn't even see their movements clearly because they were just two shadows. Huasui used backstab and stabbed into Lawrence's back. Lawrence almost reverted to his original form as he screamed. He gritted his teeth and fought back, but as a golden light was cast on Huasui, Huasui's wound quickly healed. That was the light elementalist's light healing. In order to ensure the safety of the core, Su Yuhing attached great importance to the configuration of the team. He assigned 4 light elementalists who mastered light healing. With these 4 healers, they could make up for the difference in HP between Huasui and Lawrence. While Huasui was entangled with Lawrence, powerful offensive skills such as metal, fire, earth, wind, and thunder were constantly greeted on Lawrence's body. Because they did not have to worry about hurting Huasui, the players in the team threw skills as if they were worthless. Indeed, damage was money. Lawrence was a warrior and a LV-15 player with a lot of HP. As long as they could take him down, they would have a high chance of entering the top 8 damage output. The top 8 damage output was 10,000 Exxon coins. 10,000 Exxon coins was equivalent to $100,000 in real life. Only a fool would slack off at this time. This undoubtedly left a huge psychological shadow in Lawrence's heart. At first, he thought Huasui wanted to die together with him, so he ignored his teammates' attacks, but in the end, he realized, all the attacks fell on him, and all the light healing was on Huasui. The two of them were entangled together. Why was it so unfair? Was there any justice in this? He knew his plan had failed, but he did not run away immediately. He even thought of destroying the core by himself. Of course, that was difficult. Without explosive bullets, it was impossible for him to destroy the core by himself. So after hesitating and realizing that he could not contact Bryce, he prepared to escape. Originally, for a dark warrior like him, escaping was very easy, but now he had been entangled for at least half an hour. Damn it. Weren't the brave ones very weak? Why were there so many elementalists? There were also dark warriors with higher levels than him, and damn it, did these people have eyes? Lawrence was very sullen, but there was nothing he could do. His strength was constantly being weakened, while his opponent not only maintained his peak state, but also had helpers. At this moment, something even more despairing happened. Flower Goddess, let us help you. Hold on. Our brothers are here. Flower Goddess? Huasui's expression changed, and he immediately roared at the players who came to provide reinforcements. Get lost. Then, taking advantage of Lawrence's despair, he suddenly took out the laser gun that he had never used before and fired a clean shot at Lawrence's heart. -10880. Critical hit, bloody numbers floated in midair. Lawrence, who had already been whittled down to 1/3 of his HP, lost half of it in an instant. He even received a damage buff. Huasui ruthlessly added another shot, taking away Lawrence's life. The other players sighed regretfully. There was no joy in defeating the boss because Huasui jumped to the top of the damage output. Only 8 gods, who had killed a half-star martial artist alone, could compare to him. Huasui snorted and put away the laser gun. He then began to search for Lawrence's belongings. Other than a waist tag, there was nothing particularly valuable. He curled his lips and was too lazy to stay here and be watched. He turned into a shadow again and disappeared. This anti-night attack came to a perfect end. However, the mission to protect Orchid City was not completed yet. There were still 2 traitors hiding in the border barracks, and the traitor leader, Bryce, did not appear here. Although Su Yuhing had sent people to surround him in advance, the news just came that Bryce had escaped. This old man was very cunning. After the mission was issued, he slipped away and even left his communication device in place. The AI's intelligence was simply heaven-defying. It actually had such a strong anti-detection ability. Now that he was not wearing his communication device, Xiaowu could not monitor him. Even if he escaped, they would not be able to catch him for a while. However, according to Xiaowu's feedback, the traitors in the border barracks did not show any abnormalities. They probably thought that they were foolproof and hid very well. Unfortunately, they encountered an AI. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult to find them. Although Su Yuhing wanted to go back to the border to catch them, it was already late at night. In reality, it was around 3 or 4 in the morning. Most players had to go offline to rest. The remaining 2 traitors were 2-star elementalists. Their positions in the army were not low. Without players to hold the fort, it would not be easy to deal with them. He had to suppress his anxiety and lead the players to gain a wave of favorability in front of the Magic Circle Corps garrison army. Then, he let the players go offline. The epic-level escort mission that had been online for nearly 2 weeks was now the target of the opponent's company. As a game official, Su Yuhing could not make the same mistake again. According to the test results of the game cabin, there were no problems so far. After being online for 2 weeks and only going offline for basic physiological activities, most players chose to go offline to rest. Only a few night owls were still online, such as Gentle Yen and other professional players. It was rare to come to a new map, and a place like the Magic Circle Corps. They were very curious and could not help but wander around in the chaos. But soon, they were caught by the patrolling guards. Su Yuhing could not be bothered with them. He had been busy for the past few days. He was tired and went offline to sleep. Various posts were still active on the Starry Sky forum. Among them, the most discussed was no doubt the battle to protect the Magic Circle Corps that night. The accurate information and the counterattack plan that the players had made based on the information, the tactical cooperation against the 2-star elementalist William, and the exciting battle between Huasui and Lawrence were all compiled into strategy posts. The players could summarize a lot of information from them. First of all, the battle system of this game abandoned the fixed skill release mode of other online games. It completely achieved high freedom and flexibility in battle. High-level players could create new skill combinations by themselves. Just this alone was enough to beat most of the games on the market. Especially the battle between Huasui and Lawrence. Many game uploaders had edited the material into various commentary videos and published them on various platforms. Even at night, the data was quite impressive when it was first published. As time passed, it was spreading outside the game circle. The performance of this battle was remarkable. It was like special effects in a movie. What was more terrifying was that the graphics were more realistic and smoother than a movie. Then, there was this mission to protect Orchid City that was called a spy battle. There were also researchers who sorted out the relevant information and sorted out the entire context. However, this researcher felt that the biggest flaw in the design of this mission was that the information given by the traitor NPC was too detailed. As a result, the story that should have been more exciting and intense turned into a battle between the players and the NPC. Although it was enough to make one's blood boil, it was not enough to make one's brain burn. He hoped that the game team could improve on this aspect. In the end, what made this post become popular was the official reply: "Dear players, the logic of Star Age's game plot is completely deduced by the mainframe. The game team can no longer interfere. As for the information obtained by the mission recipient, it is obtained by the recipient himself through the game. It is not directly given by the mission prompt. P.S. Large-scale defense missions like this may be unique and may not appear in the future game process. This kind of reply immediately stirred up a lot of passionate discussion among the night owls. Moreover, this uniqueness made a lot of cloud players feel a bit strange. After all, the games on the market now would open a new server after a certain stage, and the story missions of each server were the same. Even if they did not experience the mission in the old server, they could experience it again in the new server. But looking at the meaning of this reply, a lot of people asked and quickly got a reply: Star Age would only have one server and would not open a new server. This reply sparked a new round of discussion again. Because it was too revolutionary, did this mean that the players who entered the game earlier would have more advantages, and the new players would never be able to compare to the old players? Regarding this point, the officials did not answer and only said that it was up to the players to explore on their own. There were pros and cons to the game company releasing this information in advance. On one hand, the group of old foxes might be more aggressive toward the Sioux family, but on the other hand, it could also stimulate those who were optimistic about the game to stop waiting and enter the game as soon as possible. Of course, what would happen in the future would be left to time. According to tonight's battle, the Cloud players concluded a few strategies. For example, mental elementalists were much more fragile than warriors. William, a 2-star elementalist, could kill him faster than killing Lawrence. For example, the critical hit bonus of weak point damage was terrifyingly high. It was similar to reality. No matter how much stronger a person was, he would still die after 2 shots to his temple. These were all experiences from actual combat. It was very useful information for new players and even for the current closed beta players. Of course, if Su Silly saw this post, he would probably delete it immediately. However, His Majesty the Emperor could not see the forum in reality. After watching tonight's battle and getting the final result, he went to sleep peacefully. As for someone, because he said goodnight to him before midnight, he did not dare to talk to him. Su Silly slept until it was almost 10 in the morning. When he went to wash up sleepily, he picked up his communication device and saw a message from Xiao Wu. Something happened in Orchid City. He shuddered, and all the sleepiness in him disappeared. Su Silly asked Xiao Wu about the specific situation as he ran into the dark room and turned on the surveillance device. The surveillance little bee was hidden in the hood of his second brother Su Yuhing's clothes. At this moment, under his control, it flew up secretly. As the little bee flew high into the sky, the situation at the scene was broadcasted in real time. This was already the border of Orchid City. Looking at the environment, it should be in the military camp. The scene was divided into 2 groups. One group was led by the governor and Su Yuhing, and the other group was led by 2 2-star elementalists. Although there were also soldiers on the governor's side, they were still crushed in terms of numbers. The 2 groups were confronting each other. Both sides were more agitated. It seemed that there was even a sign of a mutiny. Su Silly frowned and looked solemn. Xiao Wu also explained the situation at the scene to him. It turned out that after Su Yuhing organized the players to return to the border, under the leadership of the governor, they went to the military camp to capture the remaining 2 traitors. However, these 2 traitors were very cunning. Because they were 2-star elementalists and had been guarding the border for many years, they had established a very high prestige in the army. It should be known that there were only 6 2-star elementalists in Orchid City. Including William, this was equivalent to directly reducing the entire high-end combat power of Orchid City by half. The governor actually hesitated about whether to arrest them, but in the end, considering that this was an order directly issued by the Imperial City, he had to obey. However, in the process of arresting them, they encountered trouble. Not only did these 2 traitor elementalists not admit their crimes, but they also tried to incite the soldiers' emotions. "Governor, I have always respected you, but your actions today are really too disappointing," one of the wood elementalists said with a pained expression. "Natasha and I have diligently guarded Orchid City for many years. All the soldiers have seen it for themselves. Do you want to use such a despicable method to erase our achievements and let the newcomers take over?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on Su Yuhing and the players. "How did Natasha and I offend you? You actually want to collude with outsiders to slander us like this?" Natasha was a fire elementalist and also a rare spirit elementalist. She glanced at the other 2 2-star elementalists who rushed over and then looked at the soldiers with red eyes. "Do you also think that we are traitors like the governor?" Seeing this usually hot-tempered elementalist reveal such a fragile side, the generals and soldiers who were originally on their side naturally sided with them even more. Under the lead of some people, the soldiers surrounded the two elementalists, looking as if they would live or die with them. The governor's face was ashen. He said sternly, "Jack, Natasha, the evidence of you secretly contacting the traitor Commander Bryce is conclusive. Last night, you and William even wanted to blow up the Guardian Array Corps and destroy the array of Orchid City. You still want to deny it? Governor, if you want to remove us from our positions, just give the order. Why do you have to use fake evidence to slander us?" The wood elementalist Jack said with a frown, still looking as if he had been wronged. "Yesterday, Natasha and I stayed at our posts. In the middle of the night, we even dealt with a 2-star beast that sneaked in. We only came back to rest just now. The soldiers who followed me can testify." "That's right," Natasha said. "We stayed at the border last night and didn't leave. Many people can testify to this." "You actually said that we went to blow up the Guardian Array Corps? That's ridiculous." "We have evidence." Before the governor could finish, Jack interrupted him again. "Extraterrestrial technology is advanced. This kind of chat record can be fabricated at any time. Governor, you should come up with stronger evidence." The two of them insisted on this point. The governor had no choice but to look at Su Yuhing for help. Su Yuhing also had a headache. These two people reacted too quickly and hid very well, so he couldn't find any evidence in their residence. In fact, there was another way, and that was to publicize the video recorded by Xiao Wu. As long as the video was taken out, it would be a done deal. But in this way, the existence of Xiao Wu would be exposed. There were more traitors in the Roland Empire than in Orchid City. Once the traitors were alerted, if they directly stopped using the communication device in the future, Xiao Wu's monitoring ability would be greatly weakened. Su Yuhing hesitated, and this hesitation undoubtedly made Jack and Natasha even more arrogant. Yes, they didn't have conclusive evidence. The two of them looked at each other and continued to incite the soldiers, thinking that it would be best if there was a mutiny and directly killed the governor. Once the governor was dead, the backbone of Orchid City would be gone. If they wanted to do something, it would be much easier. The emotions of the soldiers had actually reached a critical point. On the one hand, the endless battle, physical and mental fatigue had accumulated a lot of negative emotions. On the other hand, they heard that Elementalist William had been executed, and once they lost two 2-star elementalists, their battle line might collapse. This knowledge made the generals afraid. So, even if they knew that the governor couldn't lie, they didn't want to deal with Jack and Natasha at this moment. At least give them some time to breathe, and then slowly deal with them. So they chose to remain silent, which indirectly led to the detonation of the negative emotions that the soldiers had accumulated for a long time. The barracks that had always been disciplined were now in a mess. Su Silly's face was dark, and he was thinking about how to solve it when he suddenly heard the sound of a horn from the city wall. The sound of the horn generally indicated an enemy attack, and it was often blown in very serious circumstances. The originally noisy barracks quieted down, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound of the horn. In the sky, a large group of flying interstellar beasts was flying from the distant horizon. They were migratory birds that were moving south. With the protection array, they generally wouldn't cause harm to Orchid City. So, why did they blow the horn? Soon, they knew the reason. They saw that in the dark flock of birds, there was a vacuum zone, and the flying interstellar beasts were far away from the center point. And in the center of the vacuum zone was a military shuttle? No, when did the Roland Empire's shuttles become so advanced? How could they make the huge interstellar beasts avoid them? If there was such a powerful shuttle, Li Lai and the others wouldn't have to take such a huge risk to escort the elementalist instructor here. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even the players' attention was drawn to it. Then, under everyone's gaze, the military shuttle stopped outside the protection array of Orchid City. It was suspended in midair, and seemed to be blocked by the array. In the control room of the shuttle, Xing's face was cold. Because of the speed of the shuttle, he arrived at Orchid City nearly a day later than expected, so at this moment, he was in a very bad mood. The pilot was about to cry. He trembled as he looked at the marshal, whose aura was so strong that it was invincible, and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, Orchid City's array, contact the consul. Xixing said coldly, I'll give you 1 minute. As for what would happen if the array was not opened after 1 minute, the poor pilot couldn't imagine. In order to prevent the marshal from breaking the array violently, he quickly contacted the military of Orchid City and rushed the shuttle into Orchid City within 1 minute. So, under everyone's gaze, the shuttle only stopped for a short time before it started again and directly entered Orchid City, arriving above them. Sir, there's no suitable place to land here. The pilot glanced at the crowded military camp below. If they wanted to land, they would have to fly to a further drill ground. I'll go down, you guys do as you see fit. Xixing finished speaking indifferently and disappeared from the shuttle in a flash. Below, everyone looked up at the shuttle in the sky, waiting to see what this mysterious shuttle was going to do. Only the consul thought of something. Just as he was about to speak, his voice suddenly got stuck in his throat. In the blink of an eye, the blond man in the snow-white military uniform had appeared in front of him without a sound. The wind blew the cloak behind him. In the warm sunlight, the man was like a god, appearing in front of everyone without warning. F***ck, when did this guy appear? Ah, I'm scared to death. So handsome. This modeling is amazing. But who is he? It seems to be Xixing? The players who reacted first were discussing in the team channel, and the soldiers quickly retracted their gazes from their raised positions and discovered Xixing's appearance. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, someone took the lead and all the soldiers fell to one knee. Greetings, Sir Marshal. The fanatical shouts were deafening. It was actually the guardian god, Xixing. No one had noticed how he had appeared. This was simply too strong. So the reason that the shuttle could make the flying galactic beasts retreat was because of Sir Xixing? He was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. He was indeed worthy of the title of the strongest player in the military camp. Except for the players, all the NPCs, including the consul and the 4 2-star elementalists, were kneeling. This scene shocked the spectating players. However, Xixing's expression was still indifferent, and he did not even look at the players. He placed his white-gloved hand on the sword at his waist, looked at the consul, and said coldly, What happened? Why is the military camp so noisy? Are they trying to stage a rebellion? The consul, who was directly affected by the aura, was lying on the ground, trembling like a sieve. However, he forced himself to explain everything to Xixing. Xixing listened to his narration and narrowed his eyes slightly. He also retracted the trace of pressure that leaked out of his body. Sir Marshal, please don't listen to the consul's nonsense. He is slandering me. Natasha and I are innocent. Jack refuted with reddened eyes. I have followed you to fight against the galactic beasts and protect the Empire. How could I betray you? He spoke with great emotion, and perhaps even he himself believed that he was not a traitor. Xixing looked at him coldly. When Jack looked up unintentionally and met his gaze, Xixing's grayish-blue eyes suddenly turned golden. At that moment, Jack also became strangely still. His expression became a little sluggish, and his eyes lost focus. You are a traitor? Xixing asked. Yes. Jack nodded obediently. The soldiers were stunned, and even the players were confused. Jack, this guy, was so stubborn just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly admit to it? Natasha, who was at the side, was already paralyzed on the ground. Apart from you, who else betrayed us? Xixing continued to ask. I'm not very sure. We were all on a single line. I only found out today that William and Natasha betrayed us too. The scene quietened down, and Jack's voice reached everyone's ears. You are preparing to destroy Orchid City's protective circle? Yes. Why? An order from the Bavad Empire. How long has it been since you betrayed us? It's been almost 2 years. Xixing's interrogation went smoothly, and with such questions and answers, Jack basically confessed everything that he could. Finally, when Xixing's eyes returned to normal, Jack also regained his senses. Of course, at this moment, his face was as white as a sheet of paper. Natasha was not to be outdone, especially when Xixing looked at her. Without waiting for him to use his ask-all-questions skill, she told him everything. Woo-woo, Sir Marshal, I just joined not long ago, just a few months ago. I didn't participate in any of the traitors' actions. Please forgive me. I'm a 2-star elementalist, I can still contribute to the Empire. Natasha lay on the ground and begged for mercy, without any of the high-spirited appearance from before. The only response she got was a laser bullet that pierced her skull. This 2-star spirit-type elementalist died just like that. Jack, whose face was splattered with blood, suddenly gritted his teeth and turned into a small bud. He drilled into a crack in the ground, wanting to take the opportunity to escape. Xianxia glanced at him. In an instant, his eyes turned golden again, and at the same time, his face lit up with complicated and mysterious lines. Bang, the open space suddenly exploded, and Jack, who had just drilled into the crack, was ejected out. His body had exploded, and he was already badly mutilated. He couldn't be more dead. At this time, the abnormality on Xianxia's face had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. He calmly retracted his gaze and swept it across the soldiers who were still kneeling on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Yuheng and the other bravehearts who were still standing, but were obviously in shock. He spoke softly. His voice was not loud, but it clearly traveled to everyone's ears. Those who dare to betray the Empire and His Majesty will be killed without mercy. End of chapter 89. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.